According to reports this August under Professor Feng's leadership research on resisting the latter has made tremendous progress. The reporter's clear voice was transmitted into the room through the television. The official authorities of the Sholing realm have formally issued a statement declaring that this research has grasped the operation of the ladder. From today onward, anyone dragged into the ladder, as long as they clear a single dungeon, has the right to choose to exit. For humanity, this is a great breakthrough, the beginning of our counterattack. To discuss the details, we have invited Professor Feng to join us today. TSK. A young man lounged on the sofa in a somewhat lazy posture like a plant overheated by the sun. His black hair hung down in messy strands over his forehead. His eyelashes cast shadows beneath his eyes, making it impossible to tell whether he was drowsy or harboring some other emotion. Right now, however, he was simply impatient. He toyed with a freshly issued ID card in his hand. In the name field, 3 characters were printed: Jiang Xunyi. At this moment, he was not being impatient with the interview on the news. Jiang Xunyi felt he must have gone insane. If he hadn't lost his mind, then the world had. Heh. The mechanical voice in his head was so noisy that even he, rarely ruffled, grew a little impatient. Host, everything I'm saying is true. Jiang Xunyi let out a soft, slightly derisive laugh. He honestly found it all rather absurd. You're saying you're a manga fate-altering system, that I live inside a manga world, and I am not even the protagonist? He paused. Is there anything about that I'm supposed to find believable? I'm starting to suspect you're some esper who came over specifically to mess with me. But I really am telling the truth. This truly is a manga world, end of the ladder. It's an ensemble cast manga and the protagonist is named Su Yunchuan. Host, I am the manga fate-altering system, dedicated to helping you change your destiny. I can definitely help you witness a more splendid side of this world. Otherwise, on April 1st, 2 years from now, you will die. Host, do you want to save the world? Are you really content to live such an ordinary life? Let us change fate together. The ID card spun between Jiang Xunyi's fingers. Then his hand abruptly stilled. What did you just say? Say it again. The system laughed to itself in his mind. Look at that 18-year-old boys really are so chinibu and hot-blooded. There is no way he can resist this kind of temptation. Host, I just said, are you really content? The system was cut off mid-sentence. The sentence before that, otherwise you will die on April 1st, 2 years from now. For a moment, Jiang Xunyi did not know what to say. After a long silence, he finally decided to ask, how do I die? Well, I don't know. Didn't you say you're a system? You don't even know how I die. Well, that's outside my service scope. In any case, I absolutely won't say it's because I failed the previous mission, so my energy is insufficient and I can't access that kind of information. Heh. Jiang Xunyi could not shake the feeling that this system was unreliable. Would it really not get him killed faster? Still, true or false, he had nothing better to do and his own life mattered a great deal. This was not something he could afford to gamble on. I can be your host, but only if you truly can keep me from dying. Of course. All right, go on. Host is currently inside a manga titled End of the Ladder, which enjoys a very favorable reception in the real world. It's an ensemble coming-of-age story. The main plot follows the protagonist group as they grow stronger and ultimately bring an end to the ladder. To end the ladder, that must be impressive. Jiang Xunyi sighed in passing. Naturally, they're the protagonists after all. But don't worry, host, don't feel inferior. I'll make you just as formidable as they are. Jiang Xunyi merely smiled and held his tongue. Where exactly did it see any inferiority in him? Now this manga is about to get a special anime episode. The author will personally be involved in guiding the production. Based on reader feedback, it will follow the original manga as a foundation with some changes. For us, this is simply an excellent opportunity. Host, you must work hard to get close to the protagonist group. Then you can earn more energy and defy the heavens to change fate. How do I earn energy? It's very simple. As long as you gain popularity in the real world, it will automatically convert into energy. Of course, there's another way. If you alter some major plot events in this world, that works too. Jiang Xunyi thought it over. It did not sound all that difficult. He just had to linger around the protagonist group and bask in their popularity. As long as he did not die, everything would be fine. Once he got past that predicted death 2 years later, that would be the end of it. So host's first mission is to establish contact with the protagonist group. I'm still in high school and I don't even go to the same school as the protagonist group. Where am I supposed to find them? No problem at all, host, you don't need to worry about that. I just checked. You have an innate talent for abilities. If nothing unexpected happens, your school will arrange an ability aptitude test next week. As long as your talent is detected, you'll be sent to an ability academy. There are 3 ability academies, but that's fine. For something this minor, I can handle it. Oh, but I've already taken a leave from school. What? The system was bewildered. Well, to be precise, it's more like a long-term leave. I took it right after my first year of high school. I'd already finished the coursework on my own, so I didn't want to stay there and just came back home. I'm in my final year now. I originally planned to go straight into the college entrance exam. Seems all those years of hard study are about to be wasted. The system was speechless from that tone. He clearly did not see it as much of a burden. In that case, I'd better give my homeroom teacher a heads up. Jiang Xunyi took out his phone and informed his teacher that he would be returning to school next week. Offhandedly, he added, if I hang around the protagonist group, are you sure I won't just get cursed at? The system did not answer immediately, as if deep in thought. A few seconds later, its electronic voice sounded again. It's fine, host. Infamy is still fame. The popularity either way will be off the charts. Jiang Xunyi had no words for that. He ignored the system as it chattered away in his mind, painting grand blueprints of the future. The TV interview was still ongoing, only now Professor Feng had been replaced by someone else, likely another member of the team. That person was visibly excited. This is a new beginning. This is the first success we have achieved from within the ladder. I believe that in the near future we will definitely defeat it. Before the day it invades reality. Jiang Xunyi looked up at the screen. A new beginning, huh? Hey, what's your name? Host, are you talking to me? You can just call me system, but I do have a code. I'm 0237. All right, 0237. 2 days passed quickly, and before he knew it, Monday had arrived. Reaching out on the bed, Jiang Xunyi fumbled to silence the alarm on his phone, then slowly lifted his heavy eyelids. After a few seconds, his gaze finally managed to focus on the white ceiling above. Jiang Xunyi lay there, a while longer, letting his empty mind drift back into place before finally sitting up. It was 6:07. He had not gotten up this early in a long time. Jiang Xunyi pulled on the school uniform he had fished out from the bottom of a suitcase and washed only yesterday. It still carried a faint dampness. Stepping through the school gate, he glanced around. Yes, it was still the same familiar feeling. As soon as he entered the classroom, a loud, boisterous voice rushed toward his ears. Xuanga, you finally came to school. I haven't seen you in so long. Jiang Xunyi saw a fluffy head of hair charging toward him and, thinking back, tried to recall who it was. It seemed to be that little cutie from their first year who had clung to him every day with endless questions. His relationship with this boy had actually been quite good. He was one of the few classmates in the class with whom Jiang Xunyi could truly talk. He was just a bit slow, never understanding even after Jiang Xunyi explained several times. What was his name again? Xiaolian. The name suited him well. He especially loved to talk. He seemed forever to sport that unruly mop of fluffy hair, a few silly strands swaying as he moved. His bright eyes were wide open, and when his lips curved, they revealed 2 small, sharp tiger teeth. It was a radiant smile, utterly untouched by any shadow. Ignoring the system's shrill screaming in his mind. So unbearably noisy. Jiang Xunyi greeted him politely. It really has been a while. Staying at home was getting a bit boring. In his mind, the system's voice protested, insisting that Xiaolian was his classmate and even his deskmate. The system emphasized that this was the little son of the main cast. Meanwhile, Xiaolian had already gone, thump thump thump, running off to find the Chinese teacher. Jiang Xunyi returned to his seat, ignoring the occasional glances his classmates cast his way. He was somewhat surprised. So Xiaolian was actually one of the main cast. He began replying to the system in his mind. You never asked me, and how was I supposed to know who all the members of the main cast were? The system conceded, then added that if this was the case, infiltrating the main cast would become much easier. The system declared that he had excellent luck. Now that the host had already come into contact with the main cast, it had gained a little bit of energy, and thus unlocked a small new function, asking if he wanted to try it. A new function? What does it do? He asked. The system explained that it was a barrage display feature that could be turned off if he disliked it. Around Jiang Xunyi, horizontal strips of comment-like text began to appear, at first sparse, then multiplying rapidly. It was quite the piece of high-tech. Though the comments surrounded him on all sides, they somehow did not obstruct his vision. Among them appeared exclamations from viewers thrilled to see their beloved Lele on screen. There were cries that the world could not do without this little son, praising how obedient and adorable he was, and surprised that in this adaptation Xiaolian was the first to appear. Some comments mentioned that this was a special episode personally overseen by the author, and that since there would be many changes, perhaps this time everyone would be allowed to live well instead of repeating the regrets of the original. Others protested, begging not to be reminded of those past regrets. Sweeping his gaze over the barrage, Jiang Xunyi also noticed a few comments that mentioned him. Some asked who he was, puzzled that Lele was calling him Xuanga, and noting they had never seen him before, remarking that this plot did not seem to exist in the original comic. Others wondered if he was a new character, praising his handsome looks and saying they were already drawn to him, hoping that with such an appealing design, he would surely have more scenes to come. Jiang Xunyi silently agreed inwardly. If not for the system, he would never have come to class at all. He would have gone straight to take the college entrance exam, and he most certainly would not have crossed paths with Xia Lian again. Forcing himself to stay awake, Jiang Xunyi endured classes through the entire morning, until at last it was time to eat. Yet before he could even touch his meal, a shrill bell rang out from the loudspeakers, followed by an announcement. Attention, attention. All grade 3 classes, please proceed to the lecture hall under the guidance of your homeroom teachers. The notice was repeated once more over the broadcast. When the announcement ended, Jiang Xunyi smiled faintly. At this rate, he was going to starve. He had skipped breakfast and was already quite hungry. Now it seemed lunch would not be eaten on time either. Fine, he told himself, he would be understanding. After all, their schedule was tight. He could just find something later to stave off the hunger. Beside him, however, Xia Lian was brimming with excitement. Xuanga, let me tell you. I heard from the grapevine that the school is going to arrange talent tests too. That way we won't have to go outside to get tested ourselves. Xia Lian chattered. Jiang Xunyi nodded, mechanically exhausted and hungry. He could not take in a single word of Xia Lian's chirping beside him. When they arrived at the lecture hall, most of the seats were already filled with students. Jiang Xunyi's eyes were half lowered as his gaze swept lazily over the surroundings. He quickly noticed the principal on the stage, but what drew even more attention were the 3 figures standing a few steps behind him. All 3 wore sharply cut dark long coats that clashed starkly with the campus environment. 2 of them stood slightly farther back, posture straight, as spears, their gazes sweeping slowly over the crowd below with a palpable evaluating weight. The 3rd stood closer to the principal, seemingly exchanging a few final words with him in a low voice. Those coats were unmistakable. They marked them as people from the Shulingji. With practiced ease, Jiang Xunyi shifted into a more relaxed posture, letting his previously forward-leaning weight sink fully into the back of his seat. One hand rested lightly over his abdomen, while the other hung at his side, index finger and thumb rubbing together in the faintest of motions. An inconspicuous habit he used to distract himself. Time ticked by second after second until all the students had finally taken their seats. Only then did the man who had been speaking with the principal at the beginning open his mouth to address them. I'm very pleased to meet all of you here. I'm sure you can already guess what kind of person I am, but I'll introduce myself anyway. He said, his tone even and his expression scarcely changing. My name is Lu Jingyi. I am a member of the Shulingji, and at the same time a 3rd-year student at Lingshu Ability Academy. I am here to test your boundary power. Unlike spiritual power, boundary power is innate, what you would call your ability talent. I won't waste your time with meaningless chatter. We'll begin directly. When your name is called, come up to the stage. As Lu Jingyi began speaking, the barrage of comments around Jiang Xunyi surged again. Some viewers recognized him as Senior Lu, marveling that it was actually he who conducted Leilei's very first talent test, and cheering that the author had finally shown them many perspectives they had never seen before. Others laughed that they still remembered an Easter egg mentioning Senior Lu going to a school to conduct talent tests, supposedly because he had been tricked by Lin Mu. Some added that this school turned out to be Leilei's, exclaiming that this was fate. Jiang Xunyi quietly committed the names of these 2 to memory. For the audience to remember them clearly meant they must have a certain amount of significance. The group slowly moved forward, and as each person placed their hand upon the glowing orb hovering above the stone platform, it would burst forth with varying intensities of light. Most people's emitted light was dim, but this was not surprising. Talented individuals were inherently rare, and most hailed from prominent families, suggesting a hint of hereditary influence. Those individuals had begun their training from a young age, and even those who awakened their abilities early were not far behind. The chances for ordinary people were exceedingly slim, even if they possessed extraordinary talents. Perhaps he wouldn't even have the chance to test. A single assessment outside could cost around 300,000, which was considered a low figure. If the current situation weren't so dire, the government wouldn't conduct tests for high school students. When it was Jiang Xunyi's turn, he slowly sat up and walked forward, placing his palm against the cold surface of the boundary stone. The crystal orb at the top of the boundary stone began to gather light, initially faint, then steadily glowing into a halo that was not blinding but certainly not dim, displaying a moderate brightness. The person in charge of recording glanced at it and flatly reported Jiang Xunyi B. Jiang Xunyi withdrew his hand, his expression remaining neutral. This result was not unexpected. The levels of boundary power are classified as SABCD. It wasn't particularly poor either. Don't be discouraged, host. This result is quite good. Once you get to the academy, just make connections with the main character and this system will assist you. Jiang Xunyi responded with a perfunctory showing no emotional fluctuation. Lu Jingyi, standing in the shadows beside the platform, briefly focused his gaze on the space between Jiang Xunyi and the boundary stone. Within the just stabilized halo, there had been a nearly imperceptible stagnation of energy flow, but it was fleeting. Lu Jingyi did not believe it was an issue with the boundary stone. However, the flaw was too minor. That hint of instability was insufficient to cause any noticeable fluctuation in the precise boundary stone. It would also fail to attract anyone else's attention, almost like an illusion. If it weren't for his abilities and heightened sensitivity, he believed he would not have noticed it either. But since he had seen it, he couldn't simply disregard it. Lu Jingyi maintained an expressionless face, silently diverted his gaze, as if he had discovered nothing. He lightly moved his pen, circling the name Jiang Xunyi. Next, Xia Lian. Xia Lian was brimming with excitement and eagerness, unabashedly revealing his anticipation. As he placed his hand on the boundary stone, in an instant, the crystal orb erupted with dazzling light resembling a miniature sun that illuminated the entire hall. The recording teacher straightened up abruptly, his voice tinged with excitement. Xia Lian. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Xia Lian hurried back to his seat and eagerly grabbed Jiang Xunyi's arm. Sungu, we can definitely go to the Ability Academy together, right? Please, please. His sparkling eyes blinked rapidly. Although Xia Lian was talkative, he became particularly socially anxious around unfamiliar people. Haha, our Lian really wants to bring others along. Who knew that when Lian first arrived at the academy, I thought he was a quiet and well-behaved kid. This contrast is truly remarkable. If he were with someone he knew, Lian would surely be chatty from the start. Then others wouldn't misunderstand him. Jiang Xunyi swayed slightly, but the lazy expression on his face did not change. He slowly spoke in a drawn-out voice. Okay. Lu Jingyi observed the scene from a distance. After the test concluded, those who could enter the Ability Academy were retained, numbering only around 20. First, congratulations to everyone for being retained. However, please pay close attention to every word I say next. Lu Jingyi's voice remained as calm as ever. Just now, when you tested your boundary power, as your boundary power was drawn out, your abilities have already awakened. The students below were shocked. They had already awakened. Why did they feel nothing? The reason you cannot sense it now is that we have long set up a barrier. Protecting you is also to protect others. However, even without the barrier, your current mental strength is too low, making it difficult to utilize your abilities. You will be taught all of this once you enter the school. You now have 24 hours. The academy is under closed management, and you cannot bring any electronic devices in. Notify those you need to, inform and pack what you need to take. In 24 hours, someone will come to pick you up. I hope you can remember the first rule of Guardian Realm: be on time. Jiang Xunyi returned home and threw himself into the soft embrace of the sofa, sinking in for a while without moving. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming silence of the room. Jiang Xunyi felt a need to break the atmosphere. 0237. He wasn't calling in his mind but spoke aloud. I'm here, host. Jiang Xunyi's tone was lazy. Do you have anything resembling a weapon? Yes, the system has a shop, but these items are all trinkets. Don't underestimate them here. They will definitely be useful in the Sky Ladder. Currently the host has no points, but the system can provide a beginner's gift package for the host. Jiang Xunyi then obtained a weapon as he wished. It was not a traditional sword or firearm, but a pair of seemingly lightweight metallic wristbands that were more ornamental than practical. They felt icy to the touch, with slender bands and no unnecessary embellishments, emphasizing simplicity. They could capture subtle energy flows in the environment. The wearer could use them to achieve more precise and effortless control. Additionally, any excess energy fluctuations and mental power generated during the activation of abilities would dissipate autonomously, making the activation of abilities more concealed and harder for opponents to detect. Jiang Xunyi picked them up and examined them. While this weapon was of the supportive type, it seemed quite suitable. He donned the wristbands, lazily got up, and opened the refrigerator door, the cold white light illuminating his expressionless face. He took out half a bag of toast and found a little remaining blueberry jam under the light at the fridge's entrance. He slowly ate a few slices, resolving his lunch. Then Jiang Xunyi walked into his bedroom, glanced around the room, and at a leisurely pace pulled out a few regularly worn clothes from the wardrobe, folding them haphazardly and stuffing them into his suitcase. The principal's office door was knocked 3 times, the sound steady and clear. Come in. A slightly drawn-out voice answered from within. Lu Jingyi pushed the door open. Inside the office, a few pots of arrogantly thriving pothos sprawled across the windowsill. The bookshelf, besides files, was crammed with boxes of tabletop game models. The principal himself was a man in his early 30s, dressed in a casual shirt and wearing rimless glasses, reclining with his feet propped on the back of his chair. At the sight of Lu Jingyi, he immediately adopted a bright, smiling expression. The man's name was Xiong. Despite his seemingly frivolous air, he was the principal of Lingshu Yining Academy, the youngest principal among the 3 academies. Oh, Jingyi's back. So how is it? Any particularly thorny troublemakers among this year's recruits that I should go and show some care to in advance? He put his feet down and sat up straighter. His tone was easygoing, laced with a mischievous inclination to stir the pot. Lu Jingyi stopped before the desk, his expression the usual calm coolness. Briefly, most have ordinary aptitude. There is one called Xiaolian's glass. He might be worth focused cultivation. Such efficiency. Xiang nodded approvingly. He suddenly thought of something and smiled. I heard you were roped in here by Linmu. How does it feel? Seeing it in person beats reading a report. Lu Jingyi was silent for a moment, as if arranging his words, then spoke with his habitual flat tone. There is one called Jiang Xunyi. The Jie reaction read B. Oh. Xiang looked up, raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest in his eyes. One that makes you mention it specifically. What, did he beat someone up during the test or break into a dance? No. Lu Jingyi, accustomed to the principal's teasing, paid the remark no heed. The Jesher's energy light was stable and the values were acceptable. But there was an extremely subtle discordance in the fluctuation frequency. Beneath the appearance of steady output, there was a momentary sluggishness. He paused and added, very brief. The Jesher itself did not record any abnormal readings. Perhaps I misjudged. He did not call it unstable, for it was not a case of amplitude swings but rather an output issue. He offered no speculation, no talk of an old wound or deliberate suppression. He merely stated an observation that could be filed under margin of error. That was enough. Sluggishness, huh? Xiang repeated the word in his habitual elongated tone. Xiang's gaze swept over Lu Jingyi's impassive face, then he suddenly laughed. I understand. Young people have their ups and downs. Nothing unusual. Maybe he just skipped breakfast. I'll keep an eye on it. But the more one looked at his smile, the less harmless it seemed. Rest assured, I will handle it. No problem, I'll be off now. Lu Jingyi nodded slightly. Go on, Xiang said with the same beaming expression, waving his hand. Oh, and if Linmu gets too rowdy next time, do me a favor and subdue him a little. Don't hold back. Lu Jingyi acknowledged him with a sound and turned to leave the office, closing the door softly behind him. When Jiang Xunyi arrived at Lingshu Yining Academy, it was midday. The air shimmered under the heat, distant objects blurring behind a wavering veil of translucent ripples. Jiang Xunyi squinted, dragging his suitcase, languidly taking his place at the end of the line, like a slack stone carried along by an invisible current. His eyelids drooped half-closed. He even let out a small yawn, a trickle of tears forming at the corner of his eye. The line moved at a steady pace, but when it reached him, the senior handling registration couldn't help stealing a couple of extra glances. Others looked either excited or so nervous they stammered. He, by contrast, resembled someone coming to the neighborhood office to pay the utilities, especially given his appearance and bearing. Name: Jiang Xunyi. Ability type and initial rating: control type, I suppose. B. The registrar's pen paused. She looked up at him again. The control type was uncommon and advancement was difficult, demanding high spiritual power. The rating was indeed unremarkable, but his demeanor was far too calm. All right, your information has been recorded. Your dormitory is Building 7, Room 413 in District D. Here are your ID card and freshman handbook. The handbook contains the class schedule and a campus map. Next. The senior handed the items to him. Jiang Xunyi took the packet without looking, stuffed it casually into the wide pocket of his coat, and mumbled, thanks. He pulled his suitcase and continued unhurried, as if strolling through his own backyard, toward the sign for the District D dormitories. Jiang Xunyi had just slid his key into his pocket and glanced around the standard four-person room. He had arrived first and barely had time to register it. At that moment, without the slightest warning, the sky tore as if a curtain rent apart, issuing a teeth-aching, ripping sound. In the next instant, a darkness that seemed to devour all light plunged down and replaced the familiar scene. Jiang Xunyi stared out the window, for a heartbeat darkness flickered across his vision. The next second, he seemed no longer in the dormitory. The once bright sunlight vanished, the gentle breeze turned cold and carried a faint scent of decay. The once clear campus vista warped and melted violently like an oil painting soaked through with water. Smooth flagstones cracked and caved, revealing black earth beneath. Ah! What's happening? Why is the sky dark? Is it Tianti? Impossible! Jiang Xunyi stood his ground as the viscous darkness and warped scenery swallowed him. He looked around at his terrified peers, some on the verge of tears. He let out a barely perceptible sigh. Jiang Xunyi gradually detected a very faint tremor, a subtle fluctuation in the flow of Yining. That meant there was nothing to worry about. The muscles in his hand, tensed by reflex, relaxed. He thought this school really knows how to put on a show. Jiang Xunyi stood on the muddy ground, the air filled with the scent of decaying leaves and damp soil. He had disabled the barrage, which, while not obstructing his view, still felt unusual to him to watch so many people in such a situation. The place was shrouded in fog with visibility at less than 5 meters. Before Jiang Xunyi could make a move, a faint blue light screen appeared before him. Welcome to the Heavenly Ladder, dear bestower. The novice dungeon has been activated, so give it your all and challenge the levels. Here you can obtain everything. Please hurry and escape in the darkness. Dungeon name: Misty Bell Tower, timed mission. The long sound of the bell guides the path to survival, but those who chase the light will ultimately burn in darkness. The 6-pointed star will bring you hope. In the next moment, the content on the screen dimmed, replaced by a countdown. 119 minutes and 59 seconds. Jiang Xunyi raised an eyebrow. This was quite realistic. He moved slowly, yet his half-squinted eyes began to scan the surroundings. Meanwhile, in the campus, inside a large conference room, the scene was entirely different from what the new students encountered. There were many teachers present, as well as some students, all of whom were outstanding members of their cohort. Xiang watched the small screens with great interest. Indeed, the annual freshman assessment is the most entertaining. He looked at one screen where a girl seemed completely lost, nearly on the verge of tears. It's not good for a little girl to be this scared. Lu Jing glanced at the name in the bottom right corner, Chu Xin, and decisively deducted points. A teacher nearby exclaimed, "Is there actually a student gathering at the very beginning?" The girl on the screen had long blue hair, smooth as satin, meticulously tied into a high ponytail with a few strands falling beside her face. She stood tall, dressed in a neatly tailored black training suit that outlined her slender yet powerful figure. Another girl quietly stood in the shadows, almost blending into the background. Her appearance resembled that of a small animal that had wandered into a dangerous place, looking innocent and harmless. Yet her gaze scanned the surroundings, taking on the stance of a protector, seemingly to guard the girl in front of her. Xiang was not surprised at all. The little girl from the Lan family, the one behind, should be her contracted guardian. It's abnormal if they can't sense each other due to their contract. Although I could certainly do this alone, you should at least have some consideration for your dear principal. He added, creating such a large illusion by myself is quite tiring, you know. You don't seem tired at all, do you? His last remark left everyone present in silence. Your level hasn't even allowed you to materialize, and you're still a bunch of freshmen who haven't even fully grown up. Creating an illusion should be quite easy for you, right? Sensing the resentful gazes, Xiang diverted the topic. All right, let's not dwell on this. Let's first see how they perform. Jiang Xunyi remained standing still until dong. A dull sound, as if traversing infinite time and space, suddenly resonated from the depths of the fog. The sound was heavy and desolate, with a penetrating quality that caused the surrounding mist to quiver slightly. Jiang Xunyi's gaze shifted toward the source of the bell sound. At the same time, he keenly sensed that the fog around him seemed to thicken. It must be because of the bell sound. He noted it silently. He walked slowly along the path, attempting to construct a map of his route in his mind, but lacking reference points made it feel like wandering blindfolded in the wilderness, quickly losing his sense of direction. Something was silently blurring his senses, an outcome that was easy to guess. But there was nothing he could do about it. Jiang Xunyi walked a bit further, and about 7 to 8 meters in front of him, a strangely shaped mushroom emitted a faint blue glow. Before he could get closer, a shrill and distorted scream echoed from a distance, "Don't come over! Get away!" Followed by the sounds of chaotic running and something heavy being dragged. "Damn it, what is that thing?" Another man's angry shout blended in, but before he finished speaking it turned into a chilling, gurgling sound. Then came the satisfying chewing sounds of some large creature, along with the brittle sound of bones being easily snapped, sending chills down one's spine. Seconds later, everything returned to silence. Only the dense mist continued to roll silently, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Xunyi's gaze remained undisturbed as he silently shrank back behind the thick trunk of an ancient tree, completely blending into the shadows. De. He listened carefully to the sound, which was the sound of something stepping on the ground. The creature's movements were slow, seemingly aimless. He peeked out from behind the tree. In the fog ahead, a shadow appeared, particularly dense, moving unnaturally. It was a silhouette resembling a humanoid figure approximately 2 meters tall. Its limbs were long and thin, as if pulled violently, with joints twisted at unnatural angles. Its entire body seemed made of thick tar, constantly writhing, with bubbles occasionally rising from the pitch-black surface only to burst. Its head lacked facial features, only a swirling vortex of darkness that rotated inward. In that moment of clarity, Jiang Xunyi's mind already provided an answer. It was a light devourer. Such monsters were quite common in the Heavenly Ladder. They appeared in almost every dungeon related to darkness. Just then, not far away, a small glowing insect startled and, leaping from its hiding place, fluttered its wings and flew by. Its movement seemed to trigger some fatal switch. The glowing insect vanished in an instant along with its faint light, as if it had never existed. As seen, these monsters were only interested in light. Jiang Xunyi calmly stepped out, just as he thought the light devourer did not approach him, continuing its aimless wandering. Soon he encountered another newcomer much like himself. It was a girl dressed in a sweatshirt that had been torn by branches, her face showing signs of fear. The right arm and part of her body emitted a sinister blue glow, resembling a humanoid lantern dazzling in the dark and oppressive forest. This light and pattern felt incredibly familiar. Clearly she had accidentally touched that glowing mushroom. However, he himself could not see it. He would be able to see it if he turned it on. Just to mention here, the author is still in school, so updates might be irregular during school hours. The girl was none other than Jiang Xunyi, the very one Xiang had noticed at the outset. Behind her the mist roiled like boiling water, and not with a single shadow but at least 3 or 4 elongated, contorted pitch-black forms. The Luguangs. They were drawn to that alluring light like sharks scenting blood, closing on her with alarming speed. Jiang Xunyi ran while forcing herself not to be afraid, but her self-reassurances did little to soothe her terror. Each backward glance showed those dreadful silhouettes inching closer. Her flight path appeared chaotic and erratic, the blind scramble of someone driven by pure panic. Jiang Xunyi studied her closely. At first glance, she seemed to be fleeing aimlessly, yet his keen observation picked up something amiss. Every time she reached a fork or an obstacle that allowed her to change direction, although her movements were frantic, the path she ultimately chose bore a strange, quiet certainty. Once, after what looked like a stumble to avoid a route, she sprang without hesitation toward a particular bearing, even though the mist there was thicker and the terrain rougher. Normally a person would pick the route that appeared safer. A conjecture rose in Jiang Xunyi's mind: could touching that luminous mushroom not be pure suicide? Might the light that lures monsters also in some manner indicate the way to the clock tower or a safe point? Of course there could be other explanations. It was an immature hypothesis, and to test a theory with one's life would be too steep a price. Jiang Xunyi did not know how long the mushroom's glow would endure, nor whether his guess was correct. All the more reason not to gamble on an uncertain supposition. He was careful by nature, even though he fully understood he was in an illusion, and that this was an assessment for Lingshu Yinan Academy. Only a masochist would want to die to prove a point. As that thought crossed him, the swiftest Luguangs lunged. Claws like tar ripped through the mist, aiming for the girl's back. In the next instant Jiang Xunyi moved. He did not choose to look away. He launched what he called a rescue. If he wanted to clear the assessment without system prompts, he needed more information needed to confirm his suspicions. First, would the Luguangs be instantly drawn to a stronger, more abrupt light, thereby diverting or stalling them? Second, could a Luguangs be slain? After all, this was an illusion, not the true Tianti. Everything could be variable. Third, how long would the glowing mushroom last? Touching it might not mean walking into a trap, but rather offer another way to solve the puzzle. The girl before him was a valuable source of information. As her would-be savior, asking a question did not seem excessive. He had long noticed that scattered across the ground were the occasional yenshur. They were stones that could be ignited with a strong strike. Unremarkable in appearance but stubbornly resilient. Just as Jiang Xunyi was about to give up and stop running entirely, a yenshur with a razor edge tore through the mist, not toward the Luguangs but smashing into the flank of the first one, striking the base of a dead tree ensnared with dry vines and brittle leaves. Snap, sizzle. An orange-eared blaze far hotter and brighter than the mushroom's cold blue light erupted, as if a miniature sun had been born in that instant. Jiang Xunyi stepped out from concealment and slammed his foot against the trunk of a leaning ancient tree. A dull thud and the trunk shuddered. Using that thrust, he executed a fluid lightning-quick backflip, coattails, snapping through the air, vaulting directly over the Luguangs from above. The sudden flame halted the Luguang's pounce. Its motion stuttered, as if unsettled. It seemed to suffer from a momentary indecision. In that opening, Jiang Xunyi landed silently between 3 Luguangs. 1 before him, 2 behind. The fire he had ignited now burned at his side. The lead Luguangs finally seemed to react. So the first conjecture was confirmed: the Luguangs would be drawn to a stronger, more abrupt light, pausing, or even abandoning a previous target. The teachers, observing the freshman in the conference window, frowned at the scene. This student means well, but he's reckless. Leaping into the fray is dangerous. Several instructors nodded in agreement. Still, his action shows a degree of teamwork. At least he knows how to rescue a comrade. Freshmen these days fail to grasp the value of allies. They don't realize how crucial teammates will be on the Tianti. Xiang smiled faintly. Jingyi, any thoughts? Lu Jingyi set down his notebook and spoke calmly. He may have other motives. From my observation, he's somewhat lazy. If he's truly kind, then disregard my remark. Xiang seemed pleased with the reply. How convenient. I also suspect he has ulterior motives. Care to hazard a guess? I think the boy wants information. Trading that girl's life for a piece of intel would not be beyond him, Lu Jingyi said, watching Jiang Xunyi's moves on the screen in silence. Is he overconfident in his strength? He has no need to act this way. Under these circumstances, he could have simply taken Chu Xian and left. Xiang shrugged. Who can say? Perhaps you can ask him after it's over. Think of it as a senior's concern. And do remember to report back to me. Jiang Xunyi, immersed in the trial, was utterly unaware of this scene unfolding behind him. As the light scourge lunged toward him, its gaunt black arm lashed out like a venomous whip, striking for his throat at blinding speed, leaving afterimages in its wake. In that split second, Jiang Xunyi dropped into a crouch. The icy black fingertips grazed mere millimeters above his hairline. Simultaneously, his right hand shot lightning fast to his waist where a sharpened wooden stake, scavenged earlier, was tucked. The weapon was crude, even pitifully rudimentary. Yet he possessed nothing more formidable. The sole artifact still adorning his person was an auxiliary-type device. He made no attempt to parry the creature's inhuman strength. Instead, leveraging the crouched stance, he channeled his entire body's force into his right arm and swung with savage precision, driving the sharpened tip of the stake directly into the vortex at the center of the light scourge's face. His aim was flawless. A sickening thud echoed. The pierced light scourge froze rigid, then convulsed violently. Tar-like substance surged across its surface, writhing frantically to seal the wound. But the ordinary wooden spike had struck true, pinning its core as if forged for that very purpose. Its form began to collapse inward. Within moments, it slumped, lifelessly dissolving into a viscous pool of black ichor, utterly, irrevocably dead. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Such was the advantage of knowing one's enemy's weakness. The remaining two light scourges, clearly enraged by this sudden turn, surged forward. They attacked in perfect synchrony. One from the left, one from the right, moving faster than before when they had pursued Chu Xian. Clearly, they now perceived Jiang Xunyi as the greater threat. Jiang Xunyi dropped low again, evading the leftmost light scourge's thrust aimed at his throat. Then, pivoting on his right foot, he twisted his torso mid-motion and swept his left leg outward in a devastating arc, striking the creature's supporting ankle with pinpoint accuracy. Thump! A muffled impact reverberated. The light scourge's base shattered under the blow. Its balance vanished, instantly sending it stumbling forward, just as the second creature's strike descended upon Jiang Xunyi's head. At that razor-thin margin between life and death, Jiang Xunyi executed a perilous gambit. He arched backward into a full supine fall, and in the same breath his right hand flicked from his waist, hurling a Yenshur crystal. He did not hurl it at the monster, but smashed it against a cluster of desiccated brittle leaves hanging from a nearby dead tree. Brilliant flame erupted instantly. At the very moment his back nearly kissed the earth, his left hand slammed into the ground and his waist coiled with explosive power, wrenching his body sideways, threading it through the narrow gap between the two creatures' converging attacks. For the next several minutes, Chu Xian, and every teacher and student watching from the observation chamber, watched speechless as Jiang Xunyi dispatched the remaining two light scourges. Shuang raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. His physical combat proficiency is remarkably high, though it's a pity he didn't deploy any ability. Not even once. I never got the chance to see it. Jiang Xunyi discarded the wooden stake with faint disdain, then calmly smoothed his rumpled garments. Chu Xian remained frozen in place, staring at him wide-eyed and unblinking. Jiang Xunyi approached her, only to be startled when she spoke first before he could utter a word. You're incredible. Are you a freshman too? You must be from class A1. I'm Chu Xian. What's your name? Her earlier terror had vanished, replaced by genuine awe, her gaze shimmering with quiet admiration. To her, he was undeniably a master. From her perspective, such a reaction was entirely natural. Jiang Xunyi was the first person she'd encountered, powerful, decisive, and her savior. To Jiang Xunyi, however, her demeanor betrayed no artifice. After all, this was a freshman initiation trial. Every participant a complete novice, utterly uninitiated into the celestial ladder system. Her innocence was authentic, not feigned. Those who succumb early in the celestial ladder trials, the ones unable to survive their first dungeon, are often dangerously trusting. Yet had Jiang Xunyi been viewing real-time commentary, he might have gleaned far more. By the time the manga reaches its final arcs, I'd almost forgotten how sweet and tender she used to be. A growth always demands hardship. Our dear little sweetheart and E are both wonderful souls. Still, I adore her just as she is now. Even as a pure beginner, her potential is extraordinary. I truly hope the anime's ending can be rewritten. Not so tragic. Just my personal view. Please don't scold me. Jiang Xunyi. He answered Chu Xian without hesitation, and immediately steered the conversation toward its purpose. Initially he'd intended to coax information subtly, or apply minor psychological leverage. But given Chu Xian's open guileless bearing, such tactics proved unnecessary. Direct inquiry would suffice. "Did you touch the luminescent mushroom?" Chu Xian blinked, momentarily stunned. "Guys, I tripped over a root and brushed against it by accident. Then everything changed, like this. Any other effects? Beyond the light? Anything else? There's a thread of light, thin as silk. But you probably can't see it. I followed that thread. I had no idea where to run." That single sentence was all Jiang Xunyi needed. It confirmed his hypothesis: the mushroom's radiance was no mere beacon. It was a lethal lure subtly warping the consciousness of those who touched it, guiding them inexorably toward a predetermined location. That destination was most likely the clock tower, or failing that, somewhere closely linked. Jiang Xunyi lived by one immutable principle: nothing appears without reason. Its existence served a purpose. Always. How long has it persisted? Has the light dimmed? No dimming. But there is a countdown: 1 hour. Jiang Xunyi had now verified every facet of his theory. This was not merely a clue. It was a new pathway. A path to completion. His course was set, no alternatives remained worth considering. Faced with this reality, Jiang Xunyi embraced a single philosophy bet. Even if the destination proved not to be the clock tower, it hardly mattered. He was determined to avoid overthinking. Before departing, however, he offered one final courtesy: "The thread of light you perceive. Perhaps it holds value. It may be a vital clue." Before Chu Xian could reply, Jiang Xunyi turned and vanished once more into the swirling mist. In the observation chamber, Xu Ong smiled knowingly. "I told you. He's driven by purpose. In under 25 minutes, he's already uncovered his first viable strategy. His logic is crystalline. Others have done the trialanderer for him. Still, a few others warrant attention. Let's set aside Lan Jia's daughter for now. What about Su Yunchuan? His registration noted premature ability awakening. And so far he hasn't taken a single wrong turn at any junction." Dong. Once again the bell echoed in this tranquil forest. The surrounding mist thickened noticeably. Jiang Xunyi slightly adjusted his direction, heading towards the source of the bell. He already had a plan, and now he just needed one final piece. It was the hexagram mentioned in the hint. However, the moment the voice of the heavenly ladder system rang in his ears, he no longer had to worry, because it was no longer necessary. Kill Light Thief X3. Rewards obtained: Starlight Stone Hexagram X3. The items have been automatically stored in your virtual backpack. Jiang Xunyi's movements paused for a moment, barely noticeable. Hexagram. He got it just like that, and 3 at once. He opened his backpack, and to his surprise it was real. Jiang Xunyi suddenly scolded himself. Really, his habitual thinking had complicated things unnecessarily. It should be this simple. Such a low-level requirement was indeed the most reasonable. Most people had never truly interacted with the heavenly ladder. They hadn't taken a single class, learned anything. It was impossible to even attempt to gauge it now. Jiang Xunyi actually liked this. The less thinking required, the better. He was quite lazy and didn't have any grand ambitions. Living a plain and ordinary life was good enough. However, there was now an added condition: if he truly wouldn't die on April 1st, 2 years from now. If that time really came, he would most likely resolutely choose to withdraw. Guardian of the spirit realm was a profession only heroes would take on. He felt he might not have such a good heart, as in his mind his own life was always more important than anything else. But for now, he didn't need to look that far ahead. Jiang Xunyi's gaze fell on that glowing mushroom. This might be the riskiest method, but it was also the most direct. Once he touched the mushroom, he would become the most conspicuous target in this dark forest. Yet Jiang Xunyi hesitated not at all. He never took risks lightly, but once he determined that the reward was sufficient, and the risk not fatal, his actions were more decisive than anyone else's. He walked a few steps to the glowing mushroom, crouching down. The cap of the mushroom resembled the finest sapphire, emitting a soft glow, the surface patterns seeming to undulate slightly. He extended the tip of his right hand and gently touched the cool mushroom cap. Buzz. A strange cold energy surged through his fingertip into his body, not painful but rather invigorating, rushing straight to his brain. In the next moment, his entire right arm from fingertip to shoulder and into his body suddenly radiated a deep blue light identical to that of Chu Xian, but even more intense. It dyed the mist surrounding him with an eerie blue hue, almost simultaneously with the light shining forth. Screech! In the distance nearby, sharp noises erupted like a tsunami, crazily rushing in from all corners of the mist. The sound was filled with the utmost excitement and greed of discovering prey. Jiang Xunyi could even clearly hear multiple rustling sounds of creatures skimming the ground. Those light thieves were converging on his location with terrifying speed from multiple directions. But Jiang Xunyi's face showed no trace of panic. He had anticipated this situation long ago. At the same time as the countdown of the glowing effect appeared, a thin line of light emerged before his eyes, extending deep into the forest. He did not look at the black shadows crazily charging from the mist. His body shot forward like an arrow racing towards the direction indicated in his mind. His speed was swift. He no longer took any cautious evasive measures but ran in a straight line. Ahead, a shadow tore through the mist and collided Hedon. Jiang Xunyi's eyes sharpened, and instead of slowing down, he forcefully pushed off the ground, leaping into the air. Not a backflip, but precisely stepping on the trunk of a nearby tree like parkour, using the force to leap again, soaring directly over the head of that light thief. Landing, rolling, dissipating the force, and getting up to continue running. The actions flowed seamlessly without wasting even a tenth of a second. However, Jiang Xunyi did not know that just as he and Chu Xian left the spot where he had just killed the light thief, someone had arrived there. It was none other than Lan Shi from the Lan family. Beside her was her contract servant Jiang Nian. "Miss, be careful," Jiang Nian whispered, scanning the surrounding fallen vegetation and the obvious signs of a struggle on the ground. The commotion here just now was quite significant. Lan Shi did not respond immediately. Her gaze had already fallen on the 3 puddles of viscous liquid that had not fully solidified, remnants left by the 3 light thieves that Jiang Xunyi ultimately dealt with. 3. Her voice broke the silence, concluding in a flat tone. They were almost simultaneously eliminated in an extremely short time. Jiang Nian squatted down, carefully examining the traces on the ground and those puddles of black water. The technique is quite strange. There's almost no residual energy or spiritual power fluctuations, not resembling any known battle techniques of any family. More like pure physical combat, combined with extremely high combat instincts and environmental utilization. Clean and efficient, even somewhat brutal and direct. The pursuit is for the highest efficiency in killing without any unnecessary flashy moves. Jiang Nian summarized a hint of rare confusion and seriousness in his tone. Moreover, he seems to understand the nature of these monsters very well, even knowing how to utilize light sources to momentarily affect them. Lan Shi listened quietly, a faint glimmer of interest flashing in her cold eyes, contradicting her aloof exterior. "He is not one of our circle." She spoke with certainty. She had a basic understanding of the outstanding young generation from various prominent families and institutions. She knew roughly the combat styles and abilities of each. This pure, instinct-based, environmentalizing and precise calculating approach was something she had never encountered. A awakener from a small place, or a monster cultivated by some hidden force. Interesting. Lan Shi smirked, her eyes filled with deep curiosity. In a place like this, a stranger who does not play by the rules and can independently deal with 3 light thieves. Let's go. I'm now a bit looking forward to it. To the safe zone. We have a high probability of encountering him. It's time to take things a bit more seriously. Jiang Nian felt somewhat helpless. Her young lady's inner self didn't match her cold exterior at all. Beneath her seemingly aloof and calm exterior lay a heart that had become somewhat bloodthirsty and crazed due to the aftereffects of her powers. Jiang Xunyi did not run for long before suddenly bursting through a particularly thick wall of fog, and his vision was instantly cleared. A majestic and ancient gray-black stone clock tower stood tall in the center of an open circular plaza bearing the marks of time. It resembled a silent black giant suppressing this eerie forest. Yet, in this short distance, it was not devoid of presence. There was a boy dressed in a black tactical jacket, moving with agility and exuding a calm demeanor. Although traces of fatigue were evident, he appeared far more composed than Chu Xian, whom Jiang Xunyi had encountered earlier. At the moment Jiang Xunyi burst out, the boy seemed to have heard the commotion behind him and the distinctly unusual light, alertly turning around. Their eyes met. A flicker of rapid astonishment crossed the boy's face, clearly not expecting a moving human flashlight to suddenly appear behind him. However, there was little panic in his gaze. Instead, there was vigilance and quick assessment, his brows instinctively furrowing. If Jiang Xunyi could see the bullet comments now, he would know exactly who the person before him was. The bullet comments were unprecedentedly explosive. The person before him was Su Yunchuan, the absolute protagonist of this comic. Upon seeing someone ahead, Jiang Xunyi's brain made a judgment in a fraction of a second. In the instant he reached Su Yunchuan, Jiang Xunyi didn't waste any words. His right hand shot out, not to attack but to precisely grasp his left wrist. Su Yunchuan was clearly caught off guard by the sudden action, stumbling slightly as confusion flashed across his face, quickly followed by a surge of vigilance, instinctively preparing to resist. "If you don't want to become a civ, follow me." Jiang Xunyi's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable commanding tone, as he exerted force, nearly dragging Su Yunchuan forward. He gave no time for the other to think or refuse. He disliked and was unwilling to meddle, but he disliked attracting trouble even more. At that moment the light raiders also broke through the thick wall of fog, their cold murderous intent, and sharp sounds nearly piercing through the eardrums. Su Yunchuan was caught off guard by the sudden situation, and the approaching deadly crisis behind him, but his instinct and quick judgment suppressed the thought of resistance. With a sudden burst of strength from his feet, he no longer needed Jiang Xunyi's drag. The two shot forward like arrows released from their bows crossing that invisible boundary. Buzz felt as if they had passed through a layer of cold water membrane. The suffocating sense of oppression, and the cold murderous intent behind them vanished abruptly, leaving only the impotent furious shrieks of the monsters blocked outside. Finally, they were safe. Jiang Xunyi and Su Yunchuan nearly stopped in their tracks simultaneously. The eerie blue glow on Jiang Xunyi's right arm stood out strikingly in this safe zone. Jiang Xunyi glanced at the countdown. There were still over 20 minutes until the light disappeared. Thankfully it wasn't too long, as he did not want to become the focus of attention. Thanks. Su Yunchuan's tone was very flat. Although he was expressing gratitude, there was little sincerity in his thanks, sounding more like a statement of fact, though the method was quite unique. You were in the way. Jiang Xunyi seemed to have returned to his lazy demeanor, glancing at him, dismissively responding tersely. His meaning was clear: a helping was merely because Su Yunchuan happened to be in the way, a matter of convenience. Upon hearing this, Su Yunchuan's lips seemed to curve slightly, as if he had heard something amusing, but he quickly returned to his expressionless demeanor. He said nothing more, merely glancing at Jiang Xunyi's glowing arm, then looking at the prowling light raiders outside, finally directing his gaze toward the tightly shut iron door of the clock tower and the grooves on it. A strange silence fell between the two, devoid of post-survival exchanges or mutual introductions. Oh my, they actually encountered each other like this. What a plot twist, I didn't expect that. So it turns out Jiang Xunyi is indeed joining the protagonist group. He even collided with our young brother. Doesn't anyone find their conversation peculiar? I'm dying of laughter. Who taught them to converse like this? The subtext is incredible. I truly wonder what their communication style will be in the future. Jiang Xunyi walked straight towards a shadowy corner, beneath the base of the clock tower, where there was a slightly flat stone. He relaxed his body against the cool stone surface and then lazily closed his eyes, giving the impression that he might just fall asleep right there. The eerie blue glow on his right arm continued to stubbornly shine, casting shifting light spots on his face, creating an extremely strange contrast with his seemingly about to doze off posture. When Jiang Xunyi closed his eyes, a picture of indifference and readiness to rest appeared on the screen. Several suppressed coughs echoed in the conference room, as most people were watching with twitching eyes. This kid, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses appearing stern, furrowed his brow and tapped his fingers on the table. Is he here on vacation? Having just escaped from those light raiders, is he already asleep? Is he not going to clear the stage? A female teacher beside him chuckled. I think his psychological quality is impressive. He can even close his eyes in such a situation. He chose his position quite thoughtfully, leaning against the clock tower with raised stone blocks shielding him, yet having a view that covers most of the safety zone's entrance, and it's quite far from the clock tower's entrance. He probably doesn't want to expose himself at the center. Su Yunchuan also found a spot not too far from Jiang Xunyi to sit down. He did not close his eyes, but bent one leg, casually resting his arm on his knee, his gaze lowered, looking at the ground, seemingly in thought, yet perhaps simply resting to regain his strength. There was likewise no hint of panic or tension on his face. Naturally, the teachers in the observation room also noticed him. Xiang's interest was piqued again. He must be Su Yunchuan, the dual ability wielder. Oh, this is the first one I've seen. Heh, definitely worth my attention. Time slowly passed. The blue glow on Jiang Xunyi's hand gradually dimmed. People began to arrive in the safe zone one after another. Some covered in injuries stumbled through the boundary and collapsed on the ground, while others cautiously checked for safety before daring to relax. Low murmurs began to spread across this space. People spontaneously formed small groups. The number of people gradually increased. The once spacious safe zone began to feel a bit crowded. More voices started to emerge, subdued cries, the sounds of tending wounds, hushed discussions, and even impatient urgings. Anxiety and unease permeated the crowd. Su Yunchuan remained leaning against that low wall, his calm gaze sweeping over every newcomer, his eyes brushing past Jiang Xunyi in the corner, seeing that the others still slept soundly. Lan Shi and Jiang Yan had also found an inconspicuous spot to sit down. Among the people present, there might be some who recognized them, as occasional glances were cast their way. In fact, Xiaolian had also arrived, but upon seeing Jiang Xunyi seemingly asleep, he hesitated to wake him directly. There was a feeling of being forced into silence. He truly had social anxiety with unfamiliar people. At this moment, a figure as swift as the wind suddenly burst in, moving extremely fast, even creating a small gust of wind. The newcomer gracefully spun to dissipate the momentum and stood firmly. Many people cast curious glances at this somewhat chubby boy, seemingly puzzled as to how he could perform such agile movements with his physique. It was utterly unreasonable. Wow, that was thrilling. I almost got caught by those dark figures. He grinned widely, his voice bright and clear, unabashedly breaking the oppressive atmosphere in the safe zone. His curious gaze swept around, first spotting the clawing light raiders outside. He whistled. So what's going on now? Are we having a party here? The organizers are a bit stingy, not even providing drinks. No one answered him. Most people simply glanced at him with looks of either incredulity or annoyance. However, some recognized his identity but didn't know how to respond. The only child of the Chen family's direct line, Chen Rui. Chen Rui didn't feel embarrassed, or perhaps he was just talking to himself as he found a space to sit down on his own. Meanwhile, in the corner, Jiang Xunyi's eyelashes flickered imperceptibly. He could tell that more and more people were entering. Almost there, it was time to gather. Something was bound to happen soon. It seemed to confirm Jiang Xunyi's guess. A familiar spine-chilling electric sound echoed deep within their minds. Then a cold, emotionless system voice descended like a final judgment countdown to 0. Survivors have assembled. Final stage mission released. Objective: open the clock tower door and enter. Opening condition: collect 7 starlight stones and embed them into the door grooves. Warning: the internal environment of the clock tower is unknown and presents high risks. Restriction: after the door opens, only a maximum of 5 people are allowed to enter. Subsequent clearance conditions will be announced after entry. All for one for all. Good luck to you all. The voice abruptly ceased. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the entire safe zone, as if even the howls of the light raiders outside were muted at that moment. Everyone's expressions froze. 7 starbright stones are needed. There are unknown dangers inside. And only 5 people can enter. It took several seconds for someone to digest this brief yet extremely harsh information. What? Only 5 people can enter? What a joke. There are so many of us here. Starbright stones. What are those? Who has them? We need to gather 7. Does that mean whoever has the stones can decide who goes in? Panic, doubt, anger, despair. A myriad of emotions erupted in an instant. The crowd began to stir. Perhaps this was the effect the teachers intended. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the heavy black iron door and the 7 glaring grooves on it. Then almost everyone's gaze swept like searchlights, sharply scanning each person nearby. Who has the starbright stones? What are you all shouting about? A bunch of brainless fools. A clear yet impatient and arrogant voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the noise like a whip. Stop chattering. You're giving me a headache. He glanced disdainfully at the agitated crowd, his tone overflowing with contempt. Didn't the rules state it clearly? Gather 7 starbright stones, open the door, and then 5 can enter. It's such a simple matter. Why are you all putting on this ridiculous show of intrigues? He rolled his eyes and continued. The focus is on whether those 5 can handle what's inside. If they succeed, perhaps we all can survive. If they fail, then we're all finished together. Got it? The key is whether they can succeed. Not you all fighting to see who goes in first to die. Where's your brain? And right now, shouldn't we check if there are 7 of those broken stones? His words were fast and furious, like beans popping, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Indeed, it seemed the system was implying that the success or failure depended on those 5 who entered. His words were too blunt, completely lacking in tact, yet no one dared to refute him. What a joke. That's Fu Jincheng. Who would dare to contradict our spirit guardian realm, little prince? Wow, our little prince is making a move. Chen Rui directly stepped forward and threw an arm around his shoulder, only to have his hand brushed away in disdain. You don't have those broken stones either. Chen Rui spread his hands. I wouldn't know that killing those dark things would get them. If I had known earlier, I would have definitely killed a couple more. At this moment, someone in the crowd spoke up. That, young Master Fu, your words may be coarse, but they hold truth. The urgent matter is to first see how many starbright stones we have. He looked around, his tone somewhat tentative. Who has them? Willing to show. At least let's see if we have enough for 7. Then we can discuss who should go in. The comments had been lively ever since entering the safe zone. After all, it was the gathering of the main characters. After entering this safe zone, Jiang Xunyi had reopened the comments. Everyone had some understanding of the identities of the main characters. The changes in the anime plot are quite significant. But I like it. The author wouldn't ruin their own reputation, so let's not let the animation team rest. They should add more episodes overnight. Why does Sun Gu seem unexpectedly funny? He can sleep through this, and honestly his mindset is truly exceptional. Let me say I have no malice, but I really don't like Lu Ming. Actually, I understand even though I watched the manga my impression of him isn't good and it still isn't great now. The first impression is set. For those who don't know, just take some time to go to the forum. I can only say he's quite the con artist. Jiang Xunyi raised an eyebrow. Lu Ming. Is he also part of the main character group? It's rare for someone to have a somewhat poor reputation. Lan Shi glanced at the speaker with indifference, and the next moment 2 stones glowing faintly white with a hexagram pattern on their surface were thrown onto the ground ahead. However, our Miss Lan wasn't doing it to give him face. She simply didn't want to waste time. Moreover, she wanted to find that person who piqued her interest. If all goes well, that guy should have 3 starbright stones. At this moment, Jiang Xunyi was completely unaware that he had become the target of someone else's search. He was currently in a tug-of-war with the voice in his head 0237. Host, with such a great opportunity, how can you still lie there? At a time like this, you should just pull out 3 starbright stones and shock them all. Yes, Jiang Xunyi was still in his previous position, leaning back. This level of attention is definitely off the charts. Jiang Xunyi slowly rebutted in his mind, his tone unhurried. 0237. You don't need to be so excited every day. There are so many people over there, I really don't believe they can't gather 7 starbright stones. Besides, you yourself said it, I'm here to ride the wave, not to be the main character, so why should I be so proactive? A pawn like me, the more proactive I am, the faster I die. I came here to survive, not to die. 0237 was left speechless, reluctantly conceding, saying that this host is quite difficult to persuade, crossed out, very hard to manage. Suddenly Jiang Xunyi felt a slight movement beside him. He turned to look and discovered that Xia Lian had quietly moved to his side. Sun Gu, you finally woke up. I was about to suffocate. I feel like they're all so amazing. Jiang Xunyi couldn't help but poke the tuft of hair on his head. Like comforting a child. It's okay, you have to believe in yourself. You will definitely be just like them in the future. Xia Lian's background is actually the most ordinary in the main character group. Both his parents are ordinary people, so he had little exposure to such situations. It's only natural to feel a bit anxious. Someone took the lead in producing the starbright stones, which eased the atmosphere a little. Su Yunchuan also stepped forward a few paces, said nothing, placed 2 starbright stones down, and then retreated. Once again someone stepped out from the crowd, and everyone looked over to see a cleanly dressed, even elegantly attired man stepping forward. Perhaps out of some instinct, Su Yunchuan made a surprising move that caught everyone off guard. He stepped directly toward Jiang Xunyi, who was in the corner. The safe zone suddenly quieted down with nearly everyone's gaze fixated on them. Jiang Xunyi was half-heartedly listening to Xia Lian's rambling. As if sensing someone approaching him, he lifted his head. Su Yunchuan stood before Jiang Xunyi, cutting straight to the point without any small talk. Just 2 more, what are your conditions? Jiang Xunyi replied, slowly taking out 2 starstone from his virtual backpack. He casually tossed them to Su Yunchuan, the motion so natural it seemed rehearsed 1,000 times. Su Yunchuan instinctively caught them, momentarily at a loss for words. He had imagined countless scenarios where the other party might set conditions, refuse, or play dumb, but he never expected this. Xia Lian watched in astonishment, her mouth agape. The bullet comments were guessing earlier, and upon seeing this scene they couldn't hold back. Is he really this casual? Shouldn't he think about it? There's nothing we can do. Our soon guess operations are beyond comprehension. Xia Lian, no, you didn't tell me you actually had them. Ha ha ha, even our young Gu is left speechless. Su Yunchuan, if you had told me you were this casual, I would have just taken them. Unfortunately, I'm not cultured. One phrase, WC travels the world. Are their interactions really this natural? They can't possibly know each other, right? I reasonably suspect that Sun Gu might actually be too lazy to go. In fact, Jiang Xunyi hadn't been paying attention to the situation over there. He hadn't expected that those people had truly failed to find 7 star stones. 0237. I now have profound doubts about my future. Am I really not going to die faster? Are you sure you aren't setting me up? What do you call them? Those who can end the sky ladder. Oh host, you can't say that. This is a growth stage. Growth stages are generally weaker in the beginning. But I swear I would never set up the host. Jiang Xunyi chuckled inwardly, maintaining a skeptical attitude. Su Yunchuan quickly regained his composure, giving Jiang Xunyi a deep look, but the latter showed no expression. Su Yunchuan stopped overthinking and turned back to the center of the crowd. 7 pieces complete. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. With one question resolved, another arose. Who will go in? The so-called fairness was but an illusion. Everyone was now a community of fate, naturally hoping the strongest would face the greatest dangers for a slim chance of survival. While there might be opportunities who would be willing to take risks for such ephemeral things, most had already assumed that Lan Shi, Su Yunchuan, and when Jianwei were definitely going in, as they appeared quite strong and likely had considerable backgrounds. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they showed no signs of refusal. Su Yunchuan's unique aura categorically placed him among those with backgrounds. Of course, there was also Fu Jincheng, whose background was undeniably formidable. So now there were already 4 people leaving, just 1 more needed. Jiang Yan had originally intended to join Lan Shi, but Lan Shi shook her head. Jiang Yan didn't insist. They had known from the start that this was an assessment and absolutely safe, not requiring her close accompaniment, as this was not an ordinary freshman examination. At that moment someone mumbled, "That guy earlier? He could take down the light pillager and get the stones, so his strength should be no joke, right?" Suddenly many people's gazes shifted back to Jiang Xunyi in the corner. Fu Jincheng also raised his chin, directing his attention toward Jiang Xunyi. "Hey you?" Jiang Xunyi appeared indifferent. "Me. I'll pass. My strength is lacking and am timid, so I won't go in and hold everyone back. Just decide without considering me." He spoke with remarkable nonchalance. "Everyone. I believe you, sure." Fu Jincheng clicked his tongue, seemingly displeased with Jiang Xunyi's can't-be-helped attitude, but he didn't press further, and instead began to debate the 5th candidate with others. Outside the illusion in the conference room, "This kid." A chubby teacher pointed at Jiang Xunyi on the screen, who looked like, "I'm weak, I'm scared." You all go ahead, feeling both amused and exasperated. "He even gets to act." Xiong remained cheerfully smiling. "Oh, there are those who don't want to move. How could I let him have his way?" Lu Jingyi certainly knew what he was up to, but he didn't interfere, nor could he control it. Xiong continued speaking to himself. "Anyway, those 2 old geezers aren't here. This freshman assessment is entirely my responsibility. Is it too much to change a tiny bit? I'm not denying students opportunities. If they choose not to go, why not let me see something interesting?" As everyone fretted over the final slot, Jiang Xunyi pulled out a box of mint candies from somewhere. He had just discovered that even in the illusion, items carried on one's person could still be used. This was indeed one of Xiong's impressive aspects. Popping a mint candy into his mouth, the refreshing sensation rushed up his nostrils and spread through his mouth, seemingly alleviating some of Jiang Xunyi's fatigue. He had just bitten down on the mint candy. Buzz! A familiar notification sound echoed in everyone's minds once again. Supplementary rule notification. To ensure the rational use of key resources and participant enthusiasm, the following rule is added after assessment. Those who possess starstones will be the default members of the Bell Tower Exploration Team. Mandatory participation in the final stage. Countdown 2 minutes. A failure to enter in time will be regarded as forfeiting qualification and will trigger the erasure mechanism. Best of luck to everyone. May your actions be pleasant. The entire safe zone suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned, and soon their gazes focused on Jiang Xunyi with various complex emotions. A slight, almost imperceptible fluctuation finally appeared on Jiang Xunyi's usually expressionless face. He slowly raised his head, looking toward the void ahead, as if he could pierce through space to see those teachers observing from the observation room. "Are you playing games?" The audience was about to burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Principal C is looking for fun again. Poor Sun Gu, you were told to act. Let you be lazy. You've been sanctioned, right? Officially slamming, you have to go in. Jiang Xunyi, I just wanted to coast. Why is it so hard? That look of his is killing me. Bold and underscored, trouble. Xiong, I've been watching you for a long time." JPG Fu Jincheng was initially taken aback, then, as if he understood something, crossed his arms, and gave Jiang Xunyi a sidelong glance with an expression that seemed to say, "You tried to act cool, didn't you? You flipped, haven't you?" Jiang Xunyi sighed, finally standing up, slowly brushing off the non-existent dust from his pants. He faced everyone's gazes, still wearing that indifferent look. "Is everyone here? Then let's go." 7 pieces of starstones were sequentially embedded into the corresponding grooves of the black iron door. As the last piece was placed, a rumbling sound echoed, accompanied by a grating noise that sent chills down their spines, and the door creaked open. The 5 individuals exchanged no glances and walked straight through the door. Inside was not the pitch-black void they had imagined. They found themselves in a vast circular hall, and just as they stood still surveying their surroundings. The final task has been initiated. Team Symbiosis mode activated. If one fails, all will be eliminated. 5 passages have appeared ahead. Each person must choose one to enter. Headset communication is limited to 2 minutes per session with a 10-minute cooldown. Please strive to move towards the finish line. 5 faint glimmers of light illuminated the darkness ahead, outlining 5 narrow passageways, each only wide enough for one person to pass. Above each entrance hung a distinct pattern. A wavy line, an eye, a nose, a palm, and a lip. Fu Jincheng grew impatient first. He took a glance at the 5 patterns, seemingly uninterested, and headed straight towards the passage marked with the palm design. "I'll choose this one." As soon as he spoke, his figure quickly vanished into the dim light of the passage. The others seemed to make their choices without much strategy as there were no clues available. Su Yunchuan, Iwan Jianwei, Lip Lan Shi, Nose Jiang Xunyi, Wavy Line. The moment each of them stepped into their respective passages, they distinctly felt a crucial perceptive ability being forcibly stripped away from their bodies. Jiang Xunyi found himself standing in a silent darkness. Yes, an absolute silence. At this moment his world lost all sound. He couldn't hear his own breath, his heartbeat, or any other sounds that might exist. He tried gently tapping his foot. He felt the ground beneath, but no sound emerged. He instinctively touched his ear and felt the headset. Good, the ear was still there along with the headset, but it seemed to serve no purpose. Can't hear. That's fine, it's not a big issue. Jiang Xunyi began to walk forward along the straight passage. He had to admit that this sense of deprivation was exceedingly strange, especially knowing that danger could strike at any moment. For instance, right now, he caught a glimpse in his peripheral vision of a shadow against the side wall that seemed to writhe slightly. Reacting purely on instinct, he sidestepped. The moment he moved away from his original position, a rusty scythe gleaming coldly swung down violently where he had just stood, and the sparks that flew were especially conspicuous in the darkness. It was a puppet half his height. Jiang Xunyi had no intention of fighting, or the puppet's speed was slow enough to keep it within his line of sight, and he began to retreat deeper into the passage. Having gained a certain distance, he was about to turn and run, when he nearly bumped into a wall that suddenly appeared. Jiang Xunyi halted abruptly. Heavenly Ladder Knowledge Assessment Rules: answer 10 questions consecutively, all correct to find the way out. Please answer carefully, you will be held accountable for each question you answer. Jiang Xunyi looked at this sudden change in the situation, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Answer questions. After all this build-up, the final task is to answer questions. What a peculiar situation. But the first thing that came to his mind was Su Yunchuan chose the eye right. Can he still answer questions without seeing? The bullet screen provided him with answers. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Brother Yun is also doing listening exercises. As expected, everyone was momentarily stunned. There's no helping it, Principal C just loves to mess with people's minds. Feeling a slight vibration from the headset, perhaps someone was speaking, but he could not hear it. As Jiang Xunyi directed his gaze to the questions ahead, he sensed the intensifying airflow. He stood still, snapped his fingers, and the scythe along with the puppet froze in place. In the conference room, Seong sat up a bit excitedly. Not easy. He finally decided to use his powers. I need to observe this closely. Seong meticulously scanned the room, a smirk playing on his lips. Alright, cross that out. Lu Jing raised his hand and decisively crossed out the B on the record sheet. The questions seemed not very difficult, likely basic theoretical problems. First question: what is the most common cause of death for participants in the Heavenly Ladder? Killed by dungeon monsters B. Erasure due to task failure C. Betrayal by other participants D. Self-mental collapse. When Jiang Xunyi unhesitatingly selected D, a message popped up saying incorrect answer. He was genuinely a bit bewildered. However, he didn't dwell on this question for long. The second question was a fill-in-the-blank. What is the time flow ratio between the real world and the Heavenly Ladder? 1/6 correct answer. Jiang Xunyi silently expressed in his heart, this is more like it. 3 minutes later. He finished the sixth question but did not continue to the next. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Our Sun-gu is a theoretical black hole. Getting 5 out of 6 questions wrong is quite something. The key is his expression. He seems to think he did nothing wrong. Can someone tell me how he managed to answer such absurd questions so earnestly? Alright, I overestimated things. Seeing others answer so easily, I thought he would too. Let's not worry about other questions. He answered that NPCs would have emotions and genuinely want to help humans. Is he serious? Jiang Xunyi looked at the barrage filled with laughter, feeling utterly unfazed. I no longer care. After answering 10 questions, he successfully achieved an 80 error rate. Answering completed. Correct rate, 20 error rate, 80. Congratulations on achieving the Hidden Achievement Knowledge Desert. Evaluation: your theoretical level astonishingly remains at a low point. Reward: due to the excessively high error rate, the penalty mechanism has been triggered. Good luck. Originally there was only one puppet, now there were 8 copies. They blocked the path entirely. Relying solely on physical techniques would definitely not work, and without weapons he could only resort to other means. In contrast to Jiang Xunyi's fiery situation, the others were much quieter. The first voice to sound in the headset was still Fu Jincheng's somewhat arrogant tone. What's happening on your side? No issues with the questions here, got one wrong, took down a puppet, and now it seems to be leading the way to a meeting point. No way, is it really that simple? Pretty much. That was Lan Zai's voice. She was the only girl among them, making her easy to recognize. In fact, everyone's situation was the same, except for one person, Jiang Xunyi. With only 2 minutes left for the call, they could only make guesses. Su Yunchuan recalled the wavy line and based on the information they already knew said, "He might not be able to hear us, but he should be fine, right?" Jiang Xunyi's mental power swiftly traversed among the 9 puppets. The puppets' movements became sluggish. Jiang Xunyi managed to resolve the situation with remarkable ease. He tossed a mint candy into his mouth, savoring the refreshing sensation. Outside, the teachers observed all the students in the examination room. Suddenly, the door of the conference room swung open and an old man walked in. He appeared to be in his 50s with an upright posture. He merely stood there emanating a natural aura of pressure that came from years of holding power. Not from an aggressive demeanor but from the gravitas accumulated over time. Xiong raised an eyebrow upon seeing him. "Oh Zhou Lao, what brings you here? Has the exam on your side concluded?" The visitor was Zhou Huiran, the principal of the Misty Sea Ability Academy. Zhou Huiran replied curtly, "If you hadn't snatched up all the good candidates, I wouldn't bother coming here. Anyway, my side is done." Xiong suddenly became curious. "Logically speaking, it shouldn't be this way. Shouldn't we be the fastest? Surely your new students didn't all fail, did they?" But before he could finish, he dismissed his own speculation. "That can't be it. If they had all failed, Elder Li's side should have concluded even quicker." Zhou Huiran interrupted his rambling, not believing that this guy could guess correctly. Just thinking about this new student gave him a headache. This batch of new students might have a lunatic among them. He nearly overturned the entire examination room by himself. He alone collected 9 star stones and he was chasing after people. He was chatting away in the safe zone when suddenly he stabbed someone. His final answers were all chaotic. Yet precisely because of that, he was the fastest. Xiong grew more excited as he listened, but he also felt a bit regretful that he hadn't discovered this new student, missing the opportunity to enjoy the spectacle in his exam room. What is that new student's name? His name is Xin Zhaoye. Inside the examination, as Jiang Xunyi leisurely strolled out from the last passageway, not a speck of dust clung to him, still looking languid. He was the last to emerge. Fu Jincheng saw him and snorted, dawdling around. "I thought you were stuck inside." Jiang Xunyi casually waved his hand. "Not really." Now all 5 of them had arrived. Although unsure of what would happen next, there had to be a big boss, right? 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. A minute passed. Nothing happened, no monsters, no prompts, just an eerie silence. What's going on? Fu Jincheng hadn't even finished his sentence when a sudden wave of weightlessness swept under everyone's feet. The surroundings shattered like broken glass. As their vision blurred, when it cleared again, they were astonished to find themselves outside the clock tower, back in the safe zone. The mist still lingered, and in the distance they could see vague figures of the light chasers lurking outside the barrier. The examinees inside the safe zone showed no signs of change either. What's happening? Is the task completed? Why did we get transported out? Other new students, seeing the sudden appearance of the 5 of them, surrounded them and began to inquire excitedly. However, the completion prompt did not sound. They were still trapped in this cursed place. Just as everyone was filled with confusion, another anomaly occurred. The ground in the center of the safe zone suddenly shook violently and then cracked. A gigantic hand shot up from below, exuding a terrifying oppressive force, slamming down towards their position. The momentum seemed as if it would crush them along with the entire safe zone. Cries of alarm erupted. The other 4 also changed expressions, instinctively preparing for battle. Jiang Xunyi stood behind them, making no movement. This caused him to appear as if he was being protected from the back. A young master and his 4 bodyguards. As this thought popped into Jiang Xunyi's mind, a chill ran down his spine, and he shook his head, dispelling the thought. But that giant hand truly resembled a clumsy performance, as if its creator hadn't put much effort into it. The energy flow was unstable, clearly just for amusement. Yet placed in such a situation, the sudden change still caught everyone off guard. After a few seconds, Su Yunchuan and the others seemed to sense something was off. Just as the giant hand was about to strike down, buzz, the entire world seemed to have been pressed on pause, then quickly blurred until everything dissipated. A bright light pierced into their eyes. Below their feet was a rubber track surrounded by teaching buildings with bright sunlight above, dazzling even a bit. This is a school playground. Besides their group of suddenly appeared individuals, there was another group of people. Those individuals also seemed to be new students, but they had likely arrived here earlier, so they were not confused. They merely observed them with keen eyes. Everyone wasn't foolish. Those who initially didn't react quickly caught on. Everything that had just happened. The clock tower, the mist, the light chasers, and that terrifying giant hand was an illusion. It was a new student assessment. Some couldn't help but curse, "What the hell? Are they playing us?" Jiang Xunyi contemplative glanced at the number of people, realizing there were 3 academies involved, and it seemed to be a mixed assessment. Amidst the chaotic discussions on the playground, a gentle-looking female teacher stepped forward from the podium. With a reassuring smile on her lips, "Students, please settle down." Her voice was not loud, yet it mysteriously resonated throughout every corner of the playground. The originally noisy discussions involuntarily quieted down, and everyone's attention turned to her. "I know you all have many questions right now, and you are tired, perhaps even feeling a bit, like you've been played." She smiled apologetically, her candid smile easing the tense nerves of many new students. "However, the importance and purpose of this assessment are indisputable. We have been watching your performance closely." She continued, "Now please remain calm, take a break, and adjust your state. We still need to wait for the last group of students to complete the assessment." The teacher's words were like a calming pill. Although the questions were not completely resolved, most new students gradually stabilized their emotions. Jiang Xunyi had no mood to stand under the blazing sun. The scorching sunlight gave him a headache. He looked around, seeking a shaded spot. Just as he was about to step forward, he felt a piercing gaze fixated on him. He turned his head and met the eyes of that person. In front of Jiang Xunyi's line of sight stood a young man. He wore a simple black hoodie, yet it could not conceal his untamed aura. His facial features were sharply defined with long, narrow eyes. Most striking were his eyes, which had shallow pupils, and at this moment burned with an intense heat, revealing an unabashed curiosity and a kind of indescribable excitement. It felt as if his gaze was physically pinned to Jiang Xunyi. Jiang Xunyi showed no reaction. He naturally turned his head back and continued his leisurely pace towards the shaded area he had chosen. The smile on the young man's face seemed to grow even wider. Without any hesitation, he left the pillar he had been leaning against and strode across the playground, ignoring the various curious, odd, or fearful gazes along the way, heading straight towards the corner where Jiang Xunyi was. The surrounding crowd seemed to automatically part a path for him. The reason was simple. Because he had nearly overturned the entire examination room by himself, completely disregarding reason and doing as he pleased, which had left a profound psychological shadow on the other freshmen. Yes, he was Xinjiaoye. Just as Jiang Xunyi found a comfortable spot in the shade, leaned against a tree, closed his eyes, and prepared to continue his energy-saving mode, a shadow fell over him. Xinjiaoye stood in front of him, his tall figure blocking most of the light. He slightly leaned forward, and his wild eyes were now fixed on Jiang Xunyi with a strange intensity. Xinjiaoye spoke, his voice clearer than it appeared, but with a hint of roughness and bluntness. "Can you tell me your name now?" Jiang Xunyi slowly lifted his eyelids, looking at the person before him. After a few seconds, he finally uttered 3 words. "Jiang Xunyi." Xinjiaoye silently repeated the name twice in his mind. He suppressed the upward curve of his mouth, reminding himself not to appear too much like a creep. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, Jiang Xunyi seemed to sense his intention and preemptively cut him off. "Don't make noise." Xinjiaoye immediately fell silent, as if he had been muted. He obediently closed his mouth, but did not leave, instead sitting naturally beside Jiang Xunyi. Comments streamed across the screen. "Wow, what a contrast. Xinjiaoye, where's the aura you had in the examination room? You now look just like a large dog that has found its owner. Did you know that? Do all of the author's new characters have such personality? Did they know each other before? But then again, why would someone ask for a name if they already knew each other?" A low humming sound filled the air as the last group of students participating in the assessment was teleported in. Now everyone was present. Next came the process, resembling a new student orientation, which made Jiang Xunyi feel even sleepier. He felt a strong desire to finish listening quickly and then lie back on his bed. But sometimes things just don't go as planned. In the large lecture hall, only 30 seats were occupied, all taken by those who had been retained. Xiong walked lightly onto the stage and cleared his throat. "Let me introduce myself. I am Xiong, the principal of the Spirit Pivot Abilities Academy. But starting today, I will also be your homeroom teacher, and this person beside me, your senior Lu Jingyi, is also my teaching assistant. Actually, there is one more person, but he is currently busy with a task, so please be understanding. However, some of you should know him, Lin Mu." As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs arose from below. This was unprecedented. They had created a separate class for only 30 individuals, and regarding this configuration, Xiong didn't need to say much. He voluntarily entered the heavenly ladder when he was in his early 20s, which was not the same as now. One could not just exit after clearing one dungeon. Back then, if one did not complete a task, they could not come out. The conditions for exiting were also extremely harsh. Otherwise, so many people would not have remained unaccounted for. Upon entering the heavenly ladder, one had to clear the novice dungeon. Only after clearing it would their identity be recognized, and after filling out their information they would draw cards, which was also somewhat based on luck. The number drawn dictated how many corresponding dungeons they had to clear, and some dungeons could take a long time, almost like experiencing life within them. Thus the time ratio between the heavenly ladder and the real world was 6:1. After spending 6 years inside, only a year had passed outside. Some never came out and many died inside, but Xiang only spent 2 years in the real world after emerging. From that point on, no one doubted his strength. Lu Jingyi and Lin Mu were both leading figures of the new generation talents among talents selected through layers of scrutiny. The scores for cleared dungeons had never been below a grade. Thus the value of this class was evident. But why? What was the significance of this class? You will form a special training class, Class 1, and immediately initiate the Morning Star project. Xiang looked at them, his smile slightly fading, and his tone grew serious. Concentrating the best resources on the seeds most likely to shine is a necessary measure to respond to the current situation. From now on, all resources and privileges will tilt in your favor. The outside world may seem peaceful. The information officially released by the Spirit Guard realm is limited to breakthroughs and talent development, but what you need to do is to recognize the true reality. Therefore, the burden on your shoulders is heavy. Your training will be of the highest intensity at the highest level of confidentiality, and accompanied by the highest casualty rates. Within a month, at most, all of you will engage in real combat in the heavenly ladder, experiencing authentic dungeons and facing real death. But there's no need to worry too much. It's just a novice dungeon. You have no right to withdraw. From the moment you entered this school, that was a choice you made. Xiang observed the crowd's reactions. Good, at least there were no signs of resistance. Now, as members of the Morning Star Project, you have the right to know the situation. The large screen behind him lit up. Upon seeing the content displayed, many faces among the 30 below changed slightly. Even when Jianwei, who had always been smiling momentarily, froze the curve of his lips. The screen displayed 2 slightly blurred photos, but the words were clear enough. Heavenly Ladder personal points ranking 1. And Gray 2. Data missing 3. Heavenly Ladder team points ranking 1. Data missing 2. Hidden flow 3. In July, a significant upheaval occurred within the Heavenly Ladder. Its system became exceedingly chaotic, presenting us with an opportunity to slip in. Lu Jingyi's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Now, as you all can see, these 2 photos were sent back by our people inside the Heavenly Ladder. Although no one has ever entered the Heavenly Ladder, I believe you all understand what this situation implies. Data loss signifies disappearance, and disappearance equates to death. At the top of the individual score leaderboard, ANS name has turned gray, an unprecedented event. We have no way to infer his current situation. Shinjiaoya sat beside him, sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Was that it? Is that all it took to be surprised? He seemed to be looking at the large screen, but his peripheral vision was fixed on Jiang Xunyi. At this moment, Jiang Xunyi slightly lowered his head, the fine black hair on his forehead obscuring his eyes, making it difficult to discern his expression. He was still chewing on a mint candy, and when he saw the 2 explosive pieces of news, he didn't even change his sitting posture. In fact, when he first entered the ladder classroom, the screen was bombarded with the words Morning Star Project. Jiang Xunyi hadn't listened to what they were saying behind him. He slowly raised his head and glanced at the sky. It was getting dark, and he felt a bit hungry. After all, with the sky falling, there was someone tall to hold it up. The protagonist was still here, so what did it matter to a mere cannon fodder like him? Right now, he just wanted to find a place to eat first and then have a good sleep. He had to treat himself a bit better. Ideally, it would be somewhere without sunlight and away from this person with burning eyes beside him. He didn't know how long it had been, but Jiang Xunyi was really on the verge of falling asleep. U30 will be reassigned to a relatively independent accommodation area within the school. There will be 6 people per apartment with more complete facilities. The dormitory allocation list has been sent to your personal terminals. Please go back to your original dorms to pack your personal items. You will move today. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Building A Classroom 1, do not be late. Everyone in the school has a personal terminal, which is similar to a watch with quite comprehensive functions since their phones were confiscated. Finally, Xiang reminded meaningfully. Make sure to get along well with your new roommates. You might have a lot of collaborations in the future. It was finally over. When Jiang Xunyi came out of the ladder classroom, the sun had already set. He went to the dormitory to grab his luggage and casually checked the list along the way. Zone 1, Room 102. Members Jiang Xunyi, Su Yunchuan, Shen Zhaoye, Wen Jianwei, Xiaolian, Xiamo. Quite a few familiar faces and many troubles. Perhaps because he walked slowly, by the time he arrived the others were already in the living room. Xiaolian had been sitting quite stiffly since he didn't know anyone. When Jiang Xunyi entered, it was as if he saw a savior. Sun Gu. However, he hadn't had the chance to step forward. Shen Zhaoye shot him a cold glance, and the warning in that look made Xiaolian shrink his neck. Yazi, do you have to be so obvious? If you keep this up, I might really take a hit. Welcome to our Zhaoran Ruoshuan. No. Everyone go and support Su Nua Jiang Chuan. Xiaolian, I want to go home, mommy. The people outside are so scary. Look at how scared our Lele is. Their combination is quite unique. The author really revamped them all at once. The interior of the apartment was more spacious than imagined. The first floor had an open living room, a fully equipped open kitchen, and a dining area. The most eye-catching feature was a room next to the living room labeled Review and Analysis Room. Upon entering it resembled a small conference room with a massive screen at the front. Wow, there's a review room, cool. Xiaolian excitedly looked around. When Jiangwei still wore a smile. It seems the school has high expectations for us. Everyone's personal terminals have some basic information about their roommates, which saves us the trouble of introductions. The rooms are all on the second floor. Su Yunchuan was the first to speak in a calm tone. Let's take a look at the rooms first and get allocated quickly, so everyone can rest soon. Jiang Xunyi yawned, too lazy to bother with such matters, and casually pointed to the room at the end of the second floor corridor far from the staircase. That room will do. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Zhaoye immediately pointed to the room next to Jiang Xunyi's. I will stay in this one. His movements were quick and unreserved. Su Yunchuan glanced at him but said nothing. For the remaining rooms, Su Yunchuan chose one near the staircase. When Jianwei picked the room opposite Su Yunchuan's for no particular reason other than it had good lighting. Xiaolian seemed indifferent about the room and cheerfully settled beside Wen Jianwei. As for Xiamo, he was in the room at the very end of the corridor. When Jiang Xunyi first arrived, he took a look at this only roommate he had no prior interaction with. Xiamo was dressed simply with a stern expression and had not said a word from the beginning, merely standing with his arms crossed at a distance, his gaze indifferent, as if disinterested in everything around him. Very well, at least he seemed like he wouldn't cause any trouble. The room allocation was thus finalized. Jiang Xunyi held the room card and swiped it to open the room he selected. He slowly opened the suitcase and organized his rather meager belongings. That black box was placed in the drawer of the bedside table. Just as he pulled the curtains shut, he heard movement at the door. Turning around, he saw Shen Zhaoye standing at the edge of his open door. Jiang Xunyi thought to himself that he needed to remember to close the door behind him in the future. Shen Zhaoye leaned casually against the door frame, an unshakable wildness in his demeanor. Yet contrasting sharply with this image, he steadily held a steaming bowl in his hand, containing clear noodles topped with a soft-boiled egg and a few greens. Sun Gu, I saw it with my own eyes. He just brought the luggage up and went straight downstairs to the kitchen. Yazi, don't be too obsessed. I can guarantee that they definitely know each other. They must have known each other for a long time. Doesn't anyone think that his gaze resembles that of a devout believer? Jiang Xunyi paused for a moment, looking at the surprisingly decent-looking noodles, and remained silent for 2 seconds. Leave it, I'll eat later. Shen Zhaoye seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief as he placed the noodles on the table, and then sat down on a chair watching Jiang Xunyi pack his things. He pondered over his choice of words. Jiang Xunyi, why? Did you come to Guardian Spirit Realm? Jiang Xunyi didn't lift his head and retorted. Then why are you here? Me. Isn't it obvious? I'm here to find you. And my boss didn't oppose it either. Shen Zhaoye knew Jiang Xunyi was clearly diverting the topic, and he continued to act as if he wasn't playing along. But that was fine. He would not ask if Jiang Xunyi didn't want to speak. After all, it was nothing serious. He had long since gotten used to it. Jiang Xunyi finally picked up the bowl of noodles, and the warm heat flowed into his stomach. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Shen Zhaoye scoffed. What a ridiculous joke. They have never seen me. As long as you don't sell me out, it'll be fine. The new special episode of the anime is out. What exactly are the lazy Jiang Xunyi and the mad dog Shen Zhaoye? The author has confirmed that there are currently no new characters. I just finished the latest episode. I was so excited that I jumped up from my bed. That Jiang Xunyi, looking so lazy, managed to pass the assessment despite getting 8 questions wrong. Our principal directly marked his B as irrelevant. Which divine being has come down to experience life? And then there's Shen Zhaoye, who almost single-handedly turned the exam hall upside down, acting recklessly, completely disregarding the consequences. Yet, in front of Jiang Xunyi, he behaves like a well-trained dog. This contrast is simply adorable. The two of them actually know each other. They must have known each other for quite a while, and not knowing each other's names is somewhat charming. I wonder if I will need to analyze things further later on, as the current clues are still too few. The author, however, personally posted in the forum. Tian Tizhong Jie, author Feng Shen. Currently, the anime has released 4 episodes, and there are indeed some things in the manga that everyone wants to know but have not been illustrated. So this special episode will present things from a new perspective, revealing new elements to help everyone better understand the characters and the world they inhabit. I see everyone discussing energetically, and the feedback is quite positive. Thank you for your support. Let's slip a little. Currently, there are no so-called new characters in the anime. They have always been there. As for where, let's leave that for everyone to discover slowly. I'm completely dumbfounded. Brothers, arm yourselves. We must find these two people even if we have to tear the manga apart. So the question arises, where exactly are these two? I analyzed the new group shot frame by frame with a magnifying glass. There was not even a similar hairstyle to be found. They can't just have appeared out of nowhere, can they? The original fans clearly tell you that as of the latest chapter in the manga, which seems to have concluded, since the T has already been resolved, there has never been a character named Jiang Xunyi or Shen Xiaoye. I swear on my entire collection of manga, I truly didn't see them, but it doesn't rule out the possibility that they might have used aliases. I found them, but I didn't manage to locate them. Author, you're deceiving us. Give us a hint. This has truly become a mystery. The author personally increasing the difficulty. There's no one, absolutely no one. Now I see every passerby as looking like Junyi, and every antagonistic lackey seems cool and domineering like Xiaoye. I'm losing my mind. Speaking of antagonists, are they really antagonists? There are many antagonists who have never shown their faces. They are covered from head to toe. The truth is up there. After finishing the manga, I still don't know what the antagonists in Tianjing look like. But I really like it. It's super exciting. Don't say that. You might be onto something. Could they be undercover good guys? Those who bear secrets and must keep their identities hidden. Why can't it be just a powerful figure experiencing life in the newbie village? Not to mention the hands of Junyi look like they've been rummaging through trash. Can Shen Xiaoye in such a wild state really be a good little beggar? I don't believe in evil. I went back and reread the manga. From the first chapter onward. All the background characters. All the passers-by. Every character who has only shown one hand. I haven't missed a single one. Still nothing. Not even a name duplicate. Stop arguing, stop searching. If the author doesn't say anything, we won't guess it, even if we try until the end of time. Let it be. I believe the author will give us a surprise or a shock. Anyway, these two have become my new favorites. So the conclusion is we can't find them, we can't figure it out, let's wait for the updates. Meeting adjourned. Is it true that the main characters are about to undergo a major change? Is Lu Ming going to be replaced? The latest special episode left me with mixed feelings. The newly introduced Jiang Xunyi and Shen Xiaoye are strong, have distinct personalities, and their interactions are exciting. Although the author says they are not new characters, there have been no traces of them in earlier episodes. This treatment is entirely that of main characters. Lu Ming, after all, is an old friend to everyone. Let's not mention his role in the early manga, but later on he indeed becomes a bit of a burden, and everyone might not have a particularly good impression of him. However, the anime gives him very little screen time. Even until now, he has hardly appeared a few times. Does everyone think the author is setting the stage for replacing main characters in this special episode? Bold of you to say, but I feel the same way. Let's not guess randomly. Don't forget the relationship between Lu Ming and Yun Gu. This bond forged through life and death is the cornerstone of the team. The author has spent so much effort developing it. It can't just be discarded. Don't remind me of that part. I truly can't stand it. Let me just say quietly, although I really like the childhood version, but I believe it makes sense. As long as that bond doesn't change, how could it possibly be replaced? The author has said that there will be some major changes, but this is still the main storyline, right? This part of the plot should be retained, so Lu Ming's character cannot be deleted. Replace him. Hurry up. Lu Ming isn't just a burden later on, he's a true liability. No matter how deep the bond, it can't withstand him being a constant burden. We've been in danger many times because of him. Sometimes I truly suspect he's an undercover agent sent by some organization. No matter if he's a liability or not, their complexities are their own affairs. What right do outsiders have to intervene? Jiang Xunyi and Shen Xiaoye have unclear backgrounds. The author says they have appeared before, but no one can find them. What if they're undercover antagonists? If they were truly undercover, would they be this obvious? What mission allows others to discover their identities? Is no one going to mention Jiang Xunyi's lazy demeanor? Wouldn't he avoid troublesome situations? I think he might be too lazy to even speak much. I can't imagine it. At 7 a.m. in Building A, Room 1. This is an auditorium that can accommodate 100 people, but only 30 are scattered about. Jiang Xunyi sauntered in through the back door with a few new roommates, his face bearing a hint of laziness, as if he had just woken up. He chose a seat by the window. With the ringing of the class bell, a stern-looking male teacher walked onto the podium, skipping pleasantries and diving straight into the topic. I am the teacher responsible for your theoretical courses. My name is Zhou Zheng. This is your first class, but I don't want to discuss the theory of dungeons today. Instead, let's talk about a simple topic: teamwork. Can anyone tell me what teamwork means to you? Zhou Zheng casually pointed to a girl. The girl stood up, her voice straightforward. Teamwork is a collaborative unit composed of 2 or more individuals aimed at efficiently achieving specific goals through division of labor and cooperation. Under the environment of the Sky Ladder, the fundamental configuration of a team should include roles, such as damage dealers, defenders, support, control, and command. Her answer was textbook perfect. Zhou Zhang showed no signs of approval or disapproval, merely nodding slightly to indicate she could sit down. His gaze shifted to another direction. The boy who had been called upon appeared a bit nervous. Teamwork is about being able to trust each other's backs. He pointed out a few more people almost had similar views, all believing that teamwork was simply collaboration. It increased efficiency and provided backup. Zhou Zhang offered no comments on anyone's opinions. Fu Jincheng, do you think we need teamwork? Fu Jincheng raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised to be called upon. Trusting someone else with your back. That sounds quite passionate, he scoffed lightly. But what if you turn around and find no one there, or that person falters first? Isn't that rather awkward? As for the idea that we completely don't need teamwork, that's a bit too absolute. He raised his chin, clearly displaying a hint of arrogance. It depends on the situation. When you are strong enough on your own, teamwork, that's just a luxury. Think about it. If I can easily handle all troubles myself, what good is teamwork except to lower my efficiency? Is it merely for the sake of having more people around? Of course, if I occasionally encounter 1 or 2 who won't be too much of a hindrance or can lend a small hand, that wouldn't be too bad. Most people present actually agreed with his viewpoint. Jiang Xunyi rested his head on one hand. To be honest, he was not interested in this theoretical class at all. Well, actually, he wasn't interested in practical classes either. But the next second he was called out just because of a casual glance moments ago. Though somewhat speechless, he knew he had to answer the teacher's question. To be honest, I think that in the Sky Ladder, real trust is a luxury, and that so-called trust is often based on information asymmetry and wishful thinking. He stated a completely different perspective in a languid tone. Collaboration might improve efficiency, but it also means dependency and uncontrollable variables. Linking your safety and even the success or failure of a task to the state of others is a foolish act. Because the only one who won't betray you, the only one who can always maintain the best condition, is yourself. After he finished this statement, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. Perhaps only Shen Zhaoye showed no reaction, leaning back in his chair, as if accepting whatever Jiang Xunyi said. But Jiang Xunyi suddenly shifted his tone. Teamwork is quite important. We need it. Zhou Zhang didn't know what to say. This conclusion didn't align with his previous remarks. After letting Jiang Xunyi sit down, he cleared his throat. I believe everyone has their own thoughts on this issue. However, I want to say, starting from now, abandon your own ideas. You need to understand why you are here. This class is not for passing time. In a month, you will face the real Sky Ladder, where people can die. Although it's just a beginner dungeon with a low level, your abilities are all top-notch. No one can guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen. In the Sky Ladder, generally speaking, lone wolves cannot go far. Regardless of the reasons binding a team together, they will always go farther than an individual. From today on, the 6 of you living together are a team. I know that before experiencing actual combat, everything is just talk, and I don't expect you to do anything. Just one small request: you should at least get to know your teammates' basic information. Everyone involuntarily turned their attention to the 5 inexplicably added teammates. Bullet screen, they changed the distribution. This isn't like the comics. Lu Ming isn't on the same team as our young Gu. He's actually with Lan Jie and the others. Seeing the name Lu Ming again, Jiang Xunyi finally felt a tinge of curiosity. What on earth had this person done to be remembered like this? He was never someone who liked to shortchange himself, so it was quite normal to satisfy his curiosity, right? His gaze fixed on a boy in front. He was a rather refined-looking boy wearing black-rimmed glasses, speaking softly with someone next to him, his face adorned with a slightly shy smile. While he was observing, Lu Ming seemed to sense something, turned around, and their eyes met directly. For eyes locked. Lu Ming clearly did not expect someone to scrutinize him so openly, even somewhat rudely. Normal people would typically avert their gaze or at least nod in acknowledgement. But could Jiang Xunyi be a normal person? He not only held his gaze, but instead looked Lu Ming over from head to toe with even more meticulousness. There was no malice, just pure curiosity. However, he found nothing particularly special, which led to his disinterest. Perhaps suddenly remembering that staring at someone so blatantly was a bit presumptuous, he gave Lu Ming a slight smile before casually averting his gaze. After Zhou Zhang finished one topic, he checked the time. There's still enough time to show you the real records of clearing the Sky Ladder. Such things can be seen easily once you enter the Sky Ladder, but it took some effort to get it released. The screen in the center of the podium lit up, beginning to play a video clearly processed by the Skyladder system. The footage was clear, but all the characters' faces and distinguishing features were covered with flowing mosaics, and the audio had been manipulated. It's unclear whether the Skyladder genuinely aims to protect players, or has other intentions. Level dungeon, Echoes of the Village at Dusk. Clearing record excerpt, non-random matching, clearing team return to 0, clearing rating SS. In the second before the video started, Zhou Zhang reminded once more, what you're supposed to observe is the team and their interactions, not their operations, because you won't be able to handle it. The time in the video seemed to be nighttime, revealing a quiet village. In the next second, an abrupt face appeared. A face covered in dark veins with hollow eyes dominated the screen, bursting forth from the shadow of a mud house with a menacing intent, moving so swiftly it left only an afterimage. Its target was a vague figure that was inexplicably wandering outside at such a late hour. The classroom was filled with muffled gasps. The video did not display names, only coded letters A, B, C, and D. The one who was ambushed was a... and he seemed unaware. He didn't even turn his head, maintaining his leisurely pace. Just as the mutated villager's glistening claws were about to reach his neck. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing air erupted as a short blade curved in from the side, precisely deflecting the deadly claw sparks flying. Then came a bang, and the mutated villager collapsed to the ground, a gaping blood hole in its head. C had somehow positioned himself between A and the villager, turning back after dispatching the villager, his voice muffled but clearly tinged with helplessness. Can't you at least dodge? When are you going to change your habit of wandering around at night? His vague expression was unreadable, yet his demeanor remained relaxed, his tone laced with evident amusement. What's the panic? I trust you guys. I know you want to stand by and watch. This part actually seemed to rebut Jiang Xunyi's words, causing many to steal glances at him. However, Jiang Xunyi rarely showed interest in this video and didn't even notice. Even if he did, he would only express that those remarks were meant for them in the first place. He merely wanted to kindly remind them not to take trust too lightly, especially in the Tianlu. When you truly need to rely on your teammates, how do you know if what you depend on is a person or a ghost? Of course, this reminder was unnecessary for Xin Zhaoye. The video continued. However, they finally understood why Zhou Zhang advised against watching their operations. Because it was utterly incomprehensible, lacking any logic. These 6 individuals displayed bizarre behavioral patterns in this perilous village. They sometimes triggered dangerous traps, yet they clearly saw them. Was it just for fun? They abandoned advantageous terrain, overlooked obviously problematic NPCs, and always greeted others with cheerful smiles. What are they doing? Won't this attract more villagers? I can't comprehend. I completely can't understand their thought process. The students murmured amongst themselves, and even Su Yunchuan and others furrowed their brows, clearly unable to fully grasp the logic behind these actions. But in reality, it was more likely that there was simply no logic. Yet this wasn't the most perplexing part. In the final segment of the video, Dee, the only girl in the team, stood alone at the altar in the center of the village, while her teammates silently remained at the edges, yet their postures were still relaxed. Below the altar, mutated villagers surged like a tide. Dee held the hand of a little girl dressed in tattered villager clothing but with clear eyes. She lowered her head and clearly said to the little girl just 3 words. Congratulations. At the moment her voice fell, the entire village, all the mutated villagers, seemed to be pressed pause, then slowly dissipated like weathered sand sculptures. Dazzling white light filled the entire screen. The video ended. The classroom fell into silence, everyone left in a daze. This was a clear victory. Congratulations to whom? Congratulations for what? What exactly just happened? Ha ha ha, I knew no one would understand, it had to be them. This is the big shot, this is the big shot that exists in so many memory kills. This is returning to 0, truly a pure light of the moon. Author Old Thief. When will you update the returning to 0 side story? I want to see. Zhou Zhang looked at the bewildered students below. As you can see, the synergy of the returning to 0 team has reached a certain peak. They trust each other and can completely leave their backs to their teammates. Their thought processes are unconventional, yet they often hit the core directly. Those seemingly nonsensical actions could very well be the key to clearing this dungeon. But this dungeon only has fragments and we cannot know the rest. I want to tell you all. Zhou Zhang's tone grew serious. In the Tianlu, while individual strength is undoubtedly important, a trustworthy, seamlessly coordinated team can often create miracles and accomplish many seemingly impossible tasks. I hope you can keep this in mind. The afternoon's practical training class took place at Training Ground No. 1. The content of this class was basic spiritual power control, specifically controlling specially designed training bullets with thought and hitting the target. It could also be considered a form of fine manipulation. The teacher for this class was a female instructor, but merely a substitute. Originally Lin Mu and Lu Jingyi were supposed to come, but Lin Mu was reportedly still on a mission, and no one knew where Lu Jingyi had gone. Jiang Xunyi stood at his assigned position, observing the moving target not far ahead, feeling somewhat disinterested. He casually released a thread of spiritual power enveloping that bullet. The bullet floated up and with a whoosh shot out, directly hitting the red dot at the center of the target. Easy and utterly lacking in challenge. He repeated this several times, hitting each time, then grew lazy to continue standing aside and slacking off, merely watching the barrage of comments. At that moment, a small commotion arose in the adjacent area. A bullet, as if drunk, traced an extremely irregular arc in the air, not only failing to fly towards the target, but instead hurtling rapidly towards Jiang Xunyi's position. It was fast, even carrying a sound of slicing air. Jiang Xunyi. He heard it, it was Su Yunchuan's voice. Just as he was momentarily stunned, the bullet was right in front of him. He instinctively sidestepped, the bullet barely grazing the skin of his neck, the energy ripple causing a slight sting, ultimately hitting the protective shield behind him. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Lu Ming rushed up, his face filled with regret. "My spiritual power suddenly fluctuated just now and I couldn't control it. I really didn't mean to. Are you all right?" His apology sounded sincere, and Jiang Xunyi raised his hand to touch the slightly stinging skin on his neck. He didn't look at Lu Ming, nor did he acknowledge Shen Zhaoye's almost palpable anger. It was fine but somewhat bothersome. Lu Ming, was it? Interesting. The air was filled with the salty tang of seawater mingling with the rich sense of perfume and leather that surrounded the nobles nearby. The sea mirrored the silhouette of a colossal vessel, a cruise ship resembling a moving castle. The towering hull sliced the warm sunlight in half, casting a vast shadow over the crowded dock. An exquisitely decorated carriage rolled over the cobblestone road, producing a rumbling sound as well-dressed nobles slowly emerged from the cabin. "What a magnificent era this is," they whispered among themselves, wearing perfectly appropriate smiles. Jiang Xunyi found himself amidst this lively scene, gazing at the enormous cruise ship on the ocean. He was at a loss for his current emotions. If all went as expected, it seemed that something unexpected had indeed occurred. As for why he was here, that story began more than half an hour ago. Half a month's time had passed quickly. During these 10 days, Jiang Xunyi and his 5 teammates had gotten along reasonably well, at least without much friction. If one had to say, perhaps it was CMO who had been a bit too silent. Before he spoke, Jiang Xunyi had wondered if he was mute. In any case, he hadn't heard him say much at all. Today they finished their studies at the academy and successfully welcomed their first round of combat. Everyone was taken to a heavily guarded underground base. In the center of the spacious venue stood something resembling a circular platform. It didn't appear special at first glance, but this machine had the ability to break the selection mechanism of the heavenly ladder, forcibly sending people into the transfer platform of the heavenly ladder. Everyone grew serious. Of course, with the exception of a certain individual in the corner, Jiang Xunyi remained in his usual lazy demeanor, preferring to sit rather than stand and to lie down rather than sit. His training scores were perpetually stuck at the passing line, unwilling to exert an ounce more effort, and whenever a chance arose he would slack off, leaving several instructors frustrated yet helpless. However, his theoretical classes were atrociously poor. Zhou even once had a talk with him. The conclusion was simply to let it be, as this person was purely one who let information enter through one ear and exit through the other. Xiong stood before everyone, still wearing his usual cheerful expression. "Why is everyone so nervous? Relax a bit. Don't panic in the beginner's dungeon. If all goes well, it should be quite simple. After all, you've all been studying for a month. It's impossible that you haven't improved at all, right? Enough said. I won't repeat myself. I've already said what needs to be said, now it's up to you. I don't want to see anyone die inside." He leisurely walked up to the circular platform. "You all entered together, but since you don't have team bindings, there's a possibility you won't be assigned together. But that's fine, or believe in yourselves. Let's begin your first combat now." As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the activation device. A massive light ring enveloped everyone, and the machine emitted a series of buzzing sounds. A sudden feeling of weightlessness hit them. When the vision cleared again, Jiang Xunyi was no longer in the same place. Surrounded by darkness, it was so quiet that even time seemed to lose its meaning. Yet his feet were firmly planted on solid ground, with the only light emanating from a screen in front of him that shone with a white glow. Jiang Xunyi quickly clicked on hide, and thereafter the screen was visible only to him. Well, and to the viewers watching the anime. Ding ding ding. Welcome novice, crossed out, prepped heavens, gifted to the heavenly ladder. Color ribbons JPG. Before starting the thrilling adventure, please be sure to read the following heavenly ladder rules carefully. 1. Enjoy the game and engage in civilized disputes. Encourage players to engage in friendly exchanges, including, but not limited to, forming alliances, backstabbing, and digging pitfalls for each other. 2. Death is not the end. Sorry, here it usually is. So please, die gracefully. Questioning life. Feeling crazy. It's a normal phenomenon. It's suggested to just give up on treatment, or going insane might help you live a bit longer. 3. There are countless types of dungeons. Rules, narrative interpretations, team competitions, entertainment modes. Waiting for you to choose. There's bound to be one suited for you to die in. 4. Clearance conditions. Find out yourself. This system will only inform you which dungeon you've entered. As for how to get out, come on, use your clever little brain. 5. Teammates sacrificing themselves, boundless magic. No, we advocate for unity and friendship. Just kidding. But please note some dungeons have team cooperation evaluations. As for what happens if the score is too low, we won't tell you. We look forward to your experience. 6. Points are a good thing. As for how to earn them, it depends on your performance. This system guarantees quality. Work hard to earn points, you poor wretch. 7. Any form of cheating is prohibited. The consequences are severe. Unless you haven't been caught, but how could that be possible? 8. This system reserves the final right to interpret everything. Yes, I'm unreasonable. So what? If you're not satisfied, come at me. The reading of the rules is complete. Wishing you a pleasant journey, may you reach the top soon, or be reincarnated quickly. The text on the screen was filled with sarcasm. How delightfully morbid. Oh, I almost forgot. Matching you with a dungeon. Matching successful. Dungeon name Echoes of the Leviathan. Dungeon rating A. They prayed for blessings from the divine, but the deity only heard her curse. Good luck. What a joke. An A rating. For the first dungeon, shouldn't this be a beginner dungeon? Upon first entering the heavenly ladder, by convention the system usually assigns a D or clevel beginner dungeon for adaptation and transition. Originally, the comments were speculating what dungeons everyone would match with or which few would end up in the same dungeon. However, when Jiang Xunyi's screen clearly displayed Echoes of the Leviathan along with the glaring A rating, the comments paused for a moment before surging. What the hell? An A? Am I seeing things? What kind of international joke is this? Could it be that my Sungu is that amazing, directly matching an A-level dungeon for a beginner? This plot doesn't seem right. Laughing to death, am I the only one who noticed that it's an A-level and a multiplayer dungeon, meaning there's a good chance that others are also A-level? Young Master Loris, your boarding formalities have been completed. A respectful attendant at his side murmured softly, handing Jiang Xunyi a gilded boarding pass. Jiang Xunyi stirred slightly from his reverie, reaching out to accept the pass with calm detachment. Understood. In narrative-style trials, players assume the roles of characters within the scenario itself, requiring them to embody their assigned personas flawlessly. Thus arises an additional condition: remain undetected by NPCs. Master your character's mannerisms, habits, and decision-making patterns, or face dire consequences. Jiang Xunyi lowered his gaze, taking in his attire, a finely tailored dark formal suit of supple fabric adorned on the left breast with a polished insignia. Though modest in size, the emblem was exquisitely crafted. A white dove in mid-flight, its beak clasping a tiny golden key. He noted it, so did others nearby. Elegant figures unmistakably of noble birth, whose eyes flickered toward his chest as they passed. Their glances shifted subtly, mingling astonishment, scrutiny, and something deeper, an unspoken wariness edged with deference. Clearly this was a position of considerable influence. Authority conferred voice, but also heightened the difficulty of seamless role immersion. Still, this assignment appeared manageable. Their hesitant, restrained approach, hovering near yet refraining from bold gestures, suggested young Master Loris was not one easily approached. For Jiang Xunyi, minimal social engagement was ideal. Crew members in crisp white uniforms greeted each guest with practiced warmth, meticulously verifying boarding passes. Sir, welcome aboard the Leviathan. May your voyage be most pleasant. One crewman accepted Jiang Xunyi's pass, and the moment his gaze fell upon the insignia, his smile deepened. Suddenly warmer, more reverent. He returned the validated pass with both hands and bowed slightly. Your suite is located in Zone A, Deck Top Room 106. Jiang Xunyi gave a faint nod and stepped forward into the vessel's interior. As he surveyed his surroundings, a figure hurried past from the side, rushing so intently that he collided squarely with Jiang Xunyi's shoulder. I beg your pardon, my lord. The young man wore a steward's uniform, his hair disheveled, his expression panicked, barely managing to keep his empty tray from slipping. A flicker of irritation crossed Jiang Xunyi's face, his brow furrowing instinctively, just as any highborn youth might react to such an affront. His reaction was genuine, not feigned. Jiang Xunyi disliked physical contact, especially with strangers, and recoiled from it as a matter of principle. His attendant instantly stepped forward, voice low but sharp. How dare you? Have you no eyes? Look closely. Do you know whom you've just struck? Jiang Xunyi raised a hand, halting the rebuke. It is of no consequence. The steward stammered further apologies before vanishing into the stream of passing guests. Jiang Xunyi continued onward, guided by his attendant, as though the incident had never occurred. Beside the suite door hung a small plaque. House Serencia. So the family name was now known. Only after entering the room, dismissing the attendant and confirming absolute privacy, did Jiang Xunyi relax into his natural unhurried posture. He settled into the chair by the window and unfurled a slip of paper resting in his palm. Yes. The steward who'd collided with him had slipped it into his hand. A fellow player, and likely a seasoned one. This was no beginner's trial. The handwriting was hurried, almost illegible. Midnight. Billiard room. No signature. Only time and place. A summons from a veteran. To have identified his true nature, the other player must possess either a divination skill, or perhaps a rare item acquired through accumulated merit points. Yet, would he simply comply? That would imply obedience. Something entirely beneath him. With a flick of his thumb, he lit a match. The leaping flame consumed the note in seconds, reducing it to silent ash in the wastebasket. His gaze swept the room. The desk gleamed spotless, its surface holding objects arranged with precise, deliberate order. Most prominent was a thick folded cardstock, its edges embossed with intricate golden filigree. Inside, elegant calligraphy adorned the page. Esteemed Lord of House Serencia, you are cordially invited to attend the welcome gala ball, to be held tomorrow evening in the Hartoff Sea Hall. Captain Model and distinguished guests from across the realm shall gather for an evening of elegance and camaraderie. Time precisely 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. Venue Leviathan Main Deck, Hartoff Sea Hall. Attire formal where requested. Office of the Captain Leviathan. Jiang Xunyi set the invitation aside, noticing beneath it a neatly printed itinerary. He scanned it swiftly. No explicit restrictions were listed. Whether others faced constraints, however, remained unknown. Why are Tierra trials, and above, so notoriously difficult? Because they offer no guidance, no hints, no scripted prompts. Clues must be unearthed, tasks self-initiated. Tomorrow's gala presented an ideal opportunity for subtle reconnaissance. Thus far, Jiang Xunyi had yet to encounter anything directly tied to the trial's core. But such matters required patience. Yet time here was scarce. His boarding pass indicated a 14-day round-trip voyage. The destination, therefore, lay roughly 7 days ahead. Where precisely they sailed, and why, remained unclear. Still, vital intelligence could surely be gleaned at the gala. What now? Rest naturally. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Xunyi observed the streaming commentary. Evidently the narrative lens had shifted elsewhere. No way. This whole trial was just a fluke. Xunyi's luck really is unmatched. Everyone else's trials max out at Tier C. Seriously? I just cross-referenced. 3 names haven't appeared yet: Su Yunchuan, Shin Jiaoxialian. Whoa. Does that mean all 3 are inside this trial too? Tierra? Now that's thrilling. I live for this kind of intensity. Jiang Xunyi arched a brow. So others were present. His misfortune wasn't personal. It was systemic. Clearly the ladder system's design was at fault. Night deepened. The steady thrum of the ship's engines and the rhythmic sigh of waves became the sole sounds in the hush. As the clock's hands neared midnight, Jiang Xunyi opened his eyes. Who said he refused orders? On the contrary, he obeyed perfectly. After all, meeting his fellow players might yield invaluable insight. Jiang Xunyi stood up, not changing his clothes, still wearing his usual formal attire. He gently opened the door, finding the corridor empty, with only the wall lights casting a soft, warm glow. Following the rough layout he noted when boarding in the afternoon, he walked towards the stern of the ship. The billiards room was located in a relatively secluded area at the back of the ship. There was nothing unusual on this path, suggesting that nothing would happen tonight. Finally, he spotted the wooden door marked billiards room. The door was tightly shut, and no sounds of conversation could be heard from within. Jiang Xunyi pushed open the wooden door without any hesitation. The billiards room was dimly lit, with only a low-hanging lamp above the central billiards table barely dispelling the darkness. Why not turn on all the lights? This was Jiang Xunyi's first thought upon entering. The door closed behind him with a soft click. His gaze swept across the room. There were more people than he expected, about 12 or 13 scattered sparsely throughout the dim space. However, just as he anticipated, the player groups were distinctly divided. Near the entrance, several men and women wore expressions of unmistakable confusion and panic, clearly newcomers who hadn't yet recovered from their identity shifts and the drastic changes in their surroundings. In contrast, a different group occupied the relatively central area of the room. 4 individuals were led by a brawny man with a somewhat fierce demeanor. The man stood with his arms crossed, casually leaning against the side of the billiards table, his posture steady, and his gaze sharp as an eagle, unabashedly scrutinizing everyone who entered. Most importantly to Jiang Xunyi and the other players, this man appeared not as the character he was playing but as himself. He had removed his identity disguise. This meant he revealed his player identity to all, yet in the eyes of the NPCs in this instance he remained the character he was portraying. Standing beside him were two men and a woman, also without disguises, one of whom was the attendant who had given Jiang Xunyi the note earlier that afternoon. This was a small team, likely from a guild. However, to classify them as elite players would be an exaggeration. Just from their seemingly calm yet slightly ostentatious gazes, it was clear that they were trying to put on a bold front, and their strength was likely limited. Jiang Xunyi felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to encounter a big shot to help him along. Their intentions were quite obvious, at least in Jiang Xunyi's view. The ignorance of newcomers and the specific identities assigned by the storyline can sometimes serve unexpected purposes, even acting as stepping stones or shields. These small guilds always like to do this. However, it seemed that Su Yunchuan and the others had not come a wise choice, as that is what the school teaches. At that moment, the brawny man spoke, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Another one has arrived. Find yourself a spot to stay. Jiang Xunyi said nothing and stepped aside a couple of paces, leaning against a billiards table shrouded in shadow. He had come to observe today. After a while, no one else arrived. The group of veteran players finally spoke. Consider yourselves lucky to have encountered us, the Blood Wolf Guild. Behave and perhaps we can help you newbies win effortlessly. This instance is of a rank. What does a rank mean? It means if you mess around you'll die and there'll be nothing left of you. He deliberately paused, allowing the fear to spread among the newcomers, and as he looked at the few trembling individuals, a hint of cruel delight flickered in his eyes. But we have experience. We are veterans. In the early stages we can provide some protection and advice, but only if you share all the clues you find and follow the unified arrangements when needed. Anyone who dares to hide information or act independently. He did not finish, but the threat in his gaze was evident. The brawny man smiled. I advise you not to harbor any illusions. If you dare to play tricks, just remember, as long as you are in the sky ladder for a day, don't blame us for targeting you. You might think, isn't it enough to clear an instance to get out? That's all nonsense. Do you really think it's that easy to clear? Even if the instance fails, it doesn't mean players can't survive. But failure means you can't leave. Either the old process remains unchanged, and they merely give you a glimmer of hope. I believe you understand my meaning. Surely no one is naive enough to think that the sky ladder will take no measures, right? Upon hearing these words, the faces of the newcomers turned pale. This was information they had never encountered and had no means to learn. However, Jiang Xunyi was not interested in these words. What was the difference between saying a lot and saying nothing? He felt he had overestimated these so-called veteran players. Thus, Jiang Xunyi focused more on observing the other players. Among them was a female player whose true appearance he did not know, as at this moment she was a noble young lady. She tightly clutched the hem of her clothing, her face pale, and her gaze occasionally darted towards the closed door. She was waiting for someone. Who was she waiting for? A friend? A teammate? Or creak? The heavy wooden door of the billiards room was unexpectedly pushed open from the outside. The door slammed against the wall, making a sound that shattered the oppressive atmosphere inside the room. Everyone was startled and turned abruptly to look at the entrance. Two men entered, one after the other, both having completely removed their identity disguises, revealing their true appearances. The one in front was tall, dressed in a dark purple formal outfit with two buttons of his shirt casually undone at the collar. He had a somewhat devilishly handsome look, with a slight enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth, tossing a shiny gold coin in his hand. The man half a step behind him presented an entirely different aura. With long silver hair cascading unbound over his shoulders, his expression was indifferent, and his light-colored eyes revealed no emotional fluctuation, merely gliding over the crowd. The moment these two appeared, the entire atmosphere of the billiards room shifted. They exhibited neither the anxiety of newcomers nor the deliberately cultivated ferocity of the Blood Wolf Guild. Their ease emanated from their very core. Oh, it's quite lively here, the charming roguelike man spoke first, his voice laced with a casual amusement breaking the deathly silence in the room. Are we interrupting a meeting? I hope we're not disturbing anyone. The brawny man's expression darkened. He was extremely displeased with the other's complete disregard for him. Who are you? Which guild are you from? Guild? That sounds so restrictive. The man waved his hand, grinning. Pick up. We do business for money, fair and square. Sure, Jean. The name fell like a stone into still water, sending ripples through the minds of those who knew. The chat flared with excitement. But Jiang Xunyi had already turned off the chat before he left. This was an unusually singular organization. Indeed, an organization, not a guild. Its membership was sparse, yet each member stood among the finest players. They abstained from factional squabbles. Their sole creed was money. Pay a sum that stirs their hearts, and they would carry you through any dungeon or accomplish any unfathomable task. As for reputation, setting other matters aside, the man speaking now was called Emolan, codename Jaiju, notorious for reasonably fleecing employers and, well, anyone else who could be fleeced, euphemistically charging extra risk fees. His gaze swept the members of the Shualong Guild. He clicked his tongue in disdain. The look was one of contempt. Who would be so unscrupulous? I only took their money, he said. Wait, no. Can that even be called cheating? They gave it willingly. He did not bother to hide it, yet no one dared answer. Emolan's eyes roved the room and finally settled on a young woman. The very girl Jiang Xunyi had noticed. He beamed. Miss Lin, long time no see. Your location ping is a little vague. The girl looked as if she had seen a savior. Color rushed back into her pale face, and she almost leapt in excitement. I'll add more money. Emolan's smile grew broader. This isn't about adding money. I simply cannot bear to see my employer suffer the slightest harm. But we must not waste Miss Lin's generosity. Settle it together with the final payment. While everyone's attention was drawn to the newcomers, Jiang Xunyi, who had been leaning in the shadows like he did not exist, moved. He yawned, stretched lazily, and walked straight toward the still open doorway without so much as lifting an eyelid. It was late. He intended to take a stroll and, most importantly, return to sleep. Hey friend over there, Emolan called slyly. Leaving already? Aren't you going to listen? Jiang Xunyi did not break his stride. He answered languidly, I've listened. I'm just here to observe, don't mind me. Continue. Before the words left him, his figure had dissolved into the dim corridor beyond the door, vanishing from sight as if he had never been there. Jiang Xunyi had no intention of returning to his suite. He moved at an unhurried pace into the maze of corridors within the Liwaitan. The daytime clamor and glitter ebbed like a retreating tide. He walked for a long while without encountering a single passenger or a night patrol crewman. It was odd, but Jiang Xunyi did not mind. The first night of a dungeon is commonly called the safe period by players. Until one reaches the core, NPC activity is relatively quiet, relatively not absolute. He wandered the ship like a tourist. First came Haishin Hall, the venue for tomorrow's grand banquet, and likely the stage for pivotal events. Then the dining hall, the swimming pool, the library. Jiang Xunyi's mind catalogued every intersection. He passed every door label, every staircase's location. Everything he observed painted a precise map in his mind. At last Jiang Xunyi stopped before an iron door, his destination for the night. Behind the iron door lay a corridor laid with a red carpet, and a wooden door bearing the 3 characters for the captain's cabin. Portraits of past captains hung along the walls. Jiang Xunyi's gaze swept past them, lingering for 2 seconds on the portrait of Captain Motor before moving on. The iron door looked unusually sturdy. A small brass plaque above it read Captain's Cabin. No entry without permission. The door was locked, or it required a key. Jiang Xunyi frowned. What a nuisance. If necessary, he could always employ some special means. A faint sound threaded into Jiang Xunyi's ears. He halted instantly. The noise was ethereal, as if coming from far away, and yet impossibly close. It was a sob, a woman's sob. In an instant he thought of the dungeon's theme. They prayed to the gods for mercy, and the gods heard only her curse. So was this her, the very she of the tale? Jiang Xunyi did not know. The cry could just as well be a trapped NPC, a wrong spirit, or a snare. He raised a hand and stifled a yawn. A natural wetness glimmered in his eyes. He was sleepy. Exploration and clues mattered, but in the dead of night, wandering the ship to the sound of an indistinct sob did not suit his sleeping habits. He cast one last glance at the iron door to the captain's cabin, listened to the faint crying that lingered like background noise, and then turned away without hesitation. He returned to his suite and bolted the door. He displayed no awareness of being within a dungeon. His breathing lengthened and calmed. That night Jiang Xunyi slept undisturbed until dawn. Morning sunlight filtered through the window. Jiang Xunyi had just finished washing and stood by the glass watching the deceptively placid sea when a measured knock sounded at his door. Come in, he called. The door opened and a young man in a server's uniform pushed in a silver trolley. With his head bowed and movements neat and practiced, he set fragrant dishes upon the small round table by the window. Esteemed Lord Sualungxia, your breakfast. Please enjoy. Even beneath another skies, Jiang Xunyi recognized the soul's true nature at a glance. Shen Zhaoye. He could not act, or his eyes gave him away entirely. Jiang Xunyi took a seat at the table without expression, picked up his knife and fork, and spoke evenly. He would not ask the foolish question, how did you find me? He could see it, and Shen Zhaoye could see it too. Someone changed shifts. I thought my disguise was quite good, Shen Zhaoye said, a little disappointed. He shrugged with casual indifference, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. I had a friendly chat with a dear colleague. He thought the dining hall better suited his illustrious career. Where are Su Yunchuan and Xia Lian? Shen Zhaoye curled his lip disdainfully. I only glanced at them, haven't spoken yet. Nothing serious. They'll certainly survive these next 2 days. Did you hear anything unusual last night? Shen Zhaoye lowered his voice. Around midnight I thought I heard a woman sobbing. But when I went to check there was nothing. Jiang Xunyi calmly sliced his fried egg. I heard it. Then what? Shen Zhaoye's eyes lit up. Then I went back to sleep. Shen Zhaoye fell momentarily speechless. Well, he should have expected as much. Oh right. Jiang Xunyi suddenly remembered. There are treasure seekers in this instance Emolan and Bai Qingyan. No one else warrants attention. Shen Zhaoye grew irritable. Why did I have to draw that guy? Jiang Xunyi continued eating breakfast without looking up. Setting aside everything else, they're actually reliable partners. Fine. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Any plans? As you wish. Jiang Xunyi set down his knife and fork, dabbed his lips with a napkin and said, let's split up to gather clues. Focus on 3 key areas: the library's historical records, gossip among the crew, and find out who holds the key to the captain's quarters. We'll reconvene at the evening banquet. Understood. Shen Zhaoye smiled, rose, and instantly shifted into the deferential posture of a steward. Bowing slightly. Then please enjoy your meal, Lord Welton. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. He wheeled the empty trolley to the door, then turned back and flashed Jiang Xunyi a cocky, defiant grin. By the way, I've already greeted all your fellow staff aboard. Your daily service is now under my sole purview. With that, he departed, thoroughly satisfied. The door closed softly. Jiang Xunyi's fingertips tapped lightly upon the tabletop. Lord Welton. That must be a subsidiary title. A subsidiary title is a secondary noble rank held by a higher-ranking aristocrat distinct from their primary title. One of its foremost functions is to designate an heir. The head of a noble house typically bestows upon his heir, often the highest-ranking subsidiary title, formally activating it later through royal sanction upon maturity or at an appropriate juncture. In social and formal settings, this subsidiary title becomes the heir's public designation, granting him the autonomy and dignity of an independent lord long before inheriting the principal title. This serves both as affirmation of his status and as early preparation, while simultaneously showcasing the family's prestige and entrenched privilege. An heir bearing such a subsidiary title holds far greater standing than ordinary scions of nobility, and in certain contexts may even stand on equal footing with lesser house heads. Based on prior evidence, it is clear Jiang Xunyi is portraying Loris Silencia, the undisputed heir of House Silencia. It is entirely plausible, therefore, that he bears the subsidiary title of Lord Welton. This explains his extraordinary youth and unparalleled authority. Even seasoned nobles regard him with palpable wariness. He is not merely the future head of House Silencia. He is already a sovereign marquis wielding independent rank and power. Shen Zhaoye deliberately used that title, not as mere formality, but to signal 2 things known only between them. First, he had swiftly and thoroughly deduced Jiang Xunyi's full in-character identity, including the intricate nuances of aristocratic hierarchy. It was a quiet display of his exceptional intelligence-gathering prowess. Second, he reminded Jiang Xunyi of the weight such a title carried, and the scrutiny and complications it inevitably invited. Though no one yet understood why these individuals had gathered aboard this vessel, it mattered little. He stood at the very heart of this maritime spectacle, commanding countless watchful eyes. Nightfall arrived as scheduled. Within the hall of the Sea's Heart, chandeliers blazed, radiating opulence and refined decadence. Jiang Xunyi, or rather Loris Silencia, wore a formal black evening suit, the insignia pinned to his chest gleaming under the light. His entrance drew immediate attention. Maintaining the poised reserve expected of nobility, he exchanged brief, courteous pleasantries with those who approached. Yet his gaze remained cool, sweeping the entire hall with deliberate precision. In truth, he was observing the players scattered throughout the room. Though the banquet appeared animated, Jiang Xunyi sensed beneath its gilded surface a restless, simmering anticipation, an undercurrent of urgent expectation. Each guest seemed to await something. At precisely 8:30, the music faded. Ladies and gentlemen. All eyes snapped toward the stage at the hall's front, where stood a middle-aged man in a crisp white captain's uniform, his neatly trimmed beard framing a stern, sharp-featured face. Captain Model. His expression was warm, his eyes keen and commanding. Welcome, welcome one and all aboard the Leviathan, where we embark together upon a voyage beyond dreams. He continued with customary welcome remarks. Yet everyone present understood these were mere prelude. True to expectation, Captain Model's tone gradually shifted, his voice deepened, growing enigmatic and inciting. We all know the sea guard's countless secrets and legends. Some fade into oblivion with time. Others wait patiently to be rediscovered, witnessed. Silence descended. Absolute breathless. Every eye fixed upon Captain Modell. Satisfied with the effect, he lifted his chin, slightly, his voice swelling with magnetic intensity. And tonight, you distinguished guests, are the chosen few. We gather here not merely to savor this journey, but to pursue a shared purpose, to witness the reemergence of the long-lost oceanic treasure of peerless power, the Siren's Heart. Though rumors had circulated beforehand, hearing the name proclaimed so formally by the captain delivered a visceral, staggering impact, even among the assembled elite. Players, however, remained utterly unaware of what the Siren's Heart even was. Yes, the Siren's Heart. Captain Modell spread his arms wide as if embracing their collective yearning. It is no mere myth. It lies somewhere within these waters, awaiting its destined finder. And aboard the Leviathan we shall carry your hopes toward the very threshold of wonder. A clear system chime, ding, sounded within Jiang Xunyi's consciousness. Simultaneously, a translucent interface materialized before him. Quest triggered an ancient legend. Quest description: Captain Modell has publicly invoked the legendary artifact, the Siren's Heart. This appears deeply entwined with the vessel's unsettling atmosphere. Investigate its lore, history, and connections to this ship, its passengers, and its mysteries. Objective: gather clues related to the Siren's Heart. Hint: truth often resides in the smallest details. Though not a main quest, most side quests contain narrative clues that advance the plot and contribute to the final evaluation score. After successfully igniting the guest's longing for the Siren's Heart, Captain Modell revealed no further substantive details. For this momentous occasion, we have meticulously charted our course. Over the coming days, the Leviathan shall sail toward the ancient seas spoken of in legend. During this time, all onboard facilities shall be at your disposal. May you savor every moment of this voyage. Naturally, we also invite you to remain attentive to shipboard announcements, for at some unforeseen moment, the call to witness wonder may arrive. This speech masterfully sustained intrigue while granting everyone a seemingly reasonable interval of anticipation. As the address concluded, the orchestra resumed with a gentle waltz. The period of unstructured mingling had begun, and the atmosphere in the grand hall grew markedly warmer. Jiang Xunyi's identity could hardly fade unnoticed into the crowd. Soon a gentleman approached with wineglass in hand and a perfectly calibrated smile. He was a portly merchant wearing gold-rimmed spectacles. "Good evening, Your Grace, the esteemed Viscount Welton. I am Grove. What an extraordinary honor to meet you here." Jiang Xunyi raised his glass in quiet acknowledgement and replied with calm composure, "Good evening, Mr. Grove. I understand your recent long-haul trade ventures have proceeded exceedingly well." A flicker of astonishment crossed Grove's face, swiftly replaced by flustered humility. "I never imagined Your Grace would recall such a trivial matter of mine." Jiang Xunyi offered a polite, knowing smile. Recall? Hardly, he had merely guessed. Grove, evidently overly curious, ventured the question. "Does the Silencia family take interest in such ancient legends as well?" "Legends always stir the imagination, do they not? How effortlessly he performs. This dungeon owes Xunyi an Oscar. What astonishing luck. A random guess. And he hits the mark. May the heavens grant me such fortune. I'll answer every test question correctly." Jiang Xunyi, luck, after all, is part of one's strength. Throughout these exchanges, Jiang Xunyi subtly steered conversation toward the Siren's Heart. Yet responses varied little. None truly understood what this Siren's Heart was, or what it could do. It existed instead as a hazy, tantalizing symbol, circulating only among certain circles. Jiang Xunyi doubted any meaningful insight would emerge from NPCs blinded by desire, and he had no patience for idle chatter. With no further leads here, he resolved to seek elsewhere. To begin with Shen Zhaoye and inquire whether he possessed any clue regarding the key. Holding his wineglass, he turned toward the quieter dining area, only to collide with a woman walking briskly, head bowed. She appeared to be in her late 20s, clad in a minimalist yet exquisitely tailored deep blue gown, her bearing serene and graceful. Distracted, she had failed to notice his turn. Her wineglass tilted. Crimson liquid splashed onto Jiang Xunyi's sleeve. Lifting her gaze, she caught sight of the insignia upon his chest and flinched, her eyes flashing with alarm before she quickly lowered them. I beg your pardon, Your Grace, Viscount Welton. It was my fault. I wasn't watching where I walked. No harm done. I don't believe we've met. How may I address you?" Jiang Xunyi regarded her calmly, noting the simple wedding band on her finger, the absence of any noble house insignia, and her demeanor, refined yet unlike that of a typical aristocratic lady. "Please call me Liahis. Your garment." She glanced anxiously at his stained sleeve. "A minor matter, no need for concern." Jiang Xunyi waved it aside. After a brief awkward silence, perhaps out of lingering guilt over the collision or perhaps drawn by the young Viscount's detached yet courteous presence, Liahis did not immediately depart. Instead she asked softly, "Are you too intrigued by the siren's heart? It seems everyone speaks of nothing else." A subtle shift stirred within Jiang Xunyi. She was the first to broach the subject unprompted, yet he withheld reply, choosing instead to return the question. "And you? Do you find it intriguing?" Liahis's expression dimmed slightly and a bittersweet smile touched her lips. A treasure said to grant wishes. If such a thing truly existed, perhaps many tragedies would never have occurred. Her sorrow resonated so palpably that Jiang Xunyi gently probed further. "You seem burdened by something." "This vessel reminds me of my husband." Liahis spoke quietly. "He was a painter. We met aboard a ship once. He always said the sea's hues shifted endlessly like colors upon his palette." Her voice carried profound, tender remembrance. "I dream of him often. Alas, dreams are fleeting. My husband, a gifted painter. We were deeply happy, but he passed too soon, leaving only me and our child." Jiang Xunyi responded with quiet empathy. "My condolences, Liahis. Such is the caprice of fate." Liahis offered him a grateful glance, unwilling to dwell further on her grief, and gently redirected the conversation back to the siren's heart. "I know little of it myself, but my husband once told me its story. Before the human empire rose, this ocean was known as the Sea of Melody, ruled by the sirens, whose sovereign was Queen Rafina. They were neither malevolent nor monstrous, but an ancient, profoundly wise race, deep as the ocean itself. Many prefer to call them merfolk. Tragedy began with a human monarch. Fearing and coveting the ocean's arcane power, he learned of Rafina's beauty and might, and sailed forth with his fleet, demanding marriage as a pretext for conquest. Rafina refused, not from arrogance but from knowing full well that a soul consumed by conquest and greed would defile the sea. Enraged by her refusal, the king waged war. In the final battle, sorcerers forged a dagger from the tears of 100 drowned souls, and plunged it into Rafina's heart. Yet her power surpassed all imagining. Her heart did not cease beating, its agony and fury fueling the final song of her life. To shield her people, her blood transformed into an eternal, impenetrable fog, while her pierced heart, infused with the greater part of her undissipated power and consciousness, crystallized and sank to the deepest abyss beneath that mist. Thus was born the siren's heart. As Liaxis' words fell, the prompt sound of the heavenly ladder echoed. Liaxi had a story behind the heart of the sea demon. Jiang Xunyi was not surprised. It seemed that this lady indeed had some intriguing tales. At that moment, a servant hurried to Liaxis' side and whispered a few words. Liaxis' expression slightly changed, revealing a hint of apology, as she said to Jiang Xunyi, "I apologize, Your Excellency Marquis Wilton. I have some personal matters to attend to. Please excuse me." "Please do." Jiang Xunyi nodded slightly. Liaxi curtsied to Jiang Xunyi, and then quickly left the hall of the Sea Heart, following the servant. Jiang Xunyi withdrew his gaze from the direction she left and turned to a massive column not far away. There Emolan was leaning against it, swirling a wine glass in hand, unabashedly meeting his gaze with an amused smile. Emolan had clearly listened to the entire conversation between Jiang Xunyi and Liaxi openly and honestly. Jiang Xunyi had noticed this long ago. His expression remained neutral, showing no displeasure at being overheard. In the same instance, he would never be stingy with sharing information but would not actively offer it either. The information gap was a terrifying thing. Emolan approached Jiang Xunyi lightly, their conversation appearing quite natural in the eyes of others, merely two nobles chatting. "Oh, Your Excellency Marquis Wilton, seems like you had a deep conversation. The lady from the Richter family. Interesting. Is she not interested in that treasure? That's quite rare. The one who picks up gold is now moonlighting as a gossip collector." Jiang Xunyi replied flatly, "Gotta earn some money, it's not shameful. Any information could potentially become a bargaining chip." Emolan said cheerfully, leaning a bit closer and lowering his voice. "However, Your Excellency, I see you are quite perceptive. That heart of the sea demon sounds sinister. It might not be so easy to digest. Are you interested in collaborating? For instance, finding something more tangible?" Jiang Xunyi stepped back calmly. Shinjiaoye had been paying attention to the commotion over here, but did not approach. On one hand, to avoid alarming the snake and attracting unnecessary suspicion. On the other, there was no need, as there was no danger. Just as Jiang Xunyi said, if cooperation was necessary, picking up gold was indeed a decent partner, of which he agreed. When Jiang Xunyi's gaze shifted this way, Shinjiaoye discreetly flicked a seemingly ordinary keychain hanging from his waist with his fingertip while pretending to tidy up the table. The outline of one brass key vaguely matched the shape of the keyhole Jiang Xunyi had seen outside the captain's room last night, and he understood instantly. Later Jiang Xunyi had asked about how this key came to be, and the answer was surprisingly simple. It was given by Su Yunchuan. His assumed identity was that of the captain's assistant. Hearing this, Jiang Xunyi could not help but exclaim, indeed. He was the protagonist, playing such an easily identifiable role on his first entry into the instance without revealing his identity. But that was a matter for later. At this moment Jiang Xunyi's gaze returned to Emolan. Emolan, tired of the suspense, said, "Let's get to the point, Your Excellency. I heard you are quite interested in the captain's room. Coincidentally, we just picked up a rather special key." He smiled meaningfully, not stating it outright, but the implication was clear. 2 doors needed to be opened to access the captain's room, hence requiring 2 keys. Jiang Xunyi remained silent, waiting for him to continue. "So shall we collaborate, dear Marquis?" Emolan raised an eyebrow, suggesting plainly. "Limited to opening that door and the exploration of the captain's room." Jiang Xunyi spoke calmly. He understood Emolan's nature. Comprehensive collaboration posed too high a risk, thus a short-term exchange of interests was the only option. After all, Emolan enjoyed tricking others, and occasionally did things that ordinary people could not comprehend to raise the difficulty of the instance. Jiang Xunyi did not appreciate trouble. However, regarding the agreement with Emolan, a basic level of trust existed, mainly out of concern for damaging the picking up gold reputation which would affect his future earnings. "Deal." Emolan cheerfully raised his wine glass. "Well, discuss the details later. There are too many eyes here." The two exchanged a subtle clink of glasses, producing a crisp sound. A brief cooperation was silently established amidst the bustling banquet hall. Emolan swayed back to Bai Qingjian's side. "Done." Emolan leaned in with a smile, his tone relaxed. "Collaboration established temporarily, targeting the captain's room." Bai Qingjian barely moved his gaze, simply giving a faint mm. Emolan was already accustomed to his demeanor. He stroked his chin, his gaze thoughtfully drifting back to Jiang Xunyi, who resembled a noble in the distance. "Speaking of which, Lao Bai, what do you think of that fellow's background? Not a newcomer." Bai Qingjian still kept his answers concise. Emolan was somewhat speechless. "Definitely not. That's obvious, right? Look at him acting so lazy, as if he could fall asleep at any moment, and mingling with that guy Xin Zhaoye. You remember Xin Zhaoye, right? That mad dog-like fellow, surprisingly quite obedient in front of him. That's inherently strange, isn't it? Is he with the sky crystal?" Bai Qingjian proposed a possibility. Emolan immediately shook his head. "Not like it, and among those top figures in Sky Crystal, even if we aren't familiar, we have crossed paths. There's no such character. At least the personality doesn't match at all." Bai Qingjian watched him guess for a long time without arriving at any conclusion, all of which he had dismissed himself. "Not an old acquaintance. Definitely not," Emolan asserted firmly, "if he were familiar enough for me to recognize, unless he had been remade. Moreover, don't you feel it? The marks on him are very clean, yet he always gives off an impression of being unfathomable, quite peculiar." He shrugged, abandoning further speculation. "Forget it, whoever he is, as long as we can collaborate, the rest can be discussed later. Last time that..." He trailed off mid-sentence, as if recalling some unpleasant experience, and closed his mouth sulkily. Bai Qingjian's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible smile, clearly knowing what Emolan had left unsaid. After a while, Emolan and Bai Qingjian found an excuse to leave the Hall of the Sea Heart together. They did not go far, but arrived at a small smoking room adjacent to the banquet hall. It was empty at that moment. Once the soundproof door was closed, it isolated the music and voices from outside, making it relatively safe. Almost immediately after they entered, the smoking room door was gently pushed open again. Emolan spoke, first glancing between Jiang Xunyi and Xin Zhaoye, so straight to the point. "The keys." Xin Zhaoye grunted, pulling out an old-fashioned brass key. Jiang Xunyi had no intention of engaging in small talk. "Time. After midnight, around 12 o'clock. Bai Qingjian's cold voice echoed. "Most of the crew will be resting, and we figured out the patrol patterns of the guards. That time frame has the largest gaps. And Mater won't be in the captain's cabin." "All right," Jiang Xunyi nodded in agreement. "Oh, by the way, our dear employer is also present." Emolan chuckled and suddenly spoke up, not feeling at ease leaving the employer alone in the room. What if something unexpected happened? After all, it was definitely not out of concern for not being able to settle the payment. Absolutely not. Jiang Xunyi and the others didn't mind at all, especially since they still had to bring 2 more people along. As for the rewards, Emolan elongated his tone. "Information sharing," Jiang Xunyi stated succinctly. "Any clues found will be synchronized between both parties. As for the physical items..." He paused, "Each to his own ability, but safety during the operation comes first." "Very fair." Emolan beamed. "Then it's settled." This conversation ended quickly, as there really wasn't much more to discuss. However, before acting at 12 o'clock, they first went to meet Su Yunchuan and Xia Lian. The moment Xia Lian saw Jiang Xunyi, his eyes lit up instantly, nearly pouncing over. Who knows how terrifying it was here? In a grade dungeon. Why was he a novice assigned to a grade dungeon? His voice trembled with suppressed excitement. Sun Gu. Finally I see you. I've nearly gone mad waiting. Xin Zhaoye unceremoniously put a hand on Xiaolian's forehead, stopping him from lunging toward Jiang Xunyi, disdainfully saying, "Calm down, watch your persona." Xiaolian pouted in grievance but still stood obediently. There was no way to fight back. Xin Zhaoye's prowess was nearly on a different level at school. Jiang Xunyi found a place to sit down and recounted the current situation. Liaxi, the backstory of the heart of the sea demon and the temporary cooperation with picking gold regarding the captain's cabin. Liaxi. Jiang Xunyi turned his gaze toward Su Yunchuan, who had spoken. Have you heard of it? Su Yunchuan pondered for a moment. Sort of. I've heard that name before, overheard it outside the captain's cabin, but I didn't catch the specifics. However, I inquired about it. Liaxi, full name Liaxi Richter. She is the second daughter of the Richter family, but she fell in love with a commoner, which should be the painter you just mentioned. So she ran away from home and eloped with that painter. By now the child should be about 6 years old. After midnight, the independent corridor leading to the captain's cabin was eerily quiet, with the wall lamp's glow struggling against the thick darkness. But the silence was soon broken. No one was late and there was no exchange among them. Emolan took out the key, inserted it into the lock and turned. The click sound was particularly jarring in the silence. The heavy iron door slowly opened a crack. At the end of the dark corridor behind the door was the solid wood door of the captain's cabin. Leaving Xiaolian and Su Yunchuan outside to keep watch, Jiang Xunyi opened the captain's cabin door without any hesitation. The cabin was pitch black. Only the moonlight streaming in from the window outlined the shapes of objects. The stale air seemed even more pungent. Several people immediately dispersed. Xin Zhaoye headed straight for the desk and began rummaging through the drawers. Lin Weiner, the short-haired girl, seemed a bit at a loss but followed behind him by Qinjian's prompting. Jiang Xunyi maintained his lazy demeanor, casually checking here and there. In the end, he really found something. Leviathan Voyage Log, Captain Mater, April 12, 1723. Clear weather, east wind. The Leviathan carries the dreams of hope and wealth. It is a perfect cruise ship, and I hope it brings me good luck. The plan is progressing smoothly, and the legend of Heart of the Sea Demon has spread. Those greedy fish are biting the bait. He said glory is about to belong to us. April 13th, 1723. Cloudy weather, east wind. The Leviathan has set sail smoothly. Condition is good. If this voyage succeeds, we will be remembered in history. I reconfirmed the plan with him. Oh, I truly admire his boldness. April 14th, 1723. Cloudy weather, southeast wind. The guests are utterly convinced of Heart of the Sea Demon. They want to witness its great emergence. They will see it. It's getting closer. According to the ancient scrolls, that sea area is the one. We need a grand sacrifice to appease. No, to open the gateway to power. April 15th, 1723. Overcast weather, east wind. We have arrived, I see it. It is that misty area. But something seems off. The currents are abnormal and the compass occasionally spins wildly. Bad whispers are circulating among the crew. Is it an illusion? I feel uneasy, but the arrow has left the bow. He reminded me that the ritual requires sufficient sacrifices. I want to say I know. April 16th, 1723. Light rain. He is becoming increasingly impatient. I am starting to doubt. Is that legend really true? Power? Is the price too heavy? Tonight, seeing Madame Liaxi and her child on the deck, the child's smile reminds me of my own son. What should I do? April 17th, 1723. Light rain. There is no Heart of the Sea Demon. It doesn't exist at all. He also admitted it. It was just bait. A lie to complete the ancient sacrificial ritual. We were all deceived, or rather I was too foolish. What now? Those blinded by desire won't rest. They have gone mad. April 18th, 1723. Rainy weather. They forced me to continue. The ritual must be completed. Otherwise, we will all die. No, perhaps death would be better. She seems to have discovered. I must. It's wrong. All wrong. The ritual has started, but it is not the power we wanted. It's a curse. It's a curse. I heard her crying. She is cursing us. All greedy souls. Eternally yearning. Unable to reincarnate. Endless reincarnation. No Heart of the Sea Demon. Only despair. Her despair. April 12th, 1723. Clear weather, east wind. Reincarnation has begun. We are trapped forever in this damned sea. Is this the heart of the sea demon? Is this the power we sought? April 13th, 1723. Clear weather east wind. We are to witness the heart of the sea demon, right? I seem to have forgotten something. Is it an illusion? April 18th, 1723. Rainy weather. No, it's her. Save me. The system's voice suddenly echoed once more. Side quest, The Ancient Legend. Progress update. Current clue collection completeness 60. The room was enveloped in silence save for the faint sounds of a few people's breathing. Perhaps it was the system's prompt sound, or perhaps the log had come to an abrupt halt. So there really is no heart of the sea which... Emolan stroked his chin, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Just a scam. This plot is quite explosive. Bai Qingyan shot him a sidelong glance. Don't jump to conclusions first. Emolan shrugged. Got it, I was just speculating. But after a moment of reflection, he noted the clues in his mind, and the group resumed their search. Jiang Xunyi's gaze swept across the heavy tomes on the bookshelf, ultimately landing on an inconspicuous wooden box at the top. He deftly took it down. Upon opening the box, it contained not documents but an exquisite silver photo frame. Inside was a yellowed family portrait. In the photo, a slightly younger model stood in the center dressed in a captain's uniform, sporting an exuberant smile. Beside him stood an elegant woman in a long dress with gentle features, cradling a boy of about 3 or 4 with the same golden curls. The image was warm and happy. Shen Zhaoye glanced at the photo. If I had known this would happen, why did I bother in the first place? Jiang Xunyi still took the frame out just in case it might prove useful. His attention was mainly focused on him. This mysterious accomplice, was he a wealthy merchant, a noble, or perhaps another key figure on the ship? For reasons unknown, Jiang Xunyi felt an unusual curiosity arise within him. He did not delve into this reaction, as it was rather normal for him to inexplicably be curious about certain things. He meticulously checked every corner of the desk, flipped through all the books that might conceal private letters, and even inspected under the carpet and the walls for hidden compartments, but there seemed to be no clues about him at all. Model's partner was well hidden. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyan found a hardcover folder tied with a ribbon in the filing cabinet. He untied the ribbon, revealing a thick list. Leviathan voyage guest and crew registration list. He flipped through it quickly. The list recorded the names, identities, and room numbers of all boarding personnel, and even included photos. The boarding list is here. Bai Qingyan placed the roster on the table. The others leaned in to take a look. After not finding any clues about him, Jiang Xunyi had already lazily leaned against the wall, making no further movements. He tossed a mint candy into his mouth, hoping to dispel the encroaching drowsiness, although it proved to be futile. Looking out the captain's room window revealed nothing but darkness. He just stared out the window, zoning out. There was no helping it. His energy simply wouldn't allow him to stay awake at this time, when he clearly ought to be sleeping. Soon guest style is different from others. What happened to finding clues? Jiang Xunyi am a well-behaved baby with a good routine. Drowsiness is creeping in JPG. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Our Yungu and Lele are standing at the door like 2 gate gods. Let the kid go back to sleep. Look at how drowsy he is. Sigh, there's nothing happening. It's just pure sleepiness. Time ticked by. The few of them had nearly turned the captain's room upside down but found nothing more. Suddenly, with a bang, the door slammed against the wall. Jiang Xunyi had yet to open his eyes, but his body was already standing straight. Xia Lian noticed everyone's gaze falling on him. He gave an awkward smile, scratching his head. Sorry, but something is coming from outside. Yungu is still outside. He sent me in to let you know. Jiang Xunyi rubbed his eyes, thinking something major had happened. They pushed open the captain's room door and stepped outside. Su Yunchuan was facing a mass of gray-white mist. The mist coalesced into a vague outline of a woman. He threw a metal knife which pierced through the woman's chest and flew back to Su Yunchuan's hand, yet it caused her no harm. Jiang Xunyi looked at the mist, having no intention to take action, simply leaning lazily against the wall, having only changed walls. He still held the frame containing the photo of Captain Model's family of 3. However, he quickly noticed that the gaze of the woman in the mist seemed to be fixed on him, or more accurately on the frame in his hand. Jiang Xunyi's eyelids twitched. No way. Could it be this coincidental? Is this thing drawing hatred? He sensed something was off. And then, instinctively, he let go. Indeed, he let go. At the moment the frame slipped from his grasp, Jiang Xunyi suddenly realized. Letting go now was akin to courting death. But unfortunately, it was too late. With a crisp sound, the frame fell to the ground and the glass cover shattered. Jiang Xunyi looked at the frame on the ground, closed his eyes, and did not want to face it. The woman in the mist let out a hoarse scream, the previously slow and erratic mist suddenly roiling, and like a ghost abandoned Su Yunchuan charging straight at Jiang Xunyi. The speed was astonishing. The prompt sound of the ladder system suddenly rang out. Warning. Experiencing mental contamination from her. Mental value 1 damn. Shen Zhaoye cursed, reacting swiftly, stepping forward, trying to shield Jiang Xunyi, while a dagger flashed in his hand, slashing towards the mist. But the dagger merely cut through the air, causing the mist to scatter momentarily before quickly coalescing again. Jiang Xunyi watched as the mist now bringing mental contamination rapidly approached. He didn't take it heeding. Only a fool would endure mental pollution. Anyone with a modicum of sense knew that mental value was a crucial statistic in ladder. Jiang Xunyi sidestepped, appearing lightfoot, yet evaded the mist's direct attack. Just being near it would decrease mental value. He could only imagine what would happen if he were hit. Threads of light appeared around him, and even the mental contamination seemed to slow down a bit. Jiang Xunyi glanced at the source. Xia Lian smiled at him. This was his ability. Although he was not yet very proficient, it was still somewhat useful. The mist surrounding the woman continued to churn violently, emanating fragmented, incoherent murmurs. Hang Li, my, cannot, forgive, I cannot, forgive. Emolan furrowed his brows and shouted, don't mind it, we need to leave. This thing has no physical form, ordinary attacks can't harm her at all. The group ceased their entanglement and quickly retreated along their path back, the chilling sensation following them like a shadow, as if countless icy hands were attempting to grasp their ankles. After rushing out of the independent corridor area, the sense of oppression behind him suddenly eased. A few people turned back and saw the fog swirling violently at the entrance of the corridor, as if blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance even a bit and eventually dissipating slowly into the air. It seemed the crisis had temporarily lifted. This was only the second day, and in 2 more days it wouldn't be so easy. Although this was an 11 mission, it was unlikely they would launch a major attack right away. At that moment, they finally noticed the changes in their surroundings. No longer the brightly lit scene seen during the day, the originally smooth walls now bore mottled water stains and rust, and the color of the carpet had faded, with some areas even revealing the metal base beneath. Even the faint scent of seawater in the air had grown stronger. This ship definitely has problems, Xia Lian said, as she inched closer to Jiang Xunyi, observing the changes around. The inexplicable changes seemed to stir little emotion in Jiang Xunyi. He couldn't even be bothered to display any extra expressions, simply stating flatly, all right, let's call it a day. I'm heading back now. Not bothering to see the reactions of those around him, he felt no need to care since no one stopped him. Pushing open the heavy door of his suite, the scene inside was like a different world from the one outside. The room still maintained its luxury, with warm lamps casting a gentle glow unchanged from when he left. It was a strong sense of disconnection, like a carefully painted masterpiece that appears perfect at first glance, but upon closer inspection, reveals the underlying canvas. Jiang Xunyi closed the door behind him, isolating the decay outside. He walked to the center of the room, rubbed his temples, and let out a gentle sigh as if talking to himself. Honestly, don't forget next time. Jiang Xunyi placed the photo on the table one he had just picked up amidst the chaos. Morning came quickly, and like yesterday, Shen Zhaoye arrived punctually. After a brief exchange of information, he learned that nothing unusual had occurred after they separated last night, but signs of decay in the ship remained. But after you left yesterday, Bai Qingyan said. He wanted to continue cooperating with us. I didn't answer him at the time, thinking I'd ask you today. Jiang Xunyi readily agreed without a second thought. However, this response left Shen Zhaoye a bit puzzled. But didn't you say we can't cooperate with them long term? Jiang Xunyi appeared indifferent. Because I suddenly remembered, even if they want to trick me, I don't have anything they can use to trick me, right? I'm quite poor. It was rare to have such an opportunity. He thought he should seize it well. Besides, he wanted to get out sooner. It was more comfortable outside. Jiang Xunyi had glanced at the bullet comments last night and saw that someone had already completed the novice dungeon. He didn't want to be left behind. Shen Zhaoye had nothing more to say after hearing this. How should he put it? It made quite a bit of sense. He planned to talk to them about it later. After Shen Zhaoye left, Jiang Xunyi stayed in the room for a while before stepping out. Just as he passed by a platform leading down the stairs, a small figure hurriedly ran down from above its steps, frantic. It seemed to have not seen the steps, clearly stumbling and about to fall straight down. It was a little boy around 6 or 7 years old, dressed in a finely tailored suit. Jiang Xunyi extended his hand, accurately grasping the back collar of the little boy. Like lifting a kitten, he narrowly pulled the little boy back, preventing him from getting hurt. The little boy, still shaken, steadied his feet on the stairs, his small face pale with fright. With his big blue eyes blinking, he looked up at this expressionless Older brother. Thank you, sir. The little boy said softly, very politely. Jiang Xunyi released his grip, dusted off the non-existent dust, and replied blandly, watch where you're going. The little boy seemed to muster his courage. Sir, my name is Henry. Have you seen my mother? I can't find her. Her name is Lixi Richter. Mom is wearing a deep blue dress, very beautiful. I can't find her. Henry, Liax's child. Jiang Xunyi took another look at the little boy before him. The woman in the fog yesterday had called him by the name Henry. She couldn't be Lixi, could she? No, Jiang Xunyi answered truthfully. He looked at the little boy who was on the verge of tears, his blue eyes filled with helplessness. Jiang Xunyi had no interest in helping a child find their mother. He even found it a bit troublesome. But for some inexplicable reason he paused. Before Henry's eyes dimmed, he emotionlessly added, however, I can help you look for her. The clue should not be wasted. Henry instantly raised his head, as if grasping onto the only hope. Really? Thank you, sir. You are such a good person. Good person. Jiang Xunyi was non-committal about this assessment. He never considered himself a good person, not in the heavenly ladder nor in reality. Thus a rather peculiar scene unfolded aboard the Leviathan. A young marquis with an air of noble elegance, somewhat lazy, was closely followed by a little boy in a suit looking around. The two began a grand endeavor of little tadpoles looking for their mother, in the vast cruise ship, in an extremely discordant combination. The information matches. Lixi. That's the one who was chatting with Sun Gu last night. So this child must be Lixi and the artist's son. Was that earlier incident of tugging the collar all right? The little one almost got choked to death, ha 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 ha. Still, this scene is somewhat heartwarming. What's going on? My filter might be too thick. Mom likes to watch the sea on the deck. Henry provided clues. Jiang Xunyi then took him to the deck. The empty deck in the morning was silent, only the cold sea breeze howled past. No. What about the library? Mom sometimes goes there to read. They then moved to the library. The tall bookshelves stood in silent stillness with dust dancing in the beams of light. No. Then, could she be in the banquet hall? Although Mom doesn't really like noisy places. The empty banquet hall with last night's splendor faded, only cold tables and chairs remained. No. Henry grew increasingly anxious, his small mouth pouting, as he was on the verge of tears. Mom. Where has Mom gone? Jiang Xunyi looked at the little one about to burst into tears, and felt a bit of a headache, wishing he had let someone else handle this. In the end, he could only dryly state, crying won't solve the problem. Jiang Xunyi escorted Henry through the most densely populated areas of the cruise ship, circling nearly the entire deck once more. As for character consistency, there was no need to worry. Whenever someone approached with questions, Jiang Xunyi dismissed them with a single line. First, he hardened his expression, then locked eyes with the interlocutor, and intoned slowly, "Are you questioning me?" After that, no one dared linger in his presence. Lord Loris's status appeared even higher than anticipated, though perhaps it was merely his temperament that commanded such unease. Just as Henry sank into utter dejection, crouching alone in a corridor corner with knees drawn tight, Jiang Xunyi suddenly broke the silence with a quiet question. The last time you saw your mother, what was she doing? Or rather, what did she say? Henry lifted his tear-rimmed eyes and recalled, voice trembling. Last night Mother said she felt exhausted and wished to retire to her cabin to rest. She told me to play on my own. And then, I couldn't find her anymore. Retire to her cabin. He led Henry to the passenger cabin zone on the upper deck. Guided by Henry's recollection of the room number, they located their suite. The door firmly shut. Jiang Xunyi knocked. No reply came from within. Mama, are you inside? Henry pounded frantically against the door. Silence reigned. Absolute and hollow. Just as Jiang Xunyi weighed whether to resort to unconventional means to force entry, a gentle yet weary voice sounded behind them. Henry. They turned. Liaxis approached from the far end of the corridor. Her face paler than the night before, her gaze heavy with exhaustion and a faint, unsettling daze. Yet upon seeing Henry, she managed a fragile, tender smile. Mama! Henry cried out and shot forward like a tiny cannonball, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. I couldn't find you. I was so scared. It was this gentleman who helped me find you. Liaxis knelt, drawing her son close, murmuring softly. I'm sorry, Henry. Mama was just unwell, and stepped outside for some air. Her explanation rang thin, but children rarely discern such subtleties. She looked up toward Jiang Xunyi, standing quietly at a distance. Her gaze held layered complexity. Yet gratitude shone unfeigned and sincere. You've gone to great trouble, Your Grace, the Marquis of Welton. Thank you for watching over Henry. No trouble at all, Jiang Xunyi replied, simply observing Liaxis's hesitant pause and continued pallor. Perhaps she already knew something. A bold conjecture, the truth about the heart of the ocean mentioned in Captain Modell's logbook. The ritual, excellent. The hypothesis held. Now remained only cautious verification. It seemed imperative indeed to have a private conversation with Captain Modell himself. Ding. N detected an increase in Henry's affinity toward you. N pure unguarded affection may yet yield unexpected turning points at critical moments. Jiang Xunyi kept walking. Children truly were innocent, even this earned him affinity. He bypassed his own cabin entirely and turned directly toward the captain's quarters. Shinjiaoye had told him their nocturnal activities had been fully obscured. No one would know what transpired that night, since the ship's log had already revealed Captain Modell as the mastermind behind the incident. Even if he'd ultimately lost control, he could be set aside for now. While Modell remained blissfully unaware, approaching him directly would exploit the information asymmetry. Far more efficient than any roundabout maneuver. Under the guise of Laura Silencia, requesting a private audience with the captain was perfectly reasonable. At the familiar iron door, a duty officer barred his way. Jiang Xunyi calmly produced the Silencia family crest and stated his name, the Duke of Welton Laura Silencia. I require an urgent private meeting with Captain Modell. The Silencia name carried undeniable weight. The officer bowed without hesitation and hurried inside to announce him, returning swiftly to escort Jiang Xunyi into the captain's chamber. Captain Modell wore a practiced smile. Lord Loris, your presence is a true honor. How may I serve you? Jiang Xunyi wasted no time on pleasantries. He strode to the desk and settled casually into the chair opposite Modell, tapping the surface once with a fingertip. His gaze calm yet radiating quiet, unyielding pressure. Captain, I find the Siren's heart profoundly intriguing. Yet I've heard rather divergent whispers about it. Modell's smile stiffened almost imperceptibly. Oh, Your Grace, what precisely do you refer to? I've heard, Jiang Xunyi continued, tone flat as weather report, that this so-called ancient treasure, the Siren's heart, may well be a ruse, and one demanding a steep price. His words were deliberately vague. He lacked concrete evidence, but they sufficed. Modell's pupils contracted sharply, his hand resting on the desk clenched instinctively. Your Grace, such talk is baseless fantasy. The Siren's heart is real. It is the culmination of this voyage's purpose. Is it? Jiang Xunyi cut in, leaning forward slightly, his gaze locking onto Modell's with razor-sharp intensity. Then, Captain, might you explain why, while perusing certain ancient scrolls, I encountered references to a soul as key opening the gate of illusion? And curiously, this description bears a striking, unsettling resemblance to your proclaimed Siren's heart, does it not? Captain, you wouldn't happen to be planning to include me among your calculations. This was no mere improvisation or bluff. The logbook had been explicit, and the ship's library held genuine corroborating texts. Modell's face drained of color. Fine beads of sweat glistened across his brow. His eyes darted away, refusing to meet Jiang Xunyi's unwavering stare. Those are merely sinister legends. Utterly unreliable. Your Grace, please trust my professional judgment. The Siren's heart? I trust only my own judgment, Captain Modell. Jiang Xunyi leaned back, yet his voice grew colder, sharper. I confess a scholarly curiosity toward such ethereal myths, but my personal safety commands absolute priority. Should this voyage conceal any uncontrolled hazard, especially one threatening my safety, the Silencia family will have no choice but to reassess your position, Captain. Modell was utterly undone. He knew full well the Silencia family's reach. If this marquis followed through, the entire operation would collapse, and he would be discarded without mercy. As if reading his mind, Jiang Xunyi added softly, I've also heard this flawless plan wasn't conceived solely by you, Captain. That enigmatic other. Where is he now? Or do you intend to shoulder all consequences alone? Modell's eyes widened. Not merely with panic now, but raw terror. If earlier he'd been flustered, now he was paralyzed by dread. He could never fathom how Jiang Xunyi had uncovered the truth. Staring at him in horror, his lips trembled. How could you possibly? Jiang Xunyi slightly curved the corners of his lips as he looked at him in this state. Modell's words were abruptly cut off. He opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound, his face turning red from the effort of gasping for breath. Jiang Xunyi clicked his tongue. Clearly the person still had a trick up his sleeve. Modell finally broke free from the feeling of suffocation, gasping heavily. Perhaps suddenly stimulated, a certain string in his heart seemed to snap. He slumped back into the chair, his voice hoarse. He had already planned everything. The ritual has begun. Apart from witnessing the heart of the sea demon, we have no way out now. Jiang Xunyi merely sneered coldly at the right moment, and the small captain's room fell silent for a moment, just as Jiang Xunyi's hand touched the doorknob preparing to leave. Actually it was just an act. Behind him came Captain Model's urgent voice tinged with a hint of desperate pleading. Wait. Marquis Wilton, please hold on. Jiang Xunyi halted his movement, slowly turning around to look calmly at the captain, who seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Model braced himself against the edge of the table, barely steadying himself, a certain reckless madness reigniting in his eyes. He lowered his voice like a drowning man clutching onto the last piece of driftwood. I know the power of the Serenxia family. He stammered, the ritual. The ritual cannot be stopped, he will not allow it. But I know something is wrong, it is heading in the wrong direction. That was a ritual he never told me about. He just wanted me to help him complete that sacrifice, using everyone's souls. He gasped for breath, his gaze burning as he stared at Jiang Xunyi. I need help. Your Excellency, I need your power. Help us. Help me complete this ritual, this is the only way left. To obtain what should rightfully belong to us. Power. If we succeed, the Serenxia family will receive rewards beyond imagination. Almost at the same time Captain Model extended his invitation, a system notification clearly echoed in Jiang Xunyi's mind. Ding! Detecting key plot node. Triggering main quest des souls for the deep sea. Captain Model sincerely invites you to collaborate, hoping to leverage your power to ensure the completion of the Heart of the Sea Demon Witness ritual. Quest objective: ensure the sacrificial ritual starts smoothly and is completed. Quest trigger condition: accept Captain Model's invitation. Your choices will directly impact the final outcome. With all this information, Jiang Xunyi said no more, merely nodding lightly. Once I think it through, I'll give you an answer. After saying this, he truly turned to leave this time. As for the main quest, there are other ways to clear it. After leaving the captain's room, Jiang Xunyi returned to his cabin to catch up on some sleep. He had to sleep. Tonight might be a night of blood and gore. The hands of the clock silently slid past midnight. Jiang Xunyi glanced outside. The night was as thick as ink, and he sighed inwardly. It was once again night, and it could only happen at night. Although the Leviathan looked normal during the day, it was more like a carefully maintained facade. Only at night would the hidden traces emerge. Jiang Xunyi felt a pure sense of speechlessness towards this bizarre NPC that favored appearing at midnight. Was it because they were essentially dead that they had to rigidly adhere to some sort of underworld schedule? But complaints aside, to avoid delaying progress, and to ensure he wouldn't falter due to his state at a critical moment, he could only take a little precaution. A faint wave of energy quietly spread out, a faint silvery glow flashing at his fingertips before sinking into Jiang Xunyi's brow. The effect was immediate. A cool sensation rushed through his cerebral cortex, dispelling the drowsiness, and his gaze seemed to clear up a bit. A group of people gathered once more. Molan still appeared bright and spirited, greeting everyone with a smile. Good evening, everyone. It seems everyone is looking forward to the midnight adventure. Tonight was originally meant for exploration, and no one said much more. The group dispersed according to plan. Jiang Xunyi chose the upper deck's guest room area, walking alone on the nightbound Leviathan, feeling a subtle sensation. The dim light in the corridor stretched his shadow long. Unlike when he returned to his room last night, this time, even when he pushed open the door to his room, it was no longer a facade of maintaining decency. The room was in disarray. The curtains were torn with several large holes exposing the wall behind. The carpet was stained with dirt and watermarks, and the desk and other items were askew, covered in thick dust. Jiang Xunyi's expression remained unchanged, as if he had long expected this. He carefully examined the room, trying to find any unusual spots, just as he reached the center of the room. Ziz. Zila. Pa! The crooked chandelier above suddenly flickered wildly, the light alternating between bright and dim, extremely unstable, illuminating the room, as if it were a horror movie set. Jiang Xunyi instantly halted his actions. At the moment the light flickered on and off again, the corner of his eye keenly caught a shadow cast on the wall. Behind him, near the door, a small vague figure stood there silently. Classic flickering light kill. Oh my gosh. High energy alert. It's late at night, my heart might give out. This flickering is giving me goosebumps. A barrage shield. This lighting effect is too horrifying. No, I recall watching a youthful, passionate anime. What is this horror movie atmosphere? Soon go, stay calm. Don't panic. Although I know he won't panic at all. The lights flickered on again. The figure became clearer. It was a little boy, his golden curly hair clinging wetly to his forehead and cheeks, continuously dripping water, forming a small puddle at his feet. His little suit was completely soaked, clinging to his body, his face an abnormal, deathly pale. Although the light remained dim, it was enough for Jiang Xunyi to see clearly. He recognized him. It was Henry, but not the lively Henry from the daytime. In those originally clear blue eyes now lay a hollow, vacant expression, exuding a sense of inhuman indifference. In his pale hand, he tightly clutched a similarly soaked, seemingly old brown teddy bear. He stepped towards Jiang Xunyi one step at a time, the only sounds being the droplets of water falling onto the floor clear and piercing. Jiang Xunyi made no movement as Henry approached him, lifting his head and offering his small bear toy. His movements were slow, carrying an air of undeniable insistence. Jiang Xunyi looked down at the soaked bear, which seemed to be stained with some seaweed, and then glanced at Henry's hollow eyes. He silently extended his hand and accepted the damp bear toy. Henry's pale little face seemed to twitch slightly, as if trying to express something but ultimately failed. He gazed deeply at Jiang Xunyi, then retreated, merging into the shadows beneath the flickering lights. Only Jiang Xunyi remained standing alone in the center of the dilapidated room. What did this mean? Was he offering a toy to express his gratitude for helping him find his mother during the day? Jiang Xunyi pinched the bear's ear between two fingers, lifting it to eye level. Just as his gaze focused on the bear's torn seam at the chest. Ding! Item obtained: Henry's old toy. You are fortunate to have Henry's affection. This was an object filled with Henry's last warmth and fear, imbued with an unshakable obsession. Glimpses of the past can be seen. Warm reminder. Passive trigger. Jiang Xunyi still did not understand what this passive trigger meant when an irresistible sensation of weightlessness washed over him. He was still on the Leviathan, still in the night. The difference was that he was now standing on the deck facing a raging storm as rain cascaded down the swaying ship. The waves crashed violently against the hull, causing the massive vessel to emit a dull roar. Jiang Xunyi looked at the scene before him and thought, oh, so that's what it means. However, this experience was indeed a bit eerie. He could see everything clearly before him, but could not feel the raindrops on his skin or the chill brought by the wind. Someone passed through him, ignoring his presence, hurriedly entering the cruise ship. He could not touch anything. Now he was merely a forced bystander. There were not many people on the deck, but the scene was somewhat chaotic. Jiang Xunyi's gaze locked onto a woman ahead, Leah Richter. She was not the melancholic yet restrained noblewoman he had seen before. Her hair was disheveled, her gown torn, her face devoid of color, and her beautiful eyes were filled with terror and pleading. She was being held tightly by two tall sailors, struggling desperately and shouting, "No! Let him go! Give me back my Henry! Please, I beg you!" In front of her, by the railing of the deck, stood a man with a grim expression, Captain Model, who was holding a struggling, crying little boy. "Henry. I truly apologize, Lady Leah, but this little guy knows too much. Blame his excessive curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat. I'm sure you've heard that before." Captain Model's face twisted with madness, and despite Leah's desperate pleas, he showed no signs of being moved. Without hesitation, he lifted the struggling, crying little Henry and threw him into the dark, churning sea below like a beast's mouth. In the last moment before Henry was mercilessly thrown into the dark and tumultuous sea, Jiang Xunyi saw his blue eyes filled with fear and confusion. "Mommy!" Little Henry's tender cry was abruptly cut off, swallowed by the monstrous waves. At the same time, the hands holding Leah loosened. She seemed to be drained of all her strength, collapsing onto the damp, cold deck as rain and tears streamed down her pale cheeks. She lifted her head, gazing at the sea where Henry had disappeared, and slowly turned her gaze, scanning the faces of every participant on the deck. Model those sailors. However, Jiang Xunyi's gaze did not linger on this tragic scene for long. His eyes quickly swept across the chaotic deck, ultimately locking onto a figure that seemed out of place amidst the surroundings. On a higher observation deck stood a man. He was a man in a black tuxedo, his posture upright, exuding an innate nobility that was ingrained deep within his bones. He showed no signs of fear or panic like other nobles. Instead, he wore an expression of keen interest bordering on appreciation. He was watching a drama that had nothing to do with him. Leah's breakdown, Henry's fear, and the noble's terror. He simply observed the unfolding tragedy on the deck with a detached smile. It seemed that human life meant nothing to him. A servant respectfully stood behind him, holding a large black umbrella to shield him from the wind and rain. Perhaps inadvertently, the man's dark red eyes shifted slightly, and his gaze pierced through the violent downpour, transcending the barriers of time and space. Across the boundary of illusion and reality, his gaze met Jiang Xunyi's. In the next moment, the surrounding scene receded like a tide. Jiang Xunyi found himself still standing in the center of the dilapidated suite, holding the dripping bear toy, as if everything that had just happened was merely a fleeting illusion. Jiang Xunyi clearly remembered the man's eyes, and the thought that emerged in his mind was one that he could not suppress. It was him, it could only be him. It was another orchestrator mentioned in Captain Model's nautical log. As for this triggered historical scene, it was a mother witnessing her child being pushed into the sea. All the clues connected at this moment. The wrong that Captain Model regretted in his nautical log, the toy delivered by little Henry in his drowned spirit form, and the eternal curse of this ship. The source of the curse was not some supernatural force known as the heart of the sea monster, nor was it a curse of the ocean, but rather Leah Richter, a mother deprived of everything who poured her entire life and soul into this curse. The so-called treasure, the so-called ritual, were merely the fuse of a tragedy born from greed. And this ship, along with all the souls driven by desire aboard, became the burial offerings of this mother's endless resentment. Jiang Xunyi looked at the cold bear in his hand, his expression complex. Now he fully understood, and this might serve as a second way to clear the stage. The next second, the system's prompt sound confirmed his speculation. Ding! Key information detected triggering main quest B. The obsession of a mother quest description. You have glimpsed the truth behind the curse's birth. The endless cycle originates from Leah Richter's ultimate despair and hatred before her death. Find a way to resolve this mother's deep-seated obsession, so that her soul may rest and the curse will naturally be lifted. Jiang Xunyi did not linger. He pushed the door and stepped out. He first walked a full circuit of that floor, found nothing amiss, then made his way up to the deck. Outside was pitch dark and a bone-chilling wind cut through the night. From the deck, he could clearly see fog gathering in the direction the liner was heading. That was the mist zone. It seemed it would be over before long. Jiang Xunyi keenly caught a sound, turned his gaze toward the sea, and was surprised to see a boat. But why would there be a boat here? The cruise ship had not reverted. Besides players and those eerie NPCs that stirred at night, were there others as well. At the bow stood a man, his dark red eyes were strikingly distinctive. Under Jiang Xunyi's watchful gaze, the man slowly raised his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, to tap his temple casually, then gave a light flick in Jiang Xunyi's direction. It was a salute brimming with provocation. He seemed to say something, but Jiang Xunyi admitted his hearing was not that sharp and he could not read lips. Watching the man turn back into the boat, Jiang Xunyi exhaled a barely audible sigh and murmured to himself, his words almost carried away by the wind. It seems I won't see him in this instance, he said, a rare trace of regret threading his tone before it vanished. Then, well, leave it for the next instance. The mist closed in. Jiang Xunyi turned without a hint of reluctance. This thing was clearly a drain on spirit points. Falling in again would drive him mad. At 2 o'clock, the group gathered at the agreed spot. Xiaolian, face full of indignation, complained to Jiang Xunyi, "Whoever painted those patterns with red pigment is truly despicable." Xiaolian had been assigned to the area around the library. He found nothing at first, but after circling inside the library twice, he noticed a chest and on a whim pried it open, nearly dying of fright. It was a pattern drawn either with red pigment or dried blood, crooked and unnerving, a writhing tangle of tentacles and eyes. Whether Jiang Xunyi heard it or not was unclear, but Emolan listened intently. "That thing is a magic array, right?" Startled by the sudden voice, Xiaolian turned and met Emolan's face. Under the dim light, he was so frightened he sprang away. But his questions continued. Magic array? What's that?" Emolan showed no inclination to pacify him. "Simply put, it's that ritual, the one used for sacrifices. It's normal you don't know as a newbie. You'll learn in time. Those patterns are the array's eyes. So if we destroy them..." "Is it?" Su Yunchuan had not finished when the system chime sounded again. "Ding, the main quest C has been triggered, the evil sacrificial ritual. Quest description: you have uncovered the secret behind this cruise ship. They intend to sacrifice everyone's souls to pave the way for their grand cause. Having discovered this malevolent array, for the sake of your life and the lives of others, destroy the array and rescue these innocent souls." Shinjo's tone carried a hint of disdain. "Isn't that it? The simplest method is to dismantle the array. Then we clear the instance." That would clear it." Xiaolian remained bewildered. He felt as if he had done very little. Shinjiaoya rolled his eyes. "What else? It was only an rank instance anyway, not that difficult, and it's story-driven. Story-based instances are anomalies on the ladder. As long as one is not foolish or reckless and finds a low-difficulty way to beat it, clearing it is still straightforward. At worst, your rating suffers a little." Su Yunchuan merely glanced at Shinjiaoya without comment. Xiaolian murmured an "oh" of understanding. Yezi is speechless. "Shinjiaoya, what else did you expect? Isn't being able to clear it something to be happy about?" "Oh my, finally clearing it. They must be the last ones to finish the newbie instance, right?" It truly was a newbie instance. It didn't look that hard, at least nobody should die, right? Laughing, look at the Bloodwolf Guild over there. They barely found any clues. Nobody spoke up, so Shinjiaoya was left to summarize, if not for Jiang Xunyi's face, who would have done this task. "Now we just need to find the array eyes. There can't be only one, and we've already entered the fog zone. The ritual start time should be close. When it activates, we destroy it. But normally you have to destroy all the array eyes at once." Emolan raised his hand like a schoolboy answering a question. "No need to search, no need, I know." Shinjiaoya ignored him, outright unwilling to let him profit from the occasion. They still had to search them all. Oh, it's not about you paying. Why the stereotype? Can't it be about making friends? In the end, they could not out-argue Emolan. In that way, he gained a few friends. It did save them some time. There were 6 identical array eyes in total arrayed around the outer deck. The deduction unfolded smoothly for them, but that was not the case for others. Those who were not with them fared poorly. Some dead, others wounded. Mostly due to role-playing mishaps. Jiang Xunyi listened in silence. It looked as if they could leave by tomorrow. As for the ritual's activation, wasn't that simple too? Find our dear Captain Motor. After another night's rest early the next morning, the captain's cabin received an unexpected visitor. Jiang Xunyi unusually rose so briskly. Of course he was eager to get out. Your lordship, the Marquis Motor's voice was hoarse. Have you reached a decision? Time is short. Jiang Xunyi stated his choice calmly. I have considered it carefully, Captain. The Sulungxia family is willing to provide necessary support for your grand undertaking, Motor heard, and his murky eyes erupted with joy. Wonderful. I knew it. With the Sulungxia family's foresight, they would never. His words were cut off by Jiang Xunyi raising a hand. However, Jiang Xunyi said with a sharp gaze, I do not like waiting nor uncertainty. If the ritual is ready, why delay? Long nights breed many changes. Delay invites complications. I believe we can begin at noon today. His tone brooked no argument, as if merely informing Motor. Motor froze, panic flickering across his face. Today? Isn't that too hasty? Some details still need. Jiang Xunyi's words grew more pressing. Details can be refined as we go. Or perhaps, Captain, you lack sufficient confidence in your own plan. Or are you afraid? Jiang Xunyi deliberately emphasized the word afraid. Captain Mo Deer's face shifted repeatedly. Hasty. Indeed it was hasty. But Jiang Xunyi's words also roused him. To delay was to let fear consume him, and he might take other actions. Perhaps a swift, decisive stroke was the only way out. With the backing of the Sulungxia family, the madness born of being cornered together with a fragile reliance on an owlie's power finally overrode Mo Deer's reason. He ground his teeth, veins reddening around his eyes. Very well, do as you say. The ritual will commence at noon today. I'll have everyone brought up to the deck. Hearing that, Jiang Xunyi leaned back in his chair with satisfaction, and a system notification followed. Detected that you have responded to Captain Mo Deer's invitation. Quest selection: sacrifices to the souls of the deep. Aid Captain Mo Deer in completing this grand ritual. Sacrifice these unwitting souls. Gain unforeseen power. Jiang Xunyi paid it no heed. Playing both sides. After all, nothing required that choosing a quest meant seeing it through, did it? What harm would a later betrayal do? Very well. Jiang Xunyi nodded to Mo Deer, his tone softened, as if they were genuine allies. I will ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Mo Deer, as if bolstered by a new cornerstone, hastily began to outline matters to confirm before the ritual and the allocation of personnel. Exiting the captain's cabin, he flashed an OK sign toward Shinjiaoye by the door. As they walked back toward their suite, Shinjiaoye followed silently. Several times Shinjiaoye glanced at Jiang Xunyi, his lips moving as if to speak, yet each time he fell silent. Jiang Xunyi took in every nuance of his reaction. What's wrong? Shinjiaoye scratched his head in irritation, then sighed. Never mind, it's nothing. Emolan and the others said they'll handle sabotaging the ritual. They'll coordinate the timing with them later. Jiang Xunyi did not have the habit of prying incessantly. Besides, Shinjiaoye could not keep things bottled up. He would speak in due course. There was no rush. As for Emolan volunteering of his own accord, dream on. He never did favors that offered no benefit. Thanks. Shinjiaoye stared at the closed door ahead, the word still echoing in his ears. He twisted his mouth. After all, it was only a matter of a few props. There was no sunlight at noon. The Liwaitan had long since entered the fog zone. All passengers, whether willing or not, were asked by the crew to assemble on the deck. The crowd murmured and fidgeted. Captain Mo Deer stood atop a hastily built dais. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice boomed through the loudspeaker. The moment to witness a miracle is upon us. The power of the Haiyao heart will awaken in this chosen sea. We shall be witnesses to history. He waved his arms, spittle flying, as he painted his vision, striving by words to stir the crowd's emotions and divert their attention. Jiang Xunyi stood beside the platform, his expression composed. Captain Mo Deer followed the ritual steps, chanting obscure incantations and performing exaggerated guiding gestures. The noble merchants below had no inkling that this was a rite to sacrifice souls. Suddenly the heavens darkened and faint runes began to appear across the deck. Mo Deer's excitement swelled. Seconds ticked by and nothing happened. Even the runes that had begun to spread faded once more. Cold sweat gathered on Mo Deer's brow and his panic deepened. Impossible. How can this be? Why hasn't the ritual activated? Jiang Xunyi, however, knew the ritual likely would not succeed. A chime sounded. The system detected the ritual core, suffering a simultaneous devastating strike. Main quest: sacrifices to the souls of the deep. Evaluation in progress. Main quest C: the evil sacrificial ritual. Evaluation in progress. It seemed they had already moved. Jiang Xunyi braced to be teleported out of the instance. The sky shifted again. Rolling black clouds swallowed the firmament. Fierce winds rose, whipping people's clothing into a frenzy. The surroundings began to double and blur. Ornate railings were instantly pitted with rust. The polished deck fissured. Time and space itself seemed to unravel. What's happening? Why is it so dark? The ship is changing. Quick! Get inside, don't block the way, damn it. Don't knock into me. Panic erupted through the crowd. On the dais, Deer, reeling from the collapse of his plan, continued to roar in futile shock. With a sudden sharp sound, a cold blade found its mark with ruthless precision and pierced his neck. Deer gaped, exhaling raggedly as he fixed his stare on the man before him, as if trying to see through him. He could not fathom why his ally had struck him with a lethal blow at this moment. Expressionless, Jiang Xunyi drew the dagger and watched Deer's body slump. Blood blossomed across the deck. He did not spare it a glance, instead producing a handkerchief and slowly wiping his hands. Liyashi Lixite, the pitiable lady, witnessed the entire affair. At the edge of the crowd, she stood, exuding a tangible black resentment. She was the Liyashi who had watched her child die, the very origin of the curse. Yet a subtle stir flickered in her eyes. Jiang Xunyi noticed that fleeting astonishment, though his gaze had fallen behind Liyashi. More precisely, it landed upon that small figure. He disliked owing favors to others. The next moment, a blinding white light swallowed everything. When Jiang Xunyi's sight cleared, he stood within the familiar system settlement space. Instance cleared. Echoes of the Liwaitan. A rank complete. Clear. Rating A. Reward settlement in progress. Base clearance points 80. Successfully exited the instance. Main quest: sacrifices to the souls of the deep. Failed. Main quest C: the evil sacrificial ritual. Completed. Main quest B: a mother's grievance. 50 complete. Additional points 5. Side quest completion 60. Extra points 3. Total points settled 88. The figures on the display paused for a heartbeat before continuing to scroll. You have received a gift from player Tanshui Nuwang. Congratulations. Item obtained: Haiyao Heart. Item type: accessory. Item description: a teardrop-shaped deep blue gem, within which waves appear to flow gently. Item effect: unknown. Postscript: empty. Jiang Xunyi showed little reaction. It only confirmed his suspicion. That Miss Liyashi Lixite. She was being played by a player. Auntie, a bowl of noodles, please. A woman in her 40s who had just served a bowl of noodles to another table turned toward the speaker at the entrance. Oh, the young lady's back again. Just came out of a dungeon, I presume. You certainly deserve a proper meal. Same order as always. The woman casually took a seat. Not too bad this time. The dungeon wasn't particularly grueling. Mostly I just craved your noodles, Auntie. I've already scanned and paid 6 credits. The woman's words made Auntie beam with quiet pride. Of course, my cooking was renowned even beyond these walls. Just sit back and savor it. She took a steaming mouthful of noodles, then shifted her gaze to the system interface hovering before her. Its screen flashing the words, gift successful. Auntie, has Sector 7 been unstable lately? Auntie paused mid-motion and lowered her voice. Indeed it has. Those guilds must have caught wind of something. Everyone's been whispering about it lately. Sigh. Folks like us just scraping by in the latter district are better off keeping our distance. The woman nodded, silently asking no further questions. Ladder District 9, Residential Zone. A man bearing the ID Butcher impatiently scrolled across his holographic display. A brutal scar slashed across his face. He was one of the most ruthless enforcers of the Blood Wolf Guild. Damn it. No decent dungeons matched lately, just a bunch of useless trash dragging my score down. He spat and slammed his finger onto the random match button. Give me something thrilling. For once. Matching dungeon. Match confirmed. Dungeon name: Snowfall Empire. Narrative: Dungeon Tier S. Loading identity. Warning. Identity conflict detected. Error. Target identity: Rainland, St. Londo. Permission verification in progress. Verification failed. Module load aborted. A torrent of crimson error messages flooded the screen. Before he could process what was happening, the entire interface went pitch black. Shit. What kind of garbage SYST? His curse cut off abruptly. He didn't even manage a full scream. Within his own system space, he dissolved into absolute oblivion as if he had never existed. A cold mechanical voice echoed through the void. Player Butcher, vital signs terminated. Confirmed fatality. initiating asset reclamation. At that moment, the total population count of the latter quietly diminished by 1, though no one noticed nor cared. How many had already perished within the latter? Meanwhile, Rainland St. Londo stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his study, gazing out at snowflakes drifting silently downward. His golden hair shimmered with regal warmth in the firelight. Hearing the report, he mused inwardly, another attempting to impersonate me. Though such pretenders surfaced occasionally, their frequency lately felt unnervingly high. A soft knock sounded at the study door. "Enter," he said, still motionless before the window. "Your Highness." A palace guard clad in silver armor stepped inside and knelt on one knee. "Urgent dispatch received. The Leviathan has appeared unexpectedly in the Eastern Sea at noon today, and is now confirmed en route home. Estimated arrival at port in 3 days. Rainland showed no change in expression. Merely inclined his head, almost imperceptibly acknowledging the news. After a pause he spoke, softly yet with an innate bone-deep authority. "Tonight is Christmas Eve." The guard blinked, startled, certainly not expecting His Highness to inquire after such a detail, and hastened to reply, "Yes, Your Highness. Tonight is indeed Christmas Eve." Christmas Eve. Time truly slips away. Jiang Xunyi remained suspended within the system's settlement chamber. Beneath his shirt, a faint golden luminescence pulsed warmly against his chest. Before he could react, the system's previously formal tone warped abruptly. "Ding dong. A freshly minted, heaven-blessed one, detected. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the novice phase and officially joined this grand game. Now let's complete a small registration ritual. Identity registration ID Jiang Xunyi, typed in a casual alias, only for the system to flash name already registered." He tried several more times, until a wry smile tugged at his lips. Was the system deliberately targeting him? He entered his real name. Error. Name already taken. Fine, so this is how we play. Dishes left unwashed. Error. Name already taken. Too lazy to name. Error. Name already taken. Is the system malfunctioning? Warning. Malicious naming detected. Penalty 1 credit. Jiang Xunyi took a slow, deep breath and typed 4 characters with swift precision. "Don't bother me," he tapped confirm. Ding. Alias registration successful. "Welcome player, don't bother me. May your future within this game unfold exactly as you wish." Jiang Xunyi's eye twitched. Fine. Just a handle. As long as it worked, it sufficed. He wasted no time lingering. With a decisive tap, he exited back to reality. His feet steadied on solid ground, the dizziness fading just as he opened his eyes to meet an unfamiliar face. He instinctively stepped back, creating a little distance. Lin Mu paid no mind to his reaction, grinning broadly instead. "There, you're the last one. All done. Not bad for fresh recruits. Your group's quality is surprisingly high. The worst injury was just a minor one. You're Jiang Xunyi, right?" Jiang Xunyi nodded. He'd already seen the man's identity scroll across the live feed. "You emerged rather late. Others finished hours ago. Come on, we need to register." Jiang Xunyi followed Lin Mu, glancing at his wristwatch. 5 days had passed since entering the dungeon. What happened? Wasn't the latter's time ratio to reality supposed to be 6:1? Lin Mu noticed the glance. Well, sharp observation. Yes, there was a minor anomaly. Nothing serious, though. Once our esteemed Director C returns from headquarters, he'll brief you all together. Lu Jingyi frowned at the report he'd just drafted, and only looked up when Jiang Xunyi and the others approached. "You were in the same dungeon?" He gestured toward Shen Zhaoye and the others nearby. "Yes," Jiang Xunyi replied flatly. Right now all he wanted was to retreat to his dormitory. "What was your rating?" Lin Mu leaned over Lu Jingyi's shoulder to peek at the report. "Whoa, attire dungeon? A newbie dungeon rated attire. Your luck is truly unparalleled." Approximately 10 minutes later, the registration process finally concluded. Jiang Xunyi returned directly to his dormitory apartment and strode straight into his bedroom. He then locked the door behind him. This time he remembered. Raising a hand to his forehead, he walked to the nightstand, bent down, and opened the top drawer, retrieving a black case. Click! The case snapped open, revealing 2 distinct compartments. On the right lay an assortment of small medicine bottles, common over-the-counter remedies, resembling a standard first aid kit, the sort most people kept on hand for emergencies. On the left, several rows of unlabeled vials stood neatly aligned, each filled with a translucent blue liquid. Jiang Xunyi picked up one tube, gave it a gentle shake, then placed it back without hesitation. Instead, he selected a different bottle, unscrewed its cap, tipped out a single pill, and poured half a glass of cold water. He swallowed the tablet with the water in one smooth motion. He carefully returned the black case to its place. Having finished, he shrugged off his coat and tossed it carelessly over the chair back before collapsing onto the relatively soft mattress and closing his eyes. He had no classes scheduled until noon tomorrow. Sleeping soundly was not just advisable but inevitable. Ahead lay 2 years of chasing after the protagonist's entourage across countless locations. Hardly an inspiring prospect. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the spirit-warding realm, inside the executive conference room, bang! A thunderous crash shattered the silence, reverberating sharply through the chamber and ringing in everyone's ears. All present instinctively turned toward the source of the disturbance. At the far end of the long table sat a man clad in black tactical gear, early 30s with sharp brooding features and an aura of unrelenting ferocity etched into his gaze. It was he who had slammed the dossier onto the table with violent force. Enough! Tang Ji's voice erupted thick with suppressed fury, his glare sweeping across the assembled executives, seated along both sides of the table, their expressions ranging from discomfort to disdain. His words were brutally blunt. So much so that several senior officials' faces darkened instantly. Tang Ji, mind your rank and your language, a silver-haired elder admonished sternly. Tang Ji let out a derisive snort, his contempt nearly spilling from his eyes. While I risked my life on the celestial ladder battling those abominations barehanded, you all held court outside, debating theory like philosophers in ivory towers. Now you lecture me on etiquette, on status. Who exactly are you performing this air of superiority for? Do you truly believe we still live in an era where seniority and titles alone grant the right to command? Lying half-dead in a medical pod, clinging to consciousness by a thread, I swore I'd ask you this the moment I woke. What precisely were you thinking? I clawed my way back from the gates of death, not to witness your hollow theatrics of calculated compromise and betrayal. His words struck like lightning. More than one official paled visibly. Tang Ji drew a slow, deep breath, his wound flinching slightly, causing a subtle crease in his brow. But his voice hardened further as he met the stunned silence of the executives. Fine. You're brilliant. You're noble. This spirit-warding realm, I wash my hands of it. He rose abruptly, the chair screeching violently against the floor. As of today, Tang Ji formally resigns from the spirit-warding realm. Without glancing back, he turned and strode purposefully toward the conference room doors. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut behind him, shuttering the entire chamber. The assembly stood frozen. Several elders flushed crimson, lips trembling, utterly speechless. At that moment, Xiang, who had been seated diagonally across from Tang Ji, dressed casually and observing the scene with the relaxed detachment of a spectator, smoothed his jacket. He rose slowly, then spread his hands in a gesture of mild apology toward the stunned executives. Oh dear, old Tang's temper remains as explosive as ever. Still recovering from his injuries, please forgive his outburst, esteemed seniors. I'll go check on him. Chuckling lightly, he stepped briskly out the door in pursuit. Tang Ji descended the stairs and exited the spirit-warding realm headquarters building. Outside, dusk had begun to settle. He approached a black SUV, fumbled irritably for his cigarette pack, tapped one out, placed it between his lips, lit it, and inhaled deeply. The acrid tang of nicotine flooded his lungs. Xiang followed a few paces behind, leaning casually against the opposite side of the vehicle, watching Tang Ji exhale plumes of smoke, saying nothing. After a long silence, the tight knot of tension in Tang Ji's chest gradually loosened, his rigid shoulders eased, and he removed the cigarette from his mouth. Xiang tilted his head, offering a faint smile. You unleashed full artillery inside. Nearly blew the roof off. Yet now you're playing the stoic sage. Why bother? Why escalate things so severely? Tang Ji glanced at him, bypassing the jest entirely. His tone, however, had softened considerably from its earlier intensity. There is no why bother. He paused, half to himself, half to Xiang. Those who have never witnessed it firsthand will never understand. Xiang did not press further. So, what's next for you? He asked, shifting topics with effortless ease. Tang Ji crushed the cigarette, but beneath his boot, and sighed. Nothing planned. He truly had no plan. Leaving the spirit-warding realm, a place he had called home for over a decade, the crucible of his convictions and memories, left his future shrouded in impenetrable fog. A sudden, disorienting sense of rootlessness washed over him. Tang Ji twisted his mouth into a humorless smirk. First, I'll heal these wounds. Perhaps I'll find a quiet spot to go fishing. Xiang chuckled at this unexpectedly serene, almost bureaucratic vision of retirement. All right, whether or not you remain in the spirit-warding realm is none of my concern. But next time I call, you won't refuse to show up, will you? They had entered the organization in the same cohort, both prodigies, once partners. Later, Xiang chose to operate externally, guided by his unique ability and temperament. Tang Ji, by contrast, possessed extraordinary individual combat prowess and an almost fanatical sense of duty, an adolescent idealism perhaps though likely long since tempered. He remained embedded within the celestial ladder, stationed permanently on the front lines. Truth be told, they had scarcely seen each other in years. This institution, he knew, had rotted to its core. A truth Xiang did not dispute, though he found the conclusion overly reductive. Enough brooding. What's done is done, and overthinking changes nothing. Xiang stretched languidly, his easy grin returning. Shall I then gallantly accompany you for a drink? I know a new bar just opened. Tang Ji neither accepted nor declined. Merely straightened, pulled open the driver's door and said, "Get in." Xiang grinned broadly and slid smoothly into the passenger seat. Jiang Xunyi slept soundly until noon the next day. He sluggishly got up, washed up, and changed into a clean outfit. He still exuded a lazy aura of someone who hadn't had enough sleep. However, he had to head to the lecture hall at noon today, as there was something to discuss. When Jiang Xunyi and his group arrived at the lecture hall, it was already packed with people. Not only were the 30 students from their class present, but newcomers from other classes were also there. It seemed like a significant event. "Good afternoon, everyone." The voice of Xiang echoed through the classroom, via the microphone, carrying a hint of casual mockery. "I'll take up a bit of your precious time to announce a few news items. First, it's about the heavenly ladder." His tone remained light. According to observations, the flow rate of time inside and outside the heavenly ladder has been adjusted. Previously, 1 hour in reality corresponded to 6 hours inside the heavenly ladder, but now it has changed to a 1-to-1 ratio. Jiang Xunyi had noticed this change as soon as he came out of the instance and didn't have much of a reaction. However, others reacted differently, especially the new students. The entire lecture hall began to buzz with chatter. After all, this wasn't exactly good news. Yet Xiang clearly did not want to linger on this matter. Next, Xiang clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. "Just practicing in school is not enough. We need to go out and face the real world. You all have divided into teams, right? Starting today, all teams will begin outdoor missions. Are you excited? After all, it's a rare opportunity to go out, isn't it?" Although he asked, he didn't give everyone a chance to respond. The main tasks are divided into 2 parts. 1 is patrolling designated areas to monitor for any extremely low probability occurrences of heavenly ladder instances invading reality. Once discovered, report and handle it promptly. The other is to keep an eye on and deal with individuals misusing their abilities. To put it simply, you will act as temporary police officers for a short time to maintain social stability. These words sounded easy, but execution was the real challenge. This time, the outdoor team had only 6 people, so 2 groups were combined. Jiang Xunyi opened his watch and accessed the task list. Proceed to Lianyang City for outdoor work. During the task, all actions must be completed as per specified requirements. Safety first. Below the task, a line of small text was added. For the first outdoor task, Team 02 will collaborate with Team 01. A list of names was thoughtfully provided. They were all familiar faces. Fu Jinchen Chu, Xian Chen, Ruilan Shi Jiangyan. And the last person was Lu Ming. Jiang Xunyi remarked how coincidental it was, but didn't dwell on it. After all, he was part of the main group and could ride the wave of popularity. Other concerns could be set aside for now, and he would delve deeper into them when he was interested. Afterward, Xiang mentioned some trivial matters. Jiang Xunyi didn't listen and instead checked the bullet comments. However, according to the rumors, this plot point was also present in the comic. It was just a small daily occurrence, nothing thrilling. Jiang Xunyi was quite satisfied with this. After the meeting, it was time for lunch, since they were supposed to depart around 2. People flowed towards the cafeteria. Jiang Xunyi had his hands in his pockets, leisurely trailing at the end of the crowd, pondering what dishes the cafeteria would serve today. Shinjiaoye quickly caught up with him, walking alongside him. "Sun Gu." Shinjiaoye's voice was lowered, carrying a rare seriousness. He wasn't quite accustomed to this address, but it felt the most normal. Jiang Xunyi lazily replied, his steps unbroken, his gaze still fixed on the cafeteria, clearly distracted. Shinjiaoye continued, "I need to go back for a couple of days. I will return before the task ends." He paused and added, quietly. Jiang Xunyi finally turned his head to look at him, his eyes merely reflecting a hint of pure confusion. "Oh, go ahead, why tell me?" This made it sound a lot like he was his guardian. Shinjiaoye was taken aback by his reaction, running a hand through his hair in frustration. There was no reason, but he just wanted to say it. "Just wanted to let you know." Shinjiaoye managed to say this, feeling a bit silly himself. Sighing, he added, "Just be careful. That Lu Ming, I always feel uneasy about him. If anything happens, just message me. They will definitely send me back." "Got it." Jiang Xunyi retracted his gaze, his tone still flat. "I'm hungry, let's hurry up." After having a hasty lunch, the two teams totaling 12 members gathered at the designated spot. Two modified black SUVs were already parked in the parking lot. The team leader was a serious senior, who briefly confirmed the number of people before signaling everyone to get on the bus. Jiang Xunyi naturally chose a window seat in the back row, preparing to sleep through the ride. After more than 2 hours of travel, their outdoor mission destination was a district in Lianyang City, where an old neighborhood met a new commercial area characterized by a large flow of population. Before long, they arrived at their destination. This place was strikingly different from the treacherous environment inside the heavenly ladder, brimming with vibrant life. As everyone got out of the vehicle and looked at the bustling streets before them, they felt a sense of surrealism, having just exited the instance. Wow, we're finally back to normal. Xia Lian inhaled the air filled with the aroma of food, looking utterly enchanted. It feels like being set free. All right, according to the planned route, let's split up and start the patrol. When Jiang said with a smile as he adjusted his windblown collar. Xia, we're not prisoners. If you notice anything unusual, report it promptly. While it was called splitting up, it was actually both teams proceeding along one side of the street, able to see each other. The task for this afternoon was merely to familiarize themselves with the area. Hey. Sun Gu, there's someone selling candied haws over there. I haven't had candied haws in ages. Xia Lian's eyes lit up as she began chattering beside Jiang Xunyi. Jiang Xunyi didn't understand how some people could have such vibrant energy. Unknowingly, they reached a high school nearby. It was afternoon class time, and the campus was quiet with only the faint sounds of reading coming from the classrooms. Chu Exine looked at the high school and quietly remarked, "It feels like it was a lifetime ago. I used to think classes were such a drag with so much homework." "Isn't that right?" Chen Rui immediately chimed in, his tone exaggerated. "Just thinking about the fear of being dominated by exams in the past, and now look at us. The school life is quite thrilling." He finished speaking and pretended to shake his head solemnly. However, as soon as he turned around, he froze for a moment, rubbing his eyes, and blinking, then suddenly turned to Chu Exine, his voice changing pitch. Chu Exine. "Am I seeing things? Where did everyone go?" Chu Exine looked bewildered. "What people?" After turning around, she found herself speechless. Ignoring the still silent CMO, "Where did the others go?" Chen Rui suddenly slapped his thigh, a distressed expression on his face. "What the hell? No way. A supernatural event. In broad daylight, people just vanished. This outdoor mission just started." The icy water came crashing down from above, instantly soaking through his thin school uniform and clinging to his skin, bringing a wave of chill. Xia Lian stood frozen in place, droplets of water dripping from his hair ends and spreading puddles on the ground. He felt a bit dazed, not due to the sudden attack or the coldness on his body. Rather, this bucket of water was like a rusty key that violently pried open the door to the memories he had deliberately sealed away. He found himself standing in a cubicle that resembled a school restroom, the door being blocked from the outside, unable to be pushed open. Xia Lian could only hear the piercing sounds of mockery filtering through the thin door panel. "Ha, let's see if he dares to report this. Someone like him is a waste of air just by being alive. Hey, you trash inside, do you hear me? Get out." A rough male voice shouted from outside, accompanied by loud bangs, as he slapped the cubicle door. Another voice filled with mockery chimed in. "Come on, Brother Chan, do you think he dares to come out? It's always like this, hiding like a turtle. Tsh, so boring. With such poor grades, he's hard to look at, and he acts like a dullard. I wouldn't even want to dirty my hands hitting him." Bang! The one referred to as Brother Chun snickered and kicked the cubicle door hard. The vibration made Xia Lian instinctively shrink back. "If you dare to lower our class average again in the next monthly exam, it won't just be water. Do you understand?" At that moment, a gentle and steady voice entered everyone's ears. "What are you doing?" The voice was not loud, but it carried a peculiar penetrating force that brought the ruckus outside to an abrupt halt. Xia Lian's chaotic thoughts were suddenly pulled back to reality by this voice. Outside, the previously arrogant students suddenly tempered their tone, showing a hint of obvious politeness. "Dr. Luo, we weren't doing anything, we were just playing a joke on him. Talking about our class average, you know how it is. Right, just having some fun. Dr. Luo, what brings you here?" The gentle voice of Dr. Luo sounded again, lacking any hint of reproach but carrying an undeniable authority. "I was just passing by and heard some noise in the restroom, so I came in to check it out. However, bullying classmates is not an interesting thing to do. Don't let me see it again next time. Jokes should have limits, the warning bell will ring soon, so you all should return to the classroom." Yes, we'll leave right away. Goodbye, Dr. Luo." The footsteps faded away chaotically, and the restroom was instantly quiet again. Only the sound of an old faucet dripping water remained. Xia Lian completely awoke from his dazed state. "A copy? Yes, this is a copy. He is currently in a copy. I can't stay here forever. This was Xia Lian's first thought as he took a deep breath, his brain starting to function again. He wiped his face with the back of his hand haphazardly, his fingertips still tingling. With a soft click, he slowly pushed open the door of the cubicle. A young man in a white lab coat stood outside, tall and with a gentle demeanor. He held a folder just as he had mentioned. He had indeed just passed by. His ID badge hung on his chest. Luo Ji was a school doctor. Student, are you all right? Dr. Luo looked at his disheveled appearance, slightly furrowing his brow, his gaze filled with moderate concern. Do you need to go to the infirmary? This can easily lead to a cold. Xia Lian shook his head. I'm fine, thank you, Dr. Luo. Dr. Luo's gaze swept over Xia Lian's soaked uniform and somewhat pale face, and he did not turn to leave just because Xia Lian said thank you. His gentle smile returned. You should still go to the infirmary. There's some time before class starts. I have clean towels for you to dry off with and some hot water to drink. If you go out like this, you'll definitely get sick with the wind blowing on you. Dr. Luo's reasoning was so sound that it was hard to refute, and his attitude was natural, completely fitting the character of a responsible school doctor. Xia Lian hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure if insisting on refusing would violate some unknown rule. However, in the end, he nodded. All right. Fine then, thank you. The two walked one after the other down the quiet corridor. Dr. Luo said nothing more, just steadily leading the way. Soon they arrived at the infirmary located at a corner of the teaching building. Dr. Luo unlocked the door with a key and stepped aside to let Xia Lian go in first. The infirmary was filled with a faint scent of disinfectant. There are clean towels in that cabinet, Dr. Luo said as he closed the door behind him. Xia Lian responded and opened the cabinet to take out a towel, but when he turned around he saw a sight that made his pupils constrict. The Dr. Luo, who had just been in a white lab coat and wearing frameless glasses exuding a gentle and steady demeanor, was now casually sitting in a chair behind the desk. The unfamiliar face of Dr. Luo had vanished, replaced by a face that Xia Lian knew all too well, wearing a seemingly eternal lazy expression, displaying a lack of interest in everything around. Wasn't this Jiang Xunyi? Sun Gu? Xia Lian's eyes widened, his voice filled with incredulous delight. Jiang Xunyi lazily lifted his eyelids. This sudden transformation left Xia Lian a bit bewildered, and he asked blankly, Sun Gu, how did you change back? Jiang Xunyi expressed that he was simply too lazy to explain. How much effort would it take to articulate? Why not just let others see his face directly? I'm truly a clever child. What the hell? Master of changing faces. Ha ha ha, as expected of Sun Gu, too lazy to explain, just let you see his face, simple and straightforward. Jiang Xunyi hiding identity. Trouble. Just laying it all out saves trouble. Logic self-consistent. JPG, I said it, the author definitely will stir things up. But I feel sorry for our Xia Lian. Seeing Jiang Xunyi like this, Xia Lian nodded earnestly. Got it. His face finally revealed the first genuine smile since entering the copy. As expected of Sun Gu. Thank you so much earlier. Jiang Xunyi looked at his expression and lazily added. I can't change your clothes, and not knowing the rules, messing with the school uniform might get someone killed. He pointed at Xia Lian's still dripping uniform. So you should wipe yourself off. Watching Xia Lian haphazardly dry his damp hair with the towel, Jiang Xunyi leaned back lazily in the chair, his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk, creating a steady soft sound. More than 10 minutes ago, Jiang Xunyi slowly followed the crowd, and he also heard their discussion. He turned to look at the entrance of this high school. Chongqing High School. Then everything spun around him. At the same time, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. They eradicate mediocrity to secure everlasting laurels, yet they forget that the blankness itself is the most glaring evidence. When consciousness returned, Jiang Xunyi was already seated in the infirmary. His feelings at that moment defied mere words. Wasn't this supposed to be routine? Is this the fabled law, that trailing the protagonist invariably summons some inexplicable accident? The novice scenario finished and immediately upgraded to rank. Wow, so this is how protagonists are scaled. 0237. I am here, host, what do you require? Can I go on strike? This. Should perhaps. Jiang Xunyi sighed. Never mind, I was joking. If 0237 had a face, its expression would surely be complicated. God only knows how terrifying that joke must have been. Although Jiang Xunyi had no desire to move for the sake of his own life, he resigned himself to watching. The infirmary was simply arranged, a modest space, a desk, a chair, 2 cots, and the surrounding cabinets. He first inspected the desk. Aside from some blank medical records and a few pens, there was nothing noteworthy. He opened a drawer at random. It contained only common office supplies. Just as Jiang Xunyi thought there was nothing to find, and prepared to abandon the search. His eye was drawn to an unremarkable A4 sheet taped to the side of the desk with transparent tape. The paper was slightly yellowed, its edges curling, as if it had been affixed for some time. The title was printed in bold. Infirmary Work Rules. Rule 1. Attend to every student. They are the school's future. You must treat all students equally and not discriminate for any reason. Rule 2. While on duty at school, you must always wear a white coat and display your name badge. This is your professional insignia and the basis for earning trust. Rule 3. Pay special attention to and prioritize students who claim they cannot concentrate or are experiencing hallucinations. They may be infected with an aversion to study. Immediately prescribe a bottle of the blue nutritional supplement and ensure they take it on the spot. Rule 4. The infirmary clock indicates the only accurate time. If your phone or any other timepiece disagrees with the clock, defer to the clock. If the clock's hands begin to move counterclockwise, leave the infirmary at once, do not linger nearby, and do not return until the next whole hour. Rule 5. Note that only white pills and transparent potions are kept in the infirmary. Rule 6. Be especially wary of students with poor grades. They may feign illness to avoid studying. For such students, do not conduct excessive examinations. Notify their homeroom teacher to escort the student back to class. Rule 7. The principal cares for every student's mental and physical well-being. At 5:00 p.m. each day, promptly report to the principal via the internal line. Always report no abnormalities. Oh, if there are abnormalities, you must still report no abnormalities. Rule 8. Your shift ends at 5:30 p.m. Leave on time and lock the infirmary's doors and windows. After your shift, if a student comes seeking help, ignore all of their requests. Rule 9. If someone calls your full name accurately, you must comply with all their requests. Rule 10. Your primary duty is to safeguard students' health and safety. Remember, you are a school physician. Jiang Xunyi memorized the 10 rules, tore the sheet down, and reattached it to the wall. The notice was posted so low that bending to read it was uncomfortable. He made one circuit of the infirmary. The cabinets held some past students' files that might prove useful later. The wall clock read 7:01 m. Judging by the hour, no students should be seeking the nurse yet. He slipped on the white coat, opened the infirmary door, and planned to stroll about. Not 2 minutes later, he heard noises coming from the restroom, and what happened was just like before. A brisk bell pulled Jiang Xunyi from his memories. It was the morning study bell. Xiaolian had half-dried his hair, no longer dripping. Brother Sun, should I return to the classroom first? Jiang Xunyi nodded and rose as well. Let's go. Facing Xiaolian's startled look, Jiang Xunyi's hand was already on the doorknob. You're late for class at school. Do you expect to offer the teacher an excuse? Xiaolian blinked. Seems so. Jiang Xunyi had already pushed the door open and walked out. Xiaolian hurried after him, and after only a few steps heard Jiang Xunyi's voice. Close the door. Oh right. Xiaolian obediently stepped back and shut the door, then ran a few steps to catch up with Jiang Xunyi. The sophomore classrooms were on the 3rd floor. They soon reached the doorway of grade 2, class 3. Even before they drew near, they could clearly hear the morning reading within. The classroom's rear door was firmly shut, only the front door open. A middle-aged female teacher with black-rimmed glasses and a stern face sat on a chair by the entrance holding a Chinese textbook. Her gaze was sharp, sweeping the students like a raptor while monitoring the doorway. Hearing footsteps, the teacher's eyes swept toward them. When she saw Xiaolian, the teacher's brow immediately furrowed and her expression darkened. Zhou Bai, look at what time it is. How long has the morning reading bell been ringing? Why are you only arriving now? If you don't want to study, no one is forcing you. It was only then that she noticed Jiang Xunyi standing beside Xiaolian. School nurse Luo. What is this? Jiang Xunyi smiled and stepped forward, a trace of helplessness on his face. Teacher Wang, it's like this. This student Zhou Bai had accidentally fallen on his way to school, wet his clothes, and suffered a few scrapes. I happened to pass by and saw him. I saw his clothes were soaked, and fearing he might catch a cold, I took him to the infirmary for a brief treatment and had him dry his hair, which delayed us a bit. We had just finished when I hurried him back. Jiang Xunyi's explanation was reasonable and delivered in the earnest tone of a dutiful school physician. Teacher Wang's gaze lingered for a few seconds on Xiaolian's damp hair and uniform, then shifted to Jiang Xunyi as she assessed the veracity of his words. Xiaolian lowered his head in compliance, wearing the expression of one who had done wrong and felt a little frightened. After a moment, Teacher Wang's stern expression softened a fraction. After all, the school doctor had come in person and explained. She turned to Xiaolian and spoke. In that case, I will say no more. Zhou Bai, be more careful next time. Return to your seat at once. A morning reading has already begun. Xiaolian whispered, Yes, Teacher Wang. Breathed a sigh of relief and slipped into the classroom. Teacher Wang then nodded to School Dr. Luo. Thank you, School Dr. Luo. You are welcome. It's my duty, Jiang Xunyi replied with a smile. You go ahead, Teacher Wang. I won't keep you. No sooner had Teacher Wang returned to her class and closed the front door than Jiang Xunyi paced back and forth along the corridor twice. His attention was fixed on the plaques above the classroom doors: grade 2, grade 2, 3. The next should be grade 2, 4. He slowed his pace and looked at the next classroom plaque: grade 2, 5. The question arose. Where had grade 2, 4 gone? Could it be that the entire class simply refused to attend, staging a mass disappearance? Jiang Xunyi walked back to the infirmary with his hands in his pockets. Without anyone to carry the burden, this sort of case was a real headache. No sooner had Jiang Xunyi sat at his desk than a knock sounded at the door. The timing was uncanny. Please come in, he said, adopting School Dr. Luo's gentle manner. He took on a mild, professional expression. A bespectacled slight boy came in, clutching his stomach, his complexion a little pale. Luo, School Dr. Luo, my stomach hurts, I feel like vomiting. Jiang Xunyi suddenly realized he had never really been a doctor yet. His face betrayed no surprise. He remembered briefly that he had meant to pretend to examine the boy's abdomen, but in the end he did not. Can you describe exactly where it hurts? After asking several questions, the boy answered each one. In truth, Jiang Xunyi could not determine the exact cause, but that did not prevent him from drawing a conclusion. It may be a mild acute gastroenteritis, Jiang Xunyi said gently. It'll give you something to relieve the symptoms. He rose and walked to the medicine cabinet, his gaze sweeping across it. Sure enough, the cabinet held only the 2 medicines mentioned in the rules. Jiang Xunyi took 2 white tablets and handed them to the boy. Take these, drink some water, and rest here under observation for half an hour. If there is no improvement, we may need to contact your parents to go to the hospital. The boy took them gratefully. Okay, thank you, School Dr. Luo. A steady stream of students followed. Most suffered ordinary colds, fevers, or stomachaches. Jiang Xunyi handled them with the universal prescription. Vitamins, plenty of hot water, rest, and observation. Throughout, he strictly observed the first rule, treating every student with the same gentle demeanor. Jiang Xunyi felt the expression on his face nearly become fixed. I've been so courteous and so professional. Can't they stop doubting me? That said, it had exhausted him. His mind felt weary and he was sleepy. It was not yet noon. Could he not have a moment to loaf? He brooded in boredom until a boy supporting another in a basketball jersey drenched in sweat rushed in, his voice urgent. School Dr. Luo. Quick, please see him. His ankle looks twisted and it hurts terribly. To be honest, when Jiang Xunyi saw the 2 of them, the thought that crossed his mind was that the school seemed so careless as to allow students to play basketball. He had the injured boy sit on the cot and roll up his trouser leg. Jiang Xunyi examined the ankle. It was indeed red and swollen. He wondered whether to put on a bandage and whether it would look odd to have the boy apply his own dressing. The boy rubbed his temple and added irritably, School Dr. Luo, I felt dizzy on the court. The hoop had double images and I couldn't concentrate. Unable to focus. Using the imminent start of class as an excuse, Jiang sent the companion away. He looked at the injured boy again. The 3rd rule was clear. Give priority attention to students who claim they cannot concentrate or who report hallucinations. They may have contracted a school aversion condition. Immediately prescribe a blue nutritional supplement and ensure they take it on the spot. Setting aside any question of conflicting rules, the problem was that he had never seen a blue nutritional supplement before. Jiang Xunyi's gaze instinctively swung to the medicine cabinet and he paused. What he saw was a blue potion materializing out of thin air. He walked over and precisely removed the lone blue nutritional supplement from the cabinet, offering it to the boy. This potion is specially formulated for your condition, Jiang Xunyi said, without a flicker of embarrassment. It will relieve nerves, reduce visual blur, and help you concentrate. His face remained a gentle smile. No further thought was necessary. There was only one course. Practice is the sole test of truth. Jiang Xunyi had done this before. The boy eyed the strange blue liquid hesitantly. School Dr. Luo, this. He paused but then took the bottle and drank it in one gulp. The boy smacked his lips. There was no particular taste. Jiang waited a few seconds. Indeed, nothing remarkable occurred at once. There was none of the imagined violence after taking the potion. The boy remained himself. How do you feel? Jiang asked tentatively. The boy blinked and answered calmly. Much better, thank you, School Dr. Luo. He paused and then added, I think my ankle doesn't hurt as much now. I should return to class and study. I mustn't miss lessons. Jiang raised an eyebrow. So immediate an effect. One swallow and suddenly a newfound love of studying bloomed. Jiang Xunyi nodded, gently maintaining a calm demeanor. Having a proactive attitude towards learning is a good thing, but you still need to pay attention to your foot injury. Try to move around less when you go back. If things really don't improve later, you should still go to the hospital for a checkup. Alright, thank you, Nurse Luo. The boy stood up, his ankle still red and swollen with no medicine applied yet. He could indeed walk. Jiang Xunyi watched him limp out of the school infirmary. Ding-ling-a-ling. The soothing sound of the lunch bell rang out, adding a touch of noise to the entire campus. What should I do next? Jiang Xunyi leaned back in his chair, lazily talking to himself before answering, it's time to eat. Following the flow of students towards the cafeteria, he noticed that they all appeared to be in a hurry, almost jogging. The cafeteria was a standalone building with a conspicuous notice board at the entrance, seemingly designed for everyone to see clearly. Student cafeteria dining rules. First rule, dining times are strictly limited. A breakfast from 0700 to 0710, lunch from 1200 to 1210, and dinner from 1800 to 1810. Please make sure to complete your meal within the designated time. Second rule, please maintain silence while dining. Talking and noise are prohibited. Third rule, the food provided by the cafeteria is safe and nutritious, so please feel free to enjoy it. If you find any unusual items in your food, please remain calm and do not cause a scene. Simply place them in a corner of your plate. Fourth rule, cafeteria staff wear white uniforms. If you see anyone in a different colored uniform, please do not converse with them or accept any food they offer. Fifth rule, after finishing your meal, please return your plate to the designated recycling area and ensure that there is no leftover food on it. Sixth rule, the cafeteria manager is committed to providing good service. If you have any comments regarding the food or service, please make sure to retain them and provide samples of the food. Jiang Xunyi quickly skimmed through the rules, his gaze lingering on the third rule. Unusual items? I hope there won't be a dead mouse head. He successfully picked up a meal set and found an empty seat to sit down. The cafeteria was unusually quiet. Apart from the sounds of utensils clashing, hardly any voices could be heard as all the students were engrossed in their meals. Jiang Xunyi seemed unbothered by the time constraints of the rules. Instead, he appeared particularly at ease. He leisurely maneuvered his chopsticks through the food on his plate as if conducting a pre-meal inspection. This rule was originally meant for the students' dining etiquette. What did it have to do with him as a school nurse? Even if this bizarre rule went haywire and referred to this cafeteria as the student cafeteria, it wouldn't matter if it had something to do with him as a school nurse. Because Jiang Xunyi had some other plans, he originally intended to comply with this rule. Once he confirmed that there were no unusual items on this plate, he leisurely picked up a piece of potato and brought it to his mouth. After chewing a few times, his brow slightly furrowed almost imperceptibly before he returned to calmness. The taste could only be described as hard to put into words. Does this school not pay for oil? Jiang Xunyi took a few simple bites before putting down his chopsticks. There was still a large portion of food left on his plate, yet it was genuinely difficult to swallow. He planned to exploit a little bug. Jiang Xunyi wiped the corner of his mouth, and then calmly raised his hand, his voice not loud, but particularly clear in the silent cafeteria. Manager, please hold on. The plump cafeteria manager, dressed in a white uniform and sporting a standard smile, happened to be patrolling nearby and was thus called over. The manager paused, his smiling face turning toward Jiang Xunyi, and inquired in a mechanical tone, "What do you need, teacher?" Jiang Xunyi pointed to the plate of food he had hardly touched, wearing an expression of slight apology and sincerity. "It's like this, Mr. Manager, I have a small suggestion regarding today's meal, and I wonder if it's appropriate to bring it up." The manager's smile seemed to stiffen for a second. "Please go ahead." Jiang Xunyi continued to maintain his persona, speaking gently, as if genuinely offering constructive advice. "I think the food in our cafeteria has a taste. Very unique and quite memorable." The manager's lips appeared to twitch upward slightly, as if accepting some form of praise. However, Jiang Xunyi shifted his tone, speaking earnestly, "Because it is so delicious, students might easily overindulge due to the temptation of taste, which could affect their digestive health and even lead to unnecessary waste. After all, the portion sizes are fixed, but appetites vary from person to person. As for my plate, the cafeteria lady was too generous. The portion was substantial. I tried to eat, but it was genuinely beyond my capacity." He spread his hands, gesturing to the still overflowing plate with an expression so sincere that it was hard to find fault with. "So my suggestion is, could we adjust the flavor to be a bit lighter and simpler while maintaining nutrition? This might help students control their portions more effectively, fundamentally reducing the likelihood of waste. Of course, it's also fine to ask the cafeteria ladies to serve a little less." The cafeteria manager's smile instantly froze on his face, his lips twitching imperceptibly. For the first time, a glimmer of suspicion appeared in his otherwise dull eyes, as if to say, "Are you mocking me?" He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to refute, but upon seeing Jiang Xunyi's expression of genuine concern for the school and students he hesitated. Moreover, his suggestion perfectly aligned with the positive messages of cherishing food and healthy eating, and did not violate any rules. In fact, it even helped the cafeteria consider how to better adhere to the clean plate campaign. What else could he say? You see, this is an example of waste caused by the food being too delicious. Please make sure to retain my feedback. As Jiang Xunyi spoke, he naturally picked up the plate and handed the food he had hardly touched as a feedback sample to the cafeteria manager. The manager looked at the nearly full plate of samples, feeling a lump in his throat, as Jiang Xunyi's words caught in his chest, unable to rise or fall. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Thank you for your valuable feedback. We will seriously consider it. That would be wonderful. Thank you for your hard work. To avoid delaying your work and other students' meals, I won't keep you any longer. Before leaving the cafeteria, Jiang Xunyi turned back and offered an encouraging smile to the plump manager, who was still standing there, his face shifting between shades of green and white. As he turned back, his gaze swept over the students who were eating, losing the gentle smile he had just moments ago. Was it just an illusion? He had the distinct feeling that someone had been watching him. Not seeing any suspicious individuals, Jiang Xunyi returned to the school infirmary. There was no room for action now. He still had to wait until after work. Although he really did not want to act at night, he had to admit that nighttime was the time with the least restrictions. The risks might be higher, but the rewards were substantial. As soon as Jiang Xunyi returned to the infirmary, someone knocked on the door. This person was straightforward, calling out his name right away. Jiang Xunyi. This caused Jiang Xunyi to retract the persona he hadn't had the chance to display, propping one hand on the table and tilting his head to scrutinize the student-like figure before him. Relying on the faint fluctuations of the spiritual energy still lingering on him, Jiang Xunyi recognized it was Su Yunchuan. Maintaining his posture, Jiang Xunyi didn't speak, waiting for him to say something first. Su Yunchuan was already accustomed to this attitude. Frankly, Jiang Xunyi was simply too lazy to talk. I've checked, and aside from Chu Xian Chen, Ruixiamo, and Shinjiaoye, it seems our two teams have all been pulled into this instance. I've met with them. We are planning to go investigate tonight to see if we can find any clues. I just came to ask you a question. Are you coming with us or acting alone? Jiang Xunyi responded quite decisively. With you all. I initially thought this instance would require some brain power. After all, Shinjiaoye isn't here, he left early. I almost forgot there were these protagonists around. Just a bit of protagonist aura would be enough. Su Yunchuan looked at the white coat Jiang Xunyi was wearing. But with your identity, you'll know when the time comes. Seeing Jiang Xunyi still looking listless and indifferent, Su Yunchuan did not say much more. In fact, Jiang Xunyi felt different to him compared to others. He couldn't quite explain it himself. Perhaps this was intuition. After discussing the specific time and meeting point, they planned to head to the teaching building tonight. Once Su Yunchuan left, Jiang Xunyi began conversing with the system in his mind. Though he realized he was truly living in this anime world, he was unclear about the plot's direction and did not understand the character settings. Su Yunchuan's ability to find people so quickly piqued Jiang Xunyi's curiosity about his supernatural power. 0237. What is Su Yunchuan's ability? He is a dual ability user. The first is a support type called Eye of Rebirth. Specifically, he can see through illusions and discern truth from falsehood. The second is an attack type called Metal Resonance, which allows him to manipulate all metals, transforming them into any shape for any purpose. However, it seems the protagonist's two abilities are still at a beginner stage and he has not fully mastered them yet. In the early chapters of the comic, this may not be very apparent, but later the protagonist's strength grows rapidly. However, generally the stronger the ability, the greater the aftereffects, and this applies to the protagonist as well. Jiang Xunyi rhythmically tapped his fingers against the table. Dual abilities are rare. He did not oppose this idea. But it wasn't a special case. He had seen other dual ability users apart from Su Yunchuan. Though Su Yunchuan had significant potential, he was not particularly outstanding. There were too many capable individuals. Yet why was he the protagonist? Was it truly the favor of the world's will? The afternoon was no different from the morning. Jiang Xunyi had become quite proficient. Time passed quickly until night fell, and the bell signaling the end of evening self-study echoed across the campus. Students either walked out of the school gate or returned to their dormitories. The campus, which had some noise during the day, returned to silence. Jiang Xunyi was the first to arrive after all. He didn't have to sneak out of the dormitory. He leaned against a tree with his eyes closed. Gradually people arrived, but everyone only exchanged brief greetings before finding their own spots to stay. Only Xia Lian approached Jiang Xunyi, calling out to him, then obediently squatted down beside him. Since the morning, Jiang Xunyi had not opened his identity disguise. as he didn't want to explain his identity to Xiaolian. So everyone could easily recognize him. Their temporary team had no designated leader. Everyone was considered a genius, and it was normal for no one to submit to anyone else. To Jiang Xunyi, it was just a bunch of overly dramatic youths gathered together. Who knows what trouble they might stir up? He tilted his head to glance at the night behind him before turning back. Here they come, everyone assemble. Ah, my blue sister is still so beautiful. Nian hasn't taken her short blade from her waist side. She's really focused on the task of protecting blue sister. Our little prince looks grumpy hilarious. Surely she was still mad from earlier in the day. There's no way I can't argue back. That person is notoriously sharp-tongued, okay? This instance actually has LV Ming. I'm not asking for much, just don't let him screw us over from the start. It feels like Lei is a bit unhappy, but squatting beside Sun Gu is just too cute, so adorable. What are Yun Gu and Xiao Xiao plotting? Why won't they let me hear? May I ask, is Xiao Xiao? When Jianwei? Of course that's a nickname. There's no other reason. He always keeps a smile on his face. Seeing the sudden influx of bullet comments, Jiang Xunyi almost chuckled, yes. He hadn't turned off the comments, and he was slowly getting used to their presence. Unconsciously, he glanced over at Wen Jianwei, who felt Jiang Xunyi's inexplicable gaze, and could only smile and nod at him. Jiang Xunyi withdrew his gaze. Xiao Xiao. This nickname was surprisingly fitting. After everyone had gathered, they began to take action. They planned to start from the first floor and gradually work their way up. The teaching building was already dark, shrouded in total darkness, with only the emergency exit signs glowing a faint green. The group walked down the corridor, trying to keep their footsteps as quiet as possible. Jiang Xunyi leisurely followed at the back, hands in his pockets, stifling a yawn. They climbed to the second floor where everything appeared ordinary. It was only when they set foot on the stairway to the third floor and stepped out into the corridor's corner that the atmosphere shifted. Su Yunchuan, walking at the head, abruptly raised his arm to halt the others. His body tensed slightly as he tilted his head, as if straining to catch a sound. Fu Jinchen, following behind, braked sharply, his brow furrowed, and the thin veneer of impatience on his face nearly hardened into complaint. What? His voice cut off suddenly, because everyone had heard it. From the third-floor corridor, which should have been pitch dark and silent, there came unmistakably the sound of reading aloud. Not a solitary voice, but many interwoven as they recited classical passages and English texts. The voices echoed down the empty corridor with an eerie, spine-tingling quality. What's happening? Xiaolian instinctively edged closer to Jiang Xunyi. Jiang Yan's eyes snapped sharp. He stepped forward half a pace and naturally placed himself in front of Lan Shi. As they stood bewildered, trying to make sense of the sudden phenomenon, there came a swift change. Without warning, as if a switch had been flipped, the corridor that had been lit only by moonlight flooded with daylight. The blinding sunlight bathed the entire third floor, and not just that level. The whole campus seemed suddenly suffused with daylight. At the same time, it was not only the reading. Behind the tightly closed classroom doors, a chorus erupted. Teachers' crisp lectures, the squeak of chalk on blackboard, students rising to answer questions. The third floor became a vivid scene of normal daytime classes. They stood abruptly at the brightly lit corner of the corridor, conspicuously out of place amid this unexpected daylight tableau. This? Even usually composed Su Yunchuan was stunned. Though shocked, everyone quickly rallied their senses. A faint rustle came from behind. The sparse sound of fabric brushing fabric. And they all turned instinctively to look. Oh, it was Jiang Xunyi pulling a school uniform jacket over himself. At first glance it seemed nothing, but on reflection it was odd. Wasn't he the school medic? Their gazes dropped, and they saw an innocent student sprawled on the stairs. Jiang Xunyi followed their eyes downward and spoke in a measured tone. He looks late, he just came up. I borrowed his uniform for a moment. Jiang Xunyi had been walking at the rear. The sudden shift in the scene did not faze him. He had seen enough to grow accustomed. While everyone remained sunk in astonishment, Jiang Xunyi heard footsteps from behind, edged with heavy panting. He turned and saw the student. The boy had rushed up 3 flights in a single burst and panted for breath. Seeing the stairwell crowded with people, he stood dazed, unable to speak immediately. The next second, a wisp of spiritual force snapped from between Jiang Xunyi's fingers into him, and he collapsed straight away. Jiang Xunyi plucked the uniform jacket from the boy's arms and put it on himself. He had not been wearing his white coat. It remained in the infirmary. If the rules allowed a white coat to serve as a professional emblem, why should a school uniform not perform the same function? So now he wore the uniform. Now he was a student. Out in the world, one may define one's own identity. The others watched his maneuver with twitching disbelief, but their attention stayed fixed on the present scene. Suddenly, a nearby classroom door creaked open, and a middle-aged female teacher clutching her lesson plans stepped out. She immediately spotted the small cluster of students gathered at the stairwell and her brow knit. Which class are you from? It's class time and you're not in your classroom. What are you doing loitering here? Her tone was sharp, her gaze sweeping over them like a searchlight. They all froze, caught by this NPC-like teacher for skipping class in a school governed by uncanny rules who could tell what consequences might follow. Su Yunchuan spoke first. Good afternoon, teacher. We're from the student union's publicity department. Our homeroom teacher asked us to fetch the materials to be posted this week from the print room. We were just returning. He had improvised the explanation on the spot, yet inwardly he was far from calm. The teacher's scrutinizing gaze lingered on Su Yunchuan for a few seconds before sweeping to the other's, suspicion faintly shadowing her expression. So many people going to carry materials, as her lips moved, poised to ask more. The class bell rang through the third floor. That sudden dismissal dissolved their predicament. The teacher, seeing this, did not press further. She waved them on. Go and come back quickly, don't linger in the corridor. With that, she turned and left lesson plans in her arms. They all breathed a private sigh of relief. A somewhat cool female voice suggested, spread out a bit. You're too conspicuous like this. It was the first time Jiang Xunyi had heard she offer a suggestion. She had always been rather reserved. No one contradicted her. They tacitly dispersed in twos and threes, each on guard. Only Jiang Xunyi continued to stroll slowly. He had just noticed a sign for Senior Year 2 Class 4 and had no time to pause for a closer look. An unremarkable boy in a school uniform pushed through the crowd, passing near Jiang Xunyi and Xiaolian, and greeted them with a familiar nod. Hey, you got back just in time. Did you bring the materials? The question struck the group like sudden thunder. Xiaolian forgot herself and gaped instinctively, turning to look at Su Yunchuan. Seeing no response, the boy hurried on with his questions. It's the publicity materials Teacher Li mentioned before class. He told you to get them from the print room. You hadn't returned for a while, so he sent me down to check and I just ran into you. Why are you empty-handed? Where are the materials? His tone was natural, as if stating an ordinary fact, yet they all knew Su Yunchuan's earlier claim about fetching materials had been a hasty fabrication. How had that excuse suddenly become true? And how had a classmate so precisely identified it and demanded the non-existent materials? Jiang Xunyi listened, shrugged, and smoothly picked up the conversation. We did go, but the print room said some pages weren't finished and asked us to come back next period. He looked the questioning boy in the eye calmly, a trace of complaint in his voice. So we came up first. Where is Teacher Li? I'll go tell him myself. Do they need them urgently? The boy, carried along by Jiang Xunyi's unflustered manner, showed no hint of doubt. The confusion on the boy's face eased and he waved a hand. Oh, I see. It's not urgent. Teacher Li only asked me to check. If they weren't printed, never mind. Pick them up next period, he added helpfully. You don't need to go out of your way to find Teacher Li. He's probably in the office grading papers now. I'll tell him on your behalf later. Really? That's great, thank you. A relaxed smile appeared on Jiang Xunyi's face, as if a burden had been lifted. The boy turned and blended into the noisy crowd, quickly disappearing from sight. Xiaolian leaned in close to Jiang Xunyi and whispered, Sungu. Awesome. Jiang Xunyi was unconcerned. He had just caught a glimpse of the boy coming out of Class 2. For wasn't that a coincidence? They should be students of Class 2, 4, by now. Just like any ordinary student returning to class, he stepped into the classroom of Class 2, 4. He scanned the room and the overall layout was the same as the other classrooms. Luo Cheng. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Xunyi's footsteps faltered slightly. He turned around to see a girl walking towards him, and she was indeed calling out to him. But what was strange about this name was that it was neither the school doctor's name nor his real name. It was clearly a backup name he had conceived after entering the scenario and noticing the rules. This name existed only in his mind, and he remembered that he had never mentioned it to anyone. Yet now it was being called out by a stranger, an NPC at that. Could this really be a coincidence? There couldn't be such a serendipitous event. The girl saw Jiang Xunyi stop and quickly approached him, lowering her voice. I finally found you. Didn't the school doctor specifically instruct us to keep an eye on Zhou Ziyu? If anything happens, we should report to him. As she spoke, her gaze instinctively darted to the corner of the classroom. Jiang Xunyi followed her line of sight and saw a very quiet boy sitting in the corner by the window. He had his head slightly bowed with stray hair covering part of his brows and eyes focusing intently on writing something in his workbook, completely at odds with the surrounding noisy environment, as if enveloped in an invisible barrier. The girl spoke again. I thought you were the psychology committee member. It would be more appropriate for you to pay attention to this. The school doctor said he has been a bit emotionally unstable lately, worried something might happen. Jiang Xunyi put on a somewhat surprised expression, still adept at extracting information. Oh, I remember that, but has anything particularly happened lately? Why is he emotionally unstable? I haven't heard anything. The girl shrugged her shoulders. It's the same. As always, he doesn't talk much, doesn't play with others, just buries himself in studying. But it seems like he hasn't caused any trouble lately. His mood seems stable. Is the school doctor overreacting? I haven't seen those people bothering him recently. To be honest, he's quite pitiful, but there's nothing to be done. His grades weren't that good to begin with, and he got into trouble with Li Yi. Li Yi comes from a well-off family, has good grades, and the school practically caters to him. I heard his dad even donated a building to our school. Moreover, he really hasn't done anything particularly outrageous, and he always apologizes sincerely, so what can be done? The school has turned a blind eye. Jiang Xunyi sighed. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it, thanks. No problem. After the girl finished speaking, she walked away easily, as if she had completed a task. Jiang Xunyi did not hesitate and walked straight towards the quiet figure in the corner. People came and went in the classroom, and the noise was incessant, but the corner where Zhou Ziyu sat seemed to have been muted, with only the sound of the pencil gliding across the paper. Jiang Xunyi naturally pulled out the empty seat in front of him, turned around, and sat down facing him. Classmate Zhou Ziyu. Jiang Xunyi tentatively called out, "Can we talk?" There was no response at all. Zhou Ziyu didn't even pause his pencil, as if Jiang Xunyi was merely a gust of air. His gaze remained fixed on the workbook, as if it contained the world's only truth. Jiang Xunyi rubbed his temples. Indeed, this kind of task should not be left to himself. It's the school doctor who asked me to talk to you. With a sudden motion, the pencil made a sharp mark on the paper and abruptly stopped. Zhou Ziyu, who had been keeping his head down, finally reacted. He slowly raised his head, his dark eyes peering out from beneath his disheveled hair, quietly looking at Jiang Xunyi. His face was somewhat pale, and his lips pressed tightly together. At the moment he raised his head, his hand, which had relaxed its grip on the pencil, because of the pause, slightly shifted his sleeve upwards, and Jiang Xunyi keenly caught sight of several distinct bruises on his inner wrist and forearm. Jiang Xunyi's gaze lingered on the bruise for less than half a second before Zhou Ziyu, like a startled rabbit, swiftly withdrew his hand and quickly hid it under the desk, instinctively tugging at his uniform sleeve in an attempt to cover it. He lowered his head again, avoiding Jiang Xunyi's gaze, but the barrier that had previously isolated him from the outside world had clearly cracked due to the name school doctor. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Xunyi regretted not wearing a white coat. It would have been easier to communicate as the school doctor. Zhou Ziyu's voice was very soft, tinged with a dryness that almost drowned in the surrounding noise. Did the school doctor say anything else? Jiang Xunyi tried to appear more gentle. The school doctor is very concerned about your situation. If you have anything to say or need help, you can tell me. He paused and added, or you can go directly to the infirmary to find him. Zhou Ziyu buried his head even lower, his voice barely escaping his lips. I'm fine. His refusal was expected by Jiang Xunyi, but the anxiety and fear that lay beneath his forced calm was transmitted clearly. Jiang Xunyi focused entirely on Zhou Ziyu, attempting to pry more information from his tightly clenched jaw. He was just about to say something more. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. Was it a bit too quiet around? Was class starting? But he hadn't heard the bell. He instinctively felt a strong sense of crisis rushing at him from the front. He abruptly pulled his attention back to reality. He saw that the Zhou Ziyu, who had been keeping his head down and appeared fragile and anxious, had somehow already raised his head. All traces of timidity and silence had vanished from his face, replaced by a cold, sinister demeanor. Those dark eyes, now glinting with a haunting red light, stared fixedly at Jiang Xunyi. At the critical moment, Jiang Xunyi relied on his extraordinary combat instincts, exerting force from his waist and abdomen as his body leaned back at an extreme angle. Whoosh! The icy fingers nearly grazed his Adam's apple. He rolled over and stood up from his seat, stepping back 2 paces to create distance. Soon Guest's reaction was incredible. He almost got caught. LV Mingyu did that on purpose. Didn't we agree not to screw each other over? Wait, are we already in trouble this early? Yungu just helped out, don't let him down. Sooner or later you'll be the one getting screwed over. It's over. A chain reaction has been triggered. Jiang Xunyi naturally saw the barrage of comments, and for the first time he felt the reality of being in trouble. He felt a bit speechless. He really disliked being interrupted while he was operating. He heard Wen Jianwei's voice nearby explaining everything that had just happened in the blink of an eye. It was probably LV Ming who got discovered by the NPC. Just now an NPC asked him, did Teacher Wang send you to get something from the office? He didn't catch on immediately and reflexively asked which Teacher Wang. There is only one homeroom teacher in their class with the surname Wang. Roar. After missing an attack, Zhou Ziyu let out a low growl that sounded inhuman, his eyes glowing fiercely red, yet he did not charge forward. He acted like the leader of these monsters, controlling everything. In an instant, the students and teachers who had previously appeared normal in the classroom and hallway also froze in their movements. Then one by one the heads of the monsters stiffly turned towards the direction of these intruders, their eyes lighting up with the same red glow. "Retreat!" Su Yunchuan decisively shouted, no longer hesitating as he yelled to his stunned and confused companions, "Back to the stairway. Hurry!" As he spoke, he quickly reacted, using the metal zipper on his school uniform to fling away two reeded students lunging at him. When Jiangwei grabbed hold of the still-dazed Xiaolian, pulling her towards the stairway. Although she was filled with fighting spirit, she was forcibly pulled back by Zhang Yan. "What the hell is this? Even a human wouldn't say such things." This remark was made by Fu Jincheng, and Jiang Xunyi actually wanted to agree, saying it was right. He kicked aside the obstructive desks and chairs, and with a nimble move Jiang Xunyi stepped out of the classroom, but the scene outside was utter chaos. She felt a flash of regret as she was pulled away, seemingly wanting to test the caliber of these monsters, but she wasn't blind to the situation. There were indeed too many. Jiang Xunyi catch. A short knife flew through the air in a graceful arc thrown to Jiang Xunyi by Lan Shi. He didn't hesitate. He was already in the center and had no suitable weapon in hand. "Thanks." Grasping the short knife, Jiang Xunyi still made no grand movements. He simply rotated his wrist to block the sudden attacks. However, the situation kept him alert and awake. The group fought while retreating, their goal clear, the stairway. Jiang Xunyi was the last one. He slid to the side to avoid Zhou Ziyu's lunge, grabbing the stair railing to leverage himself and directly flipped to the next floor. They reached the second floor, but it was of no use. "Damn! We can't shake them off." Fu Jincheng couldn't help but curse. But no one dared to stop, continuing to sprint down the corridor on the second floor. Jiang Xunyi followed the group. If he had to say he was nervous, it wasn't really the case. Suddenly, he was blinded by a reflection from a surface ahead. The light was negligible, yet Jiang Xunyi halted. Yes, he suddenly stopped amidst the fleeing group, pausing in front of this reflective surface. The monsters behind him were almost within reach. "Sun Gu!" Xiaolian turned back and was shocked into a near panic at the sight. Jiang Xunyi simply raised his right hand, lightly, casually pressing in the direction of the surging wave of monsters. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling special effects. But a strange scene occurred. The front row of monsters, about 7 or 8 of them, were instantly frozen in place. They remained in their fierce forward stances, their red eyes flickering wildly, but they could not advance an inch. The monsters behind them, unable to halt their momentum, crashed heavily into their frozen companions. The entire surging tide of monsters was forcefully cut off. What the hell is this, some kind of ability activated? I told you this guy is no ordinary person. Please call me the Prophet. How come he looks a bit cool? This is it, I really feel like he's a bit like a villain. Aren't villains usually strong from the start? Especially the kind that mixes in with the protagonists. Sun Gu must have just activated a big move. It's really hard to believe he has a special ability. Is this AB? Author, you old thief, you call this AB? Su Yunchuan, who was preparing to turn back and assist, was frozen in place. Not just him, but everyone was confused about the situation. Jiang Xunyi was actually quite famous in school, but the way he was famous was not exactly good. Their class was indeed filled with elites, and logically speaking the lowest rating should be a level, yet Jiang Xunyi stood out with a B rating. The school did not oppose sparring, and there was a regulation that any student could challenge their special training class. As long as they won, they could take the place of the loser. However, they could also refuse. Generally, no one would do that, as everyone valued face, and they were all quite confident in their own strength. But there are exceptions to everything, and Jiang Xunyi was that exception. Many confident individuals once thought of proving themselves by challenging him, this soft persimmon, but Jiang Xunyi always responded lazily with a "not interested." Over time, everyone assumed he perhaps entered the class through special contributions or other means, and his actual strength might not be remarkable. Although everyone present did not think so, they all felt Jiang Xunyi's strength could be extraordinary. But isn't that a bit illogical? They were not amazed by Jiang Xunyi's displayed strength, but rather wondered how he could have such control right after awakening his powers. It is known that control is recognized as the most difficult thing. Yet Jiang Xunyi could block all the monsters just by controlling the ones in front. This led everyone to ponder more about Jiang Xunyi. He was unaware of their inner thoughts. Even if he did know, he wouldn't care. It was just 2 years. He had no intention of investing too much emotion. All his attention was focused on the wall in front of him, the source of the reflection. It was a small piece of sharp-edged glass affixed to the wall with transparent tape. Above the glass was a symbol carved into the wall. A 0. The carving was quite new, the strokes and turns. Jiang Xunyi was very familiar with. This was clearly something he had carved himself. Even the act of sticking a piece of glass underneath was his own habit. It is absolutely certain this is the mark he made himself. All the clues like scattered puzzle pieces have been pieced together into a complete picture at this moment. This dungeon has been reset. Su Yunchuan's clever excuse, "I need to grab some materials," was soon followed by a seemingly natural inquiry from a suddenly appearing classmate, "Where are the materials?" That is not a coincidence. It is the confirmation of a script that has long been written. In the previous loops, they might indeed have undertaken the task of grabbing materials, and this time Su Yunchuan unknowingly instinctively reiterated the plot from the past. Luo Cheng is a name that exists only in his mind as a backup plan, yet it was called out so naturally by a stranger from class 2, 4. It is neither a coincidence nor do they possess any mind-reading abilities. It is likely that in some past loop he had indeed used the identity of Luo Cheng. The A0 mark and the shards of glass before him serve as undeniable evidence. They have not just entered this dungeon for a day. They may have been struggling here for countless first days. Each failure to meet some unknown condition resets everything. Then, like a blank slate, they are thrown back to the beginning of this level dungeon, repeating a seemingly first encounter plot. This is the horror of this level dungeon. It will always wear down your life in ways you cannot anticipate. Su Yunchuan and the others also sensed something was amiss. They gathered around looking at the marks on the wall and the shards of glass, then glanced at Jiang Xunyi, who wore a completely expressionless face. "What's wrong?" Su Yunchuan asked as he leaned in, while the metallic object behind him hovered in the air, still vigilant against the reedied monsters. Jiang Xunyi calmly expressed his thoughts and concluded, "We may have already been here for more than just a day." The suffocating truth lingered in the air for a few seconds, but Jiang Xunyi seemed to quickly cast aside this weight, perhaps never having taken it to heart. His face then returned to that characteristic slightly drowsy demeanor, as if the one who had just spoken the truth was not him. Jiang Xunyi raised his hand to rub his temples, stifling a yawn, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. "While I can still hold on and my powers haven't completely failed, should we consider a strategic retreat? This thing probably won't hold them off for too long." His tone was rather casual, even tinged with impatience, as if he wanted to wrap things up and go back to sleep, which instead lightened the previously tense atmosphere. The group no longer lingered, taking advantage of Jiang Xunyi's powers still being in effect. They quickly made their way down the stairs to the first floor along another corridor. Only after distancing themselves from the teaching building and confirming that those monster figures had not reappeared did they dare to slow their pace. As the night breeze blew, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of both physical and mental fatigue. "Let's call it a day for now." When Jianwei maintained a smile this discovery. "Everyone will indeed need some time to digest it." No one opposed. They exchanged glances, tacitly choosing not to say more, and dispersed towards the directions their roles required, their figures quickly vanishing into the night. Watching them leave, the fatigue he had been holding off surged like a tide. He rubbed his throbbing temples and murmured to himself, "It's better to use mental energy sparingly in the future." He didn't want to think about anything now. He just wanted to find a place to close his eyes and sleep first. Glancing at the few lush old trees in the campus, he took a step back, ran a few steps, and gracefully leaped onto a thick and concealed branch, finding a comfortable position to lean against the fork of the tree. The dense leaves perfectly concealed his figure. Just as he adjusted his position and prepared to let himself sink into sleep, his eyelids lifted slightly, and he lazily spoke towards a seemingly empty dark corner below, his voice thick with sleepiness yet still clear. "Although I don't know what you're following us for." He paused as if just casually mentioning it. "But please don't disturb my sleep." With his words, silence fell beneath the tree. Only the rustling of leaves in the night breeze could be heard. Meanwhile, in the Tian Ladder living area, Area 1, an unknown region, Shenjia's figure appeared here. There were not many people on the street, but each exuded a sharp aura, clearly not to be underestimated. This place is the stronghold of Tianjing. Upon seeing Shenjiao, whether chatting or walking alone, everyone stopped their movements. Brother Yi, you're back." Shenjiao merely nodded casually, his expression neutral, a stark contrast to the big dog demeanor he had when following Jiang Xunyi at school. He continued walking straight into the tallest black building. As soon as he entered the building, his gaze fell upon a woman in the center of the hall. The woman had her back to him, tall and graceful, dressed in a sharply tailored dark purple leather combat suit. She had a mane of thick, deep purple hair casually draped over her shoulders. Seemingly sensing someone entering, she slowly turned around. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with long, narrow eyes that slightly tilted upwards at the corners, infused with a sharp insight into the world. Her full red lips wore a natural upward curve, seemingly smiling without really smiling. Her aura resembled a rose laced with poison, dangerous yet irresistibly alluring. Upon seeing Shenjiao, She curved her red lips into a noticeable smile, her eyes, seemingly able to see through the hearts of people, flickered with a hint of amusement. Shen Zhaoye also revealed a genuine smile, relaxed in a way only close ones could be, and called out, "Second sister." The woman stepped forward and naturally ruffled Shen Zhaoye's short hair. Although he appeared a bit awkward, he did not shy away. "I'm not a kid anymore, stop messing with my hair." The woman acted as if she hadn't heard her gaze sweeping over his face, her tone teasing. "Found someone? Are you relieved?" Shen Zhaoye's eyes instantly lit up. "Of course I found him." But then he pouted. "However, I just can't figure out why I had to go to the spirit guardian realm." The woman chuckled. "How long have you known him? Still treating him like a little lamb? He always has his own plans. 10 of you wouldn't be enough for him to play with. The boss letting you follow him is also a sign of trust, got it? Alright, let's take a break. After a while, when everyone is gathered, well, go meet the boss." She looked up at the sky. Things in the Tian ladder have indeed become quite unsettled. 38. 7C. Fever confirmed. Jiang Xunyi glanced at the thermometer, his tone calm and gentle. The very essence of Luo Ji's demeanor. "Go home and rest. He'll write you a leave note, then head to your homeroom, teacher. Check whether you need to call your parents first. And remember, drink plenty of water, take your medicine on schedule." As he spoke, he deftly filled out the note and handed it to the student. "Thank you, Nurse Luo," the boy murmured in reply. The boy accepted the note and staggered out of the infirmary, his steps unsteady. Jiang Xunyi had already returned to the infirmary before 5 o'clock that morning. He'd hoped for just a few more minutes of rest. But if teachers or students arrived early and saw him dozing, it would only invite unnecessary trouble. Yesterday's memories remained intact, meaning they were not endlessly trapped in day one. The reset condition simply hadn't triggered yet. The morning hours unfolded identically to yesterday. He knew the routine by heart. After tending to the feverish student, Jiang Xunyi leaned back in his chair, gaze vacant, thoughts adrift. He felt both hungry and drowsy. Did the school possess some arcane curse? Moments later, muffled voices drifted in from outside, growing steadily louder. "It's all your fault. You insisted on arguing with me." "Humph. You started it." "What do you mean I started it?" "You rolled your eyes first." With a sharp, unceremonious bang, the infirmary door swung open. In strode Fu Jincheng. His expression stormy, his uniform collar askew. Trailing behind him was an unfamiliar male student, also in uniform, his features tight with irritation. Instantly, the commentary stream flared to life. "Ah, our sharp-tongued prodigy has arrived. My verbal avatar has come. Watch who he eviscerates today. Ha ha ha. These two together are pure comedy gold. Who gets it? Truly unmatched." They began bickering inexplicably during class, got called out by the teacher. And then, in a flash of desperate ingenuity, feigned sudden illness. To avoid detection, they truly went all out. Even if their acting was slightly over the top. In the manga, they don't even meet until mid-story. Now they've crossed paths far earlier. Have they come solely to deliver comic relief for my benefit? This won't do. Sharp tongue, you're holding back. Disappointing. Fu Jincheng was clearly in a foul mood. After all, when had anyone ever spoken to him so bluntly? Worse, he realized he couldn't even win the argument. He shot a glance at Jiang Xunyi, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed his frustration. Pointing toward Jiang Xunyi, he addressed the sharp-tongued boy beside him. "Enough, we'll both step back. No more quarreling. He's one of us." Though his tone still carried a trace of resentment, it served as a formal introduction. Wei Lin's discerning gaze swept over Jiang Xunyi. Surprisingly, the usual aura of defiant arrogance softened considerably. He stepped forward and offered a courteous self-introduction. "ID Poison King, Wei Lin. A pleasure to meet you." Commentary erupted. Did Sharp Tongue just speak politely? No immediate mockery. This utterly contradicts his established persona. Ha ha ha. I feel a pang of sympathy for young Master Fu. Look at that stunned expression. Fu Jincheng, seriously, are you targeting me? Jiang Xunyi gave a brief nod in acknowledgement and succinctly introduced himself. Jiang Xunyi. He would never reveal his in-game ID. Not even under duress. Though the celestial ladder hosted countless eccentric monikers, uttering his own would surely be misconstrued as provocation. Fu Jincheng glanced at the wall clock and turned to Jiang Xunyi. Class ends in a few minutes. Then comes the extended break. They've announced a thorough cleaning session. All boarding students must return to their dormitories to tidy up. Apparently some high-ranking official is scheduled for inspection. Fu Jincheng had always held such bureaucratic formalities in contempt. Wei Lin shrugged. In plain terms, this NPC principal suddenly lost his mind, though oddly enough it's almost humane. Fu Jincheng paused, cautioning himself not to engage further, lest another argument erupt. Only then did they shift to the core matter. Tonight we plan to scout the dormitory zone. We've already explored the teaching building, but the dorms follow their own set of rules. Better familiarize ourselves now than fumble blindly after dark. He looked directly at Jiang Xunyi. We're all students and boarding students at that. Your status is rather unique though. You haven't visited the dorms yet, have you? Care to join us? Jiang Xunyi said nothing, only replied with a single crisp, yes. Then you? Fu Jincheng began, but Jiang Xunyi rose abruptly and said, wait a moment, before stepping out of the infirmary. Fu Jincheng and Wei Lin exchanged puzzled glances. Jiang Xunyi stood in the corridor, his gaze locking instantly onto a lone male student ambling slowly toward the restroom. He called out naturally, and the student approached without suspicion. As he drew near, a precise surge of spiritual energy lanced directly into his brow. The student stiffened faintly, his eyes glazing over. Without a sound, he crumpled limply into unconsciousness. Jiang Xunyi grasped his collar and effortlessly dragged him back into the infirmary. With practiced ease, he stripped off the boy's outer uniform jacket. The same method, the same precision. Yet each time his movements grew smoother, more assured. Just then the bell rang. Sharp, punctual. Before Fu Jincheng and Wei Lin's astonished eyes, Jiang Xunyi removed his white coat, hung it neatly slipped on the stolen uniform jacket, and tucked away Luo Ji's name badge. Having finished, he turned to the two still reeling in silence and uttered two quiet words. Let's go. Oh, right. Fu Jincheng snapped back to awareness, suppressed his unease, and nodded. Upon reaching the dormitory, they ascended directly to the 4th floor, to Fu Jincheng and Wei Lin's shared room. As the door swung open, a visible cloud of dust billowed forth, prompting Jiang Xunyi to subtly furrow his brow and wave a hand before his nose. Wei Lin led the way, and unprepared inhaled deeply. He choked twice, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Wait, what? Has this room always been this dusty? It wasn't like this morning. Did someone deliberately scatter dust just to assign us cleaning duty? Frowning, he waved his hand to disperse the haze. Before they'd even switched on the lights, the dorm supervisor's voice boomed up from below, amplified by a loudspeaker. Attention all students. Begin cleaning immediately. Inspection of dormitory conditions commences in 30 minutes. Failure to comply will result in disciplinary deductions and public notification. Jiang Xunyi's gaze swept across the dormitory room and quickly settled on the wall to the right of the entrance, where a notice was posted, Dormitory Regulations for Students. Article 1. This dormitory is your home away from home. Maintain floor cleanliness. Tidy your personal belongings daily, as required, and dispose of garbage promptly. Dormitory hygiene scores contribute to class evaluations. Please take this seriously. Article 2. Lights are extinguished promptly at 1030 p.m. All noise or behavior disturbing others' rest is strictly prohibited after lights out. From lights out until 600 m. The following morning, leaving the dormitory building is strictly forbidden. Article 3. The use of any unauthorized electrical appliances is prohibited. Outlets provided in the dormitory are designated solely for low-wattage devices, such as desk lamps, phone chargers, or small hairdryers. Article 4. Non-residents may not enter the dormitory without permission. Visitors must register with the dormitory supervisor and obtain explicit consent from all room occupants. Unregistered entry carries full liability for any consequences. Article 5. The dormitory supervisor oversees order and discipline. At all times, residents must fully cooperate with her duties, including but not limited to nightly room inspections. Resident conduct toward the dormitory supervisor must always be respectful. Article 6. After midnight, should you hear the dormitory supervisor knock on your door for inspection, regardless of what she says or what sounds you hear, you must neither open the door nor make any audible response. Article 7. Leaving your dormitory after lights out is strictly prohibited. The dormitory supervisor dislikes disobedient students. However, if an emergency truly arises, you must ensure she does not discover you. Article 8. Report any damaged facilities or unusual occurrences immediately to the dormitory supervisor. Fu Jincheng surveyed the dusty room, his disdain unmistakable. A room thick with dust, such an abnormal condition, surely warrants reporting to the supervisor. Outside, the extent had been unclear, and now inside, he saw dust blanketing every surface, even the beds, with eerie uniformity. The three descended to the ground floor and located the dormitory supervisor's duty office. Inside sat a woman who appeared to be in her 50s. Her expression stern, yet her eyes held no inherent harshness. Seeing that the others remained motionless and showed no intention of stepping forward, Fu Jincheng nearly rolled his eyes. But the young prince retained his composure and politely knocked on the door. Auntie. The supervisor looked up. What is it? Is there something wrong? We're from room 307. Fu Jincheng explained. When we returned today, we found the entire room covered in an unnaturally even layer of dust, as though no one had lived there for months. It's unlike any other dormitory we've seen. We grew concerned, so we came to report it. Hearing this, the supervisor furrowed her brow slightly. Room 307? That can't be right. I inspected it this morning and everything was perfectly fine. She set down her pen, her tone still gentle. All right, I'll check it out later. For now, please return to your classroom and prepare for lessons. Thank you, Auntie, Fu Jinsheng replied. Exiting the duty office, the trio stepped outside the dormitory building. Jiang Xunyi glanced upward at the facade. There was little to familiarize himself with. All dormitories looked virtually identical. Let them know. I'll return here after 11 p.m. With that brief remark, Jiang Xunyi parted ways and walked alone back to the school infirmary, where sitting quietly felt far more comfortable. He popped a mint into his mouth, idly turning the candy box between his fingers as he re-entered the infirmary. And as always, his first action was to glance up at the wall clock. Its hands rotated smoothly clockwise. No anomaly detected. He had barely settled into the chair behind the desk when a faint groan rose from the adjacent examination bed. It was the student whose uniform Jiang Xunyi had borrowed. Now rubbing his temples and swaying unsteadily upright, his face clouded with utter confusion. What happened to me? His voice was still slurred, consciousness only half regained. Jiang Xunyi's expression softened into one of apparent concern. Classmate, you're awake. You collapsed just outside the door earlier. Gave me quite a fright. How are you feeling now? Any discomfort anywhere? The student shook his still heavy head, straining to recall. He remembered heading toward the restroom. And then, nothing. Glancing around, he confirmed he was indeed in the infirmary. Seeing Dar Luo gazing at him with such earnest care, he believed 9/10 of the story, and even felt a pang of embarrassment. No discomfort. Just a bit dizzy. Thank you, Dr. Luo. So sorry to trouble you. No trouble at all. It's good to see you're all right. Jiang Xunyi smiled warmly and thoughtfully poured a cup of warm water. Likely hypoglycemia. Try to keep regular hours and eat meals on time. No matter how important studies are, your health comes first. Grateful, the student accepted the paper cup and drank 2 sips. After resting briefly, he truly felt better and offered another round of thanks before departing. Watching him leave, Jiang Xunyi's gentle mask dissolved, reverting to his usual languid detachment. Having resolved this minor interruption, he prepared to sink once more into idle stillness. Patter. The overhead light flickered. Jiang Xunyi sensed something amiss, and at the same moment heard the distinct, deliberate turn of the doorknob. The infirmary door cracked open just a sliver, revealing only impenetrable blackness. Before he could react further, it was violently flung inward with tremendous force. A shadow shot forth like an arrow loosed from a bow, hurtling toward his face at terrifying speed, trailing after images in its wake. Jiang Xunyi had no time to discern the attacker's features. His body moved instinctively faster than conscious thought. He kicked off the wall, using its recoil to launch himself sideways, light as a swallow in flight, executing a flawless aerial twist that carried him cleanly over the attacker's head. Even midair, a system alert echoed within his mind, warning mental stability 1. A rare flash of irritation crossed Jiang Xunyi's eyes. Will this ever end? He landed lightly, and only then did he finally get a clear look at his assailant. Could scarcely be called human. Though it possessed a torso and limbs, its head was twisted a full 360 degrees. Its neck grotesquely coiled, while its mouth gaped erdoweir, revealing 2 rows of densely packed needle-sharp teeth. Its entire face bore an unnatural ashen-gray pallor. Its eyes were pure white, devoid of pupils. Yet Jiang Xunyi felt their hollow, unblinking stare lock onto him. Frankly, it was revolting, at least in Jiang Xunyi's estimation. Its appearance could mean only one thing: he had unwittingly violated a rule. All must abide by the rules, players and NPCs alike. Rule-based anomalies never kill indiscriminately. They act only when a violation occurs. But when exactly had he broken a rule, and why did he have no memory of it? Jiang Xunyi attempted to open the door, only to find the doorknob seemingly welded in place, refusing to budge. After circling around the creature a few times, he glanced around, seeking a suitable tool. He didn't plan to use his abilities, so he had to rely solely on brute force. As he anticipated the creature's lunge, he sidestepped and swiftly grabbed the medical kit from the nearby cabinet, a metallic box. With a surge of strength in his arm, Jiang Xunyi swung the box, using the creature's forward momentum to strike the side of its head. Bang! After a dull thud, the creature's forward charge abruptly halted, its body stiffening for a moment before it collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Its terrifying grin split to the roots of its ears, frozen in place. Jiang Xunyi panted slightly, shaking his somewhat numb arm. During the fierce close-quarter struggle, He had inadvertently received a cut from the creature on his arm, not shallow, and he hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now he could feel the pain. He glanced at the wound and noticed fresh blood oozing out, but didn't dwell on it. As long as it's not poisoned. Jiang Xunyi pondered briefly, casually picking up a gel pen from the desk, flicking his wrist. Whoosh! The pen shot forth like an arrow, striking precisely at the clock on the wall, seemingly hitting some invisible barrier about 15 centimeters from the glass dial. Crack! The sharp sound akin to shattering glass erupted in the air. Immediately after, the illusion peeled away like a broken mirror. The clock on the wall now had its hands moving counterclockwise, producing a rhythmic tick-tick sound. The rules themselves wouldn't engage in such convoluted deceit. This crude yet effective disguise was the work of a player. It wasn't a violation of any rule, just a straightforward betrayal. Jiang Xunyi felt he hadn't offended anyone recently, believing he had been quite well behaved. At this point, he still chose to abide by the rules. The door to the school infirmary was now open, and after leaving, he didn't linger nearby, returning only at the next hour. He tended to his wound, briefly acting as if nothing had happened, and continued diligently with his tasks. Time quietly flowed by, soon reaching past 11 at night. The campus had already fallen into a sleep-like silence, with the dormitory building shrouded in darkness save for a few streetlights casting a faint glow. Jiang Xunyi blended into the night, easily vaulting over the wall behind the dormitory, using the water pipes and window ledge to silently climb up to the third floor. He accurately located dormitory 307, pushed open the window, and with a nimble motion slipped inside. Fu Jincheng, leaning by the window, was startled by this sudden intrusion, almost ready to react violently. However, upon realizing it was Jiang Xunyi, he sighed in relief, lowering his voice, still a bit shaken. Damn, how did you sneak in like a cat without making a sound? Wei Lin, sitting on the opposite lower bunk, let out an unceremonious laugh. Tisk, are you really that easily frightened, young Master Fu? Fu Jincheng shot back, glaring angrily. What did you say? If you have the guts, try appearing out of nowhere when someone's unprepared. Anyone can talk. As it seemed they were about to argue again when Jianwei, still sporting his signature smile, interjected. Let's not argue right now. We have serious matters at hand. Wei Lin and Fu Jincheng exchanged eye rolls, and neither spoke further. Su Yunchuan noticed Jiang Xunyi observing the people in the room and added, Lan Shi and Jiang Yan are over in the girls' dormitory. Since we have everyone here, let's get started. What about Xia Lian? Jiang Xunyi asked at this moment. Oh, he said he wouldn't join us today, Su Yunchuan replied honestly. Jiang Xunyi nodded, and they quickly divided their tasks. The dormitory had 3 floors. Su Yunchuan and LV Ming were responsible for the first floor, when Jianwei and Fu Jincheng for the second, while Jiang Xunyi and Wei Lin took the third. Being on the third floor saved Jiang Xunyi the trouble of going up and down. He and Wei Lin walked side by side down the corridor. Bullet comments, is this some new immersive live broadcast? They are so quiet. What is this strange BGM? Laughing to death, are they not familiar with each other? This is fine quiet, not easy to alarm the prey. Our sharp-tongued brother has been quite restrained today, actually listening to others' suggestions. Each dormitory door had a chart posted beside it listing the names and photos of all the students residing in that dormitory. Jiang Xunyi's gaze quickly skimmed over the unfamiliar faces. As they neared the end of the third-floor corridor, Jiang Xunyi suddenly halted. His gaze locked onto a name and corresponding photo on the chart by the door. Zhou Ziyu. It was the boy from class 4 grade 2, whom he had encountered last night. The boy in the photo was smiling, unlike the timid and gloomy expression he had during the day. Jiang Xunyi pointed to the dormitory sign. 324. Let's go take a look. This was directed at Wei Lin. Okay. Wei Lin answered promptly. Jiang Xunyi took out a thin piece of iron wire from his pocket and gently fiddled with the lock, producing a soft click as the door was picked open. He slowly pushed the dormitory door open. The dormitory was empty, or in fact all dormitories were empty, or else Jiang Xunyi wouldn't have acted so recklessly. After they entered, they closed the door. The 6 beds were neatly arranged, quite clean. At least it was devoid of the unusual dust accumulation seen in room 307 during the day. Zhou Ziyu's bed was located in the lower bunk towards the inside. They carefully searched the dormitory. Zhou Ziyu's cabinet held neatly stacked textbooks, exercise books, and some daily necessities. The wardrobe only contained a few washed-out school uniforms and casual clothes, all appearing to belong to an ordinary, perhaps overly disciplined student's daily life. Suddenly both of them paused in unison, instinctively tilting their heads to listen. A set of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The footsteps were neither hurried nor slow, occasionally stopping, then resuming, moving along the third-floor corridor, drawing closer. It was the dorm supervisor. Without hesitation, the 2 of them dove under the beds, each taking a side. Almost simultaneously, the rhythmic footsteps halted at the door of dormitory 324. Jiang Xunyi closed his eyes, sensing a white light flash by. It was the dorm supervisor's flashlight shining through the small window of the dormitory door. The dormitory supervisor's scrutinizing gaze lingered through the small window on the door for about 5 or 6 seconds, as if finally confirming that nothing was amiss. She then turned and left. Until the sound of her footsteps completely faded away at the end of the corridor, the two waited quietly for another half a minute. After confirming that the supervisor would not suddenly return, Wei Lin finally crawled out from under the bed. He looked toward the space beneath the bed where Jiang Xunyi was hiding but found it completely still. The person seemed yet to emerge. He furrowed his brow, just about to whisper a question. "Pass me a desk lamp." Jiang Xunyi's voice came from beneath the bed, lacking any significant emotional fluctuation, and still sounding lazy. Wei Lin instinctively responded with an "oh" and casually retrieved a desk lamp from the nearby cabinet, whose it was unknown, and bent down to hand it over to the space under the bed. A bony hand reached out from the shadows, precisely taking the desk lamp. "Thanks." It wasn't until the lamp was taken that Wei Lin suddenly realized how unassertive he had been. Why was he so obedient just now? Suppressing his inner discomfort, curiosity took the forefront. With a soft click, the pale light illuminated the narrow space beneath the bed. Using the light, Jiang Xunyi carefully inspected the underside of the bed board. He noticed that the originally wooden-colored board was stained with large patches of dried and darkened blood, with edges marked by what seemed to be claw marks from struggles. The traces were old, yet still emanated a sense of despair. Jiang Xunyi turned off the desk lamp and nimbly crawled out from beneath the bed, saying to Wei Lin, "Help me out, flip this bed board over." Wei Lin also set aside his other thoughts, realizing that Jiang Xunyi must have discovered a clue. Without saying a word, he stepped forward to lend a hand. Thus the two began a large-scale house disassembly operation. They first tossed the blankets and pillows on the bed aside and pulled the mattress to the floor. Finally, they grasped the edge of the bed board. Creak! The wooden board was completely flipped over, revealing its underside. Even in the faint moonlight from the window, the details were clear. Tisk! Wei Lin looked at the large bloodstain. What kind of hatred could lead to this? Jiang Xunyi leaned closer to the overturned bed board, wanting to observe closely. "What the hell?" A suppressed exclamation of surprise came from Wei Lin behind him, clearly filled with astonishment. Jiang Xunyi wanted to ask what was wrong, but as he turned to look, he knew it was unnecessary. He saw it himself. This dormitory had apparently not yet been refurbished, or it still had an old ceiling fan, but now hanging from the blades was a person. The person wore the same uniform as the students here, their body limply, hanging, neck tightly bound by a coarse rope, head tilted to one side. What was most chilling was that their eyes were wide open, pupils dilated, filled with extreme fear and despair, staring unblinkingly at Jiang Xunyi and Wei Lin below. Jiang Xunyi's gaze shifted downward, where he saw a dark red pool of blood spreading across the floor, already dried, with the source being a figure sprawled on the ground next to the bed. Their head surrounded by blood, neck bent unnaturally, clearly having fallen headfirst from a height, likely from the upper bunk, already lifeless. Jiang Xunyi turned his head, and as expected, the bed board they had flipped over now had an additional occupant. A dead person. He lay there on his back, frozen in an expression of terror and pain, a sharp wooden shard piercing through his chest like a blade, blood soaking the wood and his clothing underneath. Above, the corresponding upper bunk board had a distinct gap. The break was jagged, yet perfectly matched the shape of the shard that had pierced his chest. It was as if a horror stage play had been set up in advance, now unfolding in this small dormitory. This was no ordinary dorm. This was fundamentally a large-scale crime scene with multiple methods of death. Bullet comments, Bullet comments, protect me. The visual impact is too strong. This dorm is the worst of the worst. Are Sun Gu and Poison Tongue okay? The bullet comments were fervent, yet the two at the center of this terrifying scene reacted surprisingly calmly. After the initial shock, Wei Lin showed no fear on his face, instead displaying a hint of interest in his eyes. Just then, a sound that made one's teeth ache, as if bones were being forcibly twisted, abruptly broke the silence in the dormitory. The source of the sound was none other than the three corpses. Following that, hoarse voices emerged simultaneously from three directions, as if they hadn't spoken in a long time and were a bit sluggish. "Can you see clearly?" The voice was cold, carrying a penetrating chill. "You will remain silent, right? Will you remain silent? Will you remain silent?" The same question echoed repeatedly in almost identical tones from the mouths of the three different corpses, like a broken record. This bizarre interrogation was like a sinister melody in their ears, inexplicably irritating. Just as this maddening repetition reached a certain threshold, Jiang Xunyi's voice clearly rang out. "No!" Two simple words seemed to contain some peculiar power. In an instant, all sounds came to a halt. A system notification sounded. Ding! Key node triggered detected. Main quest activated the truth of the story. Quest objective: restore the complete account of the incident involving Zhou Ziyu from Class 4, Year 2. Quest description: every shadow originates from an unilluminated corner. He had average grades and an introverted personality, an ordinary student who would be easily overlooked in a crowd. He was an ordinary person, yet he also shone. Explore the concealed scars, listen to the shouts drowned by silence, and restore everything that happened to Zhou Ziyu, unveiling the bloody truth, hidden beneath the school's glamorous facade. As the system notification faded, the 3 tragically deceased bodies vanished into the air like erased chalk dust. Jiang Xunyi had inadvertently triggered the main quest. This dormitory, though meant for 6 people, only housed 4. The 3 deceased were all roommates of Zhou Ziyu. It was still unclear how these 3 were connected to the incident. However, based on previous clues, it was evident that Zhou Ziyu had been subjected to bullying. Combining this with the student played by Xiaolian, who also faced bullying, it seemed that such occurrences were not uncommon in this school. Everyone just turned a blind eye. The clues were retained as Jiang Xunyi and Wei Lin confirmed that there were no other leads in this dormitory. They followed the original route and thoroughly searched the entire 3rd floor. Aside from the dormitory where Zhou Ziyu was, there were no other abnormalities, so Jiang Xunyi and Wei Lin quietly returned to room 307. About 10 minutes later, the other 2 groups also gradually returned. After catching their breath, everyone got straight to the point without wasting words. Let's match up the clues. We can start sharing now. Su Yunchuan spoke first, pulling out an old-looking black voice recorder from his pocket. This was found in room 105 on the 1st floor, wedged between the cabinet and the wall, and when we first discovered it, it was wrapped in a lot of scrap paper and sealed with transparent tape. The person who placed this likely didn't want to be discovered. Su Yunchuan succinctly explained the source before pressing the play button on the side. ZZZZ. ZZZZZZ. The first sound from the recorder was a continuous electric buzzing noise. After about 7 or 8 seconds, the buzzing gradually diminished, becoming more like background noise. Then a fragmented voice began to emerge, slightly distorted. It was a male voice laced with clear sarcasm with an upward inflection. Oh, isn't this our good student? Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. What's wrong? Have you changed your tune today? You weren't like this yesterday. Don't you want to say a few more words with us? Is it just you who can talk? Is it just you who has a mouth? Why can't you just be a little transparent? Another voice immediately chimed in. Exactly, you should take a good look at yourself. You have to come over and provoke people you shouldn't provoke. The first person spoke again, his tone suddenly turning fierce, carrying a threatening undertone, almost squeezing the words out through clenched teeth. Did you hear that? I told you not to talk too much. Do you think anyone will believe you? Teacher. Principal. He sneered disdainfully. You really don't compare to me, huh? With your grades, it's already impressive if you can get into a university. At this point, a voice trembled but struggled to maintain a semblance of calm. You can't do this. I'm gonna call the police. What can't we do? Huh? His words were brutally interrupted as the person raised his voice, full of provocation. Go ahead, say it. You still want to call the police? Do you have evidence? A dull thud sounded, as if someone had been forcefully shoved their back, hitting the hard tiled wall. Click. The recording abruptly stopped, falling completely silent. Damn, is this a person? I've never been that arrogant myself. Fu Jincheng couldn't help but exclaim. When had the young prince of the spirit realm ever seen such things? Sometimes he indeed looked down on people, thinking they were simply foolish, but he had never done anything like this. Not just him, everyone furrowed their brows upon hearing the recording. This was clearly school bullying. Everyone was around 18 or 19 years old, full of youthful vigor. Although the term school bullying was often mentioned in life, it was their first time experiencing it. However, one person seemed to have a different perspective. Jiang Xunyi had recognized Zhou Ziyu just from the single line he had heard. He was the only one who had had direct contact with this protagonist. He replayed the recording in his mind. At least at that moment, Zhou Ziyu had indeed resisted, which was somewhat different from what he had seen in class 2, 4. So there was a significant time gap. It should have been quite a while, and perhaps something else had happened in between. Zhou Ziyu, the one who was first readied in the teaching building. I've heard his voice before. Jiang Xunyi's remark was quite abrupt, but everyone understood. Is he Zhou Ziyu? It's no wonder Su Yunchuan reacted this way. They had received a task, but that didn't prevent them from not knowing who Zhou Ziyu was. Then this must be about him too. Fu Jincheng pulled out a slightly yellowed old newspaper, a piece of social news, and spread it open on the empty bed in the middle, pointing to the headline above. A blossoming youth falls to his death in school, raising concerns about mental health. Everyone's gaze focused on the newspaper. Recently, a heartbreaking student fall incident occurred at the 20th high school in our city. It was reported that the deceased student Zhou was a sophomore at the school, and was found on X month X day after falling from the teaching building, confirmed dead after unsuccessful rescue efforts. The police initially inferred that it was a case of suicide due to academic pressure. The principal of the school, during an interview with our reporter, expressed deep sorrow. Such an incident has left all faculty and students in our school profoundly shocked and saddened. Student Zhou usually performed well at school. We have been actively advocating for attention to students' mental health and have set up a counseling room. We feel deeply guilty and pained by such a tragedy, and we will actively cooperate with the police and the family to properly handle subsequent matters and further strengthen students' psychological guidance and campus safety management. Bullet screen. This downplays the issue, not mentioning bullying at all. It's obvious something is wrong. Zhou Ziyu jumped. What about the others in room 324? Although, can we please stop playing this background music? Who understands me watching this anime at night? This is clearly suicide. Oh, what truth are they trying to restore? The course of events. When Jiang pointed to the newspaper, based on the current clues, it seems this report intentionally downplays too many things, guiding the focus entirely toward mental issues and academic pressure. Finally, all eyes turned to Jiang Xunyi and Wei Lin. Jiang Xunyi leaned against the wall, eyes closed with an expression of "don't ask me, I'm too lazy to talk," refusing to engage. Wei Lin glanced at Jiang Xunyi, realizing that the explanation duty fell on him. He cleared his throat. We went to room 324, which was Zhou Ziyu's dormitory. There were 4 people in that dormitory. We found 3 dead, but now we know Zhou Ziyu also died, just not in the dormitory. Wei Lin simply recounted the events. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Zhou Ziyu could still be explained based on the current clues, but what did this have to do with his roommates? Moreover, the manner of death of these individuals was increasingly tragic. Jiang Xunyi leaned all his weight against the wall, yawning. It was already past 2 in the morning. His mind was turning silence. Will you be silent? That dormitory had just been murmuring, so why must these people necessarily be related to the bullies? Could their deaths not be related to Zhou Ziyu? The school infirmary was quiet in the early hours of the morning. Jiang Xunyi had leaned back in his chair, glancing at the clock, a deceptive little prop. The points for the heavenly ladder exchange were still displayed there. Jiang Xunyi did not turn on the lights, as it would be too conspicuous in the pitch-black campus. He raised his right hand, a silvery spiritual force swirling around his fingertips, a manifestation of his unique ability. He twirled the metal ring on his wrist, but ultimately lowered his hand, relinquishing the thought of dispersing his spiritual power, as it required considerable effort. The next day seemed no different from usual. The school infirmary was still bustling in the morning, but as noon approached, a familiar yet unexpected figure appeared at the door. It was Zhou Ziyu, who kept his head down, his tousled hair obscuring his brow and eyes, his steps light. A small bruise adorned the corner of his mouth, and his forearms bore several noticeable scrapes. Jiang Xunyi skillfully took out iodine and cotton swabs. How did you get hurt again? Did they come after you again? He gently examined Zhou Ziyu's wounds, his tone tinged with helplessness and a hint of barely perceptible anger. Zhou Ziyu did not answer, only shaking his head, when Jiang Xunyi began to disinfect his injuries. Is the academic pressure heavy lately? You seem fine. Jiang Xunyi's tone was casual, as if he was merely making small talk. Zhou Ziyu hesitated and whispered, "It's okay. If there's anything, you can talk to me about it." Jiang Xunyi continued his task, his voice carrying a comforting tone. Don't always bear it alone. Zhou Ziyu lifted his head and shot Jiang Xunyi a quick glance, his expression complex. He opened his mouth but ultimately only managed to say, "Thank you, Nurse Luo." After tending to his wounds, Zhou Ziyu lowered his sleeves and stood up, seemingly ready to leave. However, just as he reached the door and placed his hand on the doorknob, he hesitated and turned his head back. "Nurse Luo." He paused, as if gathering enough courage. "I'm actually a bit tired. I don't know if I can hold on." Jiang Xunyi did not expect him to share such thoughts. Zhou Ziyu's lips curved into a faint smile, his voice firming up. "But I know I want to live more." Jiang Xunyi was momentarily at a loss for words. Living was indeed good, as he himself wanted to live. His presence here was solely for that small goal. Zhou Ziyu pondered for a moment before speaking again, his voice lower and tinged with a hint of pleading. "Nurse Luo, if something bad were to happen." He paused, seemingly struggling to express himself. "Could you please take care of my younger brother?" He seemed to feel that this request was abrupt, quickly adding, "If it's too much trouble, you don't have to." "Really?" He lowered his head, nervously twisting the hem of his clothes. "I'm just a bit worried those people will come after him." Jiang Xunyi set down the cotton swab and replied seriously in a gentle and reassuring tone, "Don't think too much. Everything will be fine. As for your brother, I'll keep an eye on him. He didn't make any sweeping promises, but the words "I'll keep an eye" were already the most reliable assurance he could offer. After all, it was Zhou Ziyu, this key figure, who had brought it up. Before Zhou Ziyu left the infirmary, he told Jiang Xunyi his brother's name. Zhou Bai. This name was quite familiar. Wasn't this the character played by Xia Lian, the student who endured bullying for poor grades drenched in the restroom and was saved by him? But the timeline might be different. This could be a later event, and it was hard to tell, especially since when he had taken Xia Lian to the classroom, class 2 was not around. After Zhou Ziyu left the infirmary, returned to tranquility. During noon, Jiang Xunyi routinely made a round in the cafeteria. Looking at the unappetizing meals, he decisively gave up and bought a bread from the convenience store to hastily resolve his lunch. He returned to the infirmary and spent the afternoon there. At this time, students were having their dinner. However, Jiang Xunyi had to temporarily leave the infirmary due to the clock in the infirmary again spinning counterclockwise per the 4th rule. He went to the playground looking as if he was out for a stroll. His gaze casually swept over the flowing crowd, but unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure, Zhou Ziyu. Zhou Ziyu did not head toward the cafeteria with the crowd, but rather kept his head down, hastily turning onto another path which was not the direction back to class. He was heading toward another teaching building. That was an old teaching building still in its original condition, now largely abandoned, typically used for storage. What could he be doing there? Jiang Xunyi hesitated, not at all, turning on his heel and silently following him. The old teaching building was rather dimly lit. Zhou Ziyu appeared to be very familiar with the place, showing no hesitation as he walked straight up the dusty stairs. Jiang Xunyi followed at a distance, watching him ascend layer by layer until he finally stepped onto the last flight of stairs leading to the rooftop. Zhou Ziyu eventually stopped in front of the iron door leading to the rooftop. The door should have been locked, but the lock had been tampered with, left ajar. He took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy iron door. The rooftop. This word seemed to be associated with something ominous in the context of the current scenario. But it shouldn't be right. After all, Zhou Ziyu had spoken of those things earlier that morning, especially since he had mentioned his younger brother, someone he cared about who should not easily choose to end his own life. As Jiang Xunyi stepped onto the rooftop, he quickly realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. Who said one had to end their own life? Couldn't it be ended by someone else? Zhou Ziyu didn't even have time to let out a cry before his body suddenly leaned forward like a kite with a broken string plummeting straight down. As Zhou Ziyu's figure was about to vanish from Jiang Xunyi's sight, Jiang Xunyi acted swiftly, reaching the edge of the rooftop without pausing and leaped down after him. Can someone tell me what happened before? How did it come to this? Sun Gu. I know he jumped, but why did you jump? Don't tell me he's going to save Zhou Ziyu. Crazy. Everyone is crazy. Are there no normal people left in this anime? Why? Can someone explain his thought process? Didn't he dislike meddling in others' affairs? Sun Gu, are you going to die together? But I'm not shipping you too. As Jiang Xunyi jumped down, the sensation of weightlessness suddenly enveloped him, the wind whipping fiercely past his ears. He showed no other expression, his gaze fixated on Zhou Ziyu, who was also falling and instinctively closing her eyes in fear, her limbs flailing. Zhou Ziyu felt as if her mind was spinning. Suddenly a cold sensation gripped her wrist and she realized someone had caught her. It was Jiang Xunyi. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Xunyi's right hand lunged toward the wall, grabbing onto an old air conditioning unit surrounded by a rusted iron railing meant for protection. A series of painful cracking sounds echoed as the already fragile iron rods snapped under the immense impact. Yet in this very moment, Jiang Xunyi managed to counteract the downward momentum. His fingertips turned white from the force as he grasped the last remaining, albeit bent, iron railing. Suspended in midair with Zhou Ziyu's weight, they abruptly halted. The two swung like a pendulum against the high-rise exterior before finally stabilizing. Jiang Xunyi glanced down at the height beneath him, then looked up at the edge of the rooftop above where no one was in sight. He gently exhaled, as if merely having completed a somewhat troublesome task, even taking a moment to regulate his breath, which had become somewhat chaotic from the intense movement. Zhou Ziyu, whose wrist he was holding, had just instinctively clutched Jiang Xunyi tightly in fear. Zhou Ziyu's face was as pale as paper, her body trembling uncontrollably, as she fearfully looked down, then incredulously up at the Dr. Luo, who was tightly gripping her. Sensing her tremor, Jiang Xunyi turned to Zhou Ziyu and revealed a gentle smile. Classmate Zhou, next time you arrange to meet someone, could you choose a safer place? It's quite windy on the rooftop, it's easy to catch a cold. I can't keep up with you all doing this every day. My heart is about to stop. How can Sun Gu be so calm? I can't believe it. Barehandedly climbing an air conditioning unit. What kind of strength is this? What is happening right now? He's still acting, still maintaining his persona. Sun Gu, basic skills, no need for showing off. Look at what he's saying. It's quite windy on the rooftop, it's easy to catch a cold, I'm really impressed. Zhou Ziyu must be scared silly. Jiang Xunyi wasn't simply acting out of kindness when he jumped down to save her. In witnessing Zhou Ziyu being pushed off, a thought seized his mind. Her death could very well be the key factor in triggering the reset of the instance. If she were to just fall to her death, everything would return to the starting point, and they would continue to spiral in an endless loop. Who could say they would be lucky enough to find the markers they left behind? The iron railing he was gripping continued to emit creaking sounds. It certainly wouldn't hold for much longer. His gaze swept toward a window about 1.5 meters to the side below. The window was tightly shut, but the glass didn't look too sturdy. A thought flashed in Jiang Xunyi's mind. If he tossed Zhou Ziyu directly at it to break the glass, could he then take the opportunity to slip inside? This plan was simulated in his mind for less than a second before he decisively dismissed it. The risk was too high. Firstly, the force and angle at which he would throw her would be difficult to control. Zhou Ziyu could very likely collide with the window frame or a wall, and be severely injured, which would not differ much from simply falling to her death. Secondly, even if she miraculously broke the glass in her current state of fear-induced weakness, she would be unable to perform any subsequent actions, and most likely would fall along with the shattered glass. That would mean he had saved her for nothing. Jiang Xunyi was just about to consider other options when an unusual disturbance in the air above him caught his attention, accompanied by a sound that was neither bird call nor beast roar. Jiang Xunyi looked up. He saw a creature about the size of a cheetah covered in black and red scales flying just slightly above him. Was this a small dragon? Its large wings flapped vigorously, creating gusts of wind, and its golden vertical pupils curiously observed the two suspended in midair, while its 2 small horns on its head had yet to fully grow out, its tail tip gently swaying restlessly. At that moment, Jiang Xunyi felt the grip Zhou Ziyu had on him suddenly loosen. Fortunately, he was still holding on. He glanced over to see Zhou Ziyu had closed her eyes tightly and had fainted. Jiang Xunyi, a voice called from below. Following the sound, Jiang Xunyi saw Fu Jincheng, Su Yunchuan, Lu Ming, and Xiao Lian standing downstairs looking up at him. Su Yunchuan had just retracted his hand. It was evident he had used his metal manipulation ability to precisely knock Zhou Ziyu unconscious from a distance. The identities of the players could not be discovered as abnormal by the NPCs, and this dragon was far too unusual. Even though they were currently saving Zhou Ziyu, it was better to be cautious. What if it went berserk? Please cooperate. As Fu Jincheng's words fell, the little dragon above seemed to receive a clear command, flapping its wings as it descended, cautiously approaching, then opening its mouth to gently grasp the sleeve of Jiang Xunyi's hand that was holding onto the railing. Jiang Xunyi, this method of rescue is certainly unique. He quite cooperatively released his grip, allowing the little dragon, which was trying hard to flap its wings while bearing a weight it shouldn't have to lift him up, swaying unsteadily, as if carrying a disobedient toy. Thus, beside the old teaching building on campus, a scene unfolded where a small black-red dragon carried an expressionless school doctor, who was still holding on to an unconscious student, resembling a bizarre airborne skewer wobbling down towards the ground. The bullet screen read, "Ha ha ha ha. Yoon guessed speed, knocking her unconscious just like that. So well behaved." Jiang Xunyi moved his shoulders and arms. Perhaps due to the urgent situation with adrenaline surging, he hardly felt any pain. Now that he relaxed, the sharp pain became clear. The iron railing he had grasped in the air had completely broken in front, and the sharp edges mercilessly sliced through Jiang Xunyi's palm, blood dripping steadily from his fingertips. The old wound on his arm, which had been scratched earlier, seemed to have burst open, staining a small part of his sleeve with blood. But Jiang Xunyi felt quite good. At least his bones were fine, and in fact it made him feel more spirited. He couldn't help but complain in his mind, why did saving someone have to result in this? He sighed internally and was about to ask them how they found him so quickly, but he hadn't managed to speak yet. "Your hand is bleeding," Su Yunchuan's voice sounded beside him, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xunyi's injured hand. Jiang Xunyi's tone was lazy and casual. "Oh, it's nothing, just a minor injury." With the crisis averted, the key person unharmed, and no reset occurring, this little external wound was hardly worth noting. Minor injury? Fu Jincheng walked over, his brow furrowed, looking at Jiang Xunyi's bloodied hands with evident disapproval. "You really are something. Getting injured in a quest is quite troublesome, you know. What if it gets infected or affects your movements and slows down our progress? We don't have time to wait for you to heal." Jiang Xunyi watched as Fu Jincheng magically produced a roll of bandages, a bottle of alcohol, and cotton swabs, somewhat surprised that he had these on him. Seeing them prepare to help, he said, "I'll do it myself." His movements were unhurried as he opened the alcohol to clean the wound, not even furrowing his brow during the process. Jiang Xunyi even had the leisure to chat with the system in his mind. He was completely treating 0237 like a research tool. Wasn't it more useful than an encyclopedia? Though sometimes it felt a bit disconnected. 0237? He asked slowly, while tying off the end of the bandage. Is Fu Jincheng's ability a summoning type? Yes indeed, host. Fu Jincheng's ability is spirit summoning of all beasts, a very rare subclass ability. He has a natural affinity for animals, as high-level abilities usually have a life weapon, but his is a life companion. The little black dragon you just saw. This is not simple mental control but a high-level contractual law akin to that between a king and his subjects. The active ability can establish a temporary mental link to issue commands, or leave a permanent mark. After marking, it's a sharing of life force and a connection of minds. It can share senses feedback strength and the partner is absolutely loyal. However, only one at a time. He has already used it on the little black dragon. Although it has great potential, it also requires many resources, but our little prince should not worry at all. His opinion of this little prince rose slightly. Jiang Xunyi bandaged his wound and returned the remaining medical supplies to Fu Jincheng. He moved his hand a bit, finding it didn't hinder his movements. How did you guys find this place? The old teaching building is somewhat remote and they arrived too timely. Fu Jincheng pointed with his chin at Xiaolian beside him. He told us. He said he saw Zhou Ziyu walking this way from the cafeteria looking unwell, and worried something was wrong, so he notified us. Jiang Xunyi pondered this for a moment as Xiaolian seemed somewhat silent now, unlike his usual lively self, his gaze occasionally darting towards the unconscious Zhou Ziyu. Jiang Xunyi didn't dwell on this issue and instead asked, what about the others? They went to chase after someone. Su Yunchuan took over the conversation. When we just arrived at the bottom of this building, we saw several figures running out in a panic from a small side door of the old teaching building. They ran faster after seeing us. When Jianwei thought those people looked suspicious, so he Lan Shi and Zhang Yan split up to chase and see if they could catch up with one. Zhou Ziyu was pushed down from behind by someone. Jiang Xunyi succinctly added crucial information. I didn't see those people clearly, nor did I pay attention to them. Ha! Wasn't Zhou Ziyu's fall a suicide? Fu Jincheng had previously believed strongly in the idea of suicide. The psychological pressure from campus bullying was too great, making it the most plausible explanation. So he was pushed down by those who just ran away. At that moment, Lu Ming, who had been silent, suddenly asked a question. It should be. Jiang Xunyi nodded. So what now? Should we wake this kid up? Fu Jincheng pointed at Zhou Ziyu. Roughly. Jiang Xunyi squatted down beside Zhou Ziyu, checking his vital signs, which were fairly stable. Zhou Ziyu. He called out a couple of times, but Zhou Ziyu showed no response, sleeping quite deeply. Su Yunchuan awkwardly cleared his throat beside him, rubbed his nose, his voice sounding somewhat guilty. The situation was urgent earlier, and to prevent him from discovering any anomalies, I might not have controlled the force well. Meaning he hit a bit hard, and it would take a while for him to wake up. Jiang Xunyi. Fu Jincheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Ming also pursed his lips, his shoulders slightly shaking. Su Yunchuan's ears turned visibly red at a rapid pace. He tried to maintain a serious demeanor but clearly failed. Bullet comments, ha ha ha. Yunchuan's ears are red. Remote hitting gone wrong scene. Su Yunchuan, I just wanted to keep him quiet and not discover our identities. I really didn't mean to hit him so hard. So those who ran away are the culprits, right? Can they catch up with them? Didn't control the force well, dying of laughter. Will Zhou Ziyu wake up with a concussion? No, I still want to say Xunyi is so tolerant. What's going on? Why are you all laughing so happily? A warm and smiling voice came from the side. Everyone turned to see when Jianwei, Lan Shi and Zhang Yan walking towards them. When Jianwei still wore his signature smile. However, the moment Jiang Xunyi's gaze landed on his face, a word suddenly and strikingly popped up in his mind. Laughing? What the heck? Jiang Xunyi momentarily faltered, then realized he had been distracted by the incessantly refreshing bullet comments. He immediately discarded this untimely association from his mind, steadied himself, and finally saw that when Jianwei and the others did not return empty-handed. Behind them there were three boys tightly bound with coarse hemp ropes from Waknoshir, their mouths stuffed with rags, struggling with terrified looks, yet were instantly silenced by a single glance from Zhang Yan. The old teaching building was already rather remote, and as the sky darkened it appeared even more eerie, making it a suitable place for interrogation. Zhang Yan tossed the three bound students into the corner, while when Jianwei, maintaining a gentle expression, approached them, squatted down, and spoke in a calm tone, even conveying a hint of concern. Classmates, don't be nervous. We just want to ask you about classmate Zhou Ziyu. What do you know? And what happened on the rooftop earlier? The three students, though pale with fright and trembling all over, still kept their lips tightly sealed, their eyes flickering as they shook their heads, desperately appearing as if they would rather die than speak. One of them, gathering some courage, stammered, "WWE don't know anything. We were just passing by." When Jianwei's smile deepened slightly, maintaining a gentle tone, "Passing by. You just happened to be on the rooftop of this old teaching building when classmate Zhou almost fell. The student fell silent, burying his head even lower. Lan Shi noticed this and exchanged a glance with Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan immediately understood, twisting her wrist as a gleaming short knife silently appeared in her hand. She moved swiftly, the blade pressing against one student's neck, applying slight pressure, and a line of blood instantly appeared. Feeling the icy touch on his neck, the student was terrified to the point of losing his mind, nearly wetting himself. Another student witnessing this completely broke down, weeping and screaming. They'll talk. Don't kill me. It was Li Yi. It was all Li Yi's doing. We had nothing to do with it. The student who spoke seemed to have found a lifeline, rambling incoherently. Really? At first, we didn't intend to trouble Zhou Ziyu. We were originally taking care of another unruly guy. But then Zhou Ziyu caught us. He even meddled and secretly ran to tell the teacher. The third student said with a mournful expression. He usually wouldn't dare to say a word. Who knew what got into him? That time he actually went and told the homeroom teacher. Even though there was no evidence, Li Yi felt embarrassed and held a grudge. And then we started causing him trouble. At first he didn't resist, just endured it. The second student interjected later. I don't know what happened, maybe he was pushed too hard. He actually dared to retaliate. Li Yi got even angrier. We just wanted to scare him a little today on the rooftop, to make him remember not to meddle in others' affairs and let him suffer a bit. But we truly didn't mean to push him. His voice was tinged with a cry. Li Yi just pushed him a little, wanting him to fall and make a fool of himself. Who knew Zhou Ziyu was standing so close to the edge and just fell off. We were all stunned at that moment, and then we saw someone rush up from the stairs and jump down after him. Li Yi was also startled for a moment, then yelled for us to run. As he spoke, his gaze flickered toward Jiang Xunyi. They clearly recognized Jiang Xunyi, especially since he had the face of Luo Ji. As all eyes turned towards him, Jiang Xunyi leaned against the tree, offering a polite smile. Su Yunchuan caught the key point from what the person said. Li Yi was also there just now. Yes. He ran the fastest. We were following him but didn't even see his shadow before you all. He instinctively shrank his neck, no longer wanting to experience the feeling of someone suddenly rushing out and kicking him. At that moment, a system notification echoed in everyone's minds. Beep. Key information unlocked. Main quest: the truth of the story progress updated 50. Bullet comments. School bullying escalated to murder. Zhou Ziyu is too unfortunate, helping others brought trouble upon himself. Li Yi is so malicious. This is murder. Suddenly a series of hurried footsteps and the sound of fabric rustling came from not far behind them. In an instant, everyone turned around in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized. However, they only managed to catch a glimpse of a figure, quickly disappearing around the corner of the old teaching building. Oh, it was Xia Lian. Only Jiang Xunyi remained still. He had been leaning against the tree a little further back, half-closed eyes, as if listening yet also as if lost in thought. At that moment, he was the only one who did not react noticeably to Xia Lian's sudden departure. Because of his out-of-place demeanor, everyone's gaze naturally focused on him. What happened to Xia Lian? Fu Jincheng furrowed his brows and spoke first. Hearing someone ask him, Jiang Xunyi slowly showed some reaction, glancing at the faces of the crowd, then at the direction Xia Lian had disappeared, and shrugged. I don't know. He answered with conviction, even carrying a hint of innocence, as if saying, why are you all looking at me? I've just been leaning here listening to you interrogate. He added in a flat tone, didn't pay attention to what was happening behind. Everyone. The air felt somewhat stagnant. The expressions of the crowd nearly broke watching him act so indifferent. An unconcerned Su Yunchuan's mouth twitched while Fu Jincheng directly rolled his eyes. Seeing everyone's choked expressions, Jiang Xunyi sighed. Alright, let's liven up the atmosphere. Bullet comments. Liven up the atmosphere. Can you really lighten this atmosphere? Ha ha ha. Is this your way of lightening things up? I'm dying of laughter. Sun Gu, there's really no need for that. You know how to make everyone shut up with just one sentence. Laughing to death. Is this atmosphere even colder now? Sun Gu, is your sense of humor a bit off? Jiang Xunyi, don't cue me, I'm thinking about how to lighten the mood. Serious JPG. Jiang Xunyi looked at the bullet comments, internally complaining about what it means for his sense of humor to be off. He actually hadn't had any before, it was something others taught him. To be honest, he felt he learned it quite well. Jiang Xunyi still wore that disinterested expression, and then in a tone that seemed to say, what's for dinner tonight, he dropped a bombshell. Perhaps you shouldn't call him Xia Lian anymore. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd's suddenly frozen expressions, and slowly articulated the second half. He should be called Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai. Fu Jincheng repeated instinctively, what does this name mean? So what is his relationship with Zhou Ziyu? Jiang Xunyi answered leisurely. Zhou Bai is Zhou Ziyu's biological younger brother. Originally it was also a role played by Xia Lian. But now it seems there is some problem. But Fu Jincheng frowned. Even if the role is a brother, Xia Lian's reaction seems a bit too immersive, doesn't it? As he was halfway through speaking, he suddenly realized. No way, right? Su Yunchuan pondered for a moment. Generally, there are two situations that can cause a player to be influenced or even replaced by the character they are playing. One is that the original owner's obsession is too strong, causing the player to resonate intensely with the character's past, making it easy for them to be taken advantage of. The other one, he paused, is when the player's mental power is significantly different from that of the character's original owner, or the player's current mental value is too low, leading to an inability to effectively resist the encroachment and assimilation of the character's consciousness. But regardless of which, it is this unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. It was simply dreadful. So Zhou Bai should go find Li Yi at this time. When Jiang Wei calmly analyzed, we need to find him, should we split up? They acted quickly, so quickly that they swiftly assigned search directions and set off without further ado. On the spot, only Jiang Xunyi remained. As the outside world returned to quiet, the system in Jiang Xunyi's mind was quite noisy. Host, why aren't you going? They're off to rescue someone, teammates helping each other. What a great opportunity to boost your presence and favorability. The main character group has gone, we should hurry to join the excitement. To help, the heat will surely rise. However, Jiang Xunyi just leisurely yawned and stretched his shoulders. He glanced at the direction where everyone had disappeared, his tone lazy. Why the hurry? It's not like we're missing out on anything by waiting a bit. Besides, haven't they forgotten about a living person here? He walked over to Zhou Ziyu and casually kicked a small stone nearby. The three students who had been captured were now unconscious after being questioned, lying beside Zhou Ziyu. I have to keep watch here, right? Host, you are just too lazy to move, aren't you? Jiang Xunyi did not respond to the system's accusation and found a spot that looked a bit cleaner to sit down. When Su Yunchuan and the others arrived outside the sophomore class 1 classroom, the muffled cries and heavy gasps from inside made their hearts sink. As they broke through the door, the scene before them was chaotic. Desks and chairs were toppled over, and several other students from sophomore class 1 huddled in the corners of the classroom, trembling in fear. In the center of the classroom, Zhou Bai was gripping Li Yi's neck tightly, with one hand pinning him against the blackboard. Li Yi's face was turning purple, his legs kicking uselessly, and he desperately tried to pry Zhou Bai's fingers apart, but he couldn't budge them an inch, his eyes filled with the terror of impending death. Zhou Bai, calm down. Everyone tried to approach, but they didn't dare to provoke him, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Hearing the voice, Zhou Bai slightly turned his head to look at them, and a strange cold smile crept onto his lips. His voice was hoarse, yet every word struck deep in everyone's hearts. Calm down. I just learned for the first time that my brother didn't jump on his own. He tightened his grip even more, and Li Yi let out a gasping sound. He was pushed down by this bastard. Not just him. Zhou Bai's gaze turned resentful as it swept over the corner where the terrified students were, as if he saw something beyond them. Everyone who witnessed it, everyone who chose to remain silent, all should die. My brother had called the police before, but it was useless. There was no evidence. That useless person he saved was too scared to even stand up and say a word. At that moment, a voice came from the classroom door. So you killed the others in Zhou Ziyu's dorm? Everyone turned around to see Wei Lin had somehow joined them, leaning against the doorframe, his gaze fixed steadily on Zhou Bai. He had clearly come to check what was happening, as he noticed everyone gathering and had just witnessed this scene. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bai's expression grew even more frenzied. He loosened his grip slightly on Li Yi's neck, letting him gasp for air while he turned his head. So what? He scoffed. They deserve to die anyway. One of them knew my brother was being bullied, but pretended not to see it, because Li Yi gave them some benefits, even helping to cover it up. Another one stole his things while my brother wasn't around and spread rumors everywhere. His gaze turned lethal as it swept over Li Yi and another. Is this bastard's lackey the one who acted the most ruthlessly? They lived together, watched my brother being bullied. Yet not only did they not help, but they also added insult to injury. Zhou Bai's voice rose. Half of my brother's injuries were caused by them. Shouldn't they die? Since no one is upholding justice, why shouldn't I take matters into my own hands? Just as Zhou Bai's question echoed in the classroom, a cold system notification suddenly rang in every player's mind. Ding! Main quest: the truth of the story progress has been updated. Truth restoration rate 100. Quest objective: restore the complete truth of the Zhou Ziyu incident has been completed. Please make your final choice within 5 minutes or wait for the system to force a settlement and teleport. Countdown: 4 minutes, 59 seconds. 58 seconds. The quest was completed, but at this moment no one had the heart to pay attention to the quest completion notification. They only had one question now: what about Xia Lian? They had less than 5 minutes to figure out how to pull Xiaolian back from the state of being consumed by Zhou Bei's resentment. Eliminating resentment, how could that be easy? The best method was actually the item from the ladder points mall, but no one had that many points. Such life-saving items were incredibly expensive. Xiao Bai. Stop. Everyone turned around suddenly. At the door, Zhou Ziyu, slightly out of breath, was leaning against the doorframe. Bro. Zhou Bai trembled all over. The layer of cold hatred seemed to crack open a small gap at the sound of that call. But soon that flicker of emotion was drowned by deeper pain and anger. Bro, they did this to you. They all deserve to die. Zhou Bei's voice was choked with emotion yet remarkably stubborn. In the gap of their conversation, Jiang Xunyi also stepped into the classroom, hands in his pockets, strolling over to Su Yunchuan, and the others even finding an upright desk edge to lean against. Jiang Xunyi was indeed weighing the pros and cons. To save, there were ways, and as for the cost, that could be discussed later. He didn't want to take the risk, as he always adhered to the principle of avoiding trouble when possible. But if he didn't save Xiaolian, he was the most familiar person in the main character group. If he died, it would surely have an impact on the follow-up. What if there was no heat? He was still counting on this system to help him stay alive. Just as he was about to push himself up from the desk, he was blocked back by an umbrella. Shen Zhaoye did not hold back much as he pressed the card against Zhou Bei's forehead. In that instant, all the hatred and madness in Zhou Bei's eyes suddenly froze. He completely released his grip on Li Yi's hand, who collapsed to the ground like a limp rag, coughing violently. Meanwhile, Zhou Bei remained standing in a rigid posture, his gaze swiftly becoming vacant. Bullet comments. What kind of operation is this? Is this Shen Zhaoye? No way, how could our Yazi be here? Double standard confirmed. When it's Sun Gu, you just lightly push him away, but for others you go straight for the slap without holding back at all. What's that card? It looks impressive. No one had a chance to say anything. The countdown had already reached 0, and a blinding white light filled the entire field of vision. In the settlement space, Jiang Xunyi's eyes were presented with the system panel of Heavenly Ladder. Instance Evergreen High School Srank Role-Playing Rule Mystery. Completion Evaluation A. Reward settlement in progress. Main quest Unique, the truth of the story, completion 100. Side quest Hidden quest none. Basic completion points 240, no bonus points. Health 89,100. Mental points 50,100. Personal points 327. District 11 points, ranking 9, 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 9, 8, 7, 7, 4, 2. Jiang Xunyi quickly skimmed through it. It was all normal data. Just then, an option appeared at the very bottom of the panel. Do you want to exit Heavenly Ladder? Yes, no. Without any hesitation, Jiang Xunyi selected yes. The familiar sensation of weightlessness hit him, and when Jiang Xunyi opened his eyes, he was met with the familiar cityscape still in front of the high school's entrance. However, there was a difference. This area had now been tightly sealed off by conspicuous yellow caution tape, with several black SUVs emblazoned with the Spirit Guardian Realm special insignia parked outside. Several personnel in matching uniforms were busy setting up equipment and recording data. A faint energy fluctuation lingered in the air. They were the field personnel of the Spirit Guardian Realm. When Chu Xin and the others discovered that other individuals seemed to have been pulled into the instance, they immediately reported to the school. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 30s approached them, his expression serious, but his tone relatively calm. Hello students, I am Chun Feng, the captain of the 3rd field team in Lianyang City. We need to understand the specifics of your unexpected involvement in the Heavenly Ladder Srank instance for documentation and subsequent assessment. Before that, we need to confirm if anyone has any physical issues, whether anyone is injured, or if any other incidents have occurred. Su Yunchuan pointed to Xiaolian beside him. This is Xiaolian. He has been affected by the resentment of the character he portrayed, and his condition is currently unstable, likely requiring further examination. Xiaolian indeed looked a bit dazed, as if awakening from a deep dream or having exhausted himself. His reactions were noticeably slower than usual, and he could only vaguely nod or shake his head to the concerned inquiries around him, his mind clearly still not fully online. However, his condition had improved significantly, all thanks to the card Shen Zhaoye pressed on his forehead. Captain Chun recorded the information, and upon hearing about Xiaolian's situation frowned slightly, and signaled the nearby medical staff to come forward for a preliminary examination. Okay, I will notify your school about this shortly. Besides him, is anyone else injured? Jiang Xunyi's hand is injured. It has been bandaged, and he should be fine. Fu Jincheng said as he turned to look for him, scanning the crowd. Wait, where is Jiang Xunyi? Everyone had been focused on Xiaolian, and the connection only just realizing that Jiang Xunyi had disappeared without anyone noticing. A relatively young-looking staff member, who seemed to have just joined the field team, weakly raised his hand. If you are referring to that one who looks a bit drowsy, as if he hasn't woken up. He just walked away with Xin Zhaoye. As soon as he finished speaking, several other field personnel, responsible for outer perimeter security, and recording nodded in agreement, some even showing a hint of relief on their faces. One couldn't help but mutter softly, "This guy has finally left. If he had stayed any longer, I can't imagine what would happen." The group that had just exited the instance did not understand what this meant. Chen Feng sighed and explained, "Yes, Xin Zhaoye. He arrived about 4 days after the incident occurred, and he had been here ever since, at most just wandering around the vicinity a couple of times." As he said this, Chen Feng's expression grew somewhat complicated. It's just that his aura might feel a bit oppressive, but he has the student ID of the Spiritual Nexus Academy, so we couldn't just chase him away. Chen Feng thought at the time, is this what genius looks like? Indeed, geniuses are always different. On the other side, Jiang Xunyi opened the passenger door and got inside. The first thing he did was not to fasten his seatbelt, but to turn his head and ask Xin Zhaoye, who was starting the vehicle, with a very serious tone, "Do you have a driver's license?" Xin Zhaoye's hand, which was about to shift gears, paused imperceptibly, not expecting Jiang Xunyi to ask this. But his actions did not stop. He casually pulled out a small booklet from the glove compartment and directly showed it to Jiang Xunyi. "Oh!" Jiang Xunyi glanced at it, and then slowly pulled over the seatbelt, feeling a sense of reassurance, as if he had resolved a major concern. "That's good. I don't have to worry about being pulled over by traffic police on the way." Xin Zhaoye. The car quickly drove towards the direction of the Spiritual Nexus Academy, and as Jiang Xunyi watched the scenery flash by outside the window, he suddenly remembered to ask, "How come you are here?" Xin Zhaoye kept his eyes on the road, trying to make his tone sound less harsh, responding to the question even while annoyed. "Just take a look at the date. Do you know what date it is today? It's November 13th. You've been in this instance for 15 days. 15 days. Jiang Xunyi was indeed a bit surprised. He knew that time in the instance had been reset, and this duration was longer than he had predicted. He shifted to a more comfortable position, steering the conversation in another direction. "Speaking of which, does this count as being wealthy and willful?" This time Xin Zhaoye entered the instance at a cost of 1,000 points for a passage card and 1,700 points for a mental separation. Rounding it off, he spent 3,000 points. For many ordinary people this amount is substantial, but Xin Zhaoye seemed indifferent. "Aren't points earned just to be spent? Besides, if it really comes to it, I can ask someone to reimburse me." After waiting for a while, without any response from the side, Xin Zhaoye turned to look and realized Jiang Xunyi had fallen asleep against the seat. Did Lu Ming's actions serve as a foreshadowing, or were they simply a lapse in intelligence? L1. I just finished watching the latest episode and my blood pressure went up again. I truly couldn't understand Lu Ming's actions that night in the teaching building. Everyone was on high alert. Well, not entirely. This is N-level Dungeon Man. A stranger NPC who is also a teacher asks you, "Did you bring the materials that Teacher Wang asked for?" Shouldn't the first reaction of a normal student be, "Okay, I'll get it right away," or at least to respond vaguely? Instead, he directly questions which Teacher Wang. This is clearly telling the NPC, "I am not the person you think I am. I'm not familiar with the situation." I was so anxious I started banging the table. What was he thinking? L2, I feel the same. I banged the table out of frustration. Everything was fine before, so why did he suddenly act foolishly? Is it possible that the animation team forcefully created conflict to advance the plot? L3, in response to the above, I also don't think so. The author doesn't seem like someone who would agree to such things. L4, Lu Ming's character is quite complex in the original comic as well. When I first saw him, I thought he would be the shy type, but as the story progressed, he exhibited more contradictions. Is there a master who can analyze what kind of psychological state Lu Ming is in? L5. I'll help you with that. Analysis. Emperor uninvited guest. Here we go. L18, setting aside motives, if we only look at the results, although his actions were incomprehensible and somewhat problematic, they objectively accelerated the process. If it weren't for triggering those reedied monsters, Jiang Xunyi might not have discovered the cycle marks so quickly, right? L19, brilliant logic above. So did sabotaging his teammates actually earn him points? What if someone reacted slowly, or if Jiang Xunyi hadn't noticed the marks? No matter what, you can't reverse engineer the results. L34. I don't know if anyone has noticed a detail. Lu Ming's attitude towards Jiang Xunyi seems a bit subtle. There's no overt hostility, but occasionally the glances exchanged carry an indescribable complexity. I can't quite put it into words, but it's just a feeling. L35, yes indeed. So let's reasonably speculate or ramble a bit. Firstly, it is known that Lu Ming is a member of the protagonist group. He is in the comic. Even if he isn't a typical hero, he is likely not purely a villain either. Secondly, he seems to pay special attention to Jiang Xunyi. So could we reverse our speculation and think that Jiang Xunyi possesses some trait or secret that Lu Ming cares about. L36. In response to the previous thought, you can't say that. Just based on my intuition, Jiang Xunyi is definitely not simple. If Lu Ming knows something others don't from some source, it's truly chilling to think about. L37. Hold on. The more we talk, the more mysterious it gets. Has everyone's imagination grown this wild? I can't keep up. L38. Actually, I think Lu Ming is alright. This kind of controversial and secretive character is much more appealing than a full cast of morally perfect characters. I'm eagerly waiting for Lu Ming's storyline in the later episodes. The first level dungeon clearance in Evergreen High School. Who is your MVP? L1. The first battle of this level dungeon has concluded. Although it was thrilling, the protagonist group still successfully cleared it. There were many laughs and highlights. L2. Our Yungu is still as steady as a mountain, no doubt about it. Super cool. L3. I agree with the above, but that scene in the cafeteria, the expressions while eating were hilarious. I was laughing so hard. Another day of being tormented by the dungeon. L4. Hahaha. Speaking of which, it reminds me of Sun Gu. His reverse suggestion, I suggest you make it taste worse, was an unexpected approach to solving the problem, and the manager's bewildered face could make me laugh for a year. He's a master of sophistry, no doubt. L5. Wei Lin's early appearance was something I never expected. In the comic, he doesn't seem to have appeared yet, right? Did the animation team add extra scenes? But it was well done. I could watch 100 episodes of his daily banter with our little prince. Every time these two rivals appear together, it's full of laughs. But after leaving Fujincheng, Wei Lin is actually quite reliable. He switches to sarcasm mode when facing the little prince. What a childish back and forth. L7. This is genuinely funny. Our sharp-tongued brother isn't always sarcastic with others. He seems quite obedient in front of Jiang Xunyi, doesn't he? L8. Our Sungu is specially trained to handle dogs. Interjecting L20. When Janwei is forever a god, although we laugh like a villain while judging others. But I just love it, there's nothing I can do. L21. When Yungo hit that person, you could feel his embarrassment, his ears were red, super adorable. L22. We must talk about the highlights of our Sungu. His charm is off the charts. The scene where he jumped off the building to save someone, I watched it 10 times. He jumped without hesitation, even adjusting his position in midair to grab someone and climb up the air conditioning unit. He even managed to inject some humor into it afterwards, though it inadvertently went negative, but that psychological and physical quality. L24. Don't forget our Lan Jie's battle-crazy attribute was also revealed. Her eyes lit up when she saw the reedied monsters. When she was pulled away by Zhang Yan, she had a look of regret, haha. An elegant and aloof battle maniac, such a cute contrast. L25. Let's have Nian Yan speak a bit more. Those two Momo and her hardly say a word to each other. I'm almost forgetting what their voices sound like. L25. Our little prince is the epitome of being verbally harsh but physically upright. Clearly worried but still acting tough. And Xiao Xian is so adorable. From now on I'll call you the immortal cute dragon. L56. Zhou Ziyu and Zhou Bai are the core of the entire dungeon, and they are also the emotional anchors. The older brother is kind but suffers, while the younger brother is timid but ultimately erupts. When Zhou Ziyu was pushed off the rooftop, my heart nearly stopped. Thankfully, he was saved. Speaking of which, we actually have a school called Evergreen High School. Dog emoji. L57. Shoo. Don't mention reality, we fear it will incite conflict. But am very much in agreement that these brothers are the MVP. L58. That moment when Zhou Ziyu entrusted his brother was so touching. With a pale face, he spoke with a glimmer of hope in despair, saying to Dr. Luo, if something happens, could you please take care of my brother? Please don't use emotional manipulation on me. L59. They are all good kids. Let's hug Zhou Ziyu and Zhou Bai and then hug our Jialu. Bullying in schools is shameful. L83. Shen Zhaoye's sudden entrance counts as an official cheat, right? But he really looks cool and he doesn't hold back on the points. The problem is, where did he get all those points from? This is the official god certification, right? L84. Sun Gu really gives off a vibe of someone who is almost dead but still alive. His action style is unique. He won't sit when he can lie down, and he won't use his hands when he can use his brain. But when it's time to act, he does it decisively. So cool. That kind of troublesome but necessary attitude. Who understands that? L85. I understand. Sun Gu doesn't seem to care about his own injuries, but his teammates' concern is very genuine. It warms the heart. It feels like my dead body has come back to life. L86. I'll say it once more, the last time. If this is really B, I'll go to the square and do handstands while shouting I'm crazy. L87. Wow, the brave one upstairs. I don't believe it. It feels at least a level, at the very least possibly ins level potential stock or even higher. By the way, where's the square located? L88. He perfectly embodies my mental state. Who isn't sleepy, tired, and hungry while going to school or work? L89. By the way, has anyone noticed the ring on his wrist? Is it his life tool? This is the first time I've seen something like this. It feels like he has just as many secrets as Yoon-gu. I'm waiting to uncover them. L90. It seems he's always tired. Could it be the aftereffects of his powers? L91. But it can't be a constant aftereffect. This only happens after using it. I rationally suspect he's just really sleepy. L92. Let's summarize. Jiang Xunyi is a man who perfectly blends attributes of laziness, reliability, mystery, humor. How can that not count? Dog emoji and great potential. Investing in him is not a loss. L93. Has anyone compiled a collection of Sun Ji's quotes? The voice actor did an amazing job. I want some food. L131. The animation team needs to hurry up. It's not enough to watch, not enough at all. L132. I can't even sleep. How do you guys in the animation team manage to sleep? Get up and work. Hot comments. L1. Come on, everyone vote. Is Lu Ming problematic or is Jiang Xunyi problematic? Likes 117000, comments 174000. L57. Is Sun Gu awake today? Is he purely sleepy or is it the after effects? Brother Sun. Jiang Xunyi. Dazed and disoriented Jiang Xunyi heard someone calling his name. Slowly lifting his eyelids, he saw Shin Zhaoye standing by the car door. We've arrived. Su Yunchuan just messaged. Everyone's heading straight to classroom 1 for a debriefing session. Oh, Jiang Xunyi murmured in acknowledgement. They entered classroom 1 where no one else had yet arrived. Only Lu Jingyi sat inside. He glanced at them both and spoke coolly. Let's wait a moment until everyone's here. Classroom 1 resembled other classrooms in layout. Perhaps slightly larger, spacious enough that a single row could seat the entire group. Jiang Xunyi promptly chose a seat near the edge. Shen Zhaoye naturally followed suit. About 10 minutes later, the group was complete, including Xia Lian, who now appeared entirely recovered, indistinguishable from his usual self. Once all were seated, Lu Jingyi dispensed with pleasantries and immediately projected the mission data and analytical report onto the display. Since this was field-collected, data retrieval was swift. Unlike internal operations within the Celestial Ladder, which required multiple handoffs across departments, a holographic screen flickered to life, replaying not only the final attempt but also several prior resets. This time they watched clearly. Each cycle ended with Zhou Ziyu's death, followed by total reset and memory overwrite, forcing them to begin anew. Only on the final iteration did Jiang Xunyi break the loop, by leaping from the building to save Zhou Ziyu. After the playback concluded, Lu Jingyi rewound the footage to its beginning and guided them through a meticulous analysis, covering rules, timeline integrity, NPC interactions, and more. To summarize, strengths do exist. Your real-time responsiveness was commendable and your grasp of teamwork, refraining from solo action, was genuinely unexpected. Your mastery of abilities has improved, as has your overall situational awareness. Yet shortcomings remain equally pronounced. You rely too heavily on initial identity and surface-level information, rushing forward without probing the underlying logic of the rules or the deeper connections among NPCs. In higher-tier scenarios, patient, granular observation invariably outweighs impulsive action. Moreover, an incident within this mission should serve as a stark warning. Lu Jingyi's gaze settled upon Xia Lian, who lowered his head. Staring so intently at his desk it seemed he might conjure floral patterns from its wood grain. Mental stability is paramount. I trust your other instructors have emphasized this repeatedly. Under standard protocol, mental stability should remain above 80% upon entering any scenario, especially those involving psychic contamination. 70% marks the threshold of concern. Falling below 60 invites irreversible assimilation or severe cognitive distortion. This time, external intervention spared you catastrophic consequences, but fortune won't always intervene. Memorize these figures. From now on, continuous mental stability monitoring must be your foremost priority before entering any scenario. Nods rippled across the room. Lu Jingyi gathered his materials from the podium. That concludes today's session. Jiang Xunyi, come with me. At the sound of his name, Jiang Xunyi hadn't even fully opened his eyes, but he responded instinctively, then followed Lu Jingyi out of the classroom. Xia Lian had already gleaned from others' accounts what transpired during the mission's later stages, particularly Shin Zhaoye's decisive intervention and that conspicuously high-end card. He edged closer to Shin Zhaoye and with nervous sincerity offered his thanks. Shin Zhaoye, thank you for everything back in the scenario, and the points I owe you. Shin Zhaoye, having just withdrawn his gaze from some distant point, finally turned his attention to Xia Lian. His expression remained impassive. Before Xiaolian could finish speaking, "It's nothing." He paused, then added matter-of-factly, "I'm not short on funds. No need to repay me." Xiaolian choked on his words. Was this truly about money? This was a life-saved brother. Yet faced with Xinjiaoye's nonchalant demeanor, as if he'd merely handed over a spare pen, Xiaolian swallowed the rest of his protest. Lu Jingyi led Jiang Xunyi only a short distance, to the psionic assessment lab on the same floor. Its equipment surpassed the portable boundary stones in sophistication. Unlike these instruments required no mobility. Lu Jingyi gestured toward the central platform. "Step up for testing." His instruction remained laconic. Jiang Xunyi raised no objection and complied without hesitation. The machine hummed softly to life, bathing him in a gentle luminous scan. Results appeared instantly. Lu Jingyi studied the screen. The rating read Class I. A subtle but distinct upgrade from Jiang Xunyi's previous Class B result. Yet Lu Jingyi's face betrayed no satisfaction. In truth, he found the outcome unsatisfactory. He sensed something fundamentally off. Class A. Slightly higher than last time. Lu Jingyi chose not to press further, simply stating, "Rest well, and prioritize mental recovery. Don't forget the report." "Understood, Senior Lu." Jiang Xunyi stepped down from the platform, gave a casual wave, and exited the lab. As he walked beneath the leafy canopy toward his apartment, Jiang Xunyi's mind buzzed. Unit 0237 had been yowling like a cat whose tail had just been trodden upon. Host, your ability rating was Class B, wasn't it? How did it suddenly jump to Class A?" The synthesized voice brimmed with disbelief, then after a pause reached a conclusion. "Could it be? Your ability can evolve." "If so." Jiang Xunyi, finally worn thin by the clamor, stifled a slow, languid yawn. No. What do you mean no?" Unit 0237 faltered. "Ability tiers," Jiang Xunyi replied, his voice laced with quiet exhaustion. "Don't level up like game stats. Ping. With every action. No human being works that way." Then, could the scanner actually be malfunctioning? Unit 0237 sounded even more bewildered. "It isn't broken." Jiang Xunyi cut off its speculation, tone flat and detached, as though discussing another person entirely. "What it measured is in fact accurate." "Are you hiding your true strength? Even from me?" "A pitiful little system." Jiang Xunyi couldn't fathom how such synthetic tones conveyed wounded disappointment. But somehow they did. "Not hiding. This is my full capacity." Jiang Xunyi corrected, gently reaching the apartment lobby and unlocking the door with his fingerprint. Besides, hovering somewhere comfortably between tiers isn't so bad. Fewer complications. Unit 0237 reeled, stunned by the sheer, unadorned pragmatism of that sentiment. So this master, languid, perpetually loafert, waiting passively for clues to land at his feet, avoiding the protagonist's circle altogether, did so not from aloofness or disdain, but because it was less trouble. Very well. Unit 0237 resolved it must boost its host's motivation. "Then tell me, what is your precise ability tier?" Unit 0237 asked cautiously, afraid quite frankly that Jiang Xunyi might refuse. After all, a low-power system like itself was inherently humble. It simply couldn't access that data. No matter how hard it tried, it could only monitor protagonists and other high-profile figures. Jiang Xunyi unlocked his apartment door. Darkness filled the room, until he flipped the switch, flooding the space with warm amber light. He sank onto the plush bed with a sigh of pure relief, then answered the system's question slowly, almost lazily, within his own mind. Who knows? Perhaps just a shade above Class A. With the conclusion of this shrank dungeon, life seemed to settle into a more tranquil rhythm. The academy life resumed its inherent monotonous yet stable pace. But for Jiang Xunyi, this rhythm was simply perfect. Every morning he would grab a couple of bites for breakfast and leisurely stroll to the teaching building, attending a few theory classes, although most of the time he was lost in thought or simply catching up on sleep. At noon, he would steadfastly head to the cafeteria, and in the afternoons there were occasional practical training sessions or group tasks. Usually he would just coast through, and if he couldn't, he would complete the assignments in the least effortful way, never exerting an extra ounce of energy. Su Yunchuan and the others had long since gotten used to this and didn't bother with him. In the evenings, upon returning to the apartment, Jiang Xunyi would lean back on the sofa, finding some amusement in their conversations even amidst his boredom. Thus it was a routine of the teaching building, cafeteria, and apartment. A straightforward triangle that was maddeningly regular. Jiang Xunyi relished this. He detested complications, unexpected events, and anything that disrupted his peaceful life. This kind of predictable, methodical existence was his ideal state of survival. As time swiftly passed, it was now late November. The fate tools are weapons that best fit your own abilities, although not everyone has. Zhou Zhang was lecturing at the podium. Most of the students below were listening attentively, but Zhou Zhang's gaze was fixed on one person. Jiang Xunyi. The one called upon almost instantly raised his head, his previously dazed expression now clear. Jiang Xunyi stood up, his demeanor extremely proper, and his voice carried just the right amount of apology. Sorry, Teacher Zhou, what were you talking about just now? Zhou Zhang was at a loss for words. It was always like this. The moment he called his name, Jiang Xunyi would wake up, his attitude towards corrections impeccable, yet he might just fall asleep again the next second. After teaching for so many years, he had never encountered such a troublesome student. Yes, indeed, a troublesome one. He could engage in conversation, but ever since Jiang Xunyi had gone through all the books, he could answer 8 out of 10 questions during pop quizzes, leaving Zhou Zhang at a loss for how to leverage the opportunity. With such a brain, why not study properly? All right, sit down. Zhou Zhang held back for a long time, finally waving his hand. Pay attention in class. Okay, thank you, teacher. Jiang Xunyi sat down obediently, even pretending to flip through the book for a moment. Sitting in the front row, Xia Lian glanced back at him, and when the class bell rang and Zhou Zhang left the classroom, he leaned over to Jiang Xunyi. Sun Gu, why do you sleep every day? Didn't you sleep well at night? After coming out of the dungeon, Xia Lian had recovered quite well, and his personality had returned to that of a cheerful sunshine. Before Jiang Xunyi could respond, Fu Jincheng snickered, organizing his notes while making a retort. Why do you care about him? Is his theory really that poor? He's already finished all the necessary reading, and if you ask him about what was just taught in class, he can recite it word for word without fail. Yeah, let's worry about ourselves. We haven't finished memorizing the general principles of rules yet. Xia Lian immediately made a face, resting his head on the desk. Ah, don't mention it, that book is as thick as a dictionary. Lan, she stood up, casting a glance at Jiang Xunyi. Strength is the hard truth. The method doesn't matter. When will you spar with me? After realizing Jiang Xunyi's strength and confirming that the person during the freshman assessment was indeed Jiang Xunyi, Lan, she had been wanting to find an opportunity to spar against him. Without turning his head, Jiang Xunyi waved his hand. Next time for sure. Lan, she had no expectations for him to say anything different. It was always the same response. But it was fine, there would always be opportunities during the final exams. At that moment, the classroom door was pushed open with a loud bang, and a man in a flashy shirt walked in. It was Siong. Yo, is everyone here? No one's skipping class, right? Siong scanned the room, his smile growing wider. Not bad, you all look quite spirited. He walked to the podium, clapped his hands to attract attention. I have some good news to announce. After careful consideration by the Academy leadership, it has been decided that on November 30th, today, you will officially have a holiday. Wow! A wave of cheers erupted in the classroom. No matter when, a holiday was always a joyous occasion. Quiet. Siong pressed his palms down to calm the room, but the smile on his face was uncontainable. Who said teachers didn't like holidays? I know you are happy, but let me explain the reason as well. Unlike regular high schools, those of us in this line of work, right? There are always some who like to stir up trouble when others are relaxing and reuniting. In case of emergencies, you little rascals might be called back in a hurry. So we are letting you go home early to relax and recharge. But don't worry too much. There will be holidays during the new year as well, but we will notify you then, so keep your phones on and don't go missing. This holiday will roughly last through December. Just a reminder, don't go too crazy. You'll have exams waiting for you at the end of December. Both theory and practical tests will be held, you know. He completely ignored the wails his words prompted. All right, that's it. Once you're packed up, head home and find your mothers. Siong said this before leaving in a hurry. After grabbing their phones, they returned to the apartment where the atmosphere was quite lively. While packing, the topic shifted to how to spend the holiday. When Jianwei folded a few changes of clothes, smiling as he said, there are some matters to handle at home and I might visit a few elders. Shin Zhaoye was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, contemplating who to find first during the holiday, feeling that they should all be in the dungeon. Jiang Xunyi came down from the floor above, simply carrying a bag. Xia Lian looked at his light load and then at his own suitcase. Sun Gu, are you only bringing this little? The holiday is a month long. What do you plan to do? Jiang Xunyi replied with a message before leisurely speaking up. Me. I'm getting a part-time job. The air suddenly fell silent for a moment. Su Yunchuan paused his actions and frowned. Are you taking private jobs? That's very dangerous. Jiang Xunyi, facing the surprised and concerned gazes of everyone, remained expressionless, casually explaining. Oh, it's not a private job. Just a regular part-time job. He didn't wait for everyone's reaction. I'm off. Jiang Xunyi waved his hand, opened the door, and quickly vanished from their sight. In his mind, 0237 completely failed to understand what this operation was about. Host, you're not. Your parents. It had finally managed to find some information, yet it was still not the same. Jiang Xunyi expressed that when out in the world one's identity is self-given. The part-time job Jiang Xunyi referred to was utterly ordinary. Located on a quiet arts-infused street in the city's eastern district, the storefront was modest, bearing a signboard emblazoned with the bold characters Qinghai Art Studio. Jiang Xunyi entered with practiced ease. At the front desk sat a middle-aged woman wearing glasses, diligently organizing documents. Upon spotting him, she immediately offered a warm, familiar smile. Xiao Jiang, you're here. Perfect. Wang Teacher's group of grade 12 students is studying color still life today. We're short-staffed. Could you lend a hand? Same as always, paid daily. And yes, thank you, Sister Wang. Jiang Xunyi nodded and ascended to the second floor, entering a well-lit studio. Xiao Jiang, you've finally arrived. We're swamped over here. Could you check the color mixing for those two students? Are you on break? A male instructor guiding students in composition looked up at the sound. Nice. We got an early holiday, Jiang Xunyi replied, draping his coat over the back of a chair and rolling up his sleeves. Too much lemon yellow. And the chroma here is too high. The ambient color needs adjustment. And, after offering guidance across the room, Jiang Xunyi moved toward the rear of the studio near the sunlit window. His gaze lingered on the floating commentary overlay before him, streaming updates on the protagonist group's holiday schedules. This interface offered unparalleled real-time awareness, albeit through an unconventional method. Jiang Xunyi tilted his head slightly toward the window, and across the street several men in unremarkable civilian attire strolled casually along the lane, appearing at first glance like ordinary tourists. His gaze did not linger, not even for a heartbeat, before withdrawing calm and deliberate. One of the men, as if sensing something, lifted his head and stared directly at the second-floor window, the very spot Jiang Xunyi had just occupied. What's wrong? A companion noticed his pause. The man waved it off. And nothing. Must have been mistaken. They continued down the street. The man leading the group murmured softly into a nearly invisible microphone pinned to his lapel. Area A3 sweep complete. No viable targets identified. And after a few seconds of silence, a woman's voice came through the earpiece. Calm, measured, yet laced with quiet authority. Continue searching. Expand the perimeter. If a suitable candidate is found, initiate contact first. If contact fails, bring them in directly. And understood. The man acknowledged the order and terminated the transmission. And another member frowned, faintly lowering his voice. And are we really required to secure so many specimens this time? The man who'd ended the call, the de facto team leader, replied curtly. And don't ask. Our directive comes from above, and we follow it without question. Elsewhere, indicator lights on instruments pulsed softly in a dim room. The woman removed her earpiece and placed it on the table. And around her others worked quietly at their stations. A man seated diagonally behind her operating an analytical console raised his head and rubbed his temples. His voice edged with fatigue and a subtle undercurrent of tension. Director Lee, do we still lack suitable specimens? We've already screened the majority of the city's eligible population. Further expansion risks drawing unwanted attention. Without looking up, Director Lee flipped a page in her dossier, tone unwavering. And insufficient. We require candidates who meet all criteria: compatibility, stability, and latent potential. None may be compromised. She finally turned, meeting the man's gaze. Behind her glasses, her eyes held no warmth, only cold clinical precision. Even these rigorously selected specimens may not survive to the final stage. Do you imagine this is a vegetable market where one picks cabbage at whim? The man faltered. But time is not on our side. This iteration has high-level backing. Yet the opportunity is singular. Am I, or are you, the project director? She gave a dry, humorless laugh. And they understand nothing. Only demand speed. Chip integration and neural synchronization remain the core technical bottleneck. And anything tied to the latter protocol permits zero margin for error. And had the original dataset not been catastrophically corrupted, causing the first-generation subject's death, the project would never have lain dormant for so long. Now fragmented data has been painstakingly reconstructed, and the project resumes. Her voice hardened with fervent resolve. Naviri phase must proceed flawlessly. Specimen selection is paramount. No further failures, especially not another first-generation level failure. Those final 3 words resonated sharply in the hushed room. And as the last light of sunset vanished beyond the horizon, students filtered out of the studio, gathering their belongings and departing. Stepping outside the studio, Jiang Xunyi felt the evening breeze, cool and crisp, He tucked the cash Sister Wang had just handed him into his pocket, slid his hands into his coat, and walked steadily away, toward the opposite direction from which he'd come. He paused briefly at a fresh-produced supermarket, buying vegetables, eggs, and dried noodles. Then, carrying the plastic bag, he ambled home at a leisurely pace. Though calling it home was generous. It was merely a rented apartment. Days passed uneventfully. Jiang Xunyi's holiday unfolded with quiet regularity, mostly part-time work. But he enjoyed it, and each morning began with unhurried natural awakening. This rhythm owed entirely to two non-negotiable criteria: for his gig's first afternoon shifts only, second daily payment. From the commentary feed, the narrative lens typically followed the protagonist group, but lately it had begun shifting intermittently to Jiang Xunyi, likely due to his increased proximity to them. Commentary. And let's see. What new skill has Brother Sun unlocked today? And how many days into the break is this? 17th. So refreshingly mundane. The tone around Sun Gu feels strikingly different now. What does versatile even mean? This is versatility incarnate. Let me tally what he's done in these past 10 days. Day 14, art studio teaching assistant. Day 57, safety supervisor, and advanced demonstration instructor at the downtown roller skating rink. Day 8-10, temporary bartender at a downtown bar. Day 11-17, full subject tutor for a wealthy sophomore. Is this for real? Is there anything he can't do? And wait. Am I the only one wondering? Sun Gu doesn't look that old. Do employers just prefer younger staff? I strongly suspect he's using an ability. And could his power be related to mental energy? It just hit me. I still have no idea what Sun Ji's actual ability does. Is this the new trend, chronic laziness paired with a fully maxed out skill tree? And Jiang Xunyi just part-time work. Nothing special. All for survival. Modestly concealing his achievements. Only I feel this pang. For him truly alone. So Sun Gu, come with me. Excited JPG. In the early morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and the room was serene with only Jiang Xunyi's steady breathing breaking the silence. Suddenly the harsh ringtone of a phone pierced the tranquility. Jiang Xunyi frowned, rubbed his head against the pillow, trying to ignore it, but the ringing showed no signs of stopping. He struggled to reach out, groping around on the bedside table for a while, before finally grasping the phone that was vibrating wildly. The glaring light from the screen made him reflexively shut his eyes, and after 2 seconds, he managed to crack them open just a slit. Caller ID Xiaolian. What time is it? Jiang Xunyi glanced at the clock, realizing it was just past 9 in the morning. For someone like him, who was used to waking up naturally during the holidays, this was truly an intrusion into his sweet dreams. He pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear, his voice still carrying a hint of morning hoarseness. Hello. Sun Gu. Good morning. Wait, did I wake you up? The voice on the other end belonged to Xiaolian, sounding somewhat uncertain. Jiang Xunyi's eyelids began to droop again, his instinct telling him that this was not going to be good news. He mumbled a vague as a response. There was a brief pause on Xiaolian's end, then his tone became even more uncertain as he spoke quickly. We're planning to go out for a few days to relax. To an island. Do you want to? Come along. Jiang Xunyi, eyes still closed, didn't even think before the word no was already on the tip of his tongue. Going out? With the main group? What a hassle. I'd rather stay home and sleep, or find a part-time job for some peace and quiet. He barely moved his lips, preparing to utter that no, when suddenly a faint sound of scuffling came through the phone. Another voice clearly came through, directly overshadowing Xiaolian's. Hello, Jiang Xunyi. It was Fu Jincheng. We found the place, booked the tickets first class, no need for you to spend a dime. You have an hour to pack. I've sent you the address. In the next moment, click. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Xunyi was given no time to respond as the call was decisively ended. His phone was still at his ear as he blinked twice. A few seconds later, with a ding, a new message popped up on his phone. Sure enough, it was from Fu Jincheng, containing the airport location and flight details. Jiang Xunyi stared at the message for a full 10 seconds before expressionlessly tossing the phone aside and pulling the blanket over his head. 3 seconds later, the blanket was yanked off him, and he sighed, resigning himself to get out of bed. After Fu Jincheng had hung up, Xiaolian still looked bewildered. He just hung up? He looked at the relaxed Fu Jincheng. What if Sun Gu? He didn't even say anything. What if he doesn't come? Fu Jincheng tossed his phone back to Xiaolian, picked up a glass of ice juice nearby, took a sip, and merely snorted in response. Just wait. Xiaolian was skeptical, but when Jiang Wei smiled at him. This way of inviting people truly befitting of a young prince. By the way, will Sun Gu really come? Given his personality. Jiang Xunyi, thanks for the invite, just woke up pondering why one must rise early and how to gracefully bail. Ha ha ha. Don't leave yet, there's a scene to see. But our young prince speaks so confidently. Fu Jincheng, my face cannot be doubted. Confident JPG. 40 minutes later, a figure slowly walked in. Jiang Xunyi was dressed in simple black casual, where his hair appearing, as if it had been casually tousled, yet a few unruly strands still stuck up. He scanned the few people in the waiting area. Fu Jincheng, when Jianwei, Su Yunchuan, Xiaolian Lan, Shi Jiang Yin. After confirming who was present, Jiang Xunyi walked straight to an empty single sofa, sinking into it, and instinctively closed his eyes, every movement smooth and natural. Seeing that Jiang Xunyi had actually come, Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief. When he was asked to make the call, he truly felt uncertain. Yet he was the only one with Jiang Xunyi's number. That number was requested back when they were in the first year of high school. The reason Jiang Xunyi appeared at the airport, aside from Fu Jincheng's nearly kidnap-style notification, was due to an undeniable reason. Since Fu Jincheng hung up, the electronic tone of 0237 had activated the excitement mode in his mind. Host. Opportunity. Once-in-a-lifetime chance. Ride the wave. Boost your presence. An opportunity to showcase team camaraderie. Points are beckoning us. Host, you can't keep being so homely. Look how long it's been since you've shared the screen with the main group. The comments are about to forget you. Agree with him. Agree with him. Quickly agree with him. Island. First class. No expenses. Host. This is basically a welfare bureau. You just need to show up there. Even lying down will get you on camera and into the conversation. Think about our grand survival plan. Get up, pack, set off, go go go. When he finally appeared in the waiting area, 0237 in his mind was even cheerfully releasing virtual confetti. Host, well done. This is how you should operate. Jiang Xunyi. Shut up. Before long, the group smoothly boarded the plane through the VIP channel. In first class, the spacious environment and comfortable seating were exceptional. The cabin crew expertly guided them to their seats. Jiang Xunyi's seat was by the window. After sitting down, the first thing he did was adjust the seat angle and then closed his eyes again. Sitting next to him, Xiaolian stared in disbelief and quietly said to Fu Jincheng, who was across the aisle, "Is he really sleeping already?" Fu Jincheng glanced at Jiang Xunyi, who seemed to be in a world of his own, rolling his eyes. "Just wait, once we arrive, there's no way we'll let him sleep like this." Jiang Xunyi nibbled on something along the way and slept soundly until the plane landed at the airport. As the cabin door opened, a warm, humid breeze rushed in, starkly contrasting the chilly city they had just come from. Fu Jincheng had everything arranged. A spacious and comfortable business vehicle awaited them. The car drove away from the airport, passing through the bustling city, gradually heading toward the coastline. About an hour later, the vehicle entered the resort area. The distant beach and azure sea were laid out before them, and Jiang Xunyi took a deep breath of fresh air, acknowledging that indeed this was a great place to unwind. Xiaolian was already excitedly looking around. "Wow, this place is beautiful. The air is so nice." Fu Jincheng nodded, raising his chin. "Of course, just look at who chose the place." Su Yunchuan's gaze swept over the lively beach, then landed on the luxurious villa in front of them, finally settling on Fu Jincheng, unable to resist exclaiming, "This is truly wealthy." Fu Jincheng was the first to push open the gate of the villa. "Choose your rooms, put your things away, and then we can go have fun." He shot a glance at Jiang Xunyi, continuing that mischievous thought from the plane. Sleeping. Not happening. When the seawater splashed onto Jiang Xunyi's face once again, he felt truly awake now, with the sea breeze blowing against him, carrying a hint of moisture, while he stood on the surfboard beneath his feet. As for how things developed to this point, we need to rewind a little. Everyone finished packing their things and casually changed into their swimsuits. Upon arriving at the beach, the afternoon sun was splendid. Xiaolian walked ahead and suddenly turned around. I just thought of something. Let's try surfing. It looks so cool." Fu Jincheng felt a bit tempted, but as he looked at the rolling waves, he hesitated. "I've never tried it. Will it be very awkward?" When Jianwei smiled and pushed up her sunglasses. "Someone has to be the first to test the waters, right?" Everyone exchanged glances and realized they all shared the same thought. Jiang Xunyi looked up and found everyone was watching him. He originally didn't want to leave the villa, but adhering to the principle that since he was here, he shouldn't dampen everyone else's spirits, he decided to join them. Now the bad premonition had peaked. Indeed, he shouldn't have gone out today. Xiaolian had already come over, her eyes sparkling. "Sun Gu, are you going surfing? It's really fun." He sounded especially like he was advertising, but Jiang Xunyi's answer was always two words: not going. A decisive refusal. At that moment, when Jianwei stepped out, "How about we use the fairest, simplest, and quickest method to determine who goes first?" "What method?" Xiaolian asked curiously. When Jianwei raised her fist, her smile widening. "Rock, paper, scissors." Jiang Xunyi almost thought he misheard, but he couldn't argue with her logic. The others remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Wait a minute, Jiang Xunyi tried to resist. Why did he feel that this development was a bit off? Come on Sun Gu, just one round. Xiaolian held up one finger in front of him. Besides, if you lose, it's just to test the waters, not that you have to master it. If you win, you can just stay here. Soaking up the sun. Jiang Xunyi saw everyone crowding around, knowing that, if he didn't get through this, there would be no peace for him today. When Jianwei cleared her throat as the referee. Ready, rock, paper, scissors. 3 seconds later, Fu Jincheng's lips curled into a clear arc, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. A bet is a bet. This is fate, there's nothing we can do. Jiang Xunyi knew he had bad luck, but as he looked at his open palm, and then at the 6 identical scissors across from him, he was shocked. Was it really this bad? He looked up at the crowd. Is this targeted at me? Xiaolian looked at the sky. Fu Jincheng looked at the ground. Lan Shi and Zhang Yan were studying the coconut trees, while when Jianwei smiled and turned her gaze away. Only Su Yunchuan looked at Jiang Xunyi frankly, saying, "Is there? I don't know." Well, Jiang Xunyi could tell what was going on from this reaction. Fu Jincheng tried to hide his schadenfreude and pointed to the surfing coach not far away. "Go on, the hopes of our group rest on you. Wait for your triumphant return." Jiang Xunyi followed the coach to the seaside. After a brief safety briefing and demonstration of the basic movements, the coach signaled him to lie on the board first to get accustomed, then attempt to stand with the coach's assistance. Jiang Xunyi listened, but his gaze was a bit vacant. He hadn't really absorbed much. All he could think about was getting through this and going back to lie down. Not long after, when a suitable wave surged, the coach shouted from the side, "Come on, paddle faster, look back now. Stand up." Jiang Xunyi almost stood up instinctively, using the vague actions. He had just remembered pushing against the board with his arms, engaging his core, and then inexplicably he stood up. The surfboard glided forward with the wave, and Jiang Xunyi maintained his balance surprisingly well. The others on the shore were initially dumbfounded, but they quickly erupted into cheers. Xiaolian even waved at him, though they couldn't hear what was being said. Jiang Xunyi turned back to gaze at the sea before him, glistening under the sunlight. He didn't particularly like the sea, but he didn't hate it either. He just disliked the damp feeling and detested any form of awkwardness. But it seemed not as bad as he had imagined. Bullet comments, "I can't take it anymore, laughing my head off. What the heck is that rock, paper, scissors? Really so simple. One success? What extraordinary athletic talent is this? Look at those on the shore. They seem even more excited than Sun Gu himself. Lele, Sun Gu is amazing." Voice crack. Although Sun Gu was forced into this, it seems like he's opened the door to a new world. Saying he didn't want to, but his body was very honest. "I like this cuteness. Why does he look a bit handsome?" When Jiang Xunyi returned to the beach, Xiaolian was the first to rush over her face, filled with excitement and admiration. "Sun Gu, you were so cool. You stood up on the first try. How does it feel? Is surfing fun?" Although Fu Jincheng didn't come that close, he was all ears. Jiang Xunyi took the towel that when Jianwei handed him, casually wiped the droplets off his face and ruffled his hair. Hearing Xiaolian's question, he didn't even pause his movements and clearly and affirmatively replied with 3 words. "Not fun." After saying that, he draped the towel over his shoulder, walked straight to the lounge chair, and smoothly lay down, grabbing a straw hat and slapping it over his face. Xiaolian was left dumbfounded. "Ha! Not fun." Su Yunchuan was the first to react. He looked at Jiang Xunyi, then at the expressions of the other teammates, unable to hold back a low chuckle. That laughter was like a switch. When Jianwei also chuckled, lightly shaking her head. Fu Jincheng looked at Jiang Xunyi's retaliatory lounging posture, feeling both amused and exasperated. "How can you be so childish?" Xiaolian scratched her head, finally realizing what was going on. "No way, Sun Gu. You were getting back at us for tricking you into surfing this way." From under the straw hat came Jiang Xunyi's voice. "A bet is a bet. I tried it. The conclusion is it's not fun." Lan Shi and Zhang Yan returned from buying drinks, bringing a bottle for everyone. Seeing everyone laughing, they casually asked, "What happened?" Fu Jincheng pointed at Jiang Xunyi, and then recounted what had just happened. Lan Shi was a bit surprised. Although they were relatively close in school, to be honest, he didn't know Jiang Xunyi very well, partly because Jiang Xunyi was just too lazy, always sleeping and slacking off. So this was his personality. After the laughter, the atmosphere became even more relaxed. Leaving a bottle of drink for Jiang Xunyi, everyone got excited, called to the coach, and decided to try surfing themselves. Jiang Xunyi had originally planned to close his eyes and rest, but unknowingly he fell asleep. It wasn't until a cool sea breeze lifted his straw hat slightly that he awoke. He slowly opened his eyes and removed the hat, sitting up. What greeted his gaze was the vast expanse of orangered sunset filling the sky. It was beautiful. Jiang Xunyi watched silently for a few seconds, and then, as if recalling something, he withdrew his gaze from the horizon and turned towards the shallow sea in front of him. Where are the others? He stood up and scanned the area, finally spotting several familiar figures crouched on a stretch of beach near a pile of rocks. Not one was missing. They all squatted, their heads bowed, intently gazing at the sand, occasionally reaching out to sift through it or picking something up to examine closely. As Jiang Xunyi approached, he could see that scattered across the sandy ground before them were numerous items, variously colored and shaped shells. The first to notice him was Xia Lian, holding a handful of shells and small stones with a bit of sand on his face. He immediately raised his hand in triumph upon seeing Jiang Xunyi. "Sungu, you're awake. Look, I found so many. This purple one is so beautiful." Fu Jincheng held a conch shell, frowning as he studied it. "Can this really be blown?" Fu Jincheng brought the conch to his lips and tentatively blew into it. Woo! Buzz! The sound made everyone who had been engrossed in treasure hunting suddenly look up, their eyes brightening in unison. Even Jiang Yan, who usually showed little expression, widened her eyes slightly as she looked at the conch in Fu Jincheng's hands. Xia Lian even jumped up in excitement. "Wow! Fu Jincheng, you actually blew it. Let me try. Jiang Xunyi took 0 seconds to accept that a group of elite students who were capable of astonishing feats in their respective realms were now behaving like ordinary tourists in this place. Among these few, none were particularly short on money, but having prepared their entire lives to be competent supernatural beings, they rarely visited such places. Except for Xia Lian, who had never been to the seaside before. Jiang Xunyi had no intention of joining them. Instead, he crossed his arms and leaned against a nearby rock, watching in silence. Bullet comments, the sunset is so beautiful. Everyone is collecting shells. So cute. This scene is so heartwarming. So beautiful. Crying storm. I took a screenshot. Whoa, carrying too much. Such daily life only exists in the early stages. Author, you old thief, give them a good ending. I won't scold you anymore. The sun finally sank below the horizon and the sky quickly darkened. That's enough, let's go. Su Yunchuan stood up first. It's time to go back and prepare for the barbecue. The ingredients were all prearranged by Fu Jincheng: oysters, lobsters, squid, and various fish neatly arranged on an ice tray with an array of sauces and vegetables beside them. Do it yourself, self-sufficiency is the way to go. Xia Lian eagerly donned heat-resistant gloves, grabbed a pair of tongs, and eagerly approached the barbecue rack, then coughed a couple of times from the rising smoke. Fu Jincheng moved back in disdain to protect his newly changed, expensive casual attire. Are you even capable? Don't burn my lobster. Relax. I've studied the guide. Xia Lian replied confidently, then began poking at a squid. When Jianwei, aware of his own limitations, simply stood by with skewers to skewer vegetables. Su Yunchuan said little, but he had already rolled up his sleeves and was brushing oil and sprinkling seasonings, demonstrating considerable skill, clearly a barbecue veteran. Lan Shi and Jiang Yan were at the table preparing some ingredients that didn't need cooking. As for Jiang Xunyi, he found a spot farthest from the barbecue smoke where he could catch the sea breeze, and in front of him sat a glass of iced juice. He clearly had made up his mind to only be responsible for the eating part. After all, didn't he see that all the work had been taken? Sungu, hurry, help me see how to mix this sauce. The guide says to use 3 spoons of that dark one, 2 spoons of this one, and a bit of lemon juice. Xia Lian exclaimed, holding 2 bowls of condiments, flustered. Jiang Xunyi glanced over lazily. The bottle in your left hand is soy sauce, and the one in your right is oyster sauce. The lemon juice is by Wen Jianwei. Oh! Xia Lian quickly complied, but as he poured, his hand trembled and too much soy sauce spilled, making the entire bowl of seasoning an alarming dark color. Fu Jincheng had just carefully placed his meat skewers on the grill when he immediately warned, Xia Lian, stay away from my barbecue. Your bowl is a biochemical weapon. This isn't a biochemical weapon. This is a secret sauce. Xia Lian retorted defiantly. Just then, sizzle. Fu Jincheng's skewers ignited into flames because they were too close to the charcoal fire and had too much oil brushed on them, producing thick black smoke. Wow! Fu Jincheng was startled, nearly dropping his skewer, and hurriedly tried to move it away, but sparks splattered onto the nearby vegetable plate. Water! Quickly get water! Xia Lian shouted. You can't use water on an oil fire. Su Yunchuan immediately objected, quickly stepping forward to clamp the burning skewers into an empty metal tray and swiftly covered them with a wet cloth. When Jianwei, quick on his feet, rescued the vegetables that had been affected by the sparks, though unfortunately the edges were already slightly charred. Fu Jincheng looked at the mess he had created, feeling somewhat embarrassed, his ears slightly red, and he forced himself to remain calm. An accident. It must be because the charcoal fire was too strong. Jiang Xunyi began to doubt whether he would actually get to eat. After finally handling the fire scene, the barbecue continued. Everyone learned their lesson and dared not let Fu Jincheng near the grill again, assigning him to brush sauce on the grilled items. Jiang Xunyi watched for a while and found Su Yunchuan's grilled lobsters to be promising, so he picked up his utensils ready to be fed. Su Yunchuan glanced at him and said nothing, simply placing the first batch of perfectly grilled lobsters onto Jiang Xunyi's plate. Jiang Xunyi then began to enjoy his meal with great satisfaction. Seeing this, Fu Jincheng felt a bit unbalanced and placed his skewers of corn and mushrooms, thickly brushed with sauce, onto Jiang Xunyi's plate. "Try this." Jiang Xunyi looked at the skewers, which were now coated in thick sauce to the point of obscuring the food's original color, paused for 2 seconds, and under Fu Jincheng's anticipating gaze reluctantly took a bite. "Why is it sweet? And excessively so?" Jiang Xunyi swallowed without changing his expression, took a large sip of his drink, and very naturally grabbed a few more skewers of barbecue brushed with sauce by Fu Jincheng. He handed one to each person. No one suspected much, although the appearance was not great. The moment they tasted it, their expressions changed. Xia Lian, being the most honest, took a big bite and instantly grimaced. The sky had long since darkened and the barbecue feast was finally drawing to a close. Xia Lian gazed at the few skewers of chicken wings she had grilled. Unimpressive in appearance yet undeniably cooked, and felt a deep, quiet surge of accomplishment. "I think I did pretty well. Next time will definitely be even better." Fu Jincheng lifted his chin with quiet confidence. Though everyone had initially barred him from the grill, he'd persisted so adamantly that Su Yunchuan eventually relented, and taught him Hansen. He now wore a faint, self-satisfied smirk. "See, this is called natural talent." "All right, esteemed chefs," came the gentle interjection. "Save your culinary brilliance for next time." When Jian smiled as she gathered the dishes and cutlery. "It's quite late. We'll head to bed after tidying up." After an afternoon of play, and an evening spent grilling, the initial exhilaration had faded, leaving behind a soft, creeping weariness. They exchanged quiet goodnights before retreating to their respective rooms. Jiang Xunyi entered his room, and unexpectedly neither switched on the light nor lay down. Only moonlight spilled in through the window, silvering the floor. He walked to the sill, drew the window wide, and let the salt-laced sea wind flood the room. His gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. Not quite admiring the night view, not quite lost in thought, but suspended somewhere between. Then, a cold metallic touch pressed silently against the side of his neck. A short razor-sharp blade rested unyieldingly against his vital artery. "Don't move. Close the curtains." Jiang Xunyi remained utterly still. The man behind him hadn't anticipated this response. Neither resistance nor submission. The blade at his throat pressed slightly deeper. The voice that followed turned colder, edged with menace. "If you value your life, obey now." A few seconds passed. Then, evidently incensed by Jiang Xunyi's utter indifference, the intruder tightened his grip, twisting his wrist to deliver a sharp warning slash. A brutal reminder of who held dominion here. Yet, in the next breath, he recoiled in stunned horror. His body locked rigid. He strained, willed his arm to move to angle the blade, but his hand had frozen, welded in place as if fused to steel. Jiang Xunyi raised one hand with unhurried grace, and with just 2 fingers gently nudged the blade away from his throat, as effortlessly as brushing aside a falling leaf. He strolled to the nearby armchair and settled into it with languid ease. Moonlight traced the quiet lines of his profile. Still calm, still faintly weary, unchanged. The intruder appeared to be a man in his early 30s. Unremarkable in features yet sharpied, though now his face was contorted with raw disbelief and dread. Silence hung thick and suffocating until, whoosh, another figure vaulted through the window's opposite side, young, lithe, radiating the untamed swagger of a seasoned street rogue. The moment he landed, his eyes swept the room like twin blades, already gripping several throwing darts shimmering with eerie cobalt light. He'd clearly tracked the first man here. A sardonic smirk flickered across his lips. "Got you," but froze mid-curve the instant his peripheral vision caught the figure slouched lazily in the armchair beside the window. That smirk shattered instantly as though struck by an invisible hammer. His eyes bulged. He jabbed a trembling finger at Jiang Xunyi, voice cracking under the weight of sheer, disbelieving shock. "What the, you. He stammered, flustered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Jiang Xunyi leaned back ever so slightly, calm, unruffled, observing the 2 uninvited guests. Wanji. Hearing his codename, Wanji snapped back to awareness, but his mind raced, connecting fragments, the fleeting glimpse earlier that day at the resort, the unmistakable presence of Fu Jincheng, the young heir of the Sholing realm. A far more chilling realization surged forward. "No way. You've joined the Sholing realm? Are you insane? You're supposed to be their sworn enemy." Jiang Xunyi merely lifted one eyebrow. No alarm, no defensiveness. Then replied, tone flat and uninflected, "Not insane. He glanced once more at the restless sea beyond the night-darkened glass, perhaps confirming something, perhaps weighing possibilities, before posing a question slow and deliberate. The Tianti's entrance has opened here. Wanji shook his head, forcibly setting aside his shock at Jiang Xunyi's apparent defection. It's an exit only, not an entrance. A temporary one-way aperture. Its coordinates leaked. Both me and that rat followed the trace. Never imagined the egress would open here of all places. He paused meaningfully, and certainly never imagined running into you. Jiang Xunyi hummed softly, "Oh," then met Wanji's gaze with quiet intensity. Wanji exhaled, steadied himself, and his expression hardened. Do you know how badly the Tianti has fractured? He didn't wait for an answer, launching straight into a rapid-fire account. First, the residential zones. All 12 sectors are in economic freefall. Base resource exchange rates have skyrocketed while mission rewards are being systematically devalued through opaque internal manipulations. Guilds and factions, once discreet, now flaunt their ambitions, openly seizing territory, monopolizing resources, trafficking contraband. It's devolved into outright chaos bordering on civil war. The Sholing realm and Tianjing sect, they've reignited hostilities. Tangji is gone, a new leadership has taken over. Clashes have erupted across multiple overlapping jurisdictions. And the gravest threat of all. Wanji drew a slow, deep breath. The Tianti's own foundational rules are shifting. Not minor tweaks. This is systemic recalibration. Recent dungeons, especially those ranked Steer and above, have introduced unprecedented punitive mechanics and scripted, narrative kills. Even veterans are falling unprepared and undone. He fell silent. The room hushed. Wanji studied Jiang Xunyi's face, searching for any sign of concern, outrage, or even recognition. Yet Jiang Xunyi listened to the cascade of calamity, and offered only a faint, knowing smile. Oh, well, that's rather convenient. Wanji. Convenient? How is any of this convenient? Jiang Xunyi shifted, settling more comfortably into the chair. Predation, competition, self-interest. Hasn't the Tianti always operated on those principles? It simply wore a veil before. Now the veil is gone. His words struck like ice water, extinguishing Wanji's rising urgency and leaving him speechless. Too long. He'd forgotten, utterly forgotten, who stood before him, not a savior, not a steward, not a man burdened by empathy or anxiety. Wanji gave up. This man was impossible to read. Contradictory, inscrutable, maddeningly opaque. Communication was futile. He resolved to abandon the line of inquiry, for now, and focus on retrieving the rat. He turned sharply toward the spot where the knife-wielding man had stood frozen moments before. Gone. When? He'd been utterly fixated on Jiang Xunyi. How could a full-grown man vanish without a whisper? Wanji whirled toward the window, and his breath hitched. There, moving with eerie trance-like rigidity, the man walked. Step by slow, unwavering step, straight into the black churning sea. He showed no reaction to the frigid water lapping at his bare skin, as though the abyss ahead were not death, but a sacred summons. The waves swallowed his calves, his waist, his chest. Then, with no ripple, no cry, he vanished entirely beneath the heaving ink-dark swells. Wanji's pupils contracted violently. He spun back, staring wide-eyed at Jiang Xunyi, still seated calmly in the armchair. Jiang Xunyi spoke, casual as ever, handled. No thanks necessary. I should go, Wanji managed, voice dry. Jiang Xunyi nodded, then added almost considerately, exit the way you came. The window's still open. Try not to disturb anyone. When the room fell silent once more, just Jiang Xunyi alone, he rubbed his temples and drew the curtains shut. Now what next? Sleep, of course. Nothing mattered more, not even remotely, than sleeping. At that moment Unit 0237 timidly surfaced in Jiang Xunyi's mind. Master. That just now. Sleep. Ooh, good night, Master. Unit 0237 fell instantly mute. Trembling, small, utterly overwhelmed. What was happening? In the living area of the heavenly ladder. I can't believe this. Wanji kicked the coffee table, but it remained unmoved, causing pain to his foot. Frustrated, he shouted and collapsed into the soft sofa, cradling his head, with both hands looking on the verge of a breakdown. Do you know how ridiculous this is? Ah, if I ever speak to him again in this lifetime, I might as well be a dog. Seriously, the kind that barks. There were two other people in the room, a young woman and a bespectacled man. The woman raised her eyelids and smirked, her mockery unhidden. Who told you to run after him every time you catch wind of something? You deserve it. The bespectacled boy sat in front of his computer, fingers flying over the keyboard, not looking up as he spoke, his tone resigned. All right, Wanji, calm down. There's no use in saying this now. The lead is broken and the worst outcome is starting over from scratch. How was I supposed to know he would kill someone over a disagreement? Wang Ji sat up straight, pointing at his own nose. That was a living person. Sure, he was a bastard, but he was still alive. He was fine using his powers like a switch, and the person just walked into the sea. Not a sound. Where am I supposed to catch another old mouse? And that guy, after finishing, was as calm as if nothing had happened. He even told me, I helped you solve this, no need to thank me. Thank him? No way. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and he slammed the armrest of the sofa. The bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharpening behind the lenses. It seems some rumors can't be fully trusted. This situation is too murky. Don't mention it. I even saw him mingling with those geniuses from the spirit guardian realm. It really looks like a vacation. Damn, the scene is too beautiful for me to look at. I feel like my worldview needs a reboot. The woman straightened her clothes and stood up. In any case, this is a bombshell. It's not a loss. How much do you think this information is worth? Knock, knock, knock. The morning sunlight was warm as Jiang Xunyi kept his eyes closed, instinctively pulling up the blanket and turning over, trying to bury himself deeper into the soft pillows and blankets to block out any sound attempting to wake him. Sleeping until the end of time is the true essence of vacation. However, ideals are often full while reality is stark. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed, accompanied by Xia Lian's energetic voice. Sun Gu, get up. We're going diving today. Jiang Xunyi sat up slowly, his hair a mess, staring blankly at the wall for a few seconds before moving his body off the bed like a rusty robot. Perhaps to avoid Xia Lian causing any more noise, he responded, I heard you stop knocking. By the time Jiang Xunyi arrived at the dining room, everyone else had nearly finished eating. Seeing him come out, Xia Lian immediately set the reserved breakfast in front of him. Sun Gu, hurry and eat. Once we finish, we can head out. Jiang Xunyi quickly finished his breakfast, and the group headed straight to the beach, boarding the boat with the coach who had been waiting for a long time. As they neared the diving point, Jiang Xunyi looked at the gear stuffed in his arms and the posture of the group around him, completely surrendering to the situation. He expressionlessly began to put on the equipment. Barrage, ha ha ha. Sun Gu has been arranged again. Everyone is helping. Sun Gu can't escape. This momentum makes it impossible not to go. Jiang Xunyi am just an emotionless diving tool. Expressionless JPG. After finishing the preparations before entering the water, Jiang Xunyi stood at the edge of the boat, looking at the sea beneath his feet, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately sighed and followed the others into the water under the coach's guidance. The icy sea water instantly enveloped his body, and the sunlight above the water became distorted. The divers led them down slowly. Under the water was like another world. Xia Lian excitedly gestured, while Jiang Xunyi appeared confused. He followed the group, his gaze passing through swaying seaweed and schools of fish, looking towards the distance. The rift mentioned last night with Wang Ji, which is the entrance to the heavenly ladder, is probably over there. Oh, thankfully it's a one-way street. He withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention. As long as they don't head that way, there shouldn't be any accidents. However, often the reason an accident is called an accident is that it happens when you think you are safe, just as everyone was immersed in the wonders of the underwater world. Jiang Xunyi frowned slightly because the diver ahead had silently changed direction, and while this direction was not exactly where the entrance to the heavenly ladder was, it was already quite close. He casually swam closer to the side of Su Yunchuan. In Su Yunchuan's slightly puzzled gaze, he extended his hand and gestured a few signs. It's a trap, or the diver is suspicious. Cooperate with me and go up to talk. Su Yunchuan's pupils suddenly constricted, but his actions showed no sign. He nodded at Jiang Xunyi, indicating he understood. Jiang Xunyi received the response and suddenly accelerated, swimming towards the leading diver. The coach sensed the disturbance in the water behind him and turned around just in time to see a shadow closing in. He was startled, but the next second his body froze, astonishment and confusion flashing in his eyes before they became vacant, slowly sinking beneath the water. On the other side, Su Yunchuan quickly dealt with the diver behind him. He then used his powers to bring the two of them to the surface. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Jiang Xunyi signaled to the two divers being subdued, it took only a few seconds. Barrage? What happened? Why did it suddenly turn into a fight? So those two divers are suspicious. I didn't see anything. Was Sun Gu just giving Yunchuan a signal? Are they both that quick to respond? This coordination is incredible. Not only the barrage, but everyone else besides Jiang Xunyi and Su Yunchuan was also bewildered. They had just been admiring the underwater scenery when their teammate knocked out the diving coach. But everyone quickly reacted and followed up to the surface. Fu Jincheng looked astonished. What happened? Get on the boat first. Su Yunchuan spoke succinctly, dragging a fainted diver towards the yacht together with Wen Jianwei. Jiang Xunyi was relieved at this moment. After all, He didn't have to do anything himself. Back on the boat, Su Yunchuan quickly checked the condition of the two, confirming they were just unconscious and could be interrogated later. He looked at Jiang Xunyi, his eyes inquiring. Jiang Xunyi twisted his wet hair, explaining in a calm tone. They were trying to lead us towards the rift of the heavenly ladder. The energy over there is unstable, or who knows what would happen if we went there. Xia Lian gasped in surprise. The heavenly ladder? There's a rift here? I've only seen it in textbooks. Fu Jincheng's expression darkened as he pointed at the two divers on the ground. Are they coming for us? Su Yunchuan furrowed his brows, squatting down to search the two divers but found nothing on them. It should be so. The specific situation can only be known once they wake up. The yacht swiftly turned back and the group returned to the villa with the two unconscious divers. Su Yunchuan had already reported the situation to the External Operations Center of the Spirit Guardian world on the way back. While waiting for the external personnel to arrive, Fu Jincheng couldn't help but glance at Jiang Xunyi again. How exactly did you notice that they had problems? I didn't see it at all. Jiang Xunyi had changed back into dry clothes and simply replied, It's nothing. I just noticed it. Fu Jincheng. What's the difference between this answer and no answer at all? When Jianwei tried to analyze Jiang Xunyi's words, was it their micro-expressions, their habitual movements, or their route of progression? Jiang Xunyi quietly hummed in response, leaving Wen Jianwei speechless with just that one word. Which of these did that acknowledge? Just as the atmosphere in the villa became somewhat delicate, the doorbell rang. Jiang Yan, closest to the door, cautiously opened it. A young man in his late 20s stood outside. He wore a well-tailored dark gray suit with a pair of rimless glasses perched on his nose. He stood tall, exuding a calm and reserved aura. His features bore a resemblance to Fu Jincheng, but he appeared noticeably more mature. Sorry to disturb you, the man said gently, his gaze politely sweeping over everyone in the room before settling on Fu Jincheng, his smile deepening. Xiaocheng. Fu Jincheng's eyes lit up upon seeing the newcomer, and his previously tense heart instantly relaxed. Brother, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Fu Jincheng's elder brother, Fu Xingzhou. Unlike his younger brother, who had entered the Spirit Nexus Ability Academy, he had always stayed with their parents to handle various affairs within and outside the Spirit Guardian world, and he was already viewed as the future core leader of the Spirit Guardian world. He was exceptionally capable, skilled in his methods, and had one well-known characteristic: he was a brother complex. I happened to be in the nearby waters handling some other matters, heard about it, and came directly here. Fu Xingzhou walked into the villa with a composed demeanor. He nodded politely to the others, saying, Hello, I am Fu Xingzhou, Xiaocheng's brother. I have already gained a preliminary understanding of this matter. He continued, I will take over the subsequent interrogations, investigations, and monitoring and cleanup of this sea area. His tone was calm yet somehow reassuring. He looked again at Fu Jincheng, asking, Are you hurt? I'm fine, brother. Fu Jincheng shook his head, a hint of frustration creeping in. It's just that my perfectly good vacation has been disrupted. Fu Xingzhou smiled and ruffled his hair. Safety is the most important thing. Vacations can be had again. He turned to the others, speaking sincerely. Xiaocheng has been well taken care of at school thanks to all of you. His demeanor was humble and polite, showing no arrogance due to his status, which easily garnered goodwill. He's here. Here he comes. Brother is so handsome. Such presence. No wonder he's the future leader of the Spirit Guardian world. The brotherly bond seems really good. It's not just a perception, it's incredibly good. You can tell he's a big shot. Steady and reliable. Just passing by to take a look. I believe it really. Fu Xingzhou briefly asked them a few details, then gestured towards the door. Several external personnel from the Spirit Guardian world walked in swiftly, taking the two unconscious divers away. I will also send some people to keep watch here. You can all rest assured. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me. Fu Xingzhou left the statement before quietly advising Fu Jincheng a few more words, and then left with his team. It all took no more than 10 minutes, impressively efficient. As soon as Fu Xingzhou closed the villa door, his expression towards the two divers turned icy. Take them back for interrogation. If they don't speak, torture them until they do. After Fu Xingzhou left, the villa fell quiet again, but the tension that had been there was greatly alleviated with his arrival. Fu Jincheng completely relaxed, even lifting his chin a bit with pride. Don't worry. Leave it to my brother, there will definitely be no problem. Now I can rest easy. He had 100% trust in his brother. Perhaps it was Fu Xingzhou's intervention that acted as a deterrent. The remaining days of the vacation were indeed calm, with no unexpected incidents. The 7-day trip soon came to an end. The return flight was on a private plane arranged by Fu Xingzhou. When the plane landed at Linping City Airport, the scene here was quite different from when they left. It snowed. Xia Lian exhaled a cloud of white breath. Linping City experienced snow every winter, but this year the snow arrived a bit earlier. The group collected their luggage and said their goodbyes at the airport exit. Jiang Xunyi, without a second thought, declined Fu Jincheng's suggestion to have the driver take him home. Fu Jincheng had intended to say something, but upon seeing Jiang Xunyi's lazy demeanor, he clicked his tongue. Suit yourself, don't blame me if you freeze. Jiang Xunyi walked alone on the snow-covered street, not in a hurry and even somewhat slow. Many shops along the street had already hung up Christmas decorations, and the festive atmosphere was beginning to show. He raised his hand, and a complete snowflake landed perfectly in his palm, lingering for a moment before slowly melting into a cool puddle of water. He was actually contemplating something. With a little over a year left, he was quite clear about what he needed to do during this time. To play the role of Jiang Xunyi, a student of the Spirit Nexus Ability Academy, follow the main protagonist group, ride the wave of popularity, and complete some small tasks under the system's nagging. But after that, he wouldn't stay here. He had no interest in the conclusion of the Heaven Ladder. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with anything. Forget it, a way will naturally emerge as the journey progresses. He quickly reassured himself. Setting aside those chaotic thoughts, he quickened his pace towards the direction of his apartment. When Jiang Xunyi stepped into classroom one of the Ling Shu Ability Academy again, there was no sense of leisure typical of a vacation just ending. Instead, everyone bore a certain tension. The reason was simple: today was the day of the exam. It would directly count towards the final score, and the final would only consist of theoretical questions. This is the best evaluation of your learning and training over the past semester. The homeroom teacher and Principal Xiang stood on the podium. This is not a mock exercise. There are no second chances. You either pass or remain trapped forever. You have already cleared the novice dungeon. He scanned the room, eyes landing on Su Yunchuan and the others, and some have even passed the second dungeon. This means you may be matched to higher-level dungeons, a levels level, or even beyond. His words seemed to freeze the air in the classroom. Even the usually lively Xia Lian wore a tense expression, and Fu Jincheng also set aside his nonchalant demeanor, while others looked serious. Jiang Xunyi. He was on the verge of falling asleep, his biological clock still not adjusted. Shen Zhaoya sat beside him, showing little expression, only occasionally glancing at the seemingly drowsy person next to him, fearing he might bump his head on the desk. Xiang clapped his hands, breaking the silence. Now, everyone follow me to the transfer station. It was still the familiar underground base. Xiang stood before the control panel. Remember, you are all students of Ling Shu Academy and teammates to one another. If you encounter each other in the dungeon, prioritize cooperation. But also be prepared to face everything alone. Then with a snap, he pressed the start button. Once everyone was teleported into the heavenly ladder, Xiang turned to Lu Jingyi, beside him, a smile he couldn't suppress on his face. Is the person here? Lu Jingyi nodded. Lin Mu went out to greet them. Xiang rubbed his hands together. It's time for this group of little ones to face the harshness of society. I went through great lengths to find someone specifically to grade them. The light from the heavenly ladder screen reflected on Jiang Xunyi's expressionless face, as he looked at the matched dungeon, feeling that life was becoming increasingly dramatic. Matching your dungeon. Match successful. Dungeon name: Sin and Judgment. Dungeon level: SS. Dungeon type: role-playing extreme survival. The church bells are about to ring. The day of judgment is near, and here everyone is guilty. As white light flashed, Jiang Xunyi thought to himself that he should keep a low profile. Level and above dungeons are easily noticed. The first thing Jiang Xunyi felt was a slight sting from some coarse fabric rubbing against the skin of his knee. He opened his eyes to see a pockmarked ground before him. He was kneeling, just like a dozen others around him, on the cold ground covered with gravel. The light was dim, and it seemed to be evening. Jiang Xunyi glanced around with his peripheral vision. This was a church, as evidenced by its immense size. In front of him, a deep voice spoke slowly. Sin breeds from the bloodline, taking root in the soul. You are here not because of innocence, but because judgment has yet to arrive. Jiang Xunyi lightly nodded. On the steps ahead stood a figure clad in a white robe, the hem embroidered with golden patterns, appearing to be a clergyman. The person held a hefty iron-bound tome, pale fingers resting on the cover, continuing to speak in that tone of judgment. Repent under their watchful eyes. Work as you tread the path of atonement. Only sweat and humility can cleanse the filth upon you. You are all guilty, having tainted the purity of the Holy Land. Coming here is not the beginning of punishment, but a merciful gift, an opportunity to cleanse your soul and repay your sins. Forget your vain past, cast aside your despicable selves. In this place, only sincere repentance can earn forgiveness. At this moment Jiang Xunyi felt a slight movement to his left. He cast a sidelong glance. The person kneeling there was an old man dressed in a gray burlap robe like Jiang Xunyi's, with dry wrinkled skin on the back of his hands covered in deep brown age spots. The slight movement came from these hands. He gripped his robe tightly, his knuckles turning white, his bowed head almost touching his knees. It was hard to tell whether it was the cold or fear, as the temperature was indeed quite low. However, Jiang Xunyi did not linger on him, redirecting his gaze back to the ground in front of him. Jiang Xunyi estimated it had been half an hour. The preaching seemed to finally be coming to an end. Remember, do not look aside, do not speak recklessly, and keep your heart free of distractions to show your reverence. Now rise, go to your designated place and begin your atonement. As the clergyman's words fell, it was as if invisible shackles were released. People began to move awkwardly one by one, standing up, but their heads remained bowed. Jiang Xunyi stood up with the flow of people. The group began to move slowly, with no one speaking along the way, creating a hushed silence. Just as Jiang Xunyi surveyed his surroundings quietly, suddenly the notification sound from the heavenly ladder system echoed in his mind. Background information loading. Current location: Catan West Church, located on the southeast coast of the continent. It is the largest religious district in the area. The local people believe in atonement. The church sells cleansing contracts which can be purchased by individuals or families to enter the church for a period of 749 days of atonement training. During the atonement period, strict adherence to church rules is required. Those who complete it will receive a pardon certificate absolving them of prior sins. Background information. Jiang Xunyi furrowed his brows. In Heavenly Ladder dungeons, instances that provide background information often have higher difficulty. This dungeon has a type labeled Extreme Survival, which implies that there is a task that runs through the entire dungeon from the start. Escape. Given the current information, it might involve escaping the church. But that's not certain. He would have to wait and see over the next couple of days. Pushing open the intricately carved heavy door, the group entered the church, but they did not linger in the central sanctuary. The guide silently led them down a narrower, dimmer corridor. The corridor had no windows, only occasional dim oil lamps on the walls. After walking for a few minutes, the guide stopped in front of a somewhat dilapidated wooden door. The door was pushed open. The room was large but exceptionally simplistic. The walls were bare gray stone, and the floor was rough cement with no decorations. The only source of light came from two tiny windows on the front wall, letting in a bit of brightness. On both sides of the room were 2 rows of low makeshift beds. These so-called bunks were merely wooden boards covered with a thin layer of straw and worn coarse burlap. In the corner of the room there were a dozen or so wooden buckets that seemed to be for washing up. This would be their abode in the future. Jiang Xunyi chose a bed in a relatively secluded corner of the room, where he could keep an eye on the door and most of the room. To his left sat the old man who had been trembling on his knees outside earlier. On his right was a young woman who, despite wearing a rough cloth robe, could not hide her outstanding beauty even in the dim light. Before everyone could settle down completely, footsteps were heard from outside the door. A tall, middle-aged man entered, dressed in a brown short robe, with a belt around his waist that held a bunch of keys and a short staff. Listen carefully. He walked to the center of the room, hands clasped behind his back, and stood still. I am the supervisor responsible for managing your group of atonement seekers. You may call me Supervisor Duho. In the days to come, I do not wish for anyone to defy my decisions, understand? A dead silence filled the room, and after a moment a few faint replies of understood could be heard. Duho seemed indifferent to this nodding, as he made a mark on the parchment, presumably taking notes. Now, in order, please report the names you have registered, and come up to receive your atonement contract. You start from this side. He pointed with his pen at a person near the door. The first person called stood up nervously, walked to the center, took a piece of paper from Duho's hand, and hurried back to his bed with his head lowered. When it was Jiang Xunyi's turn, he was in a moderately late position. He received the so-called atonement contract and only unfolded it after returning to his bed. Name: Rick. Offense: sloth, long-term lack of contribution to society, consuming resources without creation or contribution. Jiang Xunyi's gaze lingered on the offense for 2 seconds. Sloth. Are the charges this arbitrary? At the bottom of the contract were a few lines of small print. Accumulated atonement points 400. May leave normally and obtain a pardon certificate. Accumulated atonement points 200399. Must enter observation period, extending the atonement time limit. Accumulated atonement points 200, determined as insincere atonement to be sent to the Katangxi underground prison. Duho spoke only after everyone had received their contracts, saying, remember the contents of the contract. Starting tomorrow, scores will be assessed daily, based on specific circumstances. Now organize your belongings. Jiang Xunyi lowered his head and smoothed out the already flat, thin blanket once more, as besides this blanket he had nothing else. At this moment Duho spoke again, throwing out a piece of news. Tonight a welcoming ceremony will be held at the cathedral. All of you must attend. A welcoming ceremony. A group of atonement seekers burdened with various offenses must attend a welcoming ceremony. Questions immediately sprang to Jiang Xunyi's mind. As the wooden door closed, Duho's footsteps gradually faded away. The oppressive air inside the room finally cracked open a small gap. First there were several long exhalations followed by the rustling sound of clothes. One could even hear the low murmur of conversations. Looking around with nothing much to do, Jiang Xunyi sat on the bed and began to read the bullet comments. Oh my god. S-level dungeon. Actually even our Yungu can be considered a novice. Yungu, did you match with any big shots? Are you serious? What kind of eerie church is this? The atmosphere is overwhelming. Is there not a single familiar face in this dungeon? That's a hell of a start. I'm going to start an unprized guessing game. I think Sungu is here. I truly believe he doesn't look like a novice. Dog head for protection. I want to guess too. I bet there are experts in this dungeon. To the front, dare you say something I don't know. Jiang Xunyi glanced around and realized that Su Yunchuan was also in this dungeon. He was definitely being dragged down by him, otherwise how would he have entered an S-level dungeon? He contemplated the possibility of lying low only to find. It seemed impossible. Just as Jiang Xunyi was about to look for more information about others, a deliberately lowered voice filled with surprise pulled him back to reality. Rick. Jiang Xunyi turned his head towards the sound. It came from a man in the opposite bed wearing slightly crooked glasses who looked like a scholar. Oh my friend, it really is you. I couldn't confirm it earlier. How did you end up here? Jiang Xunyi shrugged, a hint of fatigue on his face. What do you think? The glasses-wearing man sighed, deeply adjusting his glasses with a sympathetic tone. Your situation is indeed special. But once here, who is better off? It's fine, or just endure this period. Jiang Xunyi merely responded with a sound of acknowledgement, not continuing the conversation. Seeing that he had no intention of continuing the conversation, the glasses man awkwardly fell silent. Their dinner consisted of a piece of hard black bread and a bowl of bland vegetable soup, delivered by another cultivator. Jiang Xunyi felt as if he were chewing not on food, but on a lump of sponge fragments that had been sun-dried for 3 days and nights, sucking up all moisture. The purpose of sending the bowl of soup over was likely to prevent them from choking. As the sky darkened, they saw Duho once again. Everyone rise, adjust your robes, and follow me. The welcoming ceremony is about to begin. Passing through the dimly lit corridor again, Jiang Xunyi and the others followed Duho but did not take the same route back. Instead they turned into a new path where the air felt cleaner. Pushing open the door at the end of the corridor, they entered a spacious hall that radiated brilliance. This must be the main entrance of the cathedral. At this moment many people were already standing there. In addition to a large number of atonement seekers dressed in gray robes like them, there were many cultivators and nuns in robes of different colors, as well as some church personnel who appeared to be of higher status. At the forefront stood an elder in a pure black robe, holding a staff with an ancient design topped with a black gemstone. The waiting time was not long. Outside the courtyard entrance, the sound of synchronized horse hooves approached from afar. The first to come into view were 2 squads of fully armed knights, followed closely by a few attendants dressed in luxurious court attire. Finally, the main figure appeared. His arrival instantly drew everyone's attention with a royal emblem on his chest that proclaimed his identity. His gaze merely swept over everyone calmly, yet it evoked an instinctual urge to submit. The chief judge stepped forward, bowing slightly, his voice clear in the silent courtyard. Noble His Royal Highness Prince Rainland, welcome to Katangxi Cathedral. May the sacred light bless your journey. Reinhardt did not respond, and the old man spoke again. Your Highness should have been welcomed by the Archbishop himself, but unfortunately due to the recent busyness at the Holy Court, the Archbishop is presiding over a very important blessing ceremony, and cannot spare the effort, hence I was specially appointed to receive you. The words he spoke were flawless, expressing the Church's importance, while explaining the absence of the highest authority, even leaving room for a subsequent formal meeting. However, anyone with a bit of sense could hear something amiss. If they truly wished to welcome him, why would there be a group of people from the Court of Sin gathered here? The one responding to the Chief Justice was a knight beside Reinhardt. No problem. Since that is the case, Your Honor, the purpose of His Highness' visit is for a 7-day prayer. Today he has traveled a long way, and it is inconvenient to discuss matters in depth. It would be better to go directly to the arranged residence, and after His Highness has rested we can discuss related matters at a later time. The Chief Justice's gaze flickered slightly, and he nodded in agreement. I was inconsiderate. His Highness' residence has long been prepared. Please follow me. Reinhardt merely nodded lightly, his gaze sweeping over the sinners in the hall like background props before turning and heading towards the other side of the church, an area clearly outside of the Court of Sin. Once they had walked far, Duho maintained a stern face and began waving his short stick, directing the sinners to return. On the way back, the woman walking at the front was a beautiful figure from Jiang Xunyi's right shop. She seemed to be lost in her own world as she pushed open the ajar wooden door. Just as she stepped into the room, a sharp and sudden scream shattered the silence. Ah! The sound was filled with pure terror. Duho's expression darkened as he scolded sharply, "Shut up! What is there to make a fuss about?" He quickly stepped forward and shoved aside the woman who stood frozen in the doorway. The woman's face was as pale as a sheet, her trembling finger pointed towards the room, her lips quivering. "Dead! Dead! He! The word dead nearly caused an uproar among the sinners. People did not step back, in fact most could not help but stretch their necks to see clearly. "Quiet! Everyone be quiet! If you make any more noise, you'll all be punished." Duho raised his voice, the short stick striking heavily against the doorframe, producing a piercing sound. His words clearly had an effect as the commotion was forcibly suppressed. Jiang Xunyi, who had originally been towards the back of the line, took advantage of the brief chaos to subtly adjust his position. His gaze slipped through the gaps in the crowd, first sizing up the screaming woman before finally looking at the corpse. In the center of the room, a man lay face down on the rough wooden planks, motionless. He wore a gray robe similar to theirs, but the color had deepened due to bloodstains. Duho approached the man and prodded his shoulder with the short stick. The man's body was heavy, and a muffled sound was made as he was turned. A middle-aged man's face emerged, eyes wide open, pupils dilated, mouth crooked, still retaining traces of white foam. His face was a bluish-purple, the expression frozen in a twisted mix of pain and shock. Duho's brow furrowed tightly, his expression a mix of annoyance and disdain. He straightened up and struck the nearby stone wall forcefully, producing a loud bang. "Everyone, immediately, cover your heads, crouch down, face the wall. No one is allowed to move or whisper without my orders." Then he instructed the person at the door, "Go. Quickly summon Sister Ada here. Hurry." The person did not dare to delay and swiftly ran off. Soon he led in a woman dressed in a plain white nun's habit. She appeared to be in her 30s, her expression calm, even somewhat indifferent. "Inspector Duho." Sister Ada nodded slightly, her voice flat, her gaze already directed towards the body in the center of the room. "Thank you, Sister Ada." Duho stepped aside, his tone slightly softened. "This person has lost all signs of life." Sister Ada said no more and stepped forward. She did not poke around roughly like Duho, but first carefully observed the deceased's facial expression and surrounding traces before putting on gloves and beginning a more detailed examination. Minutes later, she straightened up, removed her gloves, and clearly announced, "Vital signs are absent, pupils are dilated, there are minor bruises on the surface of the body, but no fatal external injuries. Based on residual substances at the corners of the mouth, it is initially judged to be choking caused by a sudden illness. The exact cause of death needs further verification, but it can be confirmed that death has occurred." Duho's brow tightened even more, and he muttered something under his breath before speaking to Sister Ada. "Thank you, sister. Since that is the case." He paused, looking towards the door. "You few." He pointed to 2 or 3 people, including the young man who had just gone to report. "Carry him to the eternal waiting room. Be careful with your movements." The individuals named showed some reluctance on their faces, but under Duho's stern gaze, they could only grit their teeth and step forward. Sister Ada whispered several precautions to Duho, then picked up the medicine box and left quietly as she had arrived. The room was left with only Duho and a group of sinners. Duho turned around to face the still crouching crowd, lightly pointing with the short stick. "Did everyone see clearly? In the land of purification, life and death are determined by fate, all depending on your own cultivation and reverence. Tonight's incident is not to be discussed, and absolutely no panic is to be spread. Now everyone immediately return to your beds and lie down to sleep." The people rose as if pardoned, yet still fearful, and quietly returned to their positions. However, this atmosphere did not last long. Once Duho confirmed his departure, low conversations began to rise in the room. There was little sorrow or panic in the voices, even carrying a hint of interest in the spectacle. Most of the people who could come here were not good individuals themselves. After the initial shock faded, more was a sense of indifference and relief, as long as it wasn't themselves who had died. Tisk, and this is just the first day. Who knows what happened? That person looked quite robust. Probably had some illness they didn't mention, right? Afraid of being sent to a worse place. It could also be. Death is not uncommon in this place. Jiang Xunyi faintly heard a few sentences, and then there was nothing more. He was tired, he wanted to sleep. The faint light was extinguished and the church bells rang in the distance, long and solemn. Not knowing how much time had passed. Creak! The door was pushed open a crack. Immediately after, it seemed that a round object was tossed through the door crack, landing on the floor with a soft roll as it rolled a short distance before finally stopping in the middle of the aisle. Almost simultaneously, a faint fragrance rapidly spread from the motionless object, mingling with the already murky air. Jiang Xunyi had already woken up when he heard the door being pushed open. However, he did not open his eyes, merely holding his breath. Listening to the footsteps, it seemed that only one person had entered. That person did not come directly into the room, but paused in front of each bed for a moment. Jiang Xunyi heard a short suppressed gasp, which was then abruptly cut off, as if someone had suddenly covered their mouth and nose. But soon there was silence, indicating that the person had been subdued. After a brief pause, a clear female voice rang out. "All right, the disturbance has been eliminated. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are awake, feel free to sit up and let us have a chat." She paused, seemingly observing the reactions before continuing in a slightly reassuring tone. "Don't worry, these NPCs won't wake up tonight." Then another male voice chimed in, showing a hint of apology. "I'm sorry to wake everyone in this manner, but we mean no harm. We just want to exchange some information regarding this dungeon. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chun Qiang and this is Li Qihan. We come from the Human Alliance." As soon as the words Human Alliance reached Jiang Xunyi's ears, he slowly opened his eyes, naturally using his arm for support as he sat up from his bed. Really, it would have been nice to mention this earlier. Is it not obvious that those who can lead us have arrived? The Human Alliance isn't official, but it's quite famous in the Sky Ladder. Just like the name of this organization suggests, they welcome everyone and genuinely help all novice players striving to unite all of humanity. There are also some who believe in Zong, and according to others from different organizations like Wanji, they are the most virtuous among the virtuous. Bullet comments. Wow, Sun Gu is also in this dungeon. The Human Alliance. It's Chun Qiang and Li Qihan. Yang. Wait, does no one find it strange that Sun Gu suddenly sat up upon hearing about the Human Alliance? You in front, you've noticed something interesting. Jiang Xunyi's reaction is odd. He definitely knows something. Oh no, I've been poisoned by the forum. The more I look at him, the more off he seems. Wow, we finally made our appearance. Perhaps because Jiang Xunyi took the lead, gradually others also sat up, totaling 4 people. Jiang Xunyi was not surprised to find that the 2 people beside him were players. He even recognized that the girl was likely his classmate named Lin Yi, who was quite close with Chu Xian. On the ground next to Li Qihan lay a figure in a nun's robe, but at this moment her eyes were tightly shut, clearly having been knocked out. Li Qihan glanced at the seated crowd. "First, I want to apologize to everyone. It may be due to some of our extra operations that caused an abnormal fluctuation in the matching difficulty of this dungeon, affecting some friends who might not have entered an S-level dungeon." Her gentle gaze swept over the visibly anxious old man and the 2 other new players who appeared somewhat uneasy. "Thus, as compensation and also our goal, we hope to cooperate with everyone to safely navigate this dungeon together." Nearby, a novice player mustered the courage to ask, albeit still a bit nervous. "So, are you following someone here?" Li Qihan smiled at him. "Not exactly. We are just trying our luck. If we directly locate him using a positioning card, he would likely be alerted." So initially someone thought of a sneaky trick to locate someone who is relatively close to him, hoping to encounter him. This tactic was then adopted by many. Bullet comments. Wow, the people from the Human Alliance are really kind. They even consider the level being raised and want to lead novices through the dungeon. This organization's name sounds so impressive. Am I the only one curious about who they are trying to locate with the positioning card? You in front, you are not alone. Is it possible that Yun Gu is over at the Holy Court? No, I don't think so. Could it be that one? Does anyone understand what I'm saying? I understand, I have enlightened. There are some things that might be a bit early for you to touch upon now, so let's first talk about this dungeon. Li Qihan continued, her tone becoming serious. Based on the information we currently have, the task presented by this dungeon is to accumulate enough penance points to obtain a pardon certificate and leave the church normally. If one strictly follows the NPC's requirements, does not break any rules, and refrains from getting involved in any additional events, this path is completely achievable. We have also found the criteria for tallying these penance points, and 400 points is quite manageable. So you need not worry too much, though it may take a bit longer. Around 10 days or so. At this point, the old man timidly asked, "Then, was that person who just died also a player?" Chun Qiang pondered for a moment before speaking. "That's hard to say. We'll check on that later." Afterward, Li Qihan and Chun Qiang elaborated on some precautions, mainly reminding everyone to portray the penance seeker persona more accurately. Be numb to death, compliant with rules, and accustomed to the suffering around them. We should avoid any overly vivid panic like Lin Yi exhibited today. They also briefly allocated some small tasks that might require discreet cooperation in the coming days, which all sounded manageable. As for the rest, they would handle it. The other players listened attentively, nodding frequently, and the tense atmosphere eased considerably. After all, with a powerful organization backing them, pointing to a clear path of survival, who wouldn't breathe a sigh of relief? Jiang Xunyi listened, his eyelids beginning to droop. Their words, combined with the faint lingering fragrance in the room, felt like a different form of hypnosis. However, this small meeting did not last long, allowing him some sleep. Jiang Xunyi initially thought that given this situation, clearing the dungeon would be quite simple. If all else failed, he still had the people from the Human Alliance, right? But at this moment, Jiang Xunyi stared at the ruby in his hand, lost in thought. What is this? Could it be the missing tribute? As for why he saw this, let's rewind a bit to the next morning. Bang, bang, bang. Steward Duhu appeared at the door right on time, his face even colder than yesterday, holding a brand new whip that looked painful to be struck with, knocking loudly on the doorframe. Get up. Form a line. Go to the purification hall for morning prayers. Jiang Xunyi rose groggily to his feet and followed the procession forward. The Jingxin Hall held prayers twice daily, once at dawn and once at dusk, each granting penitence points. According to Li Qihan's account from the previous day, each prayer awarded 10 points. They were instructed to kneel on the floor before a deity statue holding a parchment of sheepskin as they recited sacred sutras. They chanted unintelligibly for half an hour, so long that Jiang Xunyi could nearly recite it by heart. Afterward, they were led into the corridor and handed rags, told this was bodily penance. In plain terms, cleaning duty. Unpaid compulsory labor. Midway through the task, a man rushed in and whispered urgently into Du Hua's ear. Du Hua's expression darkened instantly. He whirled around and barked everyone. Halt! Stand where you are. Bewildered, the group froze and turned their gazes toward him. His sharp eyes swept across every face, his voice glacial. This morning during prayer, a red gemstone, a votive offering, vanished from the deity statue. I urge whoever took it to step forward now. If I must search you myself, the consequence will extend far beyond mere deduction of penitence points. At these words, murmurs rippled through the crowd, but no one stepped forward. Very well. Then all of you, remove your outer robes for inspection. Du Hua commanded, gesturing for several attendants to advance. Jiang Xunyi complied impassively. Rough hands patted him down. He briefly entertained the notion of defiance, but only briefly. Alone he had no leverage, resistance would be futile. After searching everyone thoroughly and finding nothing, Du Hua could only clench his teeth and order them back to work. Yet his gaze, now sharpened with venomous suspicion, pinned each of them like poisoned nails, and he tossed out one final provocation. Anyone who identifies the thief shall receive 150 penitence points, granted personally by me. At precisely noon, the church bell tolled, signaling a brief respite. Both midday and evening offered periods of free movement, the sole concession to humanity within this rigid regime. Jiang Xunyi did not join the others outside. Having resolved to remain low-key, he returned directly to his room. He intended to rest for a moment, but as he leaned on his thin pallet, something hard pressed into his palm. Reaching beneath the light blanket, his fingers brushed against a firm, compact object which he drew out. A ruby. Deep, radiant, unmistakable. With a creak, the door swung open. In stepped Gegafu, the elderly player. Gegafu glanced first at Jiang Xunyi, then at the gemstone resting in his palm. Jiang Xunyi opened his mouth, ready to offer an explanation. This item. Before he could finish, footsteps echoed down the corridor. The old man reacted faster than Jiang Xunyi himself. He seized Jiang Xunyi's wrist, his expression saying plainly, I understand. I know. It's fine, really. No great matter. Hide it quickly. Talk later. You youngsters can't go about things so openly after all. Disliking physical contact, Jiang Xunyi withdrew his hand smoothly and without comment. As others gradually returned and rested briefly, they were ushered to another location to resume cleaning duties. With nightfall came dinner, and what should have been a short period of free time. Yet Du Hua appeared at the doorway, his face storm-dark, and called out sharply, Rick, you, step out. Jiang Xunyi rose calmly and walked out. In the corridor stood Du Hua, and two attendants whose expressions promised nothing but severity. Du Hua's gaze locked onto him, cold and unblinking. An informant claims you're concealing something that does not belong to you. I trust you grasp my meaning. Hand it over now. If you'd prefer I conduct a search. Jiang Xunyi met his stare expressionless. What was inevitable had arrived. No need for that. He reached into his satchel and withdrew the ruby. Its crimson depths caught the dim corridor light, refracting brilliance both fierce and unsettling. Du Hua's pupils contracted violently. He snatched the stone, inspected it closely, and confirmed its authenticity. Rage surged across his features. So, It is you. How audacious. Daring to steal a votive offering. Take him to the solitary confinement cell. No one is to approach without my explicit command, no food, no water. He may emerge only when he has fully confronted the weight of his sin. Du He roared the order. A heavy iron door slammed shut behind Jiang Xunyi, with a thunderous clang followed by the metallic clack of the lock engaging, sealing away the last sliver of light. The so-called solitary cell was an utterly barren chamber. The moment the door sealed, his senses began to blur. Sound fading, vision dissolving, time distorting. This was a standard punitive method, total sensory deprivation. Absolute silence, absolute darkness sustained without interruption. Within minutes hallucinations would begin. Phantom voices, dissonant noise, even music, all echoing from nowhere. After several hours, wakeful dreaming would set in. Reality and dream bleeding into one another, accompanied by acute physiological distress, nausea, throbbing headaches, labored breathing. If prolonged, further irreversible psychological damage would follow. Jiang Xunyi sat against the wall for a while, chewed 2 mint candies, then brushed off his clothes and stood again. His fingers traced his neck, brushing against the chain, until with a subtle tug the pendant emerged from beneath his collar. It was a pocket watch, also a prop, largely ornamental, useful only for storing small items. A thread of spiritual energy pulsed into the watch, triggering the release of a stored object. Now resting in Jiang Xunyi's palm, a small, unassuming sphere. He edged along the wall until he reached the approximate position of the door, placed the sphere there, and began counting inwardly. 3 to 1. He snapped his fingers, and though no sound followed, light flooded in. For the door, and the wall beside it, had vanished entirely, revealing 2 guards staring in utter bewilderment. Comments scrolled silently. Unseen, unspoken, irrelevant to the narrative flow. Comments scrolled silently. Unseen, unspoken, irrelevant to the narrative flow. Comments scrolled silently. Unseen, unspoken, irrelevant to the narrative flow. Comments scrolled silently. Unseen, unspoken, irrelevant to the narrative flow. Comments scrolled silently. Unseen, unspoken, irrelevant to the narrative flow. Jiang Xunyi observed their stunned expressions, and recalled his own first use of the device, scarcely less bewildered. What had Ji said? Just a little trinket, meant for tinkering. Later I'll craft something far more extraordinary for you. Setting aside its prototype status, this was his last remaining unit. Use it wisely, cherish it dearly. With a flick of intent, he gifted each guard a deep, involuntary slumber. The space where the door had been dissolved seamlessly reassembled itself the moment Jiang Xunyi stepped clear. Jiang Xunyi wore a robe he had borrowed from a guard, then strolled leisurely through the labyrinthine corridors of the cathedral. Truth be told, his confinement had turned into an unexpected boon, granting him a sliver of freedom to move, albeit one he had engineered himself. For now he intended to visit the eternal vigil chamber, the very place where yesterday's corpse had been carried. He knew only its name, no map had been provided. After rounding 2 corners, faint voices drifted toward him from ahead. 2 men clad in robes identical to his walked side by side, grumbling under their breaths as they pushed a small cart draped in white cloth, evidently on duty for routine errands. Jiang Xunyi paused briefly, then stepped forward with a faintly troubled expression etched across his face. Brothers, sorry to interrupt. The 2 halted and regarded him with puzzled glances. He scratched his head. Well, my friend and I just arrived here. A steward instructed us to deliver a body to the eternal vigil chamber. But this place is a maze. We've wandered for ages and still can't locate it. So my friend sent me to ask directions while he waits nearby. Could you kindly point us the way? His acting was flawlessly natural. The taller of the 2 gave him a slow, appraising look. Perhaps it was the shared attire, or Jiang Xunyi's convincingly green, hapless demeanor, that dispelled suspicion. The man merely curled his lip, voice laced with weary sympathy. The eternal vigil chamber. TCH. Another delivery. What an ill-omened chore. You're new, aren't you? No wonder you're lost. He lifted a finger, gesturing down the corridor. See that far end? Turn right there, walk straight until you hit the wall, then take the staircase on your left. Go all the way down. Ignore every side passage. At the very bottom you'll find an iron door, rusted nearly to dust, reeking of something sharp and sour. That's it. Exactly. It's buried deep underground. So remote even ghosts avoid it. Only the wretched like us are forced to go there, added the shorter, stockier man, mischief gleaming in his tone, as if delighting in startling newcomers. True enough. It's freezing down there, like an ice cellar. They say it used to be a storage pit for refuse, later repurposed to hold things best left unspoken. Be careful, lads. Deliver your burden and leave at once. Don't gawk or linger. You never know what might cling to you. Thank you, brothers. Truly grateful. Jiang Xunyi nodded vigorously. I'll fetch him right away. We'll be gone the moment it's done. Only after their footsteps faded beyond the junction did he drop the charade, reverting to his habitual languid composure. He followed their directions, turned another corner. And indeed an unassuming stone staircase appeared at the corridor's end. Descending step by step, the air grew markedly colder, thick with an indescribable stench of decay. At the bottom stood a heavy iron door bearing a wooden plaque so weathered its inscription was illegible. Without hesitation, Jiang Xunyi pushed it open. Yet he hadn't anticipated anyone else being here. Directly across from him, not far away, a figure crouched beside a shrouded corpse, examining it intently. The creak of the door startled him. He whirled around sharply. Jiang Xunyi recognized his face instantly. Deludo, the man who on the first day had identified Rick and attempted conversation. A flicker of startled annoyance still lingered on Deludo's face as his gaze darted swiftly from Jiang Xunyi's robe to his calm, unruffled expression. The news that Rick had stolen sacred offerings and been confined had already spread widely. And yet, here stood this man. Deludo rose slowly, adjusted his spectacles and spoke. Not with his earlier familiarity, but with cold suspicion and scrutiny. You're not Rick. He took a step forward, eyes locking onto Jiang Xunyi's, voice quickening. He wouldn't care about offerings. He's a bookish archivist obsessed with history. His world consists solely of moldy vellum and shattered stone tablets. He's timid, rule-bound, utterly incapable of escaping confinement or acquiring such attire. Deludo's breath hitched slightly, just as Jiang Xunyi's mind echoed with the chime of the celestial ladder system. Warning. Character Deludo has developed severe doubt regarding your player identity. Prepare for response. Jiang Xunyi remained perfectly composed. Watching the ominous black mist begin to coil around Deludo's form, he didn't flinch. Instead, a faint, knowing smile curved his lips. Then, with extraordinary candor and a hint of detached nonchalance, he said, "Yes, I am not Rick." Just like that, he admitted it. Deludo froze speechless. Even the creeping black mist faltered, suspended mid-drift by his stunned silence. Before he could process the implications or formulate any coherent reaction, Jiang Xunyi, utterly at ease, dropped his second revelation with quiet, devastating calm. "I serve His Highness." "What?" Deludo was utterly bewildered, repeating the words instinctively, half convinced he'd hallucinated, having spent too long breathing the chamber's oppressive, spirit-laden air. His Highness? Which one? The same Lord Rainerland who hadn't granted them so much as a sidelong glance last night. The very Lord who deemed them unworthy sinners. His agent, disguised as a penitent. This plot twist defied even his wildest imagination. "I said," Jiang Xunyi repeated patiently. "I serve Lord Rainerland, and I infiltrated this place on his orders." Deludo opened his mouth to scoff, to retort. "Do you take me for a fool? Do you truly expect me to believe such nonsense?" But then he recalled Jiang Xunyi's uncanny behavior, his unnerving composure, and how absurdly yet perfectly this explanation accounted for everything. Somehow, it rang true. Jiang Xunyi noted the dawning uncertainty on his face and shrugged indifferently. "Believe it or not, it's irrelevant. I'm simply here to investigate. As for why I assumed Rick's identity, because it was inconspicuous and convenient." However, Jiang Xunyi leaned forward ever so slightly. Though several paces separated them, Deludo felt an inexplicable chill seep into his bones. "Since you've stumbled upon the truth, by all means report me. To Duho, to the Inquisitor General. Or, if you dare, seek an audience with His Highness himself." Jiang Xunyi paused, his faint, enigmatic smile deepening, though his eyes held no warmth. "But I cannot vouch for the consequences. Perhaps you should prepare yourself for when someone inevitably comes calling." Jiang Xunyi abruptly sat up from the bed, glancing at the time. It was barely past 7 a.m. Waking up this early during the holidays was indeed a rarity. 0237 seemed to be waiting for him to wake up, its electronic voice broadcasting in an extremely cheerful tone. New Year's special mini-task triggered. To enhance the host's current popularity and heat the New Year fortune drawing event is now open. Please spin the lucky wheel to draw today's special task. Completing the task will earn you a mysterious reward. Of course, failure will definitely incur punishment. Jiang Xunyi. He just wanted to sleep, but 0237 had already begun simulating the sound of the spinning wheel in his mind, making his head throb. Spin. Jiang Xunyi weakly uttered this word. The virtual wheel spun wildly, finally stopping on a shining golden square. Task drawn successfully. Today's task: equally praise everyone you know. Task description: please find at least 8 people you know and sincerely praise a specific merit or action of theirs. Example: you look very cool when you swing your sword. Task deadline: before midnight today. Failure penalty for the next week, the host will intermittently and uncontrollably fall into a chinibu state, including but not limited to publicly reciting embarrassing lines. For example, a bunch of mortals cannot comprehend the fate we bear. Special note, if you truly cannot complete the task, you may use the soul offset item. Collecting at least 8 people. Gender does not matter. To sincerely wish you Happy New Year, Face, it must be these 4 characters. Additionally, please note, it must come from the heart. Jiang Xunyi fell silent, completely silent. Does it really have to be like this? 10 a.m. Jiang Xunyi sat expressionlessly on the sofa thinking about the chinibu punishment. Just the thought of that scene made him feel it would be better to let him solo in Srank Dungeon. But praising others, he couldn't do that. He took out his phone, scrolling through his contacts. Calling seemed less socially lethal. He could just hang up after speaking perfect. Muttering it's fine to himself, he spent a long time building up his mental fortitude before dialing Su Yunchuan's number. The phone was picked up instantly, and he heard Su Yunchuan's slightly surprised voice. Jiang Xunyi, why are you suddenly calling me? Is something wrong? Jiang Xunyi took a shallow breath. You are really strong when fighting. An eerie silence followed. No one spoke. After a long while, Su Yunchuan's voice finally broke through. Thank you. Do you need me to help you with fighting? Jiang Xunyi, no, it's fine. Him hanging up. Beep. Su Yunchuan stared at the disconnected call in confusion, turning to look at Lu Ming, whose face was full of bewilderment. In his mind, 0237 weakly asked host, is this really praising someone? Jiang Xunyi ignored 0237. He had given up. He truly had no way out. This path was simply unworkable. Then there was only one way left. Collecting blessings. Coincidentally, at that moment his phone rang. It was Fu Jincheng calling back. Jiang Xunyi hesitated for a moment, then answered. Fu Jincheng's voice had a hint of awkward invitation. Hey, are you coming over for New Year's Eve tonight? Just a few familiar faces. Su Yunchuan, Xiaolian, Wen Jianwei, they will all be here along with Chu Xian and her friend Lin Yi, who can't return to our city right now, so they are joining us. At my place. You're just sitting around anyway. Jiang Xunyi initially wanted to refuse, but upon hearing that string of names his heart stirred. 8 people were needed. Send me the address. By the time Jiang Xunyi arrived in the evening, most of the others were already there. The villa was warm, filled with laughter. As he entered, Fu Jincheng, who was arguing with Xia Lian over a game controller, spotted him and raised his chin. You actually came. You weren't lying to me. Great, come draw a task. Task. Jiang Xunyi paused slightly. Hearing about this task was already a bit triggering for him. Yeah. Xia Lian cheerfully chimed in, holding a box filled with small slips of paper. Jincheng said to do something fun. Everyone draws a small task to complete tonight to add some festive spirit. We've all drawn ours. She pulled out a slip of paper from the box. Unfolded. Activities prohibited today: drinking cola. Do not disclose the content to others. Jiang Xunyi thought it might be some bizarre task, but why did it seem so childish? Who wrote this? Fu Jincheng raised his chin. My brother wrote it. What's wrong? Okay. Jiang Xunyi fell silent. That night Fu Jincheng found the room too dim and directed everyone to move the long table, barbecue, grill various food and drinks, even a not-sosmal heater, all to the backyard of the villa. They set up a small shelter, allowing for a clear view of the snow falling gently. Charcoal ignited, the meat sizzled on the grill. Although everyone was noisy, they still divided the tasks, clearly making it look quite organized. Let's eat. I'm starving. Fu Jincheng was the first to grab chopsticks, heading straight for the shiny roasted pig. Wait, I haven't taken a picture yet. Chu Xian quickly raised her phone. Tisk, why do you all love taking pictures? Fu Jincheng complained, yet his chopsticks remained suspended in midair. Lin Yi smiled, helping Chu Xian adjust her angle. This one is good. It captures the snow in the background. Jiang Xunyi quietly sat at a position inside the long table, his utensils already set before him. But he didn't move, merely watching everyone bustle about, jostling for seats, grabbing food, and teasing each other. His mind was still calculating that task. How could he get so many people to sincerely wish him Happy New Year? Directly asking. No, and 0237 wouldn't allow it. A hint. He couldn't do that. The only word to describe his current state was worry. While he was lost in thought. Try this. Su Yunchuan placed a piece of pork belly on his plate. This piece isn't burnt. Jiang Xunyi glanced at him. Thanks. Su Yunchuan pointed at several drink bottles over there. Want a drink? Orange juice. Jiang Xunyi still adhered to the game rules, even though he felt everyone would forget about them while playing. Su Yunchuan handed Jiang Xunyi a bottle of orange juice, while he held a bottle of cola, looking at the noisy crowd at the dinner table. Whatever you want to eat, hurry up. If you don't, they'll finish it all. At this moment, the battle at the dinner table had entered a heated phase. Xia Lian, I spotted that biggest rib first. Fu Jincheng attempted to intercept. Whoever gets to it first is the winner. Xia Lian gleefully waved his spoils. Chu Xian took the opportunity to snatch up the last bit of fried noodles. Lin Yi took out her phone to capture this scene, but after taking the photo, she didn't put her phone away. Instead, she opened the chat app. She tapped on a black and white profile picture and typed a few words in the input box. Happy New Year. I hope to celebrate with you in the future. Her hand hovered over the send button for a while, but ultimately she couldn't press it, silently deleting the message and opening another chat box. Happy New Year, Grandma. I can't come back for New Year's Day, but I will definitely return for the new year. After sending a few pictures, she finally set her phone down. After dinner, the snow seemed to have fallen even heavier, piling up thickly on the ground. A snowball from who knows where flew out and ambushed Fu Jincheng, who was tidying up the grill. Xia Lian, you want to die? Fu Jincheng shivered from the cold and immediately retaliated. A new round of battle ignited. When Jiangwei just dodged one snowball, but that ball hit Chu Xian behind him, who let out a startled scream and immediately joined the fray, pulling Lin Yi along with her. Su Yunchuan initially wanted to maintain his calm, but was hit on the shoulder by a snowball from Xia Lian that struck quite unwittingly, and he helplessly bent down to form a snowball. In the end, even Lan Shi and Zhang Yan were caught up in it and started to retaliate. After playing for a while, he realized that Zhang Yan was actually quite shy when interacting, but her combat power was certainly worth mentioning. Xia Lian couldn't dodge at all, the snowballs flew so fast, and he didn't even know where they came from. Nian Nian, you're not playing fair. You're using abilities. The assassin attribute isn't supposed to be this strong, okay? Jiang Xunyi sensed the wind, and his body reacted faster than his brain, abruptly leaning back to narrowly avoid that snowball. The snowball hit the canopy behind him with a bang, scattering everywhere. Jiang Xunyi slowly sat up straight, patting his clothes that had not gotten any snow on them. He set down his orange juice, then bent down to gather a small handful of snow, squeezing it a couple of times to form a ball. Then he raised his head, scanning the battlefield. Fu Jincheng had his back to him, chasing after Xia Lian. Jiang Xunyi lightly flicked his wrist, sending the snowball on a low arc, quietly flying away. Jiang Xunyi no longer glanced at DeLudo's expression, calmly walking past him as he began to examine the corpse on the ground. He was searching for the deceased from yesterday. However, after circling around, he found nothing. DeLudo's face was extremely conflicted as he looked at Jiang Xunyi's back. Ultimately, he deflated his shoulders, slumping. I won't say anything. Jiang Xunyi turned back to him, revealing a smile that could be considered friendly. A wise choice. With that, he did not linger any longer, turning around to push the door open and leave the eternal waiting room. Jiang Xunyi's day had been quite pleasant. After observing the personnel movements, he also studied the building's layout, even sneaking into the cafeteria of the low-level attendants, nonchalantly enjoying a lunch that was significantly better than that of the Redeemers. It wasn't until dusk that he prepared to head back. Upon reaching a corner, Jiang Xunyi paused, silently slipping into the shadows. The new batch of Redeemers has arrived. The quality and quantity are both acceptable. An aged and imposing voice belonged to the chief judge. As per the usual protocol, mix them into the daily supply. Start with the lowest dosage and observe the reactions. This time it was another voice, deeper and steadier. This batch of new materials is quite effective. Understood. However, recently a royal prince suddenly visited. Although he only prayed in the holy court, it is inevitable. It's fine. He won't stay more than 7 days, and our prince should disdain coming here to the criminal court. Proceed as planned, keep your hands clean. At this moment, the chief judge suddenly narrowed his eyes, staring towards the corner. Who's there? Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Xunyi turned and ran. He could even hear the chief judge's angry voice behind him. Stop him! At this moment, Jiang Xunyi's understanding of the terrain advantages came into play as he deliberately chose narrow and secluded paths to run. Taking advantage of the pursuers not catching up yet, he swiftly slipped into an unknown room. Listening to the chaotic footsteps outside gradually fade away until silence enveloped the area, Jiang Xunyi quietly exited, heading towards the confinement room. The two guards were still leaning against the wall, slumped on the ground. They remained undiscovered thanks to this place being as obscure as the eternal waiting room. Jiang Xunyi took off the robe he was wearing and put it back on the person. Then he pushed open the iron door of the confinement room and walked inside. Inside it remained pitch black. He shut the door behind him, standing in the darkness, and gently snapped his fingers. Outside, the two guards jolted awake, dazedly standing up and glancing at each other in confusion, completely unable to recall what had just happened. At this moment, they still did not realize the severity of the situation. They assumed they had dozed off, accidentally, quickly standing straight and nervously looking around. Wait, you didn't lock the door? One guard exclaimed, noticing the unlatched door, and hurriedly looked at his companion. What? I thought I locked it. The other replied, looking puzzled, and turned to find the door indeed unlocked. He quickly pulled out a lock to secure it. This was truly strange. He distinctly remembered locking it, but luckily he discovered it now. Otherwise, when the supervising officers came and found the door unlocked, wouldn't that be disastrous? Before long, Du Hua arrived with a group panting heavily and looking ashen. Did you see any suspicious individuals passing by? Du Hua questioned the two guards who had just woken up in a stern voice. The guards hurriedly shook their heads. No, chief officer. We've been here the whole time and haven't seen anyone. Du Hua frowned and glanced at them, stepping forward to prepare to open the door and take a look. The door was suddenly yanked open and the light from the corridor instantly flooded into the narrow confinement room. Du Hua's gaze searched the room briefly. In the corner, a figure in a gray robe was curled up. It was Rick. He hugged his knees, his head buried deep in his arms, his body trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing the door open, the person jolted in shock, stiffly raising his head. His face was pale as paper and his eyes were vacant and unfocused. This pitiful sight would make anyone doubt that he might have slipped out to cause some trouble. Du Hua stared at him for a few seconds, then glanced around the empty confinement room, which had nothing but walls, before finally waving his hand irritably. That's enough time. Drag him out and throw him back. This is such bad luck. The rest of you continue searching, or, if no one is found, there will be no good outcome for anyone. The two guards stepped forward roughly, pulling the shivering Rick up and dragging him out of the confinement room. When Jiang Xunyi was thrown back into the Redeemer's room, everyone else had long since gone to sleep, though it should only apply to NPCs. After all, Li Kehan and the others had said that at night they would ensure these NPCs remained asleep, providing players with a breathing space. When the door to the room was closed again, several players, unsurprisingly, opened their eyes. Perhaps seeing him like this prompted them to come check. Only Li Kehan and Chen Qiang watched from a distance, frowning slightly. Before anyone could touch Jiang Xunyi, an unexpected event occurred. An NPC lying in the bunk in front of Jiang Xunyi suddenly sat up straight. His eyes were vacant and his movements were stiff, appearing less than human. Yet, in the astonished gaze of everyone, the NPC lunged at the nearby Gu Gaofu with lightning speed. The old man was caught off guard and was directly knocked to the ground. The NPC pressed down tightly on him, and one hand produced a rusty dagger from somewhere, the blade tip precisely pressing against the old player's throat. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the previously curled up and trembling Rick regained a composure entirely different from before, pushing himself up and sitting upright slowly. I remember, Jiang Xunyi spoke, his voice calm. I didn't know you before, did I? This was directed at the old man, who was terrified at the cold blade pressed against him, his already wrinkled face now paler than paper, and cold sweat poured down. His voice trembled uncontrollably. I'm sorry, young man. I'm sorry. Tu had no choice. I was the one who reported you. The old man stuttered, tears and snot streaming down. I'm sorry, but I really had no choice. I need points. I must get out of this instance as soon as possible. He seemed to grasp at the last straw, desperately revealing the truth. My old partner is not well, and she has difficulty moving. We are in the heavenly ladder and our points are almost used up. If we don't gather enough soon, she will be forcibly pulled into the instance. She will die. She will definitely die. His murky eyes were filled with despair and pleading. An S-level instance grants over 1,000 basic points. As long as I can complete it normally, I can earn enough points for us to last a long time. But I'm afraid time won't be enough. She doesn't have many points left, and if I don't get out early, she will be pulled into the instance. The old man was in tears, his body limp. If it weren't for the NPC supporting him, he would have nearly collapsed to the ground. Jiang Xunyi sat there listening, his expression remaining unchanged, but this indifference was more chilling than direct killing intent. He said all that. A weak voice sounded nearby, belonging to the new player, who appeared timid and had been huddled in the corner. At this moment, seemingly touched by the old man's story, or perhaps simply feeling that Jiang Xunyi was fine, he couldn't help but whisper, You didn't suffer any harm. Why not let him go? He's not having an easy time either. Chen Qiang frowned, immediately wanting to stop this inexperienced new player, but it was evidently too late. Jiang Xunyi didn't even turn to look at the new player who had spoken. The NPC who had originally held the knife to the old man suddenly released him and lunged at the speaking new player. The blade flashed. The rusty dagger precisely slit the new player's throat, and blood spurted out instantly. The other players turned pale in an instant. The old man watched helplessly as the person who had just spoken up for him died, in an instant, trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Xunyi slowly stood up, dusting off non-existent dust from his clothes, and walked towards the old man. The NPC who had just killed like the most loyal puppet stiffly turned around and followed him, still grasping the bloody dagger. Wait a moment to calm down. Li Qihan spoke urgently but was pulled back by Qian Qiang, who mouthed its fine to her, signaling her not to act impulsively. Jiang Xunyi took the dagger from the NPC behind him, and with a flick of his wrist whoosh, the dagger flew out, precisely embedding itself in the old man's forehead. Bullet comments, "Is that an instant kill? Two of them gone in a flash? What's up with that NPC? Totally obeying him. I remember that soon guess ability is related to control, right? Is this a control technique? I no longer trust his superficial demeanor. That stuff is all nonsense." Wait, what did Li Qihan just shout? Calm spirit? Is it the same calm spirit I know? The one ranked first and right? Death smile. JPG Sun Guyu. Calm spirit? What the hell? I knew you were not simple. But this is beyond just not simple. No way, author, you said this wasn't a new character. You didn't tell me it was like this. I said. He was so calm when he heard about the human alliance. There must be something fishy. But still, can he really kill without blinking? That old man doesn't deserve to die, right? Yungu, come quickly and take a look. Your classmate seems to be a world-destroying demon king in sheep's clothing. If he's like this, then Shen Zhaoye. Wait a moment, my CPU is about to overheat. Jiang Xunyi turned around and looked at Li Qihan, and the others remembered to tell them not to come looking for trouble with me. This statement was vague, and the others didn't understand, but Li Qihan and the others did. Jiang Xunyi only said this one sentence, then turned and walked back to his bed. From his posture, it seemed he was preparing to sleep. That previous scene of bloodshed felt like a prelude to sleep. But tonight was destined to be extraordinary. With a creak, the door was pushed open again. A figure in a nun's robe cautiously poked her head in the very person who had been knocked out by Li Qihan and the others on the first night. She must have thought it was quiet at night and wanted to investigate something. But as soon as she raised her eyes, she met the clear, awake gazes of everyone in the room. Nun, players. Eyes wide, the air froze for a few seconds. Why are you all still awake? The nun instinctively asked, then realized something was off and wanted to run. But it was already too late. Lin, closest to the door, had already stepped forward and grabbed her clothes. The others quickly used ropes they found out of nowhere to tie up this unexpected guest securely. Jiang Xunyi had not laid down. He sat cross-legged on his bed, watching the scene with great interest. Li Qihan continued to speak in her usual tone, seeming to think that NPCs and players shouldn't be distinguished so clearly. Don't be afraid, we won't harm you, but we need you to tell us who you are. Why do you keep coming here? The nun bit her lip and finally spoke. My name is Maddie. I came to find clues. Clues? Yes. My friend died here. She was sent here by her family to be a penitent, but she clearly didn't do anything wrong. She had been in good health, but suddenly. They said she fell ill, but I don't believe it. She once secretly wrote to me saying things were off here, that she would sometimes feel dizzy, and her emotions were unstable. She must have discovered something. Matisse's gaze swept over them, and the people in front of her did not seem like penitents at all. You're not really here to repent, are you? You're here to investigate, right? Please help me. There must be a deep secret hidden here. The system prompt from Skyladder sounded at the right moment. Ding. Main quest triggered the secrets behind the church quest description. The nun Matisse's dear friend Layla entered the church with a faint hope of redemption, yet failed to receive divine grace and mysteriously died within 7 days. The church claims it was sudden illness, but there are many doubts. Accept Matisse's request and uncover the evils hidden beneath this church. Quest objectives: 1. Determine the cause of Layla's death and the related secrets of the church. 2. Judge it. Jiang Xunyi pieced together the clues. It was the food that had a problem, likely tainted with something, but not poison, not lethal in the short term. Otherwise, he would have noticed it earlier. No wonder he felt something was off today. It turned out it was an emotional issue. Li Qihan was not dazed by the sudden quest. She stared at Maddie and suddenly asked. As an ordinary nun, even for a friend, infiltrating a place like this for an investigation is quite risky. Who gave you the courage? In other words, who is backing you? Maddie seemed stumped by the question, her eyes flickering for a moment. Then she took a deep breath as if made up her mind and blurted out. I am a person of the prince. Jiang Xunyi, upon hearing this, slowly tilted his head, looking at the nun with slight confusion. What is this? A person from Rainland? This afternoon he just used this excuse to fool Deludo, and now he runs into the real deal tonight. Jiang Xunyi stood up, moving slowly, and walked in front of the tied-up Maddie, looking down at her. All right. He bent down his fingers, gently feeling the knot, and the rope was undone. I promise you I will help you investigate. Ding. Detected player, don't bother me, you have accepted the quest from Nun Maddie. Jiang Xunyi turned sideways, gesturing for Maddie. Let's go. Maddie was stunned, the other players were also stunned. What does this mean? Are we starting now? So quickly? But weren't you just looking like you wanted to sleep? Maddie rubbed her wrist, seeing Jiang Xunyi already opening the door. She hurriedly got up, hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Jiang Xunyi walked slowly, with Maddie half a step behind him, nervously glancing around. After walking for a while, and turning a corner, ensuring they were far enough from that room, Jiang Xunyi suddenly stopped, turned around, leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, leisurely watching the nun before him. Maddie felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, and whispered, "What's wrong? Aren't we going to look for clues?" Jiang Xunyi spoke slowly. "All right, stop acting." Matisse's body stiffened. Jiang Xunyi ignored her reaction. "By the way, how come you always draw these unfortunate tragic roles?" Matisse's previous tension instantly disappeared, replaced by a dramatic eye roll. "Do you think I want to? Maybe the Skyladder just likes to see me play this type. Drawing a nun this time is still better. Last time I drew a sacrificial offering, and within 3 minutes of the opening I became the public enemy of the dungeon." As she spoke, she mimicked Jiang Xunyi's posture. Lazily leaning back against the opposite wall, her stance utterly relaxed. When she looked again, not a trace of Marty remained. There stood, unmistakably, a woman of striking beauty and commanding presence. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Xunyi cut straight to the point, voicing the question he'd been holding. Marty, or rather Lu Yingqiu, tossed her lips into a slight pout, yet her gaze locked onto Jiang Xunyi with unnerving intensity. "Didn't our dear sister Gigi say, don't let their junior squad leader stir up trouble, especially when wandering off alone?" Jiang Xunyi said nothing in reply, only held her gaze in silent stillness. Under that unwavering stare, Lu Yingqiu lasted barely a few seconds before raising her hands in surrender. Fine, fine. I'll get serious. I just happened to drop by and deliver you a little mission." "Oh, almost forgot to ask. Did you receive the heart of the sea serpent? Last time I played Lady Liash, that noble heiress, I nearly failed to recognize you at all. It's still functional and highly coveted. Don't waste it. Head over to the Celestial Ladder Trading District and find a reputable old shop. The Old Wang hardware comes highly recommended. I mean it. Get Huiji repaired. Granted, even after restoration you likely won't be able to wield it, but leaving it neglected indefinitely isn't tenable either." Jiang Xunyi nodded, acknowledging the instruction, though timing would have to wait. After all, he was first and foremost a student at the Lingshu Psychic Arts Academy. Upon clearing a trial, students were instantly returned to reality. Lu Yingqiu seemed to recall this, just then casting him an oddly amused glance before steering the conversation back to the trial. "This trial is unusually large-scale, and entangled with a tangled web of factions. The Sin Tribunal remains relatively tranquil, but the Holy Tribunal hosts far more players. And then there's Prince Renland, who suddenly appeared to prey. The waters run far deeper now. I've gleaned fragments this cathedral bears obscure ties to both the Richter and Fuit families, and the royal court may well have arrived for precisely that reason." She turned to Jiang Xunyi, eyes alight with restless curiosity. "Shall we follow the thread and uncover what lies beneath?" But before Jiang Xunyi could answer, she shook her head herself. All right. I can read your expression. You're not interested. TCH. You're growing lazier by the day. At least you used to move around a bit before." Lu Yingqiu studied Jiang Xunyi, then paused thoughtfully. "Ugh. This is infuriating. I'd love to slip in as a novice player just once. Is the Celestial Ladder matchmaking system broken? Does it judge people by appearance? Every time it assigns me to pivotal NPCs. Exhausting. I want to experience being carried through trials by a powerhouse, just lying back and winning effortlessly." Jiang Xunyi finally interrupted her. Lu Yingqiu's thoughts leapt like scattered sparks. 2 sentences on one topic, then instantly vaulting to another, never faltering, never stumbling. "Is the key evidence for this triggered quest located within the Holy Tribunal?" Lu Yingqiu blinked, momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "Yes. Marty was originally stationed at the Holy Tribunal. I simply crossed over." She regarded him with mild astonishment. "You're serious? Going now?" Jiang Xunyi calmly unwrapped 2 mint candies and let their cool, crisp flavor bloom across his tongue. "No time during daylight hours," he replied. Lu Yingqiu clicked her tongue at his retreating silhouette and followed without hesitation. They bypassed the cathedral's interior, entirely slipping outside under cover of night. Guards at the Holy Tribunal were markedly more vigilant than those at the Sin Tribunal, yet not impenetrable. Before a narrow bridge linking 2 buildings, 2 armored sentinels stood rigidly at attention. Jiang Xunyi and Lu Yingqiu didn't so much as glance at each other. The moment the guards sensed movement and turned their heads, a sharp sting pierced their necks. Then darkness swallowed them whole. Inside the holy seat, Lu Yingqiu lowered her voice. "Follow me. I have 2 locations under suspicion." Jiang Xunyi nodded. No objection. Meanwhile, not far away, a figure watched them in silence, vanishing without a whisper before they could detect his presence. He ascended swiftly to the 3rd floor and halted before a guest chamber door, tapping lightly. "Your Highness." "Enter," came Prince Renlin's cool, detached voice from within. Mond pushed the door open and bowed deeply hand over heart. "As instructed, Your Highness, I surveyed several sites within the Holy Tribunal. As you surmised, the cathedral is indeed engaged in certain clandestine affairs." A flicker of revulsion crossed Renlin's eyes, swiftly masked by calm. "Continue." "Moreover, I observed 2 individuals just moments ago, whom Your Highness knows well. Shall we intervene?" Renlin shook his head faintly. "Not yet. Issue orders. Have our forces stand ready awaiting command." "Yes, Your Highness." Downstairs, Jiang Xunyi and Lu Yingqiu moved steadily along the corridor. When Lu Yingqiu began to share her deductions, a series of metallic clicks echoed sharply through the hushed hallway. Their steps froze. The sounds came from multiple directions, so disorienting that neither knew which way to turn. Yet no alarm followed, no confrontation materialized. Doors on both sides swung open. One by one figures emerged, men and women of varied ages, all sharing the same hollowed, stiff-limbed gait. They passed directly beside Jiang Xunyi and Lu Yingqiu, gazing straight ahead, utterly oblivious, as if the two were mere statues carved into the corridor's stone. "What's going on?" Lu Yingqiu frowned. "Possessed." Uncertain of the situation, they instinctively decided to blend in and observe firsthand. Lu Yingqiu drifted forward with the crowd, when suddenly her shoulder jolted sideways from a light collision. The impact was slight, but immediately she sensed something amiss. Every person marched toward the same destination, except this one who moved against the current. She looked up and recognized no one, but lack of recognition did not imply unfamiliarity, for Jiang Xunyi recognized him instantly. DeLudo. Yet he had no business being here. In Jiang Xunyi's last memory, DeLudo had still been resting in the penitent's chamber. DeLudo too seemed stunned, utterly unprepared to meet Jiang Xunyi in such a manner in such a place. His pupils contracted violently, as if confronting a specter. "You!" Lu Yingqiu, sensing their prior connection, studied DeLudo with keen, mischievous interest, her gaze sending chills down his spine. He staggered backward, until his spine struck the cold stone wall. There was nowhere left to retreat. Instinctively, his palm pressed flat against the wall, desperate, as though willing the stones themselves to part. Click! A soft, precise sound, triggered by his touch. Before any of them could react, the floor beneath them lurched and inverted, plunging them into sudden, violent weightlessness. Jiang Xunyi landed with a knee bend to cushion his fall, stabilizing himself on one knee, while Lu Yingqiu executed a nimble forward roll, dissipating the force of her descent. Only DeLudo fell flat on his bottom, wincing in pain, as he rubbed his coccyx, unable to get up for quite some time. Fortunately, it wasn't a high drop. Aside from the pain, he didn't seem to suffer any serious injuries. The lighting was still dim when DeLudo raised his head, coming face to face with Lu Yingqiu's close-up smile. "Hey buddy, what are you doing here? You know about this shortcut?" She pointed to the ceiling, which now revealed no clues. DeLudo was startled by her sudden approach and stumbled backward. "I'm not. I didn't. Don't say that. Hey, don't be scared, we won't eat you." Lu Yingqiu leaned in closer. DeLudo retreated even more urgently, his back suddenly colliding with a hard object. DeLudo's body stiffened, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he slowly turned his head to find a pale woman's face almost touching his nose. "Ah, I." DeLudo let out a short, piercing scream, tumbling and rolling far away, crashing into another workbench and knocking over several glass vessels, producing a cacophony of clinking sounds. Jiang Xunyi and Lu Yingqiu also shifted their gazes, revealing a corpse. The woman was clad in a simple gray robe, the very attire of the Redeemers. But what was chilling was the massive hole in the woman's chest, her insides having vanished without a trace. Lu Yingqiu's playful demeanor faded as she furrowed her brows, stepping closer to carefully discern the woman's features. "It's Layla." She turned to Jiang Xunyi, her tone confirmed. "She looked just like this in Marty's photo." Jiang Xunyi's gaze shifted away from the corpse, beginning to examine the space carefully. It seemed to be a secret laboratory, not small in size, with various instruments they couldn't name spread across the table. The instruments were quite advanced, but the surrounding environment felt mismatched with them, creating a sense of disharmony. On the wall-mounted shelves, various glass containers of different sizes were neatly arranged, soaking various organ tissue specimens in liquid. Hearts, livers, kidneys, and even a fully peeled brain. Jiang Xunyi casually flipped through a few papers on the table that had writing on them, while DeLudo slowly inched closer. Although his face still looked unpleasant, it was clear he was captivated by these items. "These are not ordinary things," he mumbled, his tone complex. Lu Yingqiu raised her brow at him. "Oh, with that tone you seem to know some insider information." DeLudo glanced at her, then at Jiang Xunyi, who was expressionlessly reviewing notes, and snorted. Why should I tell you? I'm not one of the princes. I have nothing to do with you guys. Lu Yingqiu upon hearing this looked at him, as if he were foolish, sizing him up. Look at us now. If we were discovered, wouldn't it seem like we're all in this together? Like grasshoppers on the same rope, you understand? Deludo was rendered speechless by her retort, his face alternating between green and white. Jiang Xunyi, who had been silent all this time, set down his notebook and picked up a small glass vial labeled Batch 2.0 under observation. The vial contained only a small amount of white powder. I think I've drunk this before. Lu Yingqiu instantly turned to him, exclaiming, Wait, what on earth did you drink? She snatched the small vial from Jiang Xunyi's hand. Jiang Xunyi allowed the vial to be taken, replying, I didn't feel anything significant. The dosage should be small. This stuff is mixed into the Redeemer's soup daily. Lu Yingqiu examined the experimental report. Batch 2.0 testing record: addictiveness, unknown, incomplete statistics, current observed effects, significant suppression and guidance of emotional fluctuations. Good control over consciousness, compliance can be enhanced with specific commands. No apparent harm to bodily functions. Significant effects of long-term use. Deludo, standing nearby with his arms crossed, interjected with a peculiar tone. Taking it in small amounts indeed shows no obvious effects. You royal folks are really dedicated actually tasting something like this to determine its effects. But then again, I might know a bit more about this stuff than you imagine. So how about it? If you beg me, I might consider telling you. Jiang Xunyi looked at him, seeing the glint of schadenfreude on his face, and simply responded slowly, No worries. Once we get out, I'll have the prince find someone to talk to you properly. You'll naturally spill the beans. Deludo. The little pride that had just risen on his face shattered instantly. He really wanted to slap himself. Why did he suddenly say such things? Deludo forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. I was just joking. Actually, I think we can have a friendly conversation. Lu Yingqiu showed no courtesy and laughed outright. You're backing down pretty quickly. All right, stop keeping it a secret. Tell me, what are these things for? Deludo got a little irritated but eventually confessed. These things have a name given by those who know about them called shi. In simple terms, it's a kind of poison that exploits people's mental gaps and makes them addicted. You think those redeemers came in just for redemption? Deludo smirked ironically. Some of them came here specifically for this stuff. Just commit a crime, pay some money, or have connections to get a redeemer identity appearing to seek redemption, but in reality it's just to regularly drink shi. The church relies on this, having no idea how many people's weaknesses it has grasped, profiting immensely. They test these experimental products on the redeemers, and the finished products are sold to those rich and seeking thrills, or with special control desires among the powerful. Lu Yingqiu interrupted with a question. Special control desires? Yes, Deludo nodded. I've heard that high concentrations of shi combined with certain specific commands can blur a person's self-awareness, to some extent enhance their compliance, and even forcibly implant some simple thoughts. Are you kidding me? Deludo exclaimed, his voice rising an octave, as if he were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How could I possibly touch such a thing? I came in because of the Freewade family. He felt the need to prove his innocence. I am a serious scholar, you know. Usually I just organize ancient documents and teach noble children. It was the Freewade family that first acted unethically. I worked for them for a few months organizing a pile of incomplete materials, and they actually wanted to default on the payment, slashing the final amount by more than half. How could I tolerate that? He continued, anyway, I happened to overhear something I shouldn't have about this church and some unsavory cooperation with their family. I ran away on the spot. Then I blended in among the redeemers, hoping to find some evidence to protect myself later. Deludo pointed at the items on the table, swearing confidently. I can guarantee this stuff is definitely erosion catalyst. Ironclad evidence of the church's collusion with the Freewade family. Suddenly a crisp sound of applause rang out. Deludo turned abruptly. He saw a small teleportation array forming on what had seemed an unremarkable wall. In the glow, several figures materialized. At the forefront stood a young man leisurely clapping his hands, his gaze mocking as he looked at Deludo. Brilliant, truly brilliant. It turns out that the scholars we hired from the Freewade family are not only knowledgeable but also skilled at gathering intelligence. How did I not notice before that you knew so much? Deludo was already sweating profusely, instinctively inching closer to Jiang Xunyi and Lu Yingqiu while lowering his voice. We're done for. That's the third young master of the Freewade family, Egeson. Hey, you two react a little. Why are you not panicking at all? Jiang Xunyi and Lu Yingqiu were far from panicking. Since they had fallen down and discovered there were no other exits, and that the ceiling was a one-way trap, they knew someone would come sooner or later. Besides, such an important place surely wouldn't lack any protective measures. Egeson had naturally noticed them. Oh Deludo, you can still find accomplices. Truly commendable courage. He chuckled lightly, but it's a pity, in this place. I only need to leave one alive for questioning. However, the response to him was a glinting arrow flying through the air. Master, watch out. The nearby guard reacted quickly, shoving Egeson aside. The arrow grazed his hair and flew straight into the teleportation array. Stop them. Egeson, having been knocked to the ground, shouted this immediately. But it was already too late. Jiang Xunyi's figure had vanished into the faint light of the teleportation array. There was no other exit. The only way out was the teleportation array through which Egeson and the others had entered. If they didn't leave now, would they just wait to be caught? Let's go, Grasshopper. Lu Wingchu had already put away her bow. That last arrow wasn't aimed at taking Egeson's life. She hadn't even aimed properly, just trying to create a bit of chaos. At this moment, she had grabbed the back of Deludo's collar, dragging him like a sack, as she followed closely behind Jiang Xunyi and rushed into the teleportation array. Though Deludo was being yanked along, tumbling and rolling, he still had the mind to wonder about other things, like what on earth was a grasshopper? Who was she calling a grasshopper? Chase. Immediately chase them. We absolutely cannot let them get away. Egeson scrambled to his feet, his face dark with anger. On the other side of the teleportation array was an underground passage. As soon as they emerged, they saw shadows moving on both sides. Clearly guards. Who goes there? Stop. The guard shouted sternly as he charged at them. However, no one intended to confront them. Jiang Xunyi ducked low and deftly struck the knee of the man at the front, causing him to stumble and fall to his knees. Lu Wingchu was dragging Deludo, skillfully maneuvering around the guards. The entire underground passage was not only dimly lit, but also had many forks. Jiang Xunyi was practically running wherever he wanted, with pursuers behind him. In the end, wherever they ended up would be left to fate. After running for a while, a teleportation array finally appeared ahead, and the three rushed into it without hesitation. This time, the place they emerged in was no longer the dark underground passage. A cool breeze hit their faces, and as they looked around, they suddenly realized that they were no longer inside the church. They had burst into a square outside the church. However, at that moment, the square was anything but empty. It was densely packed with people. It was the NPCs Jiang Xunyi and the others had encountered before triggering the trap, and for some unknown reason, they were all gathered here, standing silently. In this crowd, where could they possibly run? Whoosh! A sudden and ominous gust of wind swept through the square. Caw, caw, caw. The cawing of crows shattered the night sky, and a dense swarm of crows seemed to fly in from nowhere, bringing with them an ominous aura. They circled around and then dove down in unison, heading straight for the high platform in the center of the square. Amidst this flock of crows, a figure slowly materialized beside the bishop on the high platform. It was a woman, her face obscured by shadows, making it hard to see her clearly. The bishop, upon seeing her, spoke with respect, slightly bowing. My lady, these are the individuals. If any of them possess bloodlines that catch your interest, it would be the utmost honor for them. Deludo, who was next to them, was currently translating in real time, so even though Jiang Xunyi's hearing wasn't that great, he could not miss it. At that moment, a clear sound of hooves was heard behind them, approaching rapidly. However, there was no need to look back. In the next instant, a pure white horse flew straight over the crowd. Where its hooves passed, faint blue light trails remained. On the horse's back, a voice rang out clearly. Isolate. In the next second, the area around the woman and the bishop on the high platform began to distort. Looking again, aside from the woman and the bishop disappearing, everything else appeared normal. Bullet screen. Wow. I will repeat this English phrase over and over again. Our Lord's entrance is just different, okay? Isn't it cool? This must be magic. It definitely is magic. Of course, the people here generally refer to this as magic, no doubt about it. This thing would definitely be useful as a supernatural ability. Is this an austere scenario? Are the NPCs this powerful? The white horse landed lightly on the rooftop, and Rainlander held the reins, lowering his gaze toward Jiang Xunyi and the others. At that moment, Jiang Xunyi happened to look up at him. The gazes of the two met in the air, but it was Jiang Xunyi who looked away first. He heard the commotion behind him. Those people had caught up. Without a second thought, he turned and walked away. He could have stayed, but Jiang Xunyi did not want to deal with those players at the moment. The evidence is sufficient, Chen Qiang said in a low voice. These items have been organized and given to the emissaries who are at odds with Fuwide and the Lixite family. Once they confirm the information, our task will be complete. Li Qihan nodded, then furrowed her brows. But regarding N, we don't need to concern ourselves with him. We're not on the same side. Chen Qiang glanced around. Well, proceed as planned. Song Shu should have already left, and he truly doesn't want to say a word to us. It annoys me. Li Qihan looked at him with a complex expression. It should be a bit annoying for him. She successfully received a sharp glare from Chen Qiang. Li Qihan silently complained in her heart, this inexplicable boss, who loves to act like a little brother, only becomes reliable when dealing with serious matters. On the other side of the crowd stood a man with bangs partially obscuring his eyes. In front of him was a burly man with a buzz cut. Sin and judgment. Hey, in this instance, only players without sin can be the judges. If I kill someone guilty, wouldn't that count as judgment? The burly man looked at the person before him. Anyway, you are quite guilty yourself. It's just right to pass judgment on you in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung an axe directly at him. The man watched the axe approach, saying nothing as his dagger plunged straight into the burly man's heart. The two exhibited an uncanny synergy, delivering fatal blows to each other almost simultaneously. Life points reached 0, but the notification sound for clearing the instance had already rung in their ears. Jiang Xunyi and Luing Chu had separated. He was heading towards the church, taking twists and turns to shake off his pursuers. He was looking for a way to clear the instance quickly. The current task he triggered required significant resources for a genuine judgment. Although he had found a very simple method, he wouldn't allow anyone the chance to kill him, even if it was just to clear the instance, and that person was someone he was very familiar with. Suddenly, Jiang Xunyi stopped in his tracks. A few meters ahead in the shadow at the center of the road, a completely black snake was moving slowly, staring at him without blinking. The next second, the snake lunged at him with a sudden thrust. Jiang Xunyi reacted quickly, extending his right hand to grip the snake by its neck, feeling its icy touch. At the moment he caught the snake, its tail coiled back, not wrapping around Jiang Xunyi's neck, but around his eyes. Almost simultaneously, a deep, smiling voice rang in his ear. Did you understand what I said last time? It's quite simple. I said it's been a while. At the moment the familiar voice sounded, Jiang Xunyi's other hand swung back with a fierce elbow strike, but it was difficult to hit since he couldn't see. The voice continued to draw closer. By the way, I have a small matter to confirm. Please cooperate a little. Disintegrate. It was as if something shattered in response, and within Jiang Xunyi's body, a strong mental force erupted, expanding outwards in waves. Jiang Xunyi grunted softly, but instinctively reacted in this situation, turning sideways to execute a fierce whip kick towards his rear. The person behind seemed to have anticipated this, chuckling lightly as he retreated, perfectly evading the strike. Taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Xunyi tore away the snake's tail before his vision cleared, and upon looking up he could see the strikingly red eyes. The man watched his reaction with great interest. It seems that your hidden little trouble is even more intriguing than I thought. Whoosh! A sword fell from the sky, embedding itself deep into the stone ground between Jiang Xunyi and the man, the sword's hilt still quivering slightly, the warning clear. Valexi, are my people something you can move? Valexi shrugged, his smile unchanged. Your people? The prince's words are misleading. When did we in Shan become royal? He turned back to Jiang Xunyi. It seems it's not convenient to catch up tonight. So? His figure began to blur. Until next time, I hope you're still alive then. No one tried to stop him, as doing so would only lead to more trouble. The street returned to silence. Rainland turned to Jiang Xunyi. His current state was far from good. Jiang Xunyi leaned against the wall, completely unwilling to move. It was no longer a matter of being tired. He felt as if countless red-hot iron needles were swirling in his mind. A few strands of dark energy uncontrollably emanated from his body. Rainland said nothing, stepping forward, his hand reaching directly for Jiang Xunyi's collar. Slap! Jiang Xunyi was half a beat slow to react, but still managed to swat his hand away. He expended almost all his mental focus on reconstituting the spirit energy that had just been disintegrated, trying to push back the surging mental pollution that wanted to invade. However, Rainland's hand that he swatted away was merely a feint. His other hand had already lifted Jiang Xunyi's clothing. A wound stretched diagonally from beneath his collarbone to his abdomen, nearly piercing through most of his chest. Yet the wound itself did not bleed. What coiled around it was merely the tangible pollution. Jiang Xunyi closed his eyes for a moment, focusing more intently on mobilizing his mental energy, until the wounds began to fade and gradually disappear. Rainland watched him finish all of this and retracted his hand. Why did you come back? He asked, his voice colder than the evening breeze. Jiang Xunyi spoke purely the truth, to survive. Rainland let out a cold laugh. Can you even call this surviving? Valexi broke through your defenses so easily for the first time. Jiang Xunyi wanted to retort, intending to say he had no defenses at all, but the extreme fatigue made him not want to speak. He really wanted to tell 0237 that he felt he would die even faster this way. Boom! The deafening explosion sound abruptly tore through the night sky. Both turned their heads simultaneously. The grand church was currently being engulfed by towering flames. Intense explosions erupted one after another, with the firelight casting an eerie orange hue across half the sky, and shattered stones flew everywhere. Even from such a distance they could feel a slight tremor from the ground. The church exploded. Who did this? Cough, 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 cough. Su Yunchuan violently coughed as he struggled out from a pile of rubble, his body covered in dust. Beside him Lu Ming also crawled up with a face full of dirt, but his movements were much more rough. He grabbed Su Yunchuan by the collar, the veins on his hands bulging. Su Yunchuan, are you out of your mind? Do you want to die? Lu Ming's voice was somewhat hoarse from anger. Blowing up the church? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Almost, you could have turned to ashes along with that damn church. Su Yunchuan let him grip him, saying, So what? So what? Lu Ming was infuriated by his attitude, laughing in anger. You are simply insane. Su Yunchuan, can't you see clearly? We are in an S-level dungeon. Lu Ming exclaimed. I've known you since we were kids. I know what your personality is like, and why you're doing this, but can't you think clearly about the consequences? There was a player named Ningxia who was also a classmate of Su Yunchuan, and it was through a training group that he became familiar with Su Yunchuan. But a few hours ago, right in front of them, Ningxia was dealt with in a cruel and mocking manner by someone named Wei Lai Shi. To be honest, they didn't even know the reason. Lu Ming had firmly held back the rushing Su Yunchuan, saying, Su Yunchuan, calm down. You can't save everyone. Those words pierced Su Yunchuan's heart like a thorn. The bruise on Lu Ming's mouth was left by a punch Su Yunchuan had thrown at him during that moment. He knew Lu Ming was right, he understood rationally, but he did not want to continue like this. Experiencing the feeling of being unable to save those he wanted to save was enough. I am not squandering sympathy. Su Yunchuan finally spoke, his voice chillingly calm, as he pried open Lu Ming's fingers gripping his collar. I don't intend to save everyone either. He looked into Lu Ming's reddened eyes, stating clearly, yes, I can't save him, nor can I kill the person who killed him. Then I'll use a more direct method. If this dungeon is what led to his death, then I will blow it up and bury him with it. Looking into Su Yunchuan's eyes, which held a nearly obsessive gaze, all of Lu Ming's anger suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. He wiped the dust off his face. Fine. Before he could finish his sentence, the system interface of the sky ladder popped up. A red exclamation mark almost filled the entire screen. Core entity of the dungeon, sin and judgment, has been detected under attack. Action determination, hidden clear condition, violent judgment has been met. Immediately following, a voice different from the usual mechanical one, now more humanized, began to sound. Congratulations, player illusion. You have decisively brought down this rotten stage. Though the means were somewhat brutal, the effect was outstanding. Special reminder. Given the particularity and destructiveness of your method of judgment, you have gained a brief glance from him. 1. Keep it up, interesting player. Perhaps you can walk a more anticipated path. The dungeon sin and judgment clearance settlement begins. Rewards will be distributed later. After the sky ladder system's light screen disappeared, familiar white light of teleportation began to swirl around them. Bullet comments. Physical judgment. The church was directly blown up. Brother Yun is amazing voice cracking. I don't quite understand. Why did Lu Ming suddenly get hit earlier? Original fans say you will understand. Look further back. I hate riddlers. Riddlers will never have 2 dishes to eat in their life. This dungeon feels like there's a lot of depth behind it. Is Brother Yun being targeted by something strange? But it feels like many foreshadowing has not been resolved. Who is that woman in the black dress? What's the relationship between the prince and Sun Gu? Is there someone behind corrosion guidance? Omitted later? Can you guess why it's S-level? I suddenly have a guess. So much groundwork was laid out before, and the later clearance was also quite impressive, but it still feels a bit rushed. Is someone pushing this on purpose? Conspiracy theory, JPG. Jiang Xunyi raised his hand to rub his brow. That guy Lu Yingchu. Why isn't he considered a prophet? It seems impossible to go back now. He withdrew his gaze, finally landing on the figure of Lynanda, standing right there, seemingly waiting for Jiang Xunyi to say something, or perhaps just simply watching him. Jiang Xunyi faced Lynanda with his still pale face, and in the last second before being teleported away, he only spoke 2 words. It's nothing. Returning to the familiar space dungeon named Sin and Judgment S-level role-playing extreme survival clearance evaluation, forced exit score not referenced, reward settlement in progress. Basic clearance points 1500, health 76100, mental points 34,100, personal points 1827, district 11 points, ranking 8549, 13975412. Just as Jiang Xunyi thought, the sky ladder system did not provide the option to exit sky ladder, and in the next second his vision flashed and he felt a whirlwind. As soon as his feet landed, a mixture of rust oil and some indescribable rotten smell rushed at him, causing Jiang Xunyi to cough and his head to ache even more. This was a train station platform. He looked up at the sign hanging above. District 12, transfer station. This was the last area of the living zone, and it was terrible, really. He didn't even need to look, the gazes were too obvious. As they appeared, countless malicious eyes in the surrounding shadows focused on them like hyenas catching the scent of blood. But worse was, Jiang Xunyi saw a semi-transparent, constantly rotating pale golden virtual symbol, resembling an eye floating about half a meter above his head. Before he could make a move, a hand suddenly reached over from the side and grabbed his wrist. The grip wasn't strong, but it was tinged with urgency. Jiang Xunyi instinctively tried to break free, but when he saw who it was, his movements froze. It was Shunzhaoye, and Shunzhaoye didn't give him a chance to escape, pulling him and running. His hair was a bit messy now, and his clothes were also dust-covered. Not only did he grab Jiang Xunyi, but he also shouted towards the direction of Su Yunchuan and the others with enough volume for them to hear, "Run. What are you standing there for? If you don't run, are you going to wait to be stripped bare by these hyenas?"